Vittikel Wayne, the scion of Gotham's affluent elite, harbors a singular ambition to lead a tranquil life as a member of the wealthy elite. He is acutely aware of certain little secrets within his family. His father's nocturnal absences may very well be rendezvous with the Gotham Knight. His elder brother's Nightwing partner possesses an excess of charm, while his second brother's departure from home has resulted in the presence of a rather wild-looking red helmet in the wardrobe. Yet, Viti firmly believes that these peculiarities are quite ordinary, until an owl delivers an acceptance letter directly to his face. The letter declares that he is a wizard and is to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His father remarks, "Well, dear, are you certain you wish to attend this, magical academy?" The other younglings exclaim in astonishment, "My brother is a wizard." Ultimately, Viti boards the train to England, harboring the thought that it might be safer than remaining at home. Subsequently, faced with the menacing gaze of Voldemort, he quietly chambers an AK-47 sourced from the Batcave. Confronted by the maniacal laughter of the Joker, he calmly retrieves the wand concealed within his sleeve. The entire family believes I am attending a mundane school, while in truth, I am striving to maintain peace between two worlds. What happened to the promise of an ordinary life? Prologue. Sunlight streams through the Gothic stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of hues upon the Persian carpet in the Wayne Manor drawing room. The fireplace crackles with the fresh logs added by Alfred that morning, infusing this ancient residence with an uncommon warmth. Bruce Wayne stands at the center of the drawing room, his posture rigid as though he is cradling an imminent explosive device. His arms are bent at an exceedingly standard yet palpably unnatural angle, the bespoke black suit jacket casually draped over the back of the sofa, while the sleeves of his white shirt are rolled up to his elbows. At this moment, a small, dubious, milk-stain-shaped wet mark adorns the luxurious Egyptian cotton fabric. In his embrace lies a pale blue swaddling, tightly wrapped to reveal only a cherubic, slumbering face. Vittikel Wayne, born 6 weeks and 3 days ago, weighing 7 pounds and 4 ounces, is currently smacking his lips, lost in dreams that only an infant can comprehend. He moved. Bruce. He moved. Dick Grayson descends the spiral staircase like a cannonball, his hair tousled from a midday nap, still clad in his Robin training t-shirt, carelessly covered by a hoodie emblazoned with a circus elephant design. He skids to a halt before Bruce, rising onto his toes, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazes at the tiny face nestled in the swaddling. He just frowned. Like this, Dick exaggerates by contorting his entire face. Is he about to wake up? Can I hold him? Just for a moment? I promise to be as gentle as if I were cradling a small animal. I held newborn puppies at the circus. They were so soft. Chill, Bruce whispers, his tone softer by at least 3 degrees than usual, yet the authoritative cadence remains unchanged. He has just fallen asleep. Your footsteps racing from the training room have already caused him to whimper once. Dick immediately covers his mouth, allowing sound to escape only through his fingers. Sorry, I'm just so excited. Alfred said my brother is coming home today, and I've been counting down the hours since morning. His eyes sparkle as he circles around Bruce, attempting to observe this new member of the family from every angle. He is so tiny, even smaller than in the pictures. His fingers are just this little. He demonstrates a miniature size with his thumb and forefinger. What is his name? Is it decided? Vittikel, Bruce replies, and as he utters the name, a rare, almost tender expression flits across his face. Vittikel Wayne. Vittikel. Dick earnestly repeats, the syllables rolling off his tongue twice. What a cool name. Can I call him Little V? Or Viti? Or Little K? When can he play with me? Once he learns to walk, I can teach him to do flips. Kids at the circus can swing by the time they are 3. Dick. Bruce interrupts his effusive musings. He needs to learn to lift his head first. All right. Dick sheepishly scratches the back of his head, his gaze returning to the swaddled infant. So, when can he lift his head? Can I help him practice? I saw in a nature documentary that baby lions need to spend a lot of time lying down. Bruce observed Dick's unabashed excitement, a faint smile barely curving his lips by a millimeter. He adjusted his hold on the infant, the movement still somewhat rigid, yet at least the swaddling did not slide down as it had moments ago. You may gently touch his hand. Bruce finally conceded. He is asleep, but the grasp reflex remains. Dick immediately held his breath, extending his index finger with the precision of a bomb disposal expert, lightly brushing against a tiny hand that peeked out from the swaddling. The delicate hand instantly curled around Dick's fingertip, its grip weak yet warm. He grasped it. Dick exclaimed in a hushed tone, his face blossoming into an enormous smile. "Bruce, look! He likes me." Bruce regarded Dick's finger, now held by the infant, then glanced at Dick's remarkably bright eyes, and that trace of insignificant tenderness returned. He replied tersely. Dick remained in that position, hesitant to move, allowing the little one to clutch his finger. It was nearly a minute before he cautiously extracted it. He straightened up, scanning the living room, and then directing his gaze toward the staircase leading to the second floor, a hint of confusion etched on his face. "Bruce?" he inquired, a note of hesitation in his voice. "Where is Aunt Lynn? Didn't she come home with my brother today? Is she resting upstairs? Alfred said she had a tough time giving birth and needs more sleep." The living room fell silent for several seconds. The crackling fire in the hearth sent a spark flying. Bruce's gaze settled on the swaddled infant in his arms before lifting to the garden bathed in sunlight outside the window. The contours of his profile appeared strikingly defined in the interplay of light and shadow, his jawline taut, the subtle movement of his Adam's apple barely perceptible. "She returned to Beijing," Bruce stated, his voice reverting to its usual flatness, perhaps even colder than before. "This morning's flight." Dick blinked, processing this information. "Return to Beijing," he echoed. "But my brother just came home. Isn't she staying with him? Isn't she living with you?" He paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "Not living with you, or my brother?" Bruce's silence stretched longer. Holding the infant, he resembled a stark, sculptural figure, the only evidence of life being the slight movement of his arm. A bird flew past outside, casting a fleeting shadow on the lawn. "Aunt Lynn's work is of great importance." Bruce finally spoke, his tone imbued with the familiar brevity and detachment he employed when explaining the complexities of the adult world to Dick. "She is a Chinese diplomat with significant negotiation responsibilities. She must return to her position after her maternity leave. I will be raising Vittikel. That is our agreed arrangement." Dick's small face furrowed in confusion, deepening further. "But doesn't she live with us? Doesn't she reside in this home? Isn't she your wife?" His inquiry was direct, the logic of an 8-year-old unambiguous. Mothers and fathers should be together, accompanying the little baby. Bruce's jawline tightened further. He turned, cradling the infant as he approached the armchair by the window, carefully placing the swaddled baby into the prepared cradle lined with a soft cashmere blanket. Only after completing this did he straighten up, hands tucked into the pockets of his trousers, his gaze resting on Dick's face. "We are not married, Dick," he articulated clearly and calmly. "Aunt Lynn and I are friends. Very good friends. Vittikel is our son, but Aunt Lynn has her own life and career, not in Gotham." Dick opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet unable to immediately formulate his thoughts. He glanced at the sleeping infant in the cradle and then at Bruce, who stood by the window, the backlight rendering his expression somewhat indistinct, yet the tall and solitary silhouette was one Dick had grown quite familiar with. In that delicate moment of silence, a steady cadence of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Alfred Pennyworth entered the living room gracefully, bearing a silver tea tray adorned with sandwiches, pastries, and a steaming pot of black tea. His gaze swept over the cradle, Bruce, and the perplexed Dick, a knowing yet mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "It is afternoon tea time, Master Bruce, Master Dick," Alfred announced, placing the tray on a coffee table with precise silence. Then straightening up, hands clasped before him, his warm gaze falling gently upon Bruce. "I see the young master has safely arrived in his new domain. He sleeps soundly. It appears the journey was smooth." Bruce merely responded with a non-committal his attention still fixed on Dick's face. Alfred followed his gaze to Dick, noticing the boy's hesitant expression, and nodded in understanding. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a volume only the three of them could hear, infused with that uniquely British butler tone that mingled politeness with sharp humor. "May I venture to guess, Master Dick, that you are pondering why this estate has not welcomed a new mistress?" Dick blinked in surprise and nodded. Alfred turned to Bruce, raising an eyebrow slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "It is no wonder the child is perplexed, Master Bruce. After all, Someone recently ordered the complete renovation of the East Wing guest room into a premier mother and baby suite, personally selecting hypoallergenic wall paints and climate-controlled cribs. Additionally, there are said to be soothing toys designed to mimic the sounds of the womb. He paused, his tone becoming even more nuanced, and even consulted with the top children's clothing stores in London and Paris, ordering enough infant garments to last until the age of 3, despite my repeated reminders of how swiftly infants grow, rendering any procurement plan laughable. Bruce's ears appeared to flush with a hint of suspicious crimson. He cleared his throat and remarked, "I am merely ensuring that the facilities are adequately equipped." "Oh, certainly, sir." "Adequately equipped," Alfred leisurely echoed, picking up the teapot to pour tea, including that rather expensive set of silver infant cutlery engraved with the Wayne family crest, yet simultaneously embroidered with the traditional Chinese character for fortune, and the air purification system for the nursery, which you personally commissioned in Switzerland, reputed to filter the harmful industrial particles from Gotham's atmosphere. Not to mention this smart diaper moisture monitoring chip developed by Wayne Enterprises' R&D department, which is yet to hit the market. Dick's mouth gradually gaped wider, his eyes darting back and forth between Bruce and Alfred. At that moment, Bruce's entire countenance tightened. "Alfred!" Alfred paused at the perfect moment, handing a cup of black tea to Bruce, the curve of his lips deepening. "My point, sir, is that the preparations you have made for a long-term resident mistress and her child are so meticulously detailed that they would engender reasonable expectations in any observer, including an 8-year-old boy." He then gracefully handed Dick a glass of milk sweetened with a spoonful of honey, his favorite, before elegantly lifting his own teacup for a delicate sip, his gaze drifting over the rim towards Bruce. In a light-hearted tone, he delivered his final blow. "Alas, it appears that Miss Lynn harbors ambitions far grander than merely becoming the matron of Wayne Manor." The moment her maternity leave concluded, she promptly returned to the diplomatic arena, where she could wield influence over international relations. After a brief pause, Alfred added, "Moreover, based on our conversation just this morning before her departure, she seems to regard you as a trustworthy co-parent and an admirable genetic contributor, rather than, a potential romantic partner." He looked at Dick and gently elaborated. "In other words, Master Dick, the mother of young Viti is a remarkably independent woman, devoted to her career. She loves her son, but her affection does not require her to reside in this house or to marry Master Bruce. She believes that he can care for the young master just as competently as she manages affairs between nations." Dick cradled the milk glass, absorbing this cascade of information. He glanced at Alfred, then at Bruce, who was glaring at Alfred, though the faint blush on his ears had crept down to his neck. "So, you're saying Aunt Lynn doesn't want my brother, nor does she dislike Bruce? She just has more important work? Like how Bruce has to be Batman at night." Alfred nodded appreciatively, a remarkably astute analogy, Master Dick. Each individual expresses love and assumes responsibility in their own unique manner. Dick seemed to grasp the essence, albeit with some confusion. "So the brother still has a mother, just one who doesn't live here." He looked at his adoptive father, blinking his eyes. "You seem a bit disappointed? Because you thought Aunt Lynn would stay?" "I did not," Bruce immediately refuted, his voice quick and firm. Alfred cleared his throat lightly to suppress a chuckle. Yet, Dick beamed, his earlier confusion replaced by a childlike excitement at uncovering an adult secret. He set down the milk glass and tiptoed to the cradle, gazing down at the slumbering infant before looking back up at Bruce, whispering, "It's okay, Bruce. Even without a new mom, we have a new brother." He extended a finger, gently brushing against Viti's cheek. "And look, you're taking good care of him. He sleeps soundly. You're a good dad." Bruce froze, staring at the boy he had once rescued from the wreckage of the circus, whose eyes were now filled with sorrow and anger, yet was attempting to comfort him, this equally clumsy adult, with the most straightforward words. The fire in the hearth crackled again. Alfred discreetly turned away, rearranging the tea tray to afford this pair of father and son, now brothers, some privacy. His back was composed, though his shoulders trembled slightly. Eventually, Bruce approached the cradle, standing beside Dick. He gazed upon the little life nestled within, a son, Viti. Then, he reached out gently, hesitantly ruffling Dick's hair. "Do you want to hold him?" Bruce asked, his voice husky, "just for a moment." "It's fine if he wakes up." Dick's eyes lit up instantaneously, shining brighter than the bat signal illuminating the Gotham night sky. "Really? Can I?" "I'll be super careful." Bruce bent down, his movements still somewhat stiff but noticeably improved, carefully lifting the sleeping infant from the cradle, adjusting his grip, and then looking at Dick. "Sit down. Arms like this." 5 minutes later, Dick Grayson sat upright on the sofa, his arms positioned by Bruce into a proper cradle, with the still slumbering Viti Wayne resting within. He was tense, scarcely daring to move, yet the smile on his face stretched wide, almost reaching his ears. "P.S. so warm," Dick whispered, "and he smells like milk and sunshine." Bruce stood beside the sofa, his gaze fixed on the two children. His profile remained stern. Yet deep within his eyes, something icy seemed to thaw, quietly melted away by the warmth of these two small lives on this sunlit afternoon. Alfred stood at the doorway of the parlor, holding an empty tea tray, observing the scene. He did not laugh aloud, but his usually calm and wise eyes brimmed with gentle warmth. Wayne Manor remained ancient, vast, and filled with countless secrets. Yet, in this moment, amidst the afternoon sun and the flickering firelight, it finally resonated with a truly soft sound belonging to a home. A baby's steady breathing, a boy's suppressed excited gasps, and the rustling of fabric as a man learned to bend down and adjust the infant's position in his elder brother's embrace. Ah, indeed, mother is a hawk-like figure. Chapter 1, An Acceptance Letter. The day before his 11th birthday, Viti Wayne perched upon the windowsill of the Wayne Manor Library on the second floor. For the 101st time attempting to suspend the raindrops outside in midair. The raindrops were obedient. At least. They paused when they were 3 inches away from the glass window, frozen like a film scene paused, crystallized into small, glistening beads against the gray Gotham sky. Viti tilted his head slightly, his fingertips moving, coaxing the droplets into a clockwise rotation, forming an irregular circle. "Viti," came Alfred's voice from the doorway. "Master and Madam, I mean, Ms. Lynn, is downstairs in the parlor. I believe it is best for you to make your way down." Instantly, the raindrops resumed their freefall, pattering against the glass as if nothing had occurred. Viti jumped down from the windowsill, brushing off his trousers that hadn't gathered any dust. "Are they arguing again?" Alfred's lips twitched subtly. "I would say a heated discussion is a more apt description." "That means they're fighting," Viti concluded, his tone imbued with a maturity that belied his 11 years. "What is it this time? My Chinese homework? Or the bank robbery Dad encountered during our night patrol last week?" "Please, I stayed in the Batmobile the entire time." In truth, Alfred gracefully gestured for Viti to follow. "It concerns your education for next year. Ms. Lin believes you should return to China for a systematic and conventional secondary education." Viti paused at the top of the stairs, his expression blank for 2 seconds. "China?" he repeated, "but I haven't finished my homework." "That is precisely the issue, Master Viti," Alfred replied, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Ms. Lin believes that a child capable of memorizing the entirety of history of magic in 5 minutes, despite it being a dubious print acquired from an antique shop, should not agonize for 3 hours over 5th grade English grammar assignments. That is not the same. History of magic is far more interesting, and it mentions real dragons and potion recipes." Viti protested. "Yet your teacher finds your essay on how to cure petrification with mandrake root to be rather concerningly fantastical," Alfred countered, his tone as calm as if discussing the afternoon tea menu. Viti fell silent, glancing down at his hands, ordinary-sized for a child, with a few scars from mischievous adventures. Yet these hands had inadvertently turned Dick's motorcycle key into a lively frog last week, which thankfully reverted back. These hands had also orchestrated a tap dance with an entire set of cutlery on the dinner table last month. Alfred's reaction was quite spectacular. He sighed. "So they're going to start their heated discussions again, right?" "Afraid so," Alfred replied, "but I suggest you make your way down promptly." From my observations, when both parties commence a debate mixing Chinese and English, the situation tends to escalate. Viti quickened his descent down the stairs. The story begins 11 years ago. Bruce Wayne, the billionaire philanthropist and Gotham's enigmatic vigilante, known for his penchant for donning a bat-like guise during nocturnal escapades, encountered a Chinese diplomat at a diplomatic soiree. Lin Wan, a 28-year-old third secretary at the Chinese embassy in the United States, was renowned for her calm demeanor, rationality, and clarity of thought. She was the kind of individual capable of deftly countering adversaries in a United Nations assembly using 3 languages while simultaneously revising trade agreement drafts. Logically, their lives should have run parallel. Bruce's nights were spent on the rooftops and in the underbelly of Gotham, while Lin's were devoted to diplomatic documents and meetings across time zones. However, fate, or perhaps alcohol, waltz music, and the overly romantic decor of the Gotham Hotel terrace played a small jest. 9 months later, Vittikel Wayne was born. In the delivery room, as Lin clutched Bruce's hand, though she would later insist it was merely a primal reaction to excruciating pain. Devoid of emotional significance, she dictated a 15-page draft for the distribution of parenting responsibilities in English. Firstly, she stated, her complexion pale but her gaze sharp, "I cannot provide a stable family environment. My profession necessitates frequent relocations around the globe, averaging a new country every 2 years." Bruce attempted to interject, "I can." Secondly, Lin interrupted, I cannot accept my child growing up without a maternal figure. Research indicates that such an upbringing can lead to a series of psychological developmental issues. Therefore, Lynn inhaled deeply, the nurse anxiously observing the monitoring equipment beside her. Custody shall be yours. Shared guardianship. I will visit him monthly as long as I am not in conflict zones or closed negotiations. All significant decisions will be made jointly. Matters concerning education, healthcare, and financial arrangements are detailed in attachments 1 through 7. Bruce stared blankly at the document hastily drafted on his phone in the delivery room. Are there any questions? Lynn inquired. When did you write this? Bruce finally regained his voice. During contractions, with a 4-minute interval, Lynn replied calmly, efficient, isn't it? At that moment, Bruce Wayne, who had faced the likes of the Joker, the Riddler, and Bane, felt a genuine and profound awe. In the ensuing months, Vittikel's infancy began to reveal a peculiar uniqueness. The first indication emerged when he was merely 3 months old. On that day, Alfred was strolling with the baby carriage in the estate's garden when a robin alighted upon the stroller's canopy. Little Viti reached out his chubby hand, and the robin not only remained but hopped onto his finger, rhythmically pecking the stroller's frame, producing the opening notes of Fur Elise. Alfred stood in silence for 30 seconds. Master Bruce, he said that evening in the Batcave while Bruce was calibrating his equipment, I believe we need to discuss young Master Viti's talents. Bruce looked up from a pile of bat-shaped shurikens. What has he done this time? Dick mentioned he made a bottle float into his hand yesterday. Though Dick might just be teasing me. I fear it is no jest, sir. Alfred brought up the baby room surveillance footage. There, 6-month-old Viti was seated in his crib, fixated on the spinning music box hanging above him. Although the music box had stopped, under the boy's concentrated gaze, it began to rotate slowly, unaided by a winding mechanism or batteries, emitting a gentle melody. Bruce pressed the pause button. I consulted Zatanna about this, he eventually said, his voice low. She expressed uncertainty. It could be an innate magical affinity or something else entirely. She advised observation without hasty intervention. And what of Miss Lynn? Alfred inquired. Bruce rubbed his temples. She returns from Geneva next month. We shall discuss it then. However, that moment arrived sooner than anticipated. Upon concluding her negotiations, Lynn returned to Gotham, and her first action was to rush to Wayne Manor to see her son. She held 8-month-old Viti, who giggled and reached for the embassy badge on her chest, causing the emblem's national crest to emit a gentle golden glow. Lynn froze. Bruce Wayne, she pronounced slowly, her eyes fixed on the glowing badge. I require an explanation. In the subsequent years, Viti's unique talents sprouted sporadically like springtime wildflowers. At 2, he made his teddy bear walk to his bedside at night. Dick swore he witnessed the bear move on its own. At 3, during a Wayne Enterprises charity gala, he caused the bubbles in all the champagne flutes to rise simultaneously, forming the word hello. The next day, Gotham Gazette's Society page headlined, Young Wayne displays astonishing early genius? Scientists claim it may be a visual trick. At 4, while playing hide-and-seek with his father, he manifested a semi-transparent state, startling Bruce nearly into triggering the Manor's intrusion alarm. On his 5th birthday, Lynn arrived from Beijing bearing a complete set of Chinese picture books and a panda plushie. Viti joyfully embraced the panda, which then began to transform, its fur becoming increasingly realistic and soft, even emitting faint purring sounds. Lynn and Bruce exchanged glances. I need to consult with some professionals back home, Lynn finally said. Her expression complex. The magical side? Bruce inquired. More like the realm of traditional cultural studies, Lynn cautiously replied. Our history is long, with many folktales and exceptional documented cases. The specifics of that conversation remained unknown to Viti. He only recognized that from then on, whenever his mother visited. She brought peculiar yet intriguing items. Yellow paper adorned with red symbols, which she referred to as fu characters, small wooden plaques engraved with bagua patterns, and dried herb bundles. She would place these items around his room, and sometimes they would vibrate slightly on their own, emitting a soft hum. These are traditional trinkets, darling, Lynn would explain, kissing his forehead. They are said to bring peace. Do you like them? Viti would always nod, finding the self-vibrating plaques particularly cool. On the other hand, Bruce began to add new sections to the Batcave's archives, foundations of mysticism, records of global supernatural events, and conflicts between magical theory and scientific explanation. Dick jested that Bruce had finally acknowledged that not everything in the world could be explained by the laws of physics, resulting in a 2-hour additional training penalty. When Viti turned 5, Dick left for Bloodhaven, and Jason Todd arrived. Jason Todd, a streetwise youth, initially regarded everything in Wayne Manor with suspicion, including the seemingly spoiled young master. Their first encounter was less than pleasant. Jason accidentally knocked over Viti's Lego castle, prompting Viti to glare at him, after which all the scattered Lego bricks levitated and reassembled themselves midair. Jason stepped back, hand instinctively reaching for the folding knife hidden in his pocket. Still unaccustomed to the notion that weapons were unnecessary in Wayne Manor. "What are you?" he whispered. "Vittikel Wayne," the little boy replied, his expression serious. "What are you?" Jason gazed at the floating Lego bricks, then back at Viti's innocuous blue eyes, which mirrored Bruce's but bore a hint of his mother's deep brown hues. "Jason," he finally said. Jason taught. "Then let us play together." Vittikel remarked that the Lego bricks obediently returned to the carpet, and his father stated, "You will be my brother." "What is a brother?" Jason's expression softened momentarily. He crouched down and began assisting Vittikel in searching for the missing turret piece of a castle. "A brother," he pondered how to articulate, "is someone who will fight for you and also with you." Vittikel nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. That afternoon, Jason taught him how to construct more stable structures with Lego, while Vittikel demonstrated how to make the Lego figures walk on their own, albeit only for a few seconds. Bruce observed this scene through the surveillance cameras, unusually refraining from intervening in such a display of superpower misuse. Alfred stood nearby, holding a tea tray. "It seems they are getting along quite well, sir." "Indeed," Bruce replied, a barely perceptible curve gracing his lips. Between the ages of 7 and 10, Vittikel's talents gradually became more manageable, or rather, more discreet. He learned to refrain from making objects float in public, to avoid having pencils do his homework at school, despite the tempting allure, and to not orchestrate roses into heart shapes when Dick brought his girlfriend home, a feat that had occurred once, leading Dick to spend half an hour explaining that it was merely a high-tech trick. Yet privately, he and his family established unspoken routines. When Vittikel became engrossed in a book, the clutter around him might spontaneously organize itself. Alfred appreciated the reduction in his workload, though he occasionally quipped that he would prefer if Vittikel left him some tasks to attend to. When Bruce returned home from a night patrol injured, though he would go to great lengths to conceal it, Vittikel would quietly pour him a glass of water, which sometimes emitted a faint golden glow, and upon consumption, the pain from his wounds seemed to subside slightly. Bruce never acknowledged this, but also refrained from refusing the water his son offered. When Lin Wan visited each month, she would bring new protective gear and lessons in Chinese. She insisted that Vittikel must master the language. "Not just the language, my dear, but also the culture. Your other half's lineage comes from there. And there are beautiful things I wish to share with you." Vittikel learned at an astonishing rate, memorizing 500 Chinese characters within a week, reciting Tang and song poetry fluently, and even grasping some simple classical texts. Lin Wan gazed at her son, pride mingled with deep concern in her eyes. "It's too early," she confided to Bruce. "This talent is maturing too swiftly. My contacts in the homeland have warned me that certain traits may become more pronounced around puberty." "What do you mean by pronounced?" Bruce inquired. Lin Wan paused for a moment, her fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, a habit she had when contemplating. "Our records are rather fragmented, mostly categorized as folklore. Yet, there is a recurring theme. Certain exceptionally sensitive children may establish connections with entities from other realms. Other realms, perhaps parallel dimensions, or some aspect of reality that we have yet to comprehend." Lin Wan's tone took on the quality of a scholar discussing possibilities, emphasizing that if he indeed were to develop in that direction, they needed to be prepared to guide and support him. Following that conversation, Bruce intensified the relevant research within the Batcave. He reached out to Wonder Woman, Zatanna, and even inquired through lead channels with Dr. Fate. The responses varied widely. It could be the expression of mutant genes, the awakening of an ancient lineage, an undocumented superpower, or merely a jest from Zatanna suggesting he might be a little wizard, just like in fairy tales. Bruce dismissed that jest as mere whimsy, until today. As Vittikel approached the threshold of the living room, a crucial discussion was unfolding within. "I understand your concerns, Bruce, truly I do," Lin Wan's voice echoed. Spoken in Chinese, her pace quick yet earnest. "You love him, and you wish to protect him. It mirrors my own sentiments. However, protection does not equate to isolating him from all potential risks. Sometimes, that may leave him unprepared. Gotham is not a potential risk, Wan. It is a persistent danger." Bruce's voice, equally in English, was deep but not confrontational, more a statement of a reality he faced daily. "I teach him those skills not to make him a warrior, but to ensure he possesses the bare minimum for self-defense when I cannot be by his side." "But he is only 10, Bruce. The greatest challenges for a child of 10 should be friendship, academics, and exploring interests, not discerning bomb circuits." Lin Wan's voice carried a mother's anguish. "I have worked in many parts of the world and witnessed too many children prematurely lose their childhood due to their environments. I do not wish for our son to experience the same." Vittikel peeked around the doorframe. His mother, clad in a sharp suit, had discarded her jacket over the back of a chair, appearing somewhat more relaxed. His father, in casual attire, leaned against the mantelpiece, his silhouette heavy with unspoken burdens. Vittikel softly interjected, "May I come in?" Both turned to face him. Lin Wan instantly broke into a warm smile. Bruce's shoulders relaxed slightly. "Of course, sweetheart." Lin Wan approached, gently smoothing his hair. "Happy birthday. Although tomorrow is the actual day, but I must fly back to Washington in the morning. So we're celebrating a bit early today." "Thank you, Mom." Vittikel embraced her and then turned to Bruce. "Dad." Bruce nodded and walked over, giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze. "Dick and Jason will be back tonight. Tim is still at the office, but he said he would make it before dinner." "What about Damien?" Vittikel inquired. His half-brother, only a few months older, had a rather, well, unique personality. In the training room, Bruce replied. He mentioned he needs to muster sufficient patience for the family gathering. Vittikel chuckled. This was his family, each unique, occasionally at odds, yet always caring for one another. Thus, he settled onto the sofa, resolved to confront the issue directly. "Are you discussing my schooling in China?" Lin Wan and Bruce exchanged a glance, one filled with mutual concern. Mom proposed a possibility. Lin Wan sat beside him, her tone gentle, not a decision, merely a suggestion. "Considering your uniqueness, perhaps a more stable environment. One distance from the specific risks of Gotham would be more beneficial for your growth. I could arrange for you to attend an excellent school in Beijing. With outstanding faculty and comprehensive security, we would have more time together. I feel safe in Gotham," Vittikel asserted seriously. "I have Dad, Alfred, Dick, Jason, Tim, Damien, and Barbara. Stephanie, this is my home. This will always be your home, sweetheart." Lin Wan grasped his hand. "Mom merely wishes to provide you with another option, one that may allow you to embrace your childhood more freely." "I don't feel it's burdensome here," Vittikel replied, but he hesitated before adding, "except that sometimes I have to be careful not to let anyone discover I can make things float." The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Wan glanced at Bruce, their unspoken communication palpable. Bruce rubbed his brow and moved to the armchair opposite. "Last week in the Diamond District." Vittikel sensed the location of an explosive device before it was visible or audible. It was some form of intuition. "Sensed," Lin Wan repeated the word, turning to her son. Her eyes filled with concern. "How did you sense it, Vittikel? Can you tell Mommy?" Vittikel lowered his gaze to his hands. The question was somewhat challenging to answer. He could hardly articulate the sensation that enveloped him, akin to the air suddenly thickening, the surrounding sounds growing indistinct, and fleeting fragments flashing through his mind. The sight of tangled wires, the faint ticking of a timer, a cold malevolence. It was a sudden realization. He ultimately spoke, striving to find the right words, as if a voice within him was issuing a warning. It was unclear, yet he felt an unwavering certainty. Lin Wan took a deep breath, gazing at Bruce, her voice softening. "This is what I have been contemplating. His abilities are transforming and evolving. He does not yet fully comprehend it, nor do we entirely grasp it. In such circumstances, exposing him to the high-risk environment of Gotham leaves me restless, Bruce. I am also seeking solutions." Bruce's tone softened in response. "Zatanna has agreed to conduct a more thorough evaluation next month. The League's scientific team is also investigating similar cases. We are not devoid of direction. I trust you are endeavoring, Bruce. I have always believed in you," Lin Wan said earnestly. "However, scientific explanations may require time. And Viti is growing by the day. The experts I consulted domestically, despite their differing opinions, at least acknowledge the existence of such phenomena, and some possess generational coping experiences. Perhaps we can amalgamate Eastern and Western resources to find the best support for him, rather than groping in the dark separately. I have never shunned the integration of resources," Bruce remarked, his tone one of discussion rather than contradiction. "Yet, is sending him halfway across the globe truly the optimal solution, especially considering your demanding workload? Or is it merely a stopgap due to our current inability to find other means?" "Perhaps you are correct." Lin Wan, rarely one to relent, fell into contemplation, recognizing that perhaps she had been too eager to find a safe solution, overlooking the potential issues that separation itself might engender. "We require a more comprehensive plan." "Do not worry," Viti declared, standing up with a voice that, though subdued, clearly reached the ears of the two adults. He looked at his mother, then at his father, suddenly realizing that their arguments, or rather, their passionate discussions, were never about contesting him, but stemmed from their love for him, coupled with confusion and anxiety regarding the best way to express that love. "I do not wish to attend school in China," he said clearly yet calmly. "I want to stay here. But I also understand what Mother is concerned about. So can we devise a solution together? One that allows me to remain at home while better understanding these peculiar phenomena within me?" Lin Wan's eyes glistened slightly. She reached out and embraced her son tightly. Bruce approached, placing a hand on Viti's shoulder, and hesitated for a moment before gently patting Lin Wan's back. "We will find a way," he said, his voice steadier and more resolute than before. "Together." Lin Wan nodded, leaning against her son's shoulder, momentarily shedding the diplomat's calm facade. revealing simply a mother. At dinner, the family gathered together, a rare occurrence. Dick returned from Bloodhaven, bearing an extravagant birthday gift, a custom set of mini aerial acrobatics equipment, which Alfred promptly declared absolutely off-limits within the manor unless one wished for the Wayne family lineage to end. Jason arrived from the East End, still carrying the essence of the streets about him. His gift, a multifunctional tactical knife, was confiscated by Bruce on the spot, replaced with a similarly versatile but unsharpened training model. Jason rolled his eyes but offered no protest. Tim rushed over from Wayne Enterprises, sporting noticeable dark circles under his eyes, yet remembered to bring a gift, the latest tablet and a card inscribed with "Buy whatever you want, I'll reimburse you." Damien's gift was the most unique, a caged owl. Its feathers are rare silvery gray, with eyes resembling amber. "This is Athena," Damien announced, his tone akin to that of introducing a general. "I have trained it. It can deliver messages, scout, and possesses an intelligence equivalent to that of a 7-year-old human." Viti stared at the owl, and the owl returned his gaze. Then, something peculiar occurred. Athena tilted her head and emitted a soft hoot. The latch on the cage clicked open, and the door swung ajar. "Oh," Damien raised an eyebrow. "It seems she likes you." The owl flew out, landing remarkably steadily on Viti's outstretched arm, its talons carefully retracted, avoiding any discomfort. "Thank you, little D," Viti smiled, using his other hand to stroke Athena's feathers. "She is truly beautiful." Damien turned his head, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of a smirk. "Merely because she harbors no hostility toward you. If she were an enemy, she would attack your eyes." "What a heartwarming family gift," Jason quipped. "Better than your knife," Damien retorted. "At least my knife doesn't poop on the gift table." "Enough," Bruce interrupted, as the impending quarrel threatened to escalate. "Dinner is served." The meal was a meticulously prepared fusion feast by Alfred. Roast duck with pancakes, steak accompanied by chopsticks, for hand coordination practice, Master Viti, and a platter of Beijing dim sum brought by Lin Wan. The dining table buzzed with lively chatter. Dick shared amusing anecdotes from Bloodhaven. Jason and Damien exchanged playful jabs. Tim attempted to eat while responding to work emails, only to be halted by Alfred, while Lin Wan and Bruce engaged in occasional conversation amidst the rare harmonious atmosphere. Viti sat in the middle, observing it all, feeling a warmth in his heart. He thought, this is what home feels like, not perfect, always bickering, but everyone is here. And everyone cares. After dinner came the cake segment. 11 candles were lit, and Viti closed his eyes to make a wish. "I hope for my family's safety and health. I hope I can control my abilities. I wish," before he could finalize his third wish, suddenly, Athena emitted a sharp screech. Everyone turned their heads. The owl flew to the window, tapping the glass with its beak. Outside, beneath Gotham's night sky, a shadow was swiftly approaching. "What is that?" Dick stood up, entering a state of alertness. The shadow grew larger, more defined. It was yet another owl, larger than Athena, with dark brown plumage, clutching something in its talons. It accurately perched outside the living room window, tapping the glass with its claws. Bruce had already risen, his hand resting on the concealed alarm system. Yet Viti felt an odd sensation. There was no danger. Not only was there no peril, but also a strange sense of familiarity, as though this was meant to happen. "Open the window, Dad," he urged. Bruce frowned. "Viti." "Dad," Viti insisted. Bruce glanced at him, then at the distinctly unusual owl outside, ultimately signaling Alfred to disengage the bulletproof lock on the window. Alfred pressed the control button, and the window gradually opened. The large owl flew in, unperturbed by the humans and another of its kind in the room, landing directly on the cake table before Viti, nearly toppling the cake. Caught just in time by Alfred's swift hands. Then, it released its grip. A hefty parchment envelope thudded onto the table, producing a dull sound. The envelope was sealed with wax, bearing an unusual insignia: a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent surrounding the letter H. The living room fell silent. Viti fixated on the envelope. The sense of familiarity intensified, so profoundly that it nearly caused him to experience a ringing in his ears. He extended his hand, and the moment his fingertip brushed against the parchment, the wax seal melted away automatically, and the envelope opened on its own. A stack of letterhead slipped out. The top sheet inscribed in emerald green ink: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards. First Class of the Order of Merlin, Grand Sorcerer. Vittikel blinked, and then blinked again. The writing remained intact, the ink shimmering subtly under the light. He raised his gaze and beheld his father's frozen expression, his mother's wide-eyed astonishment, and the bewildered yet alert faces of his brothers. Vittikel ventured, his voice resonating distinctly in the hushed living room. "I suppose this might be what you all refer to as a letter from another world?" The second page of the letter elaborated. "Dear Mr. Wayne, We are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Awaiting a reply from the owl. Vittikel glanced at the large owl still perched on the table. The owl met his gaze, its amber eyes reflecting the candlelight, imbued with an unmistakable anticipation. Well then, Vittikel inhaled deeply, turning to his utterly petrified family. It seems I have new options concerning my education for the coming year. Outside, the Gotham night sky cleared, revealing a rare display of stars. Meanwhile, in a distant castle in England, within the headmaster's office, an elderly man with a long beard sensed the owls taking flight one by one to seek out those delightful young wizards, smiling as he stroked his beard. Youth is indeed a splendid thing, Albus Dumbledore murmured softly. How fascinating. Hogwarts will be bustling this year. He glanced at the portrait on the wall, where a former headmaster was dozing. Of course, Dumbledore added with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Change is always rather unexpected. Outside, the tranquility of the Hogwarts night was palpable. Yet, thousands of miles away, in the living room of Wayne Manor, a new family discourse regarding magic education. And another world was just commencing. And at the eye of the storm sat Vittikel Wayne, the young wizard clutching his acceptance letter from the magical school. Feeling for the first time with clarity, his life, from this moment onward, would never again be devoid of excitement. Chapter 2. The Messenger from the Magical Realm 1. If one were to inquire of Vittikel Wayne what transpired the night before his 11th birthday, he might summarize with the following words: chaos, screams, arguments, more arguments, a magical owl, and further confusion. The living room fell into an eerie silence that lasted a full 13 seconds. Vittikel counted, for he truly had nothing else to do. The owl that had delivered the envelope tilted its head. A creature he would later learn was named Elvis, surveying each individual in the living room with its amber gaze, as if assessing their reactions to this peculiar situation. Dick was the first to shatter the silence. So, is this some sort of elaborate prank? Tim, is this your doing? Tim shook off his shock, adjusting his glasses. I wish it were. But the flight trajectory of that owl doesn't conform to any known avian dynamics. And how did it find us here? The security system of Wayne Island should have intercepted any unauthorized aerial intruder. It traversed through 3 layers of air defense zones. Bruce interrupted, his voice grave as if announcing the apocalypse. The infrared didn't respond. The radar showed no markings, and the motion sensors remained dormant. Jason had already drawn his weapon when Bruce's glance halted him. Relax, I merely wish to confirm at ISNT some new type of drone, Jason muttered, though he reluctantly holstered his gun. Damien stared intently at the owl, his eyes gleaming. Well trained. Could I train a bird like that? I fear not, Master Damien. Alfred's voice drifted from the kitchen doorway, balancing a tray of dishes he was preparing to clear away, for if I am not mistaken, this is a magical owl. All eyes turned towards Alfred. The old butler placed the tray on a side table, elegantly wiped his hands, and then produced a tattered leather notebook from his pocket. Master Thomas, your grandfather, once documented some unusual occurrences, including owls that deliver letters and a street of magic hidden somewhere in London. I had always presumed it was merely a draft of his youthful fantasies. Lynn took a deep breath and approached Vittikel, not immediately reaching for the letter, but gently tousling her son's hair before taking the letter to read it carefully. Her reading speed was remarkable. Within seconds, she had skimmed the first page and flipped to the subsequent lists of books and equipment, her brow initially furrowed, then gradually relaxing, revealing a blend of amazement and understanding. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she murmured, her tone devoid of opposition, more as if she had finally unearthed a potential answer to long-held questions. Wands, cauldrons. Spell books, so that is how it is. But this is real, Mom, Vittikel insisted, uncertain of why he felt so assured, yet knowing it to be true. Look at this seal. I can feel the energy upon it. Magic? I don't know what to call it, but it is different. Bruce stepped forward and took the letter from Len. His expression bore a complexity Vittikel had never encountered. Wariness, curiosity, concern, and perhaps a hint of excitement well concealed. We need to verify this, Bruce finally declared. Tim, retrieve the institutional records for Hogwarts. Dick, contact Zatanna. Jason, inspect the perimeter of the manor. If this owl was able to enter, so could others. Damien, I'll study the physiological characteristics of this owl, Damien interjected, already moving towards Elvis. Perhaps I can determine its source of magic. Elvis took a cautious step back, its wings slightly unfurling. Be careful, little D, Vittikel warned. I sense it doesn't appreciate being studied. It is a messenger, Lynn interjected, her voice regaining its usual clarity and calm, yet not stern. Rather focused and ready to address the issue. According to the letter, we need to respond through it. However, she cast a glance at Bruce, her eyes conveying a sense of cooperative understanding. We need to discuss this. Privately, too, in the study of Wayne Manor. Lynn and Bruce engaged in countless discussions regarding their son's future, but this time, the topic had shifted from whether he should go to China to whether he ought to attend a magical school. This is far beyond conventional comprehension, Lynn remarked. Standing by the window, gazing out into the Gotham night, her back straight, contemplating a complete, concealed societal system. Bruce, this sounds like a fable. She turned to face him. Her gaze landing on the letter on the table, yet connecting it to the unique talents Vittikel had displayed since childhood. It now seemed to offer another explanation. Our son can make things levitate, Lynn, Bruce responded calmly, his fingers tapping on the laptop's keyboard. He made his teddy bear walk on its own when he was 3. The extraordinary has long been a part of our daily lives. I know. Lynn returned to the desk, her fingers brushing the letter. I have researched extensively, consulted with experts on anomalous phenomena, attempting to understand his gifts. And now, this letter may provide the most direct answer. But the reality behind this answer is a world we are entirely unfamiliar with. Her concerns were practical, her tone reflecting a mother's instinct rather than denial. It has schools, textbooks, a social structure. This signifies that Vittikel will enter a domain we cannot directly protect, one that is even difficult to fully comprehend. As a mother, I cannot help but worry. This signifies Vittikel is not alone. Bruce lifted his gaze, meeting Lynn's eyes. It means there exists a place where he can systematically learn to manage his abilities, where others like him reside. This could be the path we have been seeking, the best avenue for him. Lynn fell silent for a moment, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough edges of the parchment. Yet there may also be unknown risks. Bruce, your world is fraught with peril, and we remain utterly uninformed about the rules of this magical realm and its potential threats. We must exercise caution. I have no objections to prudence, Bruce replied candidly. Thus we require further information. Tim has already been investigating, and Zatanna will contact us immediately should she have any news. But until then, a knock interrupted the quietude of the study. Alfred's voice resonated. Pardon the intrusion, Master Wayne, Ms. Lynn. I believe you may want to take a look at this. He entered, holding a tablet. The screen displayed the main monitor of the Batcave, with Tim's face occupying half of it, the other half filled with a scrolling stream of data. I've discovered something. Tim's voice emerged from the speaker, rapid as if reading an urgent script. There are no official registration records for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, no tax information. Satellite imagery reveals an inexplicable area of optical distortion somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. However, I unearthed some folklore on the dark web, discussions about wizards, witches, and muggles. Encrypted to an absurd degree. I only managed to breach a layer using the watchtower's computing power. Get to the point, Tim, Bruce interjected. The crux of the matter is, this could very well be real. Tim inhaled deeply. From the fragmented information, it appears the magical realm has existed for at least a millennium. They possess their own government, known as the Ministry of Magic, their own currency, galleons, sickles, nuts, and their own legal system. Most crucially, they enforce strict confidentiality laws prohibiting the revelation of magical existence to non-magical individuals, whom they refer to as muggles. Thus, if this letter is authentic, it implies that they have identified Viti as a wizard and possess a means to detect such talent. Lynn seated herself, fingers clasped upon her knees, a posture indicative of her contemplation. So, my son is a wizard, and there exists a dedicated world awaiting him. If this information holds water, then yes, Tim affirmed. And according to the traditions of the magical realm, wizard children receive their acceptance letters to magical schools at the age of 11. The timing aligns perfectly. Silence enveloped the study once more, this time laden with a different gravitas. There is another matter. Dick's voice suddenly joined the conversation, his face appearing in another window on the screen. I've made contact with Zatanna, she said. What did she say? Bruce inquired. Dick's expression was peculiar. She remarked, Oh, Hogwarts, what a fine school. Dumbledore is an intriguing old fellow. Then she laughed and advised to tell young Viti not to take the professor's prophecies seriously in divination class before cutting off the communication. So she confirmed the existence of this world. Lynn summarized, her tone complex. Those in your alliance who engage with the magical side have their own methods and boundaries. However, if she attests to it, at least the credibility of Hogwarts has been bolstered. Zatanna's situation is unique, Bruce elucidated. She is a sorceress, yet not one of their magical society. Her magical system differs, and she indeed prefers to refrain from involving herself with those official wizards. Yet if she asserts this, then at the very least, Hogwarts is not a ruse. Alfred cleared his throat gently. Perhaps we should consider the perspective of the individual concerned? All eyes turned toward the entrance of the study. Viti stood there, letter in hand, followed closely by the inquisitive Jason and Damien, who was resolutely determined to shield his brother from the perceived threats of magical owls. A family meeting reconvened in the living room. This time, everyone took a seat except for Damien, who stood behind Viti's chair, hand resting on the hilt of a training knife, permitted by Bruce, ever vigilant against Elvis, who was still preening feathers upon the cake table. So, Viti began, her voice ringing clear in the hushed living room. I might be going to a magical school. Might. Bruce emphasized. Until we confirm all the details, no decision shall be made. But I want to go, Viti asserted, her cerulean eyes reflecting a rare determination for her age. Dad, Mom, you've always worried about my abilities. I don't understand what they are, nor how to control them, and sometimes they lead to trouble. But if there's a place that can teach me, if there's an entire school filled with people like me, I want to see it. Lin Wan's expression softened. Her gaze suffused with understanding. My dear, I comprehend your feelings. Exploring your gifts and finding your community is essential. I am not trying to dissuade you, she paused, searching for the right words. It's just that this world is too new for us. We need to ensure it is safe. To ascertain that you will receive genuine guidance and protection there, and not merely a departure from home. The letter states I can write back. Viti turned the paper over, her tone urgent yet sincere, using an owl. And there are holidays, so I can return home. Mom, I don't want you to worry. But I truly wish to try. How often are the holidays? Jason inquired, furrowing his brow. What if they don't allow you to come back? What if they confine you in some castle? How will we rescue you? I'll escape on my own, Viti replied, her tone self-assured, and I have you all. If I don't return, you'll come looking for me, right? Dick chuckled. Of course, little Viti. Jason added. Viti gazed at her family, her nose tinged with emotion. But all of this rests on assumptions. Bruce redirected the conversation to reality. We need facts. We must engage with those from the magical realm. Understand their societal structure, security measures, and educational quality. We require. His words were abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks. Not at the door, nor the window, but from the chimney. The Wayne Manor fireplace had not been genuinely utilized in decades. It was merely a decorative piece, filled with clean faux firewood and an electronic flame device. Yet at this moment, rhythmic knocking resonated from deep within the chimney, as if someone were striking bricks with a metallic object. The security system indicated Tim's voice emanating from the tablet. Laced with confusion, there's a heat source in the chimney. It's ascending. Is it a cat? Dammy, did your cat crawl into the chimney? Bruce had already positioned himself before the fireplace, shielding his family from the chimney. The knocking ceased. Then, a clear female voice emerged from the chimney. Apologies for the disturbance. Might I inquire if this is Wayne Manor? I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. May I come down? Expressions of astonishment froze across the faces of all present in the living room. Is there someone in the chimney? Lin Wan asked uncertainly, leaning forward, not out of fear, but sheer curiosity. I believe so, madam, Alfred replied, having removed the fire extinguisher that hung above the fireplace, though uncertain of its utility against a magical visitor. Bruce and Dick exchanged a glance. Dick nodded, stepping back to assume a defensive stance, yet striving to appear non-threatening. Bruce took a deep breath and addressed the chimney. You may descend, but please do so slowly. We are unaccustomed to such visitors. Of course, my sincerest apologies. The voice from the chimney responded. Our academy seldom admits non-British students. Typically, it is Beauxbatons Academy of Magic that recruits from abroad. Very well, I shall come down. Please step back. A sudden burst of green flames erupted from the fireplace. Not the gentle orange of electronic fire, but a bright, roiling emerald, speckled with sparks. The flames lasted 3 seconds before extinguishing rapidly. Ash. Was there truly ash in the fireplace of Wayne Manor? Wafted into the air. And Alfred displayed a look of profound dismay. As the dust settled, a figure stood within the fireplace. A slender woman with a serious demeanor donned a deep green robe and a pointed wizard's hat, her sharp eyes peering through her spectacles. In her hand, she held a slender wand, diligently brushing off the dust from her robe, despite appearing immaculate. Good evening, she said, her voice as clear and formal as it had been when she emerged from the chimney. I am Minerva McGonagall. I trust you have received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts? For the next 2 hours, the Wayne family's worldview underwent a third transformation. The first was Bruce's decision to become Batman. The second was when Vittikel began to exhibit magical talent, and the third occurred now, as a living witch stepped from their fireplace to elucidate the existence of an entire hidden world. Professor McGonagall, she insisted on this title, was invited to take a seat in the parlor. Alfred served tea, English breakfast tea accompanied by delicate pastries, as though the emergence of a witch from the chimney was an ordinary part of the Wayne Manor's hospitality. First and foremost, please allow me to extend my formal apologies, Professor McGonagall stated, her teacup steady in her hand. Typically, we would arrange a more conventional initial meeting. However, our monitoring indicated that Mr. Wayne's magical fluctuations were exceedingly strong, and he was accompanied by several, how should I put it, individuals with complex energy signatures. We deemed it prudent to visit directly, as sending an owl and awaiting a reply could provoke unnecessary concern. Monitoring? Bruce seized upon the keyword. You have been surveilling my son? It is protective monitoring. Professor McGonagall corrected him, her demeanor professional and forthright. The magical world adheres to stringent international statute of wizarding secrecy. We must ensure that young wizards do not inadvertently reveal their powers during the awakening of their abilities, as this poses significant dangers to both them and the wizarding community. We possess an automated monitoring system that flags children around the age of 11 who exhibit magical talents, which is then recorded by the Ministry of Magic, culminating in acceptance notifications from the appropriate magical school. Lynn leaned slightly forward, adopting her usual diplomatic listening posture. So Vittikel is not the only one. Are there thousands of children like him? In the United Kingdom, approximately 40 to 50 children enter Hogwarts each year, Professor McGonagall replied. Globally, there are 11 officially recognized magical schools, alongside various smaller educational institutions. Indeed, Mr. Wayne, you are not alone. Vittikel felt an unusual sense of relief wash over him. Not alone. The phrase resonated beautifully. But why at 11? Dick inquired. Why not earlier or later? Magical abilities typically stabilize around the age of 11. Making it sufficient for systematic learning, Professor McGonagall elucidated. Prior to this age, young wizards may unconsciously perform magic, which we refer to as accidental magic. For instance, levitating objects, altering their colors, or conversing with small animals. All eyes turned to Vittikel. I sometimes converse unconsciously, he quickly interjected. Last month, I made the earthworms in the garden line up to spell my name. Alfred assumed that was a new type of worm behavior. He nodded, indeed perplexing. That is accidental magic, Professor McGonagall affirmed, harmless, but indicative of your talent. At Hogwarts, we will teach you how to control this gift and transform it into useful skills. Skills such as? Jason asked, his tone still laced with skepticism. Charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, astronomy, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts, Professor McGonagall enumerated. Upon graduation in 7th year, students may choose to pursue various professions within the magical community. Healers, aurors, akin to police officers, ministry officials, Gringotts Goblin Bank employees, and Quidditch players. Quidditch? Tim's voice piped up from the tablet, having quietly joined the conversation at some point. What is that? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Professor McGonagall's eyes, and Vittikel sensed she might relish the question. A wizarding sport, played on flying broomsticks. It involves a game of balls in the air. Hogwarts boasts 4 house teams, and the competition is fierce. Flying broomsticks, Damien echoed, his eyes alight as if he had stumbled upon new prey. How high can they fly? What speed? Damien, Bruce cautioned. Professor McGonagall smiled for the first time, her serious face breaking into a genuine grin. Curiosity is commendable, but perhaps we should first address some more fundamental questions. Mr. Wayne, Mrs. Lynn, I understand you have many concerns regarding Hogwarts and the magical world. I can appreciate that parents of students from non-magical families, which we refer to as Muggle families, often require more thorough explanations. Thus, I have brought this. She retrieved a small leather pouch from within her robe, opened it, and produced several items, a silver vial, a scroll of parchment, and a badge. This is a memory vial. She pointed to the small bottle, which contains visual memories of the Hogwarts campus and various magical locations. You may view it, of course, but it requires the use of my wand. This document, she picked up the parchment, is the Muggle Parents Guide, which outlines school policies, holiday schedules, contact information, and safety measures. Lastly, this badge, she lifted the emblem depicting a lion, eagle, badger, and serpent encircling an H, is an emergency contact badge. Should you ever need to reach the school, or if Vittikel requires urgent assistance, pressing the center of the badge will alert the nearest wizard or Hogwarts staff member. Lynn took the badge, scrutinizing it in her hands, her fingertips tracing the metallic edge. Will this ensure his safety? I mean, what is the response mechanism in emergencies? What is the average response time? Hogwarts is one of the safest places in the world, Professor McGonagall stated earnestly. We have ancient protective spells, stringent security measures, and well-trained staff. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore, our headmaster, is recognized as one of the greatest wizards of contemporary times. Under his leadership, the school has never experienced a serious security incident. As for emergency responses, the badge connects directly to the headmaster's office and the house heads, typically resulting in an almost instantaneous reaction. Bruce and Lynn exchanged a glance, laden with unspoken implications, concern, contemplation, weighing options, and a glimmer of relief. At last, someone could provide them with answers. May we view those memories? Vittikel asked, his gaze fixed on the silver vial. Professor McGonagall nodded. She drew out her wand, a 10-inch wand crafted from fur, and gently tapped the vial's opening. A silvery substance wafted from the bottle, unfurling in the air to form a holographic image. The projection revealed a magnificent castle, its spires reaching into the clouds. Warm light spilling from its windows. Students clad in black robes strolled through the corridors, the portraits adorning the walls engaged in conversation. And the staircases moved of their own accord. Another image showcased the Great Hall, for long tables beneath a magically transformed starry sky, thousands of candles floating above. There were also glimpses of the Quidditch pitch, the greenhouses, the Black Lake, and the Forbidden Forest. Vittikel watched, entranced. It was another world, a complete, vibrant world, and he was being invited into it. This is truly, Dick murmured, incredible. It indeed defies the laws of physics, Tim added from the tablet. Though it sounded more like admiration than critique. Jason crossed his arms. It looks impressive, but how do you deal with intruders? Those dark wizards? Professor McGonagall's expression turned serious. Hogwarts has a comprehensive defense system. However, more importantly, we teach students to protect themselves. Defense against the dark arts is a core subject, and 7th-year students may opt for advanced defensive studies. We believe that knowledge and skill are the best forms of protection. She unveiled yet more memories. The bubbling cauldron in potions class, the transformation of a mouse into a snuffbox during transfiguration, books floating in the library, and a student captivating Vittikler's attention by making a quill write an essay autonomously with their wand. Can I learn that? Vittikel inquired. Certainly, Professor McGonagall smiled. First-year students begin with basic spells, such as the levitation charm, the Lumos charm, and the unlocking charm. As you advance through the years, you will encounter more intricate forms of magic. Taking a deep breath, Linwan turned to Bruce. I believe we need a moment to digest this information alone. Professor McGonagall nodded in understanding. Of course. I shall await you in the garden. But do remember that the acceptance letter requires a response. The owl Elvis will be waiting until tomorrow morning. If you agree, Viti must prepare the necessary items by July 31st, and then take the Hogwarts Express to school on September 1st, rising. She nodded to Alfie, and then proceeded towards the fireplace. Wait, Bruce called after her. Are you going to leave through the fireplace as well? Indeed, Professor McGonagall explained. But given the presence of non-magical individuals here, perhaps it would be prudent for me to depart by another means. I can apparate in the garden. Rest assured. I will do so from a distance to avoid alarming the neighbors. She offered a slight bow and then moved toward the door of the sitting room. At the threshold, she glanced back at Vittikel. You possess great talent, Mr. Wayne, she remarked. I can feel it. Hogwarts will welcome you. With that, she departed. Her footsteps echoing faintly down the corridor. The family meeting had entered its third round. This time, the battleground shifted to the Batcave. Bruce deemed it safer to discuss matters here, as the cave's anti-eavesdropping and anti-magic interference systems were the most robust on the estate. Now he recognized the necessity of adding magical defenses to that list. Linwan also remained, having initially intended to fly to Washington the following morning. But this situation evidently precluded her departure. With the basic facts established, Bruce stood before the main computer, the screen displaying all the information Tim had compiled about the magical realm, along with Professor McGonagall's insights, a hidden society, existing for at least a millennium, complete with its own government, economy, and educational system. Hogwarts was one of their premier schools. What about the risks? Linwan queried. Viti is to leave home for a place we scarcely understand, returning only during holidays each year. As a mother, I cannot disregard the potential dangers. However, she shifted her tone, adopting a more objective stance. Yet, the professionalism exhibited by Professor McGonagall and the assurances they provided have significantly alleviated my initial concerns. What we need to assess is whether this opportunity will be more beneficial than detrimental to Viti's growth and development. They have an emergency contact protocol. Dick pointed to the badge on the table, and Professor McGonagall appears trustworthy, serious, professional. Like Alfie, Jason added, but with a preference for using a wand. Alfie inclined slightly. I appreciate the compliment, Master Jason. I want to go, Vittikel stated resolutely from the swivel chair, a rare firmness for his age. Dad, Mom, I know you're worried. But you've always told me to confront my uniqueness and learn to control it. Hogwarts can teach me. He hesitated momentarily, his voice softening. I want to know who I am, not just the strange kid who can make things float. I want to understand who I am as a wizard. This proclamation silenced the room. Bruce gazed at his son. 11 years prior, he had cradled that infant, vowing to protect him, to educate him, to ensure his safe upbringing. Now, the child had matured, embarking on a path that his parents could not entirely comprehend. We need more information, Bruce finally declared. Tim, continue digging into the magical realm's data, particularly regarding safety records. Dick, reach out to everyone in the league who has dealt with the magical side, not just Zatanna. Asked Constantine. Inquire with Madame Xanadu. Jason, examine all items left by Professor McGonagall to ensure there are no tracking or listening spells. Damien interjected. If he is to go, he must learn to protect himself. Vittikel considered protesting that he did not require extra training, but upon seeing Damien's serious demeanor, he fell silent. I will also conduct some discreet inquiries through my channels, Lin once stated, her voice steady and clear. My country possesses some relevant historical records and cultural studies. If the magical realm is global, understanding the differences in magical systems across various cultural backgrounds may aid Viti's adaptation. Of course, all will be undertaken with utmost respect for confidentiality laws. Bruce nodded, agreed. We shall each investigate further and reconvene tomorrow morning to reach a final decision. He turned to Vittikel. Until then, you are not to respond to the owl. Understood? Understood, Vittikel affirmed, though he was already aware of the answer within his heart. He knew he was destined for Hogwarts. He just knew. That night, no one in Wayne Manor truly slept. Vittikel lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the images of Hogwarts that Professor McGonagall had showcased, moving staircases, talking portraits, floating candles. He imagined himself donning a black robe, traversing those corridors, wand in hand, casting spells. Beside his pillow, Elvis had already drifted off, his head nestled in his wings, emitting soft snores. Professor McGonagall had permitted him to stay overnight, remarking that he seemed to enjoy the company of this child. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the window. Vittikel sat up to see Athena, the owl Damien had sent, perched outside, clutching a rolled-up note in its talons. He opened the window, and Athena flew in, dropping the note onto his bed before casting a challenging glance at the slumbering Elvis. The note bore Damien's neat handwriting, resembling printed text. Preliminary findings on magical combat. 1. Wands are the primary weapon, but wizards can also cast spells without them, advanced skill. 2. Offensive spells vary in levels, from stunning spells to unforgivable curses. 3. Defensive measures include the shield charm, disillusionment charm, and apparition. 4. Recommendation. Begin studying defense immediately upon enrollment to avoid reliance on wands. 5. I will teach you close combat in case your wand is disarmed. Tomorrow morning at 5, in the training room. No tardiness. Vittikel chuckled. This was Damien's way of showing concern. More training. Just as he tucked the note away, his phone vibrated with a message from Dick. Can't sleep? Me neither. I just asked Bart, and he mentioned he has heard of the magical realm, but the Flash thinks it's all a matter of parallel dimensions. And we shouldn't get involved. Typical hero mentality. However, he said if you need to make a quick getaway, he can teach you the basics of Speed Force. Though you might not need it since you have magic. P.S. I looked into Quidditch. Super cool. If you make the team, I will definitely attend every match, if the magical realm allows it. Then came Jason's message. I checked the badge and the vials. No traces of dark magic. At least Zatanna's detection spell didn't react. But stay vigilant. The magical realm cannot be entirely composed of good people. If you decide to go, let me know. I have some contacts on the magical side. Not entirely legal, but useful. Lastly, Tim sent a compressed file, Magical Realm Information Packet V10. Includes Ministry of Magic Organizational Structure, Summary of Wizarding Laws, Profiles of Past Hogwarts Headmasters, Compendium of Common Magical Creatures, and a list of basic potion ingredients. Still digging deeper. Recommendation. If you enroll, consider electives in Ancient Runes and Arithmancy. Knowledge is power. Vittikel stared at his phone screen, feeling a warmth welling in his eyes. His brothers, each in their own unique manner, offered him support and protection, even if they themselves did not fully comprehend the entirety of the situation. He approached his desk, switched on the lamp, and retrieved the diary that Lin Wan had gifted him for his 11th birthday, a leather-bound tome with blank pages awaiting his thoughts. He inscribed, Today, I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Mother and father are quite anxious, as are my brothers. Yet, I yearn to go. I desire to understand what magic is, what a wizard is, and who I am. Should I attend, I shall dedicate myself to my studies, safeguard my well-being, and return to share everything with them. For this is home. I shall always return. He closed the diary and gazed out the window. Gotham's night sky remained shrouded in light pollution, obscuring the stars. Yet far away in Scotland, within the towers of Hogwarts, there must be a clear, resplendent starry sky. He reclined back onto his bed, closed his eyes, and for the first time dreamt of himself wielding a wand, reciting incantations, surrounded by classmates donned in robes, beneath a galaxy conjured by magic. The following morning at 7 o'clock, the family convened once more. This time, the setting was the breakfast table, as Alfred insisted that significant decisions should be made under the nourishment of a hearty meal. Thus, he prepared a lavish breakfast, American pancakes, English bacon, Chinese congee, and soup dumplings, accompanied by Viti's favorite orange juice, sourced from the magically ripened oranges of the estate's orchard. Each member bore dark circles beneath their eyes, yet their spirits were invigorated. Allow me to begin, Tim said, as he spread out 3 tablets before him. After a night of research, the conclusion was clear. The magical world indeed exists, with a rich history and a well-structured foundation. Hogwarts, established around the year 990, ranks among the 3 foremost magical schools in Europe. The current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, aged 150, is widely regarded as one of the most powerful wizards in history and was a principal adversary of the dark wizard Voldemort, who has now been vanquished. Voldemort? Lin Wan furrowed her brow, finding the name unpalatable. He is not, Tim continued. Approximately a decade ago, he sought to dominate both the magical and muggle realms, igniting a war. Ultimately, he was miraculously defeated by an infant, Harry Potter. That child should be of the same age as Viti and will also be entering Hogwarts this year. So, there exists war in the magical realm, Bruce murmured. And heroes and villains as well. Much like our own world, Dick added, only with wands instead of fists. I consulted some informal channels, Lin once said, appearing to have lost sleep, yet maintaining a bright and spirited gaze. The information she received corroborated Professor McGonagall's statements. More importantly, they believe that the education provided by Hogwarts is remarkably effective in aiding young wizards to comprehend and master their abilities. If Viti decides to attend, we can establish a cross-cultural support network to help him bridge both worlds. Viti blinked. Mom, will you help me? Of course, Lin once smiled, her warmth and strength radiating. Exploring a new world does not mean severing ties with the old. My role is to build bridges and understand diverse cultures. This time, I shall construct a special bridge for you. Traveling to the magical realm, Jason whistled, sounds far more thrilling than my East End patrols. Damien cleared his throat. I have analyzed the magical combat system. The conclusion, while reliant on external objects, wands, it is indeed effective. Viti must master basic defensive spells while concurrently not neglecting physical training. I have devised a 7-year training plan. He pushed a detailed chart across the table, overwhelming in its thoroughness. Thanks, little D, Viti said, deciding to postpone an in-depth examination of the document. Once everyone had voiced their thoughts, they turned to Bruce. Bruce remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Viti to assume he would decline. Then he spoke. I have contacted Wonder Woman. She knows some Amazonian wizards who have heard of Hogwarts, and their assessment is that while the methods may be unconventional, the quality of education is reputable. Dr. Fate also responded, stating that the existence of the magical realm is part of the cosmic balance, and Hogwarts serves as a crucial bastion of the light. He looked at Viti. Thus, based on the available information, Hogwarts appears to be a genuine, legitimate, and credible educational institution. They can teach you to control your abilities, introduce you to your kind, and present you with a new world. Viti held his breath. However, Bruce continued, once you step into that world, you become a part of it. This means you must abide by their laws, confront their dangers, and shoulder their responsibilities. Have you contemplated this thoroughly, Viti? This is not a summer camp. It is a path that could alter the course of your life. Viti stood up, approaching Bruce. Though merely 11 and significantly shorter than his father, he lifted his chin, his gaze unwavering. I have thought it through, Dad. I wish to go. I want to learn magic and discover what kind of person I can become. But I assure you, I will always be a Wayne. I will always be Batman's son. I will master magic and return to assist you. Perhaps, just perhaps, magic can help us resolve some of Gotham's issues. A hint of a smile flickered at the corner of Bruce's mouth. He extended his arms, pulling his son into a tight embrace. Very well, he said, his voice somewhat muffled as he spoke into Viti's hair. Then go. But remember, write home every week. You must return during holidays. If you encounter any trouble, contact us immediately using your badge. And, he released Viti, looking him squarely in the eyes. Always remember who you are. You are not merely a wizard. You are Viti Wayne. You are the son of Lin Wan and me, the brother of Dick, Jason, Tim, and Damien. Magic is your tool, not your entirety. Do you understand? I understand, Viti replied, his voice slightly choked. Lin Wan gently wiped the corner of her eye on the screen. Yet her smile remained tender and resolute. I concur. My dear, you must promise me. Keep an open heart to learn, genuinely forge friendships, while also maintaining a clear mind. Magic is a remarkable gift, but how you wield it is entirely up to you. Remember where you come from, and remember that 2 cultures flow through your veins. This will broaden your perspective. We shall always be your steadfast support. I will, Mom. I promise. Dick cheered, leaping to embrace Viti. Welcome to the club of those accepted by a peculiar school. Bruce wore that same expression when I attended circus school. Jason approached, ruffling Viti's hair with vigor. Don't bring shame to the Wayne family. If anyone bullies you, let me know. I have ways to make magical creatures have nightmares. Tim adjusted his glasses. I have already begun researching how to enhance that communication badge. Perhaps we can add video call functionality. The combination of magic and technology is thrilling to contemplate. Damien stood with his arms crossed. The training plan commences this evening. You must have basic self-defense capabilities to survive at a magical school. Alfred elegantly applauded. Well, it seems the decision has been made. I shall now prepare a reply with the most formal wording, adorned with the Wayne family stationery and seal. Mr. Elvis, he addressed the owl that was stealing bacon. Please hold on for a moment. The reply was officially sent after breakfast. Viti penned in his finest handwriting, to Professor Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am honored to accept the offer of admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I shall arrive on September 1st. Promptly. Sincerely, Viti Wayne. The letter was rolled up, secured with a green ribbon, and sealed with the Wayne family wax stamp depicting a bat encircling the letter W. Elvis nodded at Viti as he grasped the letter tube. How does an owl nod? As the creature spread its wings and soared out of the window. Vanishing into the Gotham sky, Bruce gazed in the direction of the owl's departure, contemplating the next task, procurement. The letter enumerated the required items: robes, wands, textbooks, cauldrons, scales, glass vials, and a pet, with options of a cat, owl, or toad. Could Athena be my pet? Vittikel inquired, to which Damien remarked on her intelligence. Athena is a reconnaissance unit, not a pet, Damien corrected, but if necessary, she could serve a dual purpose. However, the letter specifies a pet. Perhaps you require a dedicated magical companion. Then it shall be Athena, Vittikel resolved, as she puffed out her chest on the windowsill, as if she understood. The shopping destination was Diagon Alley, a hidden street in London accessible only to wizards. We need someone to escort Viti to the location, Tim stated. And all eyes turned to Bruce. His expression turned conflicted. I have a board meeting for Wayne Enterprises next Wednesday, a charity gala hosted by the mayor on Thursday. And on Friday evening. He paused. Gotham has been rather tumultuous lately. The Penguin and the Black Mask are up to something, and I must remain here. Then I shall go, Lin Wan immediately declared. I can adjust my Washington schedule. Negotiations can be postponed by a day. You mentioned that the trade negotiations are crucial, pivotal to a series of subsequent collaborations. Moreover, you have already delayed them, Bruce interrupted, his tone a statement of fact rather than opposition. No matter how vital the negotiations, none are as significant as the opportunity for my son to prepare for his future, Lin Wan calmly replied, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Time can be coordinated. I will manage. I can take him. Dick raised his hand. The Brother Eye case is nearing conclusion. You need to prepare to testify. Bruce shook his head. You cannot leave. Jason shrugged. My work in the East End does not cease for weekends. Tim sighed. The quarterly report for Wayne Enterprises is due next week. I must be present. Damien straightened his posture, declaring, I can go. No. Bruce and everyone else replied simultaneously. Damien huffed in displeasure. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Vittikel suddenly realized that his family bore their own responsibilities to Gotham, to their work, to justice. They could not simply forsake those duties for the sake of a shopping trip for magical school supplies. At that moment, a calm voice broke the stillness. If you permit me, I would be willing to accompany Master Viti to London. All heads turned. Alfred stood at the doorway of the dining room, holding a freshly brewed coffee pot, his expression as serene as one proposing a trip to the supermarket. Alfred? Bruce queried uncertainly. I was raised in England and am quite familiar with London, Alfred replied, though Diagon Alley is a magical thoroughfare. Since Muggle parents are permitted entry, according to Professor McGonagall, I believe I can competently fulfill the role of guide. Additionally, I possess some experience in budget management and quality assessment for procurement of school supplies. Of course, if Ms. Lin wishes to accompany in person, I can assist from the sidelines. Lin Wan pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Alfred, if you are willing to undertake this important task, I could not be more reassured. Your meticulousness and dependability are unparalleled. My schedule can indeed be adjusted, but having you accompany Viti would likely foster his independence. She winked at Vittikel, adding, with Alfred along, you certainly won't end up purchasing an array of unnecessary trinkets, will you? Vittikel's eyes brightened. Alfred will take me. He'll ensure I buy only the finest items and that I won't be tempted to buy too many sweets. Dick chuckled. Indeed, Alfred is the ideal choice. He can even manage the procurement of Bat-Heir, so acquiring wands and cauldrons should pose no challenge. I concur, Bruce ultimately stated. Alfred, I appreciate your assistance. Lin, what are your thoughts? I believe it is an excellent arrangement. Lin Wan nodded. Alfred is the most reliable. Moreover, he can ensure Viti does not squander money. Bruce, I recall when you first took Viti shopping for toys, you nearly purchased the entire toy store. Bruce cleared his throat. That was different. Then it's settled, Jason declared. Alfred will escort the young lad to the magical marketplace. Do we need security? I can arrange some reliable fellows from the East End. I believe the security measures at Diagon Alley should suffice, Master Jason, Alfred replied gently, and I trust Master Viti will adhere to discipline. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern. Vittikel nodded vigorously. I promise. Bruce looked at Alfred, then back at Vittikel, and finally nodded. All right then. Alfred, I will leave this in your capable hands. I will arrange for a private jet. You will depart tomorrow, spending a night in London before your shopping expedition the following day. Tim, prepare an unlimited credit card, but ensure Alfred supervises its use. Already prepared, Tim held up a black card. Wayne Enterprises special account, universally accepted. I assume Gringotts should also be able to exchange currency? Professor McGonagall mentioned that Gringotts can handle currency exchanges. Alfred affirmed, I will take care of it. Thus, matters were settled. Vittikel felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Tomorrow, he would embark on a journey to London, to Diagon Alley, to procure a wand, to acquire robes. To enter that magical realm. Wait, Bruce suddenly interjected, we need a safety protocol. All eyes turned to him once more. Bruce rose and walked towards the entrance of the Batcave. Viti, follow me. The others resumed their breakfast. We need to prepare for your trip to London. Vittikel trailed behind. Curiosity and nervousness swirling within him. What would his father prepare? More training? Secret weapons? Or perhaps, in the Batcave, Bruce opened a new equipment cabinet. Inside were not bat-shaped darts or grappling guns, but rather some seemingly ordinary items. A watch, a pen, buttons, and insoles. These are specialized gear, Bruce explained. Picking up the watch, a locator, anti-eavesdropping device, emergency signal, and a small tranquilizer injector in case you need to incapacitate someone. Dad, I'm going to buy a wand. Not to carry out a spy mission. Diagon Alley is within the magical realm, Bruce said gravely. We do not understand the rules or the dangers that lie therein. You need basic protection. This pen is an electric stun device. This button is a miniature camera, and these insoles contain a tracking chip and a one-time smoke grenade. Vittikel gazed at the assortment of ordinary items, suddenly realizing this was his father's way of expressing love. Not through hugs and sweet words, but through preparation, planning, and protection. Ensuring that wherever he went, and whatever he faced, he would always have a way back home. Thank you, Dad, he whispered. Bruce ruffled his hair. Promise me you'll return safely. I promise. That evening, Vittikel packed for his journey to London. A small suitcase held a change of clothes, toiletries, his journal, and gifts from his family. A clown doll from Dick, to practice spell targets or vent frustrations. A multi-tool knife from Jason, dull-edged but capable of prying locks, cutting ropes, and serving as a screwdriver. A tablet from Tim, loaded with offline maps and translation software, though it might prove unnecessary. A set of throwing darts from Damien, for precision throwing practice, 50 throws each day. And a talisman sent by Lin Wan from Beijing, a jade pendant tied with red string, inscribed with the word peace, accompanied by a brief note. Remember, you will always have 2 homes to return to. All the ordinary items from Bruce. In addition, there were items that Alfred had discreetly tucked away in his bag. A packet of homemade biscuits, a box of adhesive bandages, a copy of the London Travel Guide, 1978 edition, with notes pinned in Alfred's youthful hand along the margins, and a photograph capturing a joyful family holiday at the beach from the previous year, where everyone wore radiant smiles. As Vittikel gazed at the photograph, a smile crept upon his lips. No matter how enchanting or foreign the magical realm may be, it would forever remain his home. He reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and readied himself for slumber. Tomorrow, London. The day after, Diagon Alley. And then, Hogwarts. But before that, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Bruce. Check the window. Vittikel approached the window and drew back the curtains. Outside, the night sky of Gotham was illuminated by the bat signal. Not the blinding glare of an emergency call, but a gentle, steady glow, akin to a lighthouse. Then, a small dark shape flitted across the light. Was it Batman? No. It was too small, a bat-shaped dart, affixed to the windowsill. The dart was tied with a small note. Vittikel opened the window to retrieve the note. It bore Bruce's handwriting. Do not be afraid. Vittikel clutched the note tightly, peering out at the window. The bat signal continued to shine, tracing a warm beam of light through Gotham's murky air. Suddenly, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He was no longer afraid, neither of the unfamiliar magical world, nor of leaving home, nor of the uncertainties that lay ahead. For he knew that, no matter how far he strayed, there would always be a beacon guiding him back home. Good night, Dad, he whispered to the light. Good night, Gotham. He nestled back into bed, this time truly succumbing to sleep, dreaming of soaring on a flying broomstick over the towers of Hogwarts, gliding over the Black Lake, and ascending into the starry sky. Where at the horizon's edge, Gotham's bat signal shone like the North Star, waiting for his return. Tomorrow, a new adventure would commence, but home would always reside here. Chapter 3. The Wayne family's superpower is wealth. The weather in London remained as capricious as ever. One moment, the sky was draped in a shroud of gray. And the next, as Alfred, wielding the black umbrella that had been passed down through 3 generations of the Pennyworth family, led Vittikel out of the Charing Cross Underground station. Fine droplets of rain had woven a misty veil around them. A quintessential English summer, Alfred remarked, tilting the umbrella just so to ensure not a single drop fell upon Vittikel. In my youth, I often pondered how many afternoon teas this country could enjoy if it saved all the time spent in the rain. Vittikel grasped the hem of Alfred's trench coat, not out of fear of losing his way, but due to the instinctual vigilance that a child from Gotham possesses in unfamiliar cities, his eyes scanning the surroundings like radar. Red brick buildings, black cabs, red telephone booths, and the air infused with a melange of damp stone, automobile exhaust, and a faint aroma of coffee. "Where's the leaky cauldron?" he whispered, both excited and anxious. According to Professor McGonagall's description, it was a pub invisible to muggles nestled among London's busiest streets. Based on the coordinates, it should be between a bookstore and a record shop. They strolled along the street. Vittikel observed that passers-by cast admiring glances at Alfred, the elderly steward, clad in a perfectly tailored dark gray three-piece suit, his silver hair impeccably groomed. Walked with an air of composure, the antique black umbrella sweeping through the rain like a conductor's baton. In contrast, Vittikel, dressed in black jeans and a deep blue hoodie, carrying a portable birdcage containing Athena, an insistence from Damien, looked like an ordinary tourist child, except for the special watch on his wrist, also from Bruce, designed to monitor magical fluctuations, which at this moment emitted a faint, rhythmic vibration. A response. Vittikel raised his wrist. A small red dot on the watch face was blinking, right there. They halted between a bookstore and a record shop. Before them stood a dilapidated brick wall, plastered with faded concert posters and several notices for rental properties. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be just another unremarkable side of Charing Cross. Yet, in Vittikel's perception, that wall radiated with energy. It was not visible light, but a pulsating rhythm of energy, beating like a heart. He could sense that behind the wall lay something. Many people, much activity, and an abundance of magic. "This must be the place," Alfred declared, folding the umbrella with the fluidity of a practiced performer. "Professor McGonagall said we could enter directly. Would you care to push the door, Master Vittikel?" Vittikel nodded. Professor McGonagall had connected the Wayne Manor fireplace to the flue network last night, a feat accomplished only after Alfred spent 2 hours cleaning the soot. He stepped forward and pushed open the grand door, above which hung a slightly askew wooden sign, "The Leaky Cauldron." The letters on the sign were inscribed with some luminescent paint that glowed softly on this dreary day. The entrance exuded a warm yellow light, accompanied by the cacophony of voices, clinking glasses, and a robust aroma that mingled beer, roasted meats, and some herbaceous scents. Vittikel inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. The gateway to the magical world lay before him. "Stay close to me, Master," Alfred murmured, his tone unwavering. "Remember your father's words. Observe. Learn, but remain vigilant." They stepped into the Leaky Cauldron. If one were to encapsulate the interior of the Leaky Cauldron in a single word, Vittikel would choose a bustling marvel. The pub was far smaller than he had envisioned, with a low ceiling and soot-blackened lanterns hanging from the beams. Every table was occupied, brimming with an eclectic array of patrons. There were elderly wizards donning pointed hats with long beards trailing to the ground, young witches clad in starry robes stirring teacups with their wands, and in one corner, a group of diminutive, oddly robed creatures engaged in a spirited debate, their voices high-pitched and bird-like. The air was thick not only with smoke, but also with genuine luminescent dust that resembled tiny fireflies, tracing erratic paths in the dim light. Behind the bar, a bald, toothless old bartender was polishing glasses with a rag, and those glasses, under his touch, transformed into crystalline clarity. What captivated Vittikel most were the moving photographs and posters adorning the walls. In one Quidditch team poster, players clad in vibrant green uniforms soared on broomsticks within the frame, occasionally waving to the outside. Beside another, a stern-faced man in a Ministry of Magic announcement nearly dozed off, his head bobbing dangerously close to the edge of the notice. "Ah, Mr. Pennyworth, Mr. Wayne," a clear female voice rang out from the direction of the bar. Professor McGonagall emerged from a cluster of wizards indulging in fire whiskey, her deep purple robes contrasting with her usual somber demeanor, yet a subtle smile graced her lips upon spotting Vittikel. "You are quite punctual," she remarked, her gaze sweeping over Alfred and Vittikel. "Was your journey smooth?" "Yes, Professor," Alfred replied with a slight bow. "The rain in London is as characterful as ever." "Indeed." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Now, if you are prepared, we can make our way to Diagon Alley. It is quite crowded today, as it always is at this time of year, with first-years and their parents out shopping." She guided them through the bustling pub. Vittikel felt countless eyes upon him, curious, assessing, friendly, indifferent. He could overhear whispers. "A new face, Muggle-born? Just look at that child's eyes, strikingly blue. Is that old gentleman a Muggle?" But his aura suggests otherwise. "The fabric of the garments is exquisite," a custom-made creation. Vittikel stands tall, his posture as straight as his mother taught him. In diplomatic settings, demeanor is the first language. He does not flinch from the gazes directed at him, occasionally nodding politely to those who look his way, an action that momentarily stuns several elderly wizards, who instinctively return the gesture. Alfred notices this, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mrs. Lynn's educational efforts have borne fruit. The back door of the pub leads to a small courtyard, cluttered with empty barrels and miscellaneous items, appearing much like an ordinary backyard. Yet Professor McGonagall does not pause. She approaches a brick wall reminiscent of the entrance to Diagon Alley, albeit more dilapidated, and extracts her wand, tapping it lightly against the bricks. This time, the movement of the stones is nothing short of spectacular. The entire wall unfolds like a colossal puzzle, rotating and reconfiguring itself, revealing a broad archway. Beyond it lies a winding cobblestone street, flanked by crooked shops, their signs shimmering in the rain. "Welcome," Professor McGonagall declares, stepping aside to allow Vittikel and Alfred a clear view of the scene before them. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." As they exit the Leaky Cauldron's back door, and as Professor McGonagall lightly taps the brick wall with her wand, Diagon Alley unfurls before them like a picturesque scroll. Yet, Vittikel's gaze is not drawn to the biting books or the floating brooms, despite their undeniable allure. Instead, his eyes, as if guided by an invisible thread, gravitate towards the center of the winding cobblestone street, where a towering white marble edifice stands in stark contrast to the surrounding crooked shops. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. It possesses none of the whimsical charm of the other magical establishments. Rather, it exudes a cold, imposing dignity, standing straight and proud like a meticulously crafted dagger thrust into the very heart of Diagon Alley. The bronze doors gleam with a chilling light under the somber London sky, flanked by two goblin sentinels clad in scarlet and gold uniforms, though they stand only at the waist of an adult wizard. Their crossed spears and razor-sharp gazes compel any passerby to tread lightly. What causes Vittikel's wristwatch, a custom device from Brewster, to vibrate wildly is the warning inscription etched above the entrance. The letters shimmer slightly in magical vision, imbued with a sense of contractual gravity. "Enter, stranger, but take heed." Vittikel murmurs, his blue eyes narrowing, contemplating the consequences of insatiable greed. A blunt warning, is it not? Professor McGonagall's voice chimes beside him, tinged with a note of commentary. The goblin's devotion to property rights is nearly sacred. When drafting contracts, they consider every potential loophole, and when designing vault defenses, they assume intruders possess the strength of dragons and the cunning of foxes. Alfred's gaze sweeps over the building, nodding slightly, a commendable pragmatic approach. "Your grandfather, Mr. Thomas, often remarked that one should treat wealth as one would handle gunpowder, wield it wisely, yet also respect its dangers." Vittikel glances down at the shopping list provided by Professor McGonagall, noting the elegant cursive at the top. It is advisable to prioritize the exchange of galleons. Gringotts' daily exchange rate fluctuates, and large exchanges of Muggle currency require prior appointment. "Do we have an appointment?" he inquires, looking up at Alfred. "The London office of Wayne Enterprises completed the necessary arrangements 3 days ago," Alfred replies calmly, producing a letter sealed with a complex wax emblem. "Facilitated through special channels of several multinational banks. Though the financial system of the magical world is shrouded in secrecy, it is not entirely insulated from the outside, at least when it comes to transactions of considerable magnitude." Professor McGonagall's brow raises imperceptibly, but she merely nods, a wise decision. "Therefore, we shall first proceed to Gringotts. Madame Malkin's robe shop can wait. The currency is the foundation for all purchases today." They ascend the white stone steps. The goblin sentinel's gazes sweep over them like searchlights, lingering momentarily on the detector on Vittikel's wrist and the seemingly ordinary black leather briefcase in Alfred's hand. One of the goblin's nostrils flares slightly. Vittikel swears he catches a whiff of a scent that mingles metal with ancient parchment. The bronze doors slide open silently, revealing an interior far grander than it appears from the outside. A vast marble hall stretches forth, its soaring ceiling adorned with intricate astrological charts and murals depicting goblins battling dragons. Behind a long marble counter, dozens of goblins sit perched on tall stools, clad in spectacles, their slender fingers manipulating scales, counting coins, or inscribing entries in enormous ledgers, the scratching of quills on parchment merging into a low hum of white noise. The air is thick with the scent of money, metal, and a certain ancient magic. This aroma is far more familiar to Vittikel than the beer scent of the Leaky Cauldron. The vault of Wayne Manor, the financial conference room of Wayne Enterprises, even the expensive high-tech equipment in the Batcave, all exude a similar essence: power, calculation, and the possibilities measured in numbers. A goblin clad in a deep brown waistcoat and round spectacles looks up, peering over his lenses at them with a professionally indifferent expression. His nameplate reads, Griphook, Senior Currency Exchange Officer. Name, Business, Griphook states, his voice sharp and rapid, akin to the clinking of gold coins. Alfred Pennyworth, representing Mr. Vittikel Wayne. Alfred replies calmly, placing a card bearing the Wayne family crest on the counter. We have an appointment with Mr. Ollivander for one selection. But first we need to exchange some galleons for today's purchases. Griphook takes the card, squinting at it. Goblins seem to possess exceptionally keen eyesight, able to discern even the most minute details of the crest. Wayne has no record of a magical family. Muggle? He inquires, his tone devoid of disdain, merely confirming a fact as if verifying the quality of currency. Yes, Alfred smiles, his expression impeccably polite, yet it seems not to impede your establishment's ability to conduct business. Does it? As far as I am aware, Gringotts accepts all verifiable currency exchanges, regardless of origin. Griphook's mouth twitches slightly, almost resembling a smile. If goblins were capable of such expressions. Certainly. Muggle currency can be exchanged for galleons. The rate today is. He glances at a complex crystal apparatus on the wall behind him, within which countless tiny golden beads float up and down through glass tubes. 1 galleon for 492 pounds. How much would you like to exchange? Alfred places the briefcase on the counter and unfastens the clasp. Inside, there are not the bundles of pound notes Vittikel had anticipated, but rather a few seemingly ordinary cards, a small silver USB drive, and a letter sealed with the wax of the Bank of England and several international banking institutions. The exchange amount, Alfred's voice remains calm, as if discussing the number of sugars for afternoon tea, is to be limited to the total amount of galleons available for immediate exchange at Gringotts under the dome today. Behind the counter, the scratching of quills on parchment halts. Not only Griphook, but several goblins at nearby counters also lift their heads, their pointed ears twitching slightly. The low hum of white noise in the hall seems to have absorbed a portion of its volume. Behind Griphook's small round glasses, his previously indifferent eyes narrow into 2 slits. He sets down the quill in his hand, folding his hands on the counter, leaning slightly forward. This is a goblin's way of expressing a request for further details. Mr. Pennyworth, Griphook's voice remains sharp, though his pace has slowed. Each word weighed with careful consideration. I need to confirm that I understand correctly. You wish to exchange an amount equivalent to the total reserve of galleons available for immediate exchange in Gringotts' underground vault here, in London at this moment? Yes. Alfred nodded and extracted the letter, adorned with an abundance of wax seals, from his briefcase, gently sliding it across the smooth marble surface. This document, issued jointly by the Swiss Union Bank, the Bank of England, and the Bank for International Settlements, served as a credit confirmation, affirming that Mr. Bruce Wayne and his appointed agent, Alfred Pennyworth, possessed an equivalent to. He paused, articulating a figure that even made Vittikel blink. This substantial global credit limit. Of course. Today we merely require enough to procure school supplies and cover the potential expenses of Mr. Hogwarts' first year. However, since you inquired about the amount to exchange, I intend to provide an exact answer. All that is convertible. Lowen did not immediately reach for the letter. He scrutinized Alfred for a full 5 seconds before shifting his gaze to Vittikel. The boy was gazing up at the mural on the dome, seemingly captivated by the dragon engaged in a struggle with a fairy hero, yet Lowen noted that the child's relaxed posture belied a keen alertness. His blue eyes surveyed the hall with a trained vigilance akin to that of an individual assessing his surroundings, rather than that of an ordinary Muggle child. The fairy bowed his head, delicately lifting the letter with his slender fingers and breaking the wax seal. He read with astonishing speed, his eyes scarcely needing to move. The contents of the letter had evidently undergone some magical enhancement, requiring a specific type of fairy magic to activate all terms and anti-counterfeiting marks. Vittikel observed Lowen's fingertips gently caressing the edge of the paper, from which a nearly imperceptible silver halo emanated, forming intricate runic chains that quickly vanished. As Lowen set the letter down and glanced at Alfred once more, his expression had transformed. It no longer bore the mark of a mere Muggle servant or guardian, but reflected that of an individual worthy of a serious financial dialogue. Mr. Pennyworth, Lowen's voice slowed, imbued with a nearly imperceptible respect, or perhaps reverence for the substantial sum itself. The real-time convertible galleon reserves at Gringotts, London are a dynamic figure, subject to daily deposits, international exchanges, and, he paused subtly, certain special reserve agreements. Providing an exact real-time figure necessitates time for calculations and involves commercial confidentiality. Of course, understood, Alfred smiled. Perhaps we can simplify the process. He extracted a plain sheet of notepaper from his briefcase, inscribing a number with his portable fountain pen before sliding it across to Lowen for the initial exchange. This should suffice to cover today as purchases and the routine expenses for young Master Vittikel's first academic year. Should further funds be required in the future, We can arrange another appointment. Lowen lowered his gaze to the notepaper. His pointed ears twitched ever so slightly. Vittikel endeavored to maintain a calm facade. Although he could not see the specific number, Lowen's reaction indicated that it was certainly not a trifling sum meant merely for a few books and a wand. This amount, Lowen spoke slowly, requires authorization from the vault manager. Please hold on. He tapped a small brass bell beneath the counter. The chime rang clear, accompanied by an unusual echo. Moments later, an older fairy, clad in a more elaborate deep green robe with his beard intricately braided, emerged from a side door and approached briskly. Lowen handed over the letter and notepaper, whispering a few rapid words in fairy language. The name tag on the elder fairy read Borg, and his eyes widened noticeably upon reading the number on the notepaper. Borg turned to Alfred, speaking in a slightly accented yet remarkably fluent English. Mr. Pennyworth, Mr. Wayne, please follow me to the VIP room. For such an amount of exchange, we need to confirm certain details and issue you the highest level of Gringotts Vault certificate. Of course, whether it is for temporary storage or if you wish to establish a long-term vault. Alfred glanced at Vittikel for his opinion. After a moment's thought, recalling his father's advice that maintaining a certain financial presence in the magical world might be prudent, the boy nodded. Establishing a long-term vault may be a wise decision. Alfred conveyed to Borg to facilitate young Master Vittikel's future deposits and withdrawals. As for the initial galleons, please convert them into a suitable amount for carrying, with the remainder deposited into the vault. A wise choice. The vault manager's braided beard swayed slightly as he gestured for them to follow, leading them away from the main hall into a corridor adorned with plush carpeting. Tapestries depicting significant events in Gringotts history adorned the walls. Fairies signing agreements with wizards, Gringotts declarations of neutrality during various magical wars, and scenes that Vittikel could not comprehend, seemingly related to dragons and treasures. The VIP room was a chamber with a deep blue carpet and walls inlaid with dark wood. There were no windows, but several softly glowing orbs floated from the ceiling. A massive black wooden table dominated the center of the room, already set with parchment, ink, and a complex crystal calculator. For the next half hour, Vittikel witnessed the efficiency and rigor of the magical world's financial industry. Borg and Lowen meticulously cross-checked countless details with Alfred, exchange rate locks, magical contract assurances for international transfers, and the security levels of the vault. Vault 713, currently unoccupied, was located 7 levels underground, guarded by a Ukrainian iron belly named Silka, equipped with additional fairy spell locks and anti-disapparition wards, with an annual fee of. They even discussed the withdrawal process should Vittikel require emergency funds while at Hogwarts. Access could be facilitated through the emergency contact channel in the headmaster's office, verified personally by the headmaster or deputy headmaster, with galleon bags delivered by owl, albeit with a limit on the amount per transaction. Alfred remained composed throughout, posing precise questions or requests for adjustments with such proficiency that both fairies were inwardly astonished. Vittikel sat quietly in a high-backed chair, observing it all. He noted that when discussing the special access permissions for the vault, such as whether third parties, aside from Vittikel and Alfred, would be allowed entry, Alfred explicitly listed a very short name, Bruce Wayne, Lin Wan, and individuals pre-authorized by Bruce or Alfred themselves holding specific magical contracts. Batman is not on that list? Vittikel quietly inquired in Chinese, glancing at Alfred. Alfred tilted his head slightly, responding in a low voice. Batman does not require galleons, young Master Vittikel. What he needs, Gringotts likely does not have in stock. Vittikel nearly chuckled aloud. Ultimately, once all documents were signed, the silvery glow of the magical contract flowed and faded over the parchment. Borg personally handed a heavy leather pouch to Alfred, containing enough galleons to purchase the entire candy shop on Diagon Alley, as well as a small key inscribed with intricate numbers and fairy runes. The key to Vault 713, Borg said gravely, please keep it secure. Loss will incur a substantial fine and require memory charm scrutiny. Access must be conducted by either the owner or an authorized agent at the Gringotts counter, accompanied by a fairy staff member on a cart into the underground vault area. Frequent deposits and withdrawals are not advised, as the cart journey may be too stimulating for certain sensitive clients. We will take care to heed that, Alfred replied, accepting the key and pouch with an elegant nod, expressing gratitude for their professional service. As they exited the VIP room and re-entered the main hall, Vittikel noticed several fairies at nearby counters casting sidelong glances in their direction. Clearly, the news had spread. 2 muggles had just conducted a transaction significant enough to astonish the manager. Approaching the bronze doors, Vittikel could not resist whispering, Alfred, are we being a bit excessive? I only wanted to buy a few textbooks and a wand. Proper financial preparation is the foundation of a good life, young Master Vittikel. Alfred replied calmly, sliding the galleon pouch into the compartment of his briefcase. Moreover, This conveys a message to the magical world. While the Wayne family may lack wizarding blood, we possess resources in other realms. This may prompt certain individuals to reconsider their attitudes. Vittikel gazed at the cold vault key in his hand before lifting his eyes to the towering dome of Gringotts. Thus, he concluded, a smile curving his lips in a manner strikingly reminiscent of Bruce when contemplating a scheme. The Wayne family's superpower is wealth? Alfred's pace faltered ever so slightly. Then, the elderly butler emitted an exceedingly faint yet unmistakably cheerful chuckle. We shall first proceed to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Professor McGonagall announced, guiding them down the street. 4 custom robes require time for measurement and adjustment. Afterward, we may split up, Mr. Pennyworth, if you wish. I can escort you to Flourish and Blots to procure textbooks and exchange currency. Young Vittikel can wait for us at the robe shop, where Madame Malkin will attend to him. Alfred contemplated for a moment. Splitting up would indeed be more efficient. Yet, young Master Vittikel would be alone. I can wait for him at the robe shop, Vittikel volunteered, expressing a desire for some solitude to absorb the overwhelming novelty. And besides, I have Athena. He lifted the birdcage, where Athena nodded regally inside. How does an owl nod? Alfred observed the glimmer of curiosity, excitement, and a hint of the Wayne family's characteristic stubbornness in the blue eyes, an inheritance from Bruce. He recognized that the boy required a measure of independence. Very well. Alfred finally relented, but please remember, first, do not leave the shop. Second, do not accompany strangers. Third, should any issues arise. He gently tapped the second button on Vittikel's shirt, the miniature communicator Bruce had provided. Immediately contact me. I promise. Vittikel nodded earnestly. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Then let us proceed. Madame Malkin's shop is just around the corner. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions appeared more modest than Vittikel had envisioned. Deep purple windows displayed several sample robes. One in deep green with silver trim rotated slowly, while a black robe adjusted its collar automatically, the sign adorned with elegantly embossed gold letters. Upon pushing the door open, a bell chimed with a crisp jingle, not an electronic sound, but a genuine little bell. The interior was far more spacious than it appeared from outside, evidently enhanced by some form of spatial expansion magic. The left wall was adorned with finished robes, arranged by color and size like a spectrum of rainbows. The right side featured a row of fitting rooms, separated by deep purple curtains. In the center of the shop, several footstools housed children being measured, accompanied by a floating tape measure, chalk box, and sewing basket. A short, plump witch clad in a purple robe rose from behind the counter, her smile warm. Professor McGonagall. What a pleasure to see you. This must be a new student from Hogwarts? She looked at Vittikel, her eyes narrowing with delight. Oh, what beautiful eyes you have. Come, dear, stand upon that footstool so the tape measure can take your dimensions. It is very gentle and one tickle. Vittikel complied. Just as he stepped onto the footstool, a magical tape measure flew over and began its work, wrapping around his chest, measuring his arm length, shoulder width, and even hovering above his head for a few moments, seemingly recording his head circumference. Standard Hogwarts student robes, 3 sets. Professor McGonagall instructed Madame Malkin, a plain black working robe, accompanied by a pointed hat, a pair of protective gloves, and a winter cloak. Please use the most durable fabric, but it need not be overly heavy, as this child may grow quickly. Of course, Madame Malkin noted as she recorded the details, we have specially designed adjustable hems for growing children, allowing for 2 inches of alteration. Should the cloak include waterproof and dust-repelling charms? An additional 2 galleons, but well worth it. The corridors at Hogwarts are always drafty in winter. While they discussed the details, Alfred turned to Vittikel. Professor McGonagall and I will head to Flourish and Blots. We shall return in about half an hour. You may wait here. Once the measuring is complete, feel free to browse the displays, but do not wander off. He paused, adding, shall I bring back some sweets? I noticed a candy shop outside with moving displays. Vittikel chuckled. Yes, but make sure they're edible, not the kind that bites back. Alfred nodded and departed with Professor McGonagall. The bell chimed once more. Now, the robe shop held only Vittikel, Madame Malkin, 2 children being measured, a nervous red-haired girl and a fidgeting brown-haired boy, and the shop door swung open again. A boy entered, of similar age to Vittikel, but with a distinctly different demeanor. His nearly white, pale gold hair was impeccably styled, held in place by hair gel to form a perfect arc. His skin was as pale as one seldom exposed to sunlight, and his gray eyes surveyed the shop with a detached indifference, chin slightly raised. He donned a dark green velvet coat, impeccably tailored, with a silver serpent brooch intricately crafted and adorned with tiny green gemstones. Following closely behind him was a tall man, equally blonde, equally pale, and bearing the same cold expression. The man wore a dark gray robe that appeared expensive enough to purchase half of Vittikel's wardrobe. He leaned upon a black cane topped with a silver serpent's head. Madame Malkin, The man began, his voice smooth yet imbued with undeniable authority. My son requires 3 sets of Hogwarts robes. Use the finest materials. We do not require those cheaply made adjustable hems. The Malfoy family does not need to account for growth. We customarily order new ones each year. Madame Malkin's smile faltered slightly. Certainly, Mr. Lucius. Draco dear, please step onto that footstool. The blond boy, Draco, gracefully approached another empty footstool. As he passed by Vittikel, his gray eyes flicked over him, assessing quickly. But the result of his appraisal seemed to hold no interest for Draco, who promptly averted his gaze. Yet, Vittikel's curiosity was piqued. This was the first peer he had encountered since entering the magical realm. The other children appeared younger, and there was a familiar air about this boy. Who did he resemble? Perhaps the innate aristocratic arrogance of Damien, but more refined, more affected. His mother had taught him, establishing connections with classmates in new environments is vital. Diplomacy begins with a greeting. Thus, as the magical tape measure recorded his leg length, Vittikel turned his head and spoke in the friendly tone he had practiced. Hello. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts this year? Draco turned his head, seemingly surprised by the address. He scrutinized Vittikel once more, this time with greater scrutiny. After a few seconds, he nodded, his tone polite yet distant. Yes. Draco Malfoy. Vittikel Wayne. Vittikel replied with a smile, pleased to make his acquaintance. How much do you know about Hogwarts? I hear there are 4 houses. This seemed a safe opening topic, Vittikel thought. Professor McGonagall had briefly introduced the house system, but he was eager to hear a peer's perspective. Draco's eyebrows lifted slightly, as if this question had triggered some switch within him. He adjusted his stance, and despite standing on the footstool, managed to project an air of superiority. Of course I know, Draco replied, a hint of superiority creeping into his voice. The Malfoy family has been in Slytherin for generations. It is the oldest and most prestigious house at Hogwarts, admitting only students from ancient magical families who possess ambition and lineage. He paused, his gray eyes scrutinizing Vittikel once more. And you? Which house does your family belong to? If I haven't heard of the Wayne surname, is it a family of foreign wizards? The inquiry landed. An alarm rang in Vittikel's mind, yet he maintained his smile. His mother had advised, when others probe your background, honesty tempered with discretion is an art. Actually, he replied calmly, my father's side is not a wizarding family. I am the first in my family to attend a school of magic. The air solidified for approximately 2 seconds. A crack appeared in the polite facade adorning Draco's face, swiftly widening into an unabashed scorn akin to that of a collector discovering that a supposed antique is but a modern replica. Oh, Draco remarked, his tone chilling, Muggle-born. The term Muggle-born rolled off his tongue as if it were some sort of diagnosis. Vittikel could sense that this term, within Draco's lexicon, occupied a position somewhere between mild regret and a caution against contact. However, Vittikel felt no anger, not at least at that moment. He maintained his smile, his tone still friendly. Yes, but my mother has a unique background, although she is not a witch. She works in the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He thought perhaps mentioning the ministry would steer the conversation back on course. After all, the Malfoys seemed to value status and lineage. He was mistaken. Draco's expression escalated from disdain to a near-pitying derision. He emitted a short, nasal snicker that Vittikel would later recognize as the hallmark laughter of the Malfoy family. A Muggle government official? Draco shook his head, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke of the year. So you are doubly Muggle-born. How amusing. He turned to Madame Malkin, who was measuring him, and said, Madam, please ensure that my robes maintain a respectful distance from the others. I would not wish for the fabric to be sullied by impure air. The volume of his words was just right for everyone in the shop to hear. The red-haired girl's face flushed, the brown-haired boy shot him an angry glare, and Madame Malkin's smile vanished entirely. As for Vittikel, he felt blood rush to his ears. Throughout Lady Lynn's career as a diplomat, she had navigated countless prickly situations, irate negotiating opponents, deliberately provocative journalists, and conflicts arising from cultural misunderstandings. The most crucial lesson she imparted to her son was not merely to always remain polite, but that politeness is a weapon, yet when necessary, one can wield more direct armaments. She had remarked, Vittikel, there are 2 types of people in this world, those who offend you out of ignorance, and those who do so out of arrogance. For the former, exercise patience in explaining. As for the latter, she had chuckled then, her smile sharp as a scalpel, making it clear that arrogance is a house made of glass, and you possess stones. At that moment, Vittikel gazed at Draco Malfoy, utterly convinced that he belonged to the latter category. The measuring tape had just completed its final measurement and flew back to Madame Malkin's side. Vittikel leaped down from the stool, his movements light as a cat, and approached Draco. He stood slightly shorter than Draco, yet when he straightened, the aura inherited from the Weasley and Lynn families rendered the height difference inconsequential. Mr. Malfoy, Vittikel began, his voice clear, each word polished like a well-crafted pebble. I believe we may have encountered a misunderstanding. Draco looked down at him, his gray eyes filled with impatience as if to say, "What more do you have to say?" A misunderstanding? Yes. Vitker nodded, his demeanor remaining polite, though the temperature in his blue eyes had dropped to freezing. It seems you are judging me based on two assumptions. First, that the purity of wizarding blood determines a person's worth, and second, that muggles, or non-magical individuals, are inferior. Draco scoffed. That's common sense. No, Vitker calmly countered, that is prejudice. Allow me to enlighten you, Mr. Malfoy, on the distinction between common sense and prejudice. He stepped forward slightly, his voice not raised, but each word struck the quiet shop like a small hammer. Common sense is recognizing that magic is merely a skill, akin to singing, painting, or solving mathematical problems. Some are naturally adept, some require practice, and some may never master it. This does not elevate the skill to a higher nobility, it merely makes them more proficient in magic. Draco opened his mouth to protest. But Vitker did not afford him the opportunity. Prejudice, Vitker continued, speaking as smoothly as if he were stating the weather, is believing that a particular skill grants you the right to hold dominion over others. Let me provide you with an analogy you can comprehend. If you encounter someone who cannot perform magic but can compose a symphony, would you deem them inferior? If you meet a muggle scientist who discovers a cure for a terminal illness, would you scorn them for not wielding a wand? That is different. Draco attempted to interject. In what way? Vitker interrupted immediately, employing the debate technique he learned from his mother to control the rhythm. Is it because magic is more familiar to you? Let me inform you, Mr. Malfoy, that in my realm, there are those who can see clearly in the dark, those who can dismantle a wall with their bare hands, and those who can save an entire street amidst gunfire, all without the use of a wand. According to your logic, should they not also be categorized as pure-blood superbeings and superbeings by birthright? Draco was taken aback. Clearly, he had not anticipated the conversation to unfold in this manner. He was accustomed to others either shrinking before his bloodline assertions or erupting in furious retorts. No one had ever countered with such calm, logical precision. Vitker noted his hesitation and pressed his advantage. You claim your family is ancient and distinguished. Allow me to pose a question. What constitutes ancient? A few hundred years? A few thousand? In my country, some families can trace their lineage back for 1,000 years. By your temporal logic, should they not look down upon families with only a few hundred years of history? Draco's face began to pale, not from fear, but from anger and confusion. His arsenal of debating tools evidently lacked the means to counter such an argument. And as for distinguished, Vitker continued, now almost smiling, with that cold, polite smile that Lady Lynn wore when she thoroughly outmaneuvered her opponents at the negotiation table. Distinction is defined by achievements, not by lineage. If your ancestors were great, that is their glory, not yours. You, Draco Malfoy, 11 years old, yet to attend a single day at Hogwarts, yet to cast a single spell, yet to prove any capability beyond I can breathe. What qualifies you to claim distinction? By virtue of your surname? That is merely a label bestowed upon you by your parents, not a medal earned by your own merit. The shop fell silent. The red-haired girl and brown-haired boy gaped in astonishment. Madame Malkin dropped the chalk in her hand, shattering it into several pieces. Draco's face shifted from pale to an unseemly shade of pink, as if he had been slapped. His lips quivered, attempting to articulate something. Yet his mind was evidently overloaded, unable to conjure appropriate words. Vitker delivered a final blow, light yet precise as a scalpel. Thus, Mr. Malfoy, before you wield that theory of blood purity to judge others, perhaps you should first consider, when you stand before a mirror, do you see Draco Malfoy the individual, or merely an empty box adorned with the label of an ancient pureblood family? He paused, his blue eyes sweeping over Draco's expensive attire, exquisite brooch, and meticulously styled hair. Because, truthfully, Vitker concluded, his voice soft as a whisper yet audible to all, if a person's sole achievement is their birthright, they would do well to learn the art of silence, lest they expose the barrenness of their intellect. In the ensuing 10 seconds, the air in Madame Malkin's robe shop thickened to the point of being palpable. Draco Malfoy stood upon the stool, as if suddenly petrified by a spell. His pale face now flushed an unattractive shade of pink, his gray eyes wide, and his lips pressed into a quivering line. Vitker could see a vein pulsating at his temple, a trait he recognized all too well from Damien when angered. The blond boy opened his mouth, producing a meaningless syllable. You. What of me? Vitker tilted his head, his expression as innocent as if he were merely inquiring about the day of the week. I am merely sharing some common sense. After all, if the Wizarding Society truly holds ancient traditions in such high regard as you suggest, then respecting others and refraining from hasty judgments based on lineage should be fundamental etiquette, would it not? This was a decisive blow. Vittikel skillfully employed Draco's own logical framework, tradition, decorum, the elite of wizarding society, against him. Draco was utterly rendered speechless. He appeared to have just realized for the first time that there existed individuals in the world who did not adhere to his script, and who could tear it apart and hurl it back in his face. The silence was broken as the shop door swung open once more. Master Vittikel, your book list has arrived. AFO's voice was abruptly cut off. The old butler stood at the entrance, holding a brown paper bag emblazoned with the logo of the Leaky Cauldron. His gaze swiftly scanned the interior. Vittikel stood composed. A golden-haired boy on the stool was flushed. 2 children in another corner gaped in astonishment, and Mrs. Moak was wearing an expression of utter disbelief. AFO's eyebrows arched slightly, a subtle indication of amusement. He approached Vittikel with a leisurely gait, as if entering his own sitting room. It seems you have made a friend? AFO inquired gently, though his keen eyes appraised Draco's condition. Vittikel turned to AFO, his expression shifting instantaneously from that of a cold debater back to that of an 11-year-old boy. Not quite a friend, AFO. Merely a cultural exchange. When he uttered cultural exchange, the irony in his tone was almost imperceptible, yet AFO discerned it. The old butler turned to Draco, nodding politely. Good day. I am Alfred Pennyworth, Master Vittikel's butler. Draco finally emerged from his stupor, inhaling deeply as he attempted to regain his haughty demeanor, though it was considerably diminished, his face still flushed, and his voice somewhat unsteady. Draco Malfoy. This is my father, Lucius Malfoy. He gestured towards the man standing in the shadow of the shop entrance. Lucius Malfoy had been quietly observing, and now stepped slowly into the light. His gray eyes bore a striking resemblance to Draco's, yet were colder and more calculating as they swept over Vittikel and settled upon AFO. Pennyworth, Lucius repeated the surname, his voice smooth as silk, an ancient English name devoid of any magical lineage. So you are Muggles? His manner of stating Muggles was markedly different from Draco's. It was not laced with disdain but rather delivered as a calm assertion akin to classifying specimens. AFO met his gaze, smiling with the poise of a host welcoming dinner guests. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy, both I and Master Vittikel's father are non-magical individuals. However, this appears not to have impeded Master Vittikel's admission to Hogwarts. The magical world seems more open than some might presume. The corners of Lucius's mouth twitched, though it was uncertain whether it was a smile or something else entirely. Interesting, he finally remarked, his attention returning to Vittikel. So, Mr. Vittikel, your previous discourse on ability versus bloodline was quite enlightening for a child of Muggle descent. The words sounded like praise. Yet Vittikel detected the sting within. He was still emphasizing Muggle heritage. Just as Vittikel was about to respond, Mrs. Moak interjected with an overly loud voice. All right, Draco, your measurements are complete. Come back in 3 days. Mr. Vittikel, yours are ready as well. Same in 3 days. Clearly, she wished to swiftly conclude the tension-laden exchange. Vittikel glanced towards AFO, who nodded in agreement. Then we shall take our leave. Mr. Malfoy, Draco, I wish you a pleasant shopping experience. AFO handed the paper bag from the bookstore to Vittikel, then gently placed a hand on his shoulder as they turned towards the door. Just as they were about to step outside, Vittikel turned back. Draco remained on the stool, a myriad of emotions playing across his face. Anger, confusion, and perhaps a hint of curiosity that Vittikel had not anticipated. Vittikel offered him a slight smile, not the previous diplomatic smile, but a genuine, somewhat mischievous grin. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, he said, his voice light-hearted, since you hold tradition in such high esteem, you might appreciate this adage my mother taught me from ancient Chinese wisdom. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. It signifies the unpredictability of fate. Today's advantages may become tomorrow's disadvantages. He paused, his blue eyes sparkling. So, until we meet at Hogwarts, perhaps then we can ascertain whether your ancient bloodline prevails, or if my Muggle heritage proves more intriguing. Without waiting for Draco's response, he turned and followed AFO out of the shop. The bell above the door chimed, as if marking the conclusion of their verbal duel. Stepping out of Mrs. Moak's shop, the rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. The cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley glistened with moisture, reflecting the lights of the magical establishments. AFO remained silent for a moment, guiding Vittikel along the street for several yards before turning into a relatively quiet alleyway, where he halted and faced the boy. So, a cultural exchange? AFO inquired calmly. Vittikel suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. He glanced down at the paper bag in his hands, the thick textbooks pressing against his fingers. He spoke defiantly. He called me a Muggle, and said that his robes should keep their distance from mine due to my impure aura. AFO fell silent for several seconds. Then, to Vittikel's surprise, the old butler emitted a nearly inaudible chuckle. I must commend you, Master Vittikel, AFO remarked, his eyes gleaming with the gentle, teasing Vittikel had come to recognize. Your performance in that debate was quite impressive. Your logic was tight, your attacks precise. And you even quoted Ms. Lynn's maxim. If Lord Thomas were alive, he would undoubtedly be proud of you. He relished cornering his opponents with words. Vittikel blinked in astonishment. You're not angry? Father said not to cause trouble. You did not cause trouble, AFO corrected. You clarified a misunderstanding. Moreover, from my observations, that Mr. Malfoy appears to have never encountered anyone who questioned his worldview. This may serve him well, though he might not perceive it as such at present. Vittikel exhaled in relief, then could not help but laugh. He looked like he swallowed a fly. Indeed, AFO concurred. But do remember, Master Vittikel, in the magical world, notions of bloodline are deeply entrenched. Your encounter today is not an isolated incident. Hogwarts will have more students and professors who hold similar views. You must decide, will you confront them directly each time, or adopt a more strategic approach? Vittikel pondered this. His mother had taught him that language is a weapon. But the purpose of a weapon is to resolve issues, not to create more. I will assess the situation, he ultimately replied. If it's merely ignorance, I will explain. If it's malice, I shall not shy away. AFO nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. A reasonable stance. Now, let us see the list. Next up is the wand. Ollivander's wand shop is just ahead. Then we need to visit the apothecary for potion ingredients, the stationery store for parchment and ink, and finally the pet shop to confirm Athena's registration. They rejoined the throng of shoppers. Vittikel glanced back towards the direction of Mrs. Mokesh's shop, faintly perceiving the spinning robes in the window. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin, a pureblood family. He recalled the boy's last complex expression, anger, but not solely anger. It was as if Vittikel had cracked open a fissure in his perfect little world. AFO, Vittikel suddenly asked, which house do you think I will be sorted into? AFO tilted his head to regard him. Professor McGonagall stated that the sorting hat will consider your wishes. Do you have a preference? Vittikel contemplated. He had read the house descriptions compiled by Tim. Gryffindor for bravery, Hufflepuff for loyalty, Ravenclaw for wisdom, and Slytherin for ambition and bloodline. I don't know, he admitted honestly. I want to learn magic, grow stronger, and protect my family. However, I do not wish to become one of those who look down upon others. Alfred gently pressed his hand upon his shoulder. Well then, Master Viti, I believe the sorting hat will perceive your true essence. After all, he paused, a smile gracing his lips. A boy capable of rendering the pure-blooded little aristocrats speechless with mere words will undoubtedly make any house more intriguing, regardless of where he is placed. Viti chuckled. He suddenly felt that no matter what awaited him at Hogwarts, he could handle it. Because he hailed from Gotham. Because he was the son of Batman. Because he was the son of an esteemed diplomat. Because he was Viti Wayne, an 11-year-old wizard who had just cast doubt upon the very existence of the magical world's first little aristocrats. Let us proceed, Alfred, he declared, straightening his back. We still have a wand to purchase. They continued onward, merging with the throngs of magic swirling through Diagon Alley. Behind them, in Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Draco Malfoy finally descended from the stool, his countenance still sour. Father, he murmured, a hint of unrecognized trepidation in his voice. That Wayne. Lucius Malfoy regarded his son with an inscrutable expression. An interesting child, he eventually remarked, his fingers stroking the serpent head of his cane, muggle-born, yet possessing a formidable presence. His words are sharp, as if honed by training. And that elder beside him is no ordinary servant. He gazed out the shop's entrance, his gray eyes narrowing. Remember this day, Draco, Lucius instructed, this is your first lesson. The magical world is vast, and not all hold the Malfoy name in reverence. Some may retaliate in ways you least expect. Draco pressed his lips together. The echo of Viti's words resonated in his mind. If a person's only achievement is to be born into privilege, he had better learn to keep silent. For the first time, he faintly sensed that life at Hogwarts might not unfold as his parents had described, merely an elegant continuation of a pure-blood lineage. There would be surprises, such as a blue-eyed, black-haired boy, muggle-born, whose words cut like a knife. Let us go, Lucius said. We must visit Gringotts. Then you will need a new wand. Ollivander's may be rather crowded today. Draco nodded, following his father out of the shop. At the entrance, he couldn't help but glance back towards the direction Viti had vanished. We shall see, Wayne, he murmured to himself, devoid of disdain, replaced by a complex, burning curiosity. Let us discover who is truly more fascinating. Chapter 4. Witnessing the passage of time, guarding memories. After departing from Madame Malkin's, Viti took a full 3 minutes to quell his tumultuous emotions. He walked alongside Alfred, his footsteps echoing upon the damp cobblestones of Diagon Alley. Clutching the icy key to Gringotts Vault 713, while his mind replayed the expressions of the blonde boy, Draco Malfoy, shifting from arrogance to shock, and finally to frustration. Cultural exchange, Viti couldn't help but murmur, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, an expression unique to the Wayne family, laced with a touch of dark humor. It truly had a striking impact. Alfred ambled beside him, his briefcase seemingly heavier than before entering Gringotts, containing enough galleons to purchase half of Madame Malkin's establishment, along with several freshly signed copies of magical contracts. Hearing Viti's mutterings, the old steward cast a sidelong glance at him, his silver brows arching slightly. I couldn't help but notice, Master Viti. Alfred spoke with a calmness akin to commenting on the weather. Some of the debate techniques you employed in the robe shop, especially that tactic of countering your opponent within their own logical framework, reminded me of Lady Lynn's performance at a recent United Nations Climate Summit. She spent a full 20 minutes ensnaring a representative who insisted developing nations should bear the brunt of emission reductions, ultimately forcing him to concede that the agenda draft required revision. Viti blinked. Mother truly did. The live footage still resides in the ministry's internal archives, though the public version has been edited for civility. Alfred paused, adding, after viewing the unedited version, Master Bruce remarked, if Lady Lynn were not a diplomat, she would make a formidable attorney. Young Master Dick was nodding along at that moment, only to be precisely struck in the face by a sofa cushion thrown by Lady Lynn. Viti reminisced about that scene, unable to suppress a laugh. He understood that the relationship between his parents was intricate. They were not a conventional couple. Yet neither were they strangers. They functioned like two elite operatives, executing a flawless tactical partnership in the mission of raising a child, occasionally clashing on strategic matters, yet never diverging on the subject of love for Viti. Just as he was about to inquire further about his parents' youthful exploits, his gaze was drawn to a shop ahead. It appeared old, but not merely old, rather the kind that, if situated in Gotham, would attract a warning from the municipal office, only for Bruce to purchase it at great expense to restore it, discovering in the process a hidden diary of a 19th-century serial killer within its basement. The shop was wedged between a bustling cauldron shop and a potion store exuding strange herbal aromas, its narrow entrance barely accommodating an adult's sideways passage. Dust thickly coated the windows. Behind the glass lay countless slender boxes covered in dust, resembling fragments of coffins exhumed from a grave. The sign, with its faded golden letters, barely discernible, read, Ollivanders, since 382 B.C. Expertly crafted wands. 382 B.C. Viti halted, gazing up at the sign. Has this establishment been operating for over 2 millennia? According to the Appendix 3 of Professor McGonagall's new student guide. Alfred withdrew a thin parchment booklet from the side pocket of his briefcase and swiftly flipped through it. Indeed, the Ollivander family claimed to be the oldest wand-making family in Britain. However, the assertion of 382 B.C. was subject to academic debate, as some magical historians believe that a certain ancestor of Ollivander had intentionally muddled family lore with accounts of an ancient Greek alchemist for marketing purposes. Viti stared at the narrow, weathered wooden door. A dim yellow light seeped through the cracks, accompanied by an indescribable scent. It was neither the metallic tang of Gringotts nor the herbal fragrance of the potion shop, but rather a deeper, more intricate aroma, aged wood, dried moss, a hint of some animal-s horn, and a faint trace of a refreshing scent reminiscent of a distant rainstorm. His wrist-mounted detector began to vibrate again, but this time the pattern was different. In Gringotts, it had pulsed with dense, rhythmic red dots, akin to a radar capturing a massive metallic cluster. Now, the vibrations were scattered and wave-like, as if myriad small energy sources were breathing in the darkness. Is this where we are to procure our wand? Viti asked uncertainly. It appears on the verge of collapse. Appearances can be deceiving, Master Viti, Alfred replied, closing the guidebook. His gaze swept across the shop's surroundings. In Gotham, your father owns at least 3 safe houses that resemble scrap yards, yet are outfitted with equipment sufficient to support small-scale military operations. Perhaps the artisans of the magical world share similar aesthetic preferences. They approached the shop. Viti noticed that despite the shop's dilapidation, the doormat was remarkably clean. Not clean in the sense of having been scrubbed, but rather as if dust automatically avoided it. The doorknob was intricately carved with spiraling patterns. Though tarnished with green, the design remained clear. More importantly, as he extended his hand, mere inches from the doorknob, he felt a subtle tingling beneath his skin, not pain, but something akin to static electricity or a resonance. Are you ready? Alfred inquired. Voldemort inhaled deeply, nodding slightly. He pushed open the door. If Voldemort thought the grandeur of Gringotts Hall was astonishing enough, then the interior of Ollivander's wand shop presented an entirely different level of shock. Firstly, it was constricted, so much so that it felt suffocating. The interior was even narrower than it appeared from the outside. The straight distance from the entrance to the innermost counter barely exceeded 15 feet. The walls on either side were densely packed from floor to ceiling with slender boxes, resembling a chaotic vertical arrangement of dominoes. The boxes varied in size and color, dark brown, light brown, grayish-white, and even a few that were nearly black, all cloaked in a fine, uniform layer of dust, as if time itself had been paused within these walls. Then there was the silence. An absolute, almost palpable silence. The clamorous bustle of Diagon Alley was entirely cut off by that flimsy door, leaving only the sound of his own breathing, the calm footsteps of Hagrid, and a faint, continuous hum, a sound not heard by the ears, but rather felt in the bones. Voldemort raised his wrist, observing the detector's surface revealing a dense cluster of overlapping lights, each point of light signifying a source of magical energy, and at that moment, the entire dial was submerged in a gentle white glow. Lastly, there was the scent, a fragrance that defied precise description. Voldemort closed his eyes, attempting to discern the rich aroma of aged oak, the dry scent of cedar. A certain sweet floral note, perhaps rose, the briny tang of sea air, the charred essence of burnt wood, the freshness of rain-soaked earth, and a hint of metallic sharpness. These scents did not intermingle. Rather, they distinctly floated in the air like a three-dimensional map painted with olfactory notes. "Good afternoon." A voice emanated from the depths of the shop, light and airy, like a feather falling to the ground. Voldemort opened his eyes. Behind the counter, if one could even refer to the cluttered, box-laden surface as a counter, stood an elderly man. Very elderly. So ancient that Voldemort could not ascertain his age at first glance. He boasted a sparse mop of white hair, resembling cotton candy, disheveled atop his head. His eyes were large and odd, almost translucent silvery gray, glimmering like polished moonstones in the dim light. He donned a deep purple robe, the cuffs worn to a faded white. Yet at the collar, he bore a delicate silver brooch shaped like two crossed wands. "Mr. Ollivander?" Hagrid inclined his head slightly. "We have an appointment. Voldemort Wayne, a new student at Hogwarts, in need of his first wand." Ollivander's silver-gray eyes immediately focused on Voldemort, not with a mere glance, but as if conducting a thorough scan. Voldemort felt as though he were being x-rayed, every inch of him meticulously assessed, measured, and catalogued by those keen eyes. "Ah, yes," Ollivander murmured, his voice imbued with a peculiar resonance, as though he were not merely speaking with his vocal cords, but rather resonating with the very air of the shop itself. "Wayne. A new name. No record. Muggle-born." His inquiry regarding Voldemort's Muggle heritage was markedly different from Draco Malfoy's. There was no disdain, no judgment, only pure curiosity, akin to a biologist discovering a new specimen of an unknown species. "Yes," Voldemort replied, striving to maintain a steady tone. "No one in my family is a wizard." "Interesting." Ollivander circled around the counter, his movements light and agile, reminiscent of a large cat. Children of Muggle descent often exhibit two distinct patterns of magical fluctuation, either like a freshly struck match, bright but fleeting, or like a deeply buried vein of, or substantial yet difficult to access. And he halted before Voldemort, close enough for him to see every wrinkle at the corners of Ollivander's eyes. The old man extended a hand, bony and thin-skinned, resembling parchment. Yet his fingers were long and strong. He did not touch Voldemort. Instead, his hand hovered a few inches above Voldemort's forehead. "Like the sea before a storm," Ollivander murmured. "Calm, yet beneath the surface, there are whirlpools. Many whirlpools. Conflicted, yet balanced. Odd. Very odd." He withdrew his hand and turned toward the towering wall of boxes, his silver-gray eyes scanning the dusty labels, murmuring to himself. "Conflict and balance require a medium, a harmonizer. Oak? Too rigid. Willow? Too pliable. Holly? Too direct." Seizing the opportunity while Ollivander rummaged, Voldemort quietly asked Hagrid, "Is this truly the monopoly of the wand market in Britain?" Hagrid surveyed the cramped shop, his gaze sweeping over the precariously stacked boxes, the peculiar tools hanging on the walls, a giant pair of tweezers, several rune-etched files, and an odd contraption resembling a fusion of an 18th-century typewriter and a brass telescope, and the flickering oil lamp in the corner that emitted an unstable puffing sound. From a commercial standpoint, it was indeed perplexing. Hagrid replied in a similarly hushed tone. "If Ollivander truly supplies over 90% of the wands in the whole of Britain, then the scale of this shop is severely mismatched with its market position. There are usually two explanations. Either wand-making is inherently low in profit, or the proprietor has a peculiar obsession." Voldemort interjected, recalling Hagrid's similar musings on the steps of Gringotts. "Precisely," Hagrid nodded, considering the price of a wand. He cast a glance at the hastily scribbled price list affixed behind the counter, the numbers clear amidst the scrawl, 7 galleons for a basic wand. With the custom wands having no upper limit, and with the galleon to pound exchange rate nearing 5-to-1, the profit margin for wand-making should not be negligible. Hence, it is more likely the latter. Mr. Ollivander harbors an unwavering devotion to the traditional workshop atmosphere. Or perhaps he simply cannot be bothered to relocate, Voldemort quipped. A faint smile twitched at the corner of Hagrid's mouth. At that moment, Ollivander returned, cradling 3 slender boxes. The boxes were old, their edges worn. Yet the wood itself gleamed with a warm luster in the dim light. He placed the boxes upon the counter and opened the first one. Inside lay a wand, approximately 10 inches long, crafted from deep brown wood, with subtle spiral patterns on its surface, its shaft perfectly straight, as if measured with a ruler. Oak. Dragon heartstring core, 10¼ inches, sturdy, Ollivander stated, handing the wand to Voldemort. Give it a try. Voldemort accepted it. The wand felt surprisingly weighty in his hand, solid and substantial. Instinctively, he gave it a flick. No, not like that. Ollivander shook his head. A glimmer of light in his silver-gray eyes. The wand is not merely a stick, child. It is an extension, a conduit. Hold it, feel it. Then, imagine what you wish to happen, the simplest sort of thing. For instance, make that lamp's flame flicker. He pointed to the corner where the sputtering oil lamp stood. Voldemort took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the wand in his hand. At first, it was merely wood, cold and smooth. But gradually, he began to feel a pulse. Very faint, like a heartbeat, emanating from deep within the wand. This heartbeat had its own rhythm, slow, steady, like an ancient pendulum. He opened his eyes and gazed at the oil lamp, imagining the flame leaping, envisioning the flicker of the flame. He waved the wand. Nothing happened. No, something did transpire. The flame of the lamp suddenly shrank into a tight ball, like a startled creature, before extinguishing completely. The shop was plunged into deeper darkness, save for a sliver of light filtering in from the dust-laden window facing Diagon Alley. Ah, Ollivander remarked, his tone devoid of surprise. The oak has rejected you. Or rather, you have rejected the oak. Next, he retrieved a wand from the second box. This one was shorter, approximately 9 inches, crafted from light yellow wood, with delicate wave patterns along its surface, and the shaft bore a slight curve. Willow wood, unicorn hair core, 9 inches, supple, Ollivander presented it, noting that willow favors those masters with potential yet to be fully realized. Give it a try. Vittikel accepted the wand, which felt remarkably light, almost weightless in his grasp. Instead of a heartbeat, he sensed a flowing sensation, as if cradling a gentle stream of water. He glanced again at the oil lamp, which Ollivander had gently ignited with a flick of his finger, imagining the flame leaping forth. With a wave, this time the flame responded, not by dancing, but by splitting. A flame genuinely detached from the wick, hovering momentarily like a bewildered firefly before dissipating into a shower of sparks. Close, but not quite right. Ollivander shook his head. The willow is willing to respond to you, yet you are not in harmony, like two individuals who can converse, but lack the depth of understanding. Next, the third wand emerged from the box. This one was black, not dyed, but the wood's inherent deep ebony hue, its surface as smooth as polished obsidian. Measuring approximately 11 inches in length, almost sharply straight. Ebony, phoenix feather core, 11 inches, exceedingly rigid, Ollivander's voice lowered, as if introducing a formidable entity. Ebony selects those who are decisive, unafraid to traverse challenging paths. It is discerning. The moment Vittikel grasped the ebony wand, he realized it was not the wand rejecting him, but rather he who rejected the wand. The dark stick felt as heavy as a lead weight in his hand. Worse still, he sensed an aggressiveness, not malicious, but a domineering presence demanding absolute control. It felt as if the wand was asserting, if you wish to wield me, you must become the kind of person I deem worthy, unyielding, cold, and uncompromising. Vittikel frowned. He recalled moments of his father as Batman, not the resolute stance against criminals, but the silent figure in the Batcave late at night, grappling with cases he could not save. That kind of toughness was armor, not essence. He did not attempt to wave it, simply returning it. This one is unsuitable. Ollivander accepted the ebony wand, his silver-gray eyes piercing into Vittikel's. Wise, he finally remarked. To force the ebony would only yield unpleasant consequences. Let us reconsider our approach. He turned, resuming his pacing before the wall of boxes, murmuring to himself, rejecting the rigidity of oak, ill-suited to the pliability of willow, wary of the dominance of ebony. What is needed is balance, inclusivity, time. Yes, time. A material capable of bearing conflict, witnessing transformation, while retaining its essence through the ages. Suddenly, he halted, gazing upward at a high shelf laden with boxes that appeared particularly ancient, dust thick enough to obscure their original hues. Time, Ollivander reiterated, a rare thrill evident in his voice. Perhaps we should consider materials that truly comprehend the passage of time. Vittikel observed as Ollivander fetched a small ladder, creaking under the weight of years, and precariously ascended to the top shelf, retrieving several boxes from the dust-laden pile. He could not resist once more surveying the cramped, dilapidated space. Mr. Ollivander, he finally inquired, striving for politeness, if wand-making is indeed as crucial as the books suggest, and your shop, well, offers such an extensive selection, why not expand the storefront? or open additional branches. Ollivander, still clutching a box as he descended, cast a glance towards Vittiker, his silver-gray eyes twinkling with a peculiar mirth. Branches? He echoed, as if the word were foreign. Child, a wand is not a robe, nor a cauldron, nor a standardized commodity. Each wand is unique, akin to each wizard's individuality. Crafting a wand transcends mere craftsmanship. He reached the ground, placing the box upon the counter and blowing off the surface dust. The dust spiraled in the air, illuminated by the oil lamp's glow, resembling tiny nebulae. This is a ritual, Ollivander continued, his fingers gliding over the box's surface. Movements as gentle as caressing an infant. It is a conversation between myself and the wood, with the core, and with the yet unmet soul destined to wield this wand. Such dialogue cannot transpire on an assembly line, nor in a spacious yet hollow branch. He opened the first box. Inside lay a wand of pale gold, its wood adorned with delicate vertical grain, reminiscent of solidified sunlight. As for why the storefront would not expand, Ollivander chuckled, his smile wrinkling his face like a walnut. Space would dilute focus. Too much space, too much light, too many modern conveniences would disrupt the subtle perceptions of the wood's breath, the flow of magic, the whispers of fate. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire cramped, dim, box-laden space. Everything condensed, everything dense, everything intimate. Vittiker felt a glimmer of understanding. He recalled that the Batcave was not spacious, at least not the core working area. Bruce had once remarked that within a limited space, everything remained within reach, and thoughts would not be interrupted by meaningless distances. Perhaps Ollivander harbored a similar philosophy. Now, Ollivander offered the pale gold wand to him. Give this a try. Hazelwood. Unicorn hair core, 10 inches, supple yet resilient. Hazel is associated with prophecy and insight, favoring those who can perceive the essence of things. Vittiker accepted it. The hazel wand felt comfortable in his grip, its weight just right. He sensed a clear pulsing, akin to a mountain spring. He attempted a wave. Suddenly, a roll of blank parchment unfurled upon the counter, only to retract and unfurl again, as if a bewildered tongue. No, Ollivander shook his head. The hazel perceives your insight, yet it is not the kind it seeks. Next, for the next half hour, Vittiker tested 7 different wands. The beech wand caused a swirl of dust to form little figures that danced, but collapsed into a heap after only 3 seconds. The cherry wood wand transformed the oil lamp's flame into a chilling blue, nearly freezing the air. The ash wand buzzed in his hand like an angry wasp. Yet nothing transpired. The yew wand, upon his grasp, felt like a dark, enticing whisper, sweet poison. The applewood wand was amiable, yet the magic it produced was always askew, making a chair hop on one leg, causing an ink bottle to spew rainbow bubbles, and making Albus's bow tie and untie itself. Albus remained expressionless, only letting out a gentle sigh when the bow tie nodded for the 3rd time. By the time he reached the 8th wand, Vittiker began to feel disheartened. He recalled Draco Malfoy, that blonde boy, who had likely selected his wand with graceful ease, one befitting the ancient lineage of pure-blood families, magnificent and powerful. And here he was, like a customer rummaging through a thrift market, testing a series of wands that were either too rigid or too pliable, too cold or too fervent. This is unscientific. Vittiker set down yet another wand, laurel wood, which made his hair stand on end for 3 seconds before falling flat, unable to restrain himself from muttering in Mandarin. Is there no possibility of a proactive choice? Albus heard him, his silver-gray eyebrows arching slightly. You mean? Vittiker turned to Ollivander. The elder was examining the tip of a wand, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass as though diagnosing a patient. Mr. Ollivander, Vittiker spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the quiet shop. Can I choose the materials for my wand myself? Ollivander's hand stilled. He slowly lowered the magnifying glass, turning to face Vittiker, his silver-gray eyes locking onto his. At this moment, those eyes shone with an exceptional brightness, akin to a polished silver coin. Choose your own materials, Ollivander reiterated, his tone devoid of surprise, instead imbued with a long-awaited excitement. Ah, such a request. It has been an eternity since I last heard it. He approached the counter, resting his hands upon the surface, leaning forward. Typically, it is the wand that selects the wizard. The wood, the core, the length, the flexibility. These are the languages of the wand. They assess in silence, judge upon contact, and then determine whether to accept. However, to actively choose the material signifies that the wizard is attempting to converse with the wand rather than awaiting judgment. This requires considerable confidence, or perhaps a certain naivety. He paused, his gaze dissecting Vittikel as if with a scalpel. So, Mr. Vittikel, what material do you wish to select? Vittikel did not respond immediately. He closed his eyes. What did he recall? Not the darkness of Gotham, nor the grandeur of Wayne Manor, nor the novelty of the magical world. He remembered a painting in his mother's study, an ink-wash painting, sparse yet evocative, depicting a solitary tree. Its branches stretched forth like frozen flames, the leaves fan-shaped, exuding a nearly translucent golden hue upon the yellowed rice paper. It was a ginkgo. His mother had once remarked that ginkgo trees are living fossils, existing for 270 million years, older than dinosaurs, witnessing continental drift, the rise and fall of species, and the ebb and flow of civilizations. In Chinese culture, it symbolizes longevity, resilience, and duality. For the ginkgo tree exhibits both male and female. The female bears fruit, while the male does not, yet they must be in proximity to propagate. Conflict and harmony, independence and interdependence, ancient and nascent. Ginkgo wood. Vittikel opened his eyes, a flicker of flame igniting within his azure gaze. I desire a wand crafted from ginkgo wood. The shop fell silent. Even the subtle, pervasive hum seemed to pause. The flame of the oil lamp solidified into a stationary golden blossom. Dust hung suspended in the air, no longer descending. Ollivander stared at Vittikel, his silver-gray eyes wide with unprecedented astonishment. His lips silently moved, as if repeating the word, ginkgo, 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 ginkgo wood. He finally spoke, his voice soft as though afraid to awaken something. What a unique request. Truly unique. He turned and walked toward the innermost depths of the shop, where a wall appeared to be merely a standard brick facade. Yet, Ollivander extended his finger, tapping a complex sequence on a specific brick. The bricks rotated and slid apart, revealing a hidden niche. Within the niche lay only 3 boxes, appearing far older than any others in the shop. Not worn, but ancient. Their wooden surfaces oxidized to a near-black, deep brown, the metallic clasps rusted, yet bearing shapes reminiscent of ancient script. Ollivander carefully retrieved all 3 boxes, cradling them as one might a trio of infants. He returned to the counter, placing each box down with a tenderness bordering on reverence. Ginkgo wood, he reiterated, his fingers gliding over the surface of the first box, noting its extensive age. A ginkgo tree takes 20 years to barely mature, a century to genuinely enter its prime, and can still bloom and bear fruit after a millennium. They choose their masters with utmost caution. He opened the first box. Inside lay a wand of soft gold, though not the bright gold of hazel, but rather a gentle, warm hue reminiscent of aged ivory. The wood grain was distinct, an enlarged version of the unique fan-shaped veins of ginkgo leaves. The wand measured approximately 11 inches in length, straight, yet possessing the faintest spiral twist, as if it were recording the invisible winds. Ginkgo wood, dragon heartstring core, 11 inches, moderately flexible. Ollivander's voice lowered, as if divulging a secret. This was crafted, let me think, at the end of the 18th century, during the Napoleonic Wars. It briefly chose a master, a professor of ancient runes at Hogwarts. However, that professor resigned due to illness 3 years later and returned to his homeland, causing the wand to fall into a state of dormancy. Once a ginkgo wood wand has chosen a master, should the master voluntarily abandon their magical career or pass away, it prefers to slumber rather than seek a new bearer. He extended the wand to Vittikel. Vittikel accepted it. The texture felt warm, akin to grasping a piece of jade warmed by the sun. He sensed a contemplative stillness, not a pulse, nor a flow, but a profound, slow contemplation, reminiscent of the wisdom accumulated by ancient trees over millennia. He waved it. A feather quill on the counter stood upright and began to inscribe in the air. The script was neither English nor Chinese but a fluid, beautiful runic language that Vittikel had never seen yet felt inexplicably familiar with, exuding geometric elegance. It penned 3 lines before pausing, gently settling back onto the table. Ollivander gazed at the runes, an unusual glint flashing in his silver-gray eyes. Ancient runes. The meaning is that memory is the root, and the future is the leaf. Intriguing, yet not entirely accurate. He opened the second box. This ginkgo wand was of a deeper hue, nearing amber. Its surface marked with fine cracks resembling the patterns of a parched riverbed. Measuring 10 3/4 inches, it had a slight curve, reminiscent of an elegant branch. Ginkgo wood. Phoenix feather core, 10 3/4 inches, quite flexible, Ollivander stated. This one is older. Crafted in the early 17th century, during the time of the Puritan migration to America. It has never chosen a master. It has been waiting. The phoenix feather is one of the rarest wand cores, endowing the wand with immense magical potential and autonomy. This one may possess more personality than most wizards. Vittikel took it. The sensation was entirely different, warm, vibrant, as if holding a handful of embers that had just extinguished but still retained their warmth. He felt a sense of pride, not arrogance, but a serene acknowledgement of one's worth. He waved it. This time, all the boxes in the shop, the thousands upon thousands stacked high, trembled slightly, not shaking, but akin to a slumbering giant stirring in a dream. Dust cascaded from the lids, coalescing in the air into a small, swirling cloud before gently settling. Ollivander held his breath. It is calling to its companions, he murmured. There exists a mysterious resonance among the ginkgo wood wands, but this reaction is too intense. This wand recognizes your potential, yet there is some form of resistance between you, akin to two magnets of the same polarity. He opened the third and final box. This ginkgo wand appeared the most ordinary. Its color was a simple light brown, situated between the first wand's pale gold and the second's amber. The wood grain was delicate yet unadorned, measuring exactly 10 inches, perfectly straight without a hint of curvature. It bore no embellishments, no carvings, nor even a polished sheen. The surface retained the wood's natural matte texture. Yet, the moment Vittikel's gaze fell upon it, he could not look away. Not due to its beauty. It was not particularly beautiful, but because of an inexplicable familiarity. Akin to turning a corner in a foreign city only to suddenly glimpse the tree before his childhood home. Ginkgo wood, Ollivander's voice was now as soft as a whisper. Unicorn hair core, 10 inches, with a medium to slightly firm flexibility. This one is truly special. He did not immediately reach for the wand, instead gazing at it. Complex emotions flickering in his silver-gray eyes, nostalgia, regret, and a hint of almost reverent anticipation. It was crafted in the early 20th century, Ollivander continued. The exact year I prefer not to disclose. Some dates carry their own weight. The core comes from an exceedingly rare silver unicorn, which lived for 172 years. The oldest recorded in Britain. The wood, from a ginkgo tree that grew for over 1,500 years in Huangshan, China. The tree suffered partial destruction in a wildfire in 1923, while my grandfather happened to be studying abroad in the East. From a local Taoist. He acquired a piece of lightning-struck wood that had escaped the flames, though its edges were singed, leaving behind permanent charred marks. He extended his finger, gently pointing to the wand's tip. Voldemort leaned in closer, only to discover a delicate circle of deep black patterns, akin to a scar that had long since healed. This wand, Ollivander continued, had never been successfully wielded by anyone since its creation. Not due to its capriciousness, it was, in fact, quite gentle, but because of its profound silence. Most wizards, upon grasping a wand, feel the flow of magic, the surge of power, the blossoming of possibilities. Yet this wand merely exists. Like a stone, like a tree, like a moment frozen in time. Those who have attempted to use it have remarked that it feels akin to trying to awaken a mountain. It is not impossible. But the time required may exceed an entire lifetime. He lifted his gaze to Voldemort. Thus, I placed it in the deepest recesses, nearly forgetting it. Until you mentioned ginkgo wood today, which prompted the recollection of this old companion. Ollivander finally picked up the wand and extended it toward Voldemort. The gesture was slow and solemn, as if conveying a sacred object. Give it a try, he said, with an emotion in his voice that Voldemort could not decipher. If it remains silent, we may need to consider other woods. Perhaps ginkgo ultimately does not suit you, despite your request. Voldemort extended his hand. The moment his fingertips brushed against the wand, the world dissolved. No, it did not vanish, it restructured. Voldemort found himself standing in a peculiar space. Devoid of up or down, left or right, and without the passage of time. Only an endless, gentle golden glow. Within that radiance, images floated, a colossal ginkgo tree. Towering on a misty mountaintop, its leaves resembling millions of tiny fans, rustling in the wind, whispering like ancient secrets. A bolt of lightning struck its trunk, flames erupted. Yet the tree did not topple. From the charred scar, new buds sprouted the following spring, greener than before. A silver unicorn traversed the forest. Its hooves silent upon the fallen leaves, its horns shimmering with a pearlescent glow under the moonlight, and its gaze clear enough to reflect the stars. A pair of aged hands worked on the wood, a rasp gliding over it, shavings spiraling down, each piece imbued with the memory of the tree. Then, darkness. Prolonged. Silent darkness. The wand lay in its box, amidst dust and oblivion, waiting. A year, a decade, half a century. Occasionally, hands would lift it, wave it, then set it down again, followed by disappointed sighs. It would be returned, continuing to wait. Until this moment. Until Voldemort's hand grasped it. The light contracted, coalescing back into the wand. Voldemort beheld the shop once more. The dim lighting, the stacked boxes, Ollivander's expectant face, and Alfred's calm, yet focused gaze. He held the wand, feeling no overwhelming magic, no dazzling flash, no earth-shattering spectacle. He merely felt whole, like a missing puzzle piece finally in place. Like a mistuned instrument finally calibrated. Like the breath one seldom notices, but upon surfacing from water and inhaling that first breath of air, one comprehends what it means to be whole. The wand in his hand was warm, not hot, but possessing the body temperature of a living being. The charred scar pressed against his palm, rough yet not bothersome, serving instead as a reminder. Wounds may leave marks. Yet those marks can also become part of one's strength. Wave it, Ollivander whispered, his silver-gray eyes fixed on the wand's tip. Just a gentle motion. Think of nothing. Or perhaps think of everything. Voldemort closed his eyes. He recalled Gotham's nights, the bat signal piercing the rain. He remembered the breakfast table at Wayne Manor, Dick's jokes, Jason's quips, Tim's coffee cup, Damien's discerning expression, and Alfred's perfect eggs. He thought of his mother's smile on the video call, as she said, "Darling, be brave." He recalled his father's silent, yet sturdy silhouette in the shadows of the Batcave. He envisioned Draco Malfoy's pale face and that phrase, Muggleborn. He remembered the towering dome of Gringotts and the heavy weight of a galleon bag. He thought of the ginkgo tree, a living fossil, a witness, a survivor. He waved the wand, not directing it at any particular target, simply creating an arbitrary arc from right to left. The world bloomed, not in the literal sense of flowers, but in the flowering of magic. The flame of the oil lamp did not change color or leap higher. Instead, it divided into 7 small flames, each hovering in the air, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, burning steadily. All the boxes, thousands upon thousands, simultaneously emitted a gentle resonance, not a vibration, but akin to a chorus gently awakened, producing a deep, melodious hum, each pitch distinct yet harmonious, like an ancient hymn. Dust ceased to fall, instead swirling into a rotating nebula. At its center, tiny points of light twinkling like a miniature Milky Way. Beneath Voldemort's feet, the floorboards began to glow, not in blinding light, but like a stream soaked in moonlight, a silvery blue luminescence flowing along the wood grain, spreading across the shop floor, outlining dizzyingly complex geometric patterns. Most astonishing of all was the scent. All the aromas previously encountered, oak, cedar, rose, sea breeze, char, earth, metal, perfectly melded into a new, indescribable fragrance, ancient yet fresh, intricate yet pure, powerful yet gentle. The magic lingered for approximately 10 seconds. Then, the flames returned to the oil lamp. The boxes ceased their humming, the dust slowly descended, the floor's glow faded, and the scent dissipated. Everything reverted to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, everyone knew that everything had happened. Ollivander stood still, motionless. His silver-gray eyes widened to their fullest, lips slightly parted as if forgetting how to breathe. After a full 5 seconds, he finally exhaled slowly, his breath trembling like a leaf in the wind. "By Merlin's beard," he murmured, his voice quaking with a reverent awe. "It has awakened. It truly has awakened." He approached Voldemort, his movements slow, as if nearing a sacred deer. In close proximity, he gazed down at the wand, which still appeared unadorned, and then looked up at Voldemort. "This ginkgo wood is 1,500 years old," Ollivander stated, each word like a treasure dredged from the depths of memory. "The tail hair of a 172-year-old unicorn, 10 inches in length, moderately flexible, bordering on rigid. The charred scar at its end is testament to its trials and survival." He paused, his silver-gray eyes locking onto Voldemort's blue ones. "If this wand were to have a name, it would be Guardian of the Years, for it has witnessed countless ages and safeguarded innumerable memories. And now, it has chosen you." Voldemort gazed down at the wand in his hand. It lay quietly in his palm, docile, yet beneath that docility, one could sense an ancient patience older than mountains, a memory longer than rivers. "Is it powerful?" Voldemort could not help but ask. Ollivander laughed, a genuine, hearty laugh, all wrinkles unfurling. "Powerful?" He shook his head. "No, child, powerful is the most superficial of assessments. This wand is profound. Profound as a deep well, as the starry sky, as time itself. It will not grant you the most dazzling explosions, the most splendid transformations, or the swiftest incantations. But it will provide you with a foundation, stability, endurance, and a rare quality, inclusivity." He gestured towards the circle of charred scars. It could embrace conflict as the ginkgo tree embraces the lightning. It could harmonize contradictions as the purity of a unicorn intertwines with the weathered essence of trees. It would adapt to you, but not alter you. It would enhance you, but not distort you. Most importantly, Ollivander's voice lowered, as if sharing an ancient secret. Once a ginkgo wood wand has truly chosen its master, it shall never follow another. Even if you were to lose it, even if it were to be destroyed, its loyalty, if a wand can possess loyalty, would belong solely to you. It would wait, dormant, until you return, or until the end of the world. Voldemort gripped the wand tightly. The warmth of the wood seeped through his skin, permeating his blood like a silent vow. "So," came Aberforth's voice from beside him, calm yet tinged with a rare, almost imperceptible relief, "we've purchased this one. What's the price?" Ollivander hesitated, as though awakening from a trance. He blinked, glanced at the wand, then at Voldemort, and shook his head. "The price?" he murmured. Discussing the price of this wand was akin to pricing the starry sky, charging for breath. He moved behind the counter, opened a hefty ledger, and the quill dipped itself in ink. He inscribed on a blank page, sold, ginkgo wood, unicorn hair, 10 inches. Medium stiffness with a charred scar at the tip. Buyer, Voldemort Wayne. Date, July 15, 1991. Remarks, awakening of the Guardian. Then, he looked up, 15 galleons. Voldemort blinked. According to the price list he had just seen, custom wands began at 20 galleons, with rare woods and cores incurring additional costs. 15 galleons was almost a bargain. Are you certain? Abeforth inquired. Absolutely, Ollivander nodded, a clear sense of relief in his silver-gray eyes. Some transactions transcend mere currency. What mattered was that the wand had found its rightful place, and the individual had found the wand meant for them. 15 galleons covered materials and basic labor. And that sufficed. Abeforth counted out 15 gold coins from his pouch. The gold shimmered under the oil lamp's light, producing a crisp clink as it was placed on the counter. Ollivander did not even glance, simply swept it into a drawer. He retrieved a brand new purple velvet bag and handed it to Voldemort. Wand case. Complimentary. Take care of it. Clean it regularly with a soft cloth, refrain from using magic, and let it remember your touch. Voldemort carefully placed the wand into the bag, tightening the opening. The bag felt light, yet the weight within bore heavily on his heart. One last question, Mr. Ollivander. Voldemort turned before exiting. You mentioned that no one had successfully wielded this wand before. Why am I able to? Ollivander stood behind the counter, the dim light casting shadows over him, rendering his silhouette indistinct, save for those clear, silver-gray eyes. Why? He echoed, then smiled. A smile imbued with mystery and wisdom. Like a guardian who knows the answer, yet chooses to preserve the enigma. Perhaps because you are akin to it. Young, yet bearing something ancient. Contradictory, yet seeking harmony. Wounded, yet the scars have become a part of you. He paused before adding, or perhaps, simply because you asked me if you could choose the materials. Most come here waiting to be chosen, while you made an effort to choose. Sometimes, extending your hand, even without knowledge of what it may grasp, is qualification in itself. Voldemort nodded, though he barely comprehended. He expressed his gratitude and followed Abeforth toward the door. As he pushed open the weathered wooden door, Ollivander's final words drifted from behind him, light as a falling dust particle. By the way, Mr. Wayne, the ginkgo wood possesses another characteristic. It changes color. Voldemort turned back. Ollivander stood behind the counter, hands folded, his silver-gray eyes gleaming in the dim light like two moons. As the master grows and as magic deepens, the ginkgo wood wand will gradually shift in hue, from light brown to pale gold, to amber, and perhaps even deeper. Observe it. It will reveal to you what kind of person you are becoming. The door swung open, and the bustling sounds and lights of Diagon Alley flooded in. Voldemort cast one last glance at the blurred figure within the dim shop before stepping outside. The door closed gently behind him. Returning to the comparatively bright light of Diagon Alley, Voldemort took a moment to acclimate. He clutched the purple velvet bag tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Abeforth walked alongside him in silence. They strolled slowly along the cobblestone path, passing the vibrant candy shop, where chocolate frogs leaped in the window. The quirky goods store filled with odd instruments, and a group of children excitedly showcasing new brooms. After walking about 50 meters, Voldemort finally spoke, uncertainty lacing his tone. Abeforth. Yes, Master Voldemort. Did we just purchase a wand that no one wanted, a stagnant item gathering dust in the warehouse for nearly a century? Aberforth's pace remained steady. He glanced at Voldemort, his silver-gray brow arching in a perfect, inquisitive arc. From a purely commercial inventory turnover perspective, Abeforth replied calmly, yes. A wand crafted in the early 20th century, never sold, lying deep within the shop, entirely fits the definition of stagnant stock. Voldemort felt a weight settle in his chest. However, Abeforth continued, his voice now imbued with the familiar, gentle yet unassailable wisdom Voldemort knew well. If we shift our assessment criteria from commercial efficiency to adaptive value, the conclusion is entirely different. They paused in a relatively quiet corner, beside the side wall of a bookstore, where a notice displayed the recommended reading list for the new Hogwarts academic year. Abeforth turned to Voldemort, his gaze resting on the hand gripping the wand bag. Master Voldemort. In the underground vault of Wayne Manor lies a painting purchased by your great-grandfather, Lord Thomas, at a flea market in Paris in 1930. He spent what would be equivalent to $50 today. The seller believed it to be a poor imitation. Yet Lord Thomas recognized it as a genuine masterpiece by the 17th century Dutch master Vermeer, merely obscured by neglect and hasty restoration. Its surface shrouded in thick grime and clumsy retouching. Voldemort blinked. That painting now hangs in the central gallery on the second floor of the manor, Abeforth continued. And last year, Sotheby's provided a conservative estimate of $47 million. Yet this painting will never be sold. For its value to the Wayne family lies not in its market price, but in Lord Thomas's ability to discern the concealed brilliance amidst a collection of stagnant goods. He paused before continuing. Your father, Lord Bruce, in the early days of becoming Batman, primarily utilized equipment salvaged from military surplus auctions, obsolete technology warehouses, and even landfills. Those items were deemed outdated or worthless on their original lists. But through his ingenuity, they were transformed into instruments for guarding Gotham. Aberforth's gaze returned to Voldemort's face, gentle yet incisive. So, to address your question, did you purchase a stagnant item? According to Mr. Ollivander's inventory ledger, yes. But true value is never determined by how long something lingers on a shelf. It is determined by how it performs in the hands of its new master and how the master understands and utilizes it. Voldemort looked down at the velvet bag. He could feel the smooth contours of the wand through the fabric. The circle of charred scars aligned perfectly with his palm, like a small, resolute brand. Ollivander referred to it as the Wand of the Year. Vittikel whispered, a witness to time and a guardian of memories. An apt name indeed, nodded Albus, and you, young Master Vittikel, were born into a family steeped in memories and adept at creating them. You hail from Gotham, a city that endures through adversity. You possess the legacy of the Wayne family, as well as the traditions of Lady Lynn. You are, in essence, a harmonious contradiction. Perhaps this wand has awaited nearly a century, not for a flawless master, but for someone sufficiently intricate, resilient, and authentically human. Authenticity. The word resonated with Vittikel. He recalled the sensation when the wand awakened. There was no dazzling explosion of power, only a profound, serene completeness, akin to discovering a long-lost note that finally articulated his voice. Moreover, Albus added, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Considering that this wand is crafted from a 1,500-year-old ginkgo tree and a 172-year-old unicorn, its lack of demand may simply stem from its high standards for a master. Much like the admissions at certain prestigious institutions, vacancies do not arise from a lack of applicants, but rather because candidates have yet to meet the criteria. Until today, Vittikel finally smiled, not a boisterous laugh, but a release. A light-hearted, slightly childlike grin. So, I did not merely purchase an unwanted old stick, he concluded, but rather, I have passed a rather arduous interview. A rather prolonged interview lasting over 70 years, Albus elegantly corrected, and you are the sole successful candidate. This sounds more like an honor than a regret. Vittikel tightened his grip on the wand bag. Now, that sense of weight no longer unsettled him. Instead, it imparted a peculiar sense of grounding. Let us proceed, he declared, straightening his back. We still have cauldrons, scales, and telescopes to acquire. Then I wish to visit that candy store to sample the moving chocolate frogs that Dick mentioned. An astute plan, Albus nodded, but allow me to remind you, once our procurement is complete, we must return to the Leaky Cauldron by 4 in the afternoon, where Professor McGonagall will await us to confirm that all items are accounted for and to distribute the tickets for the Hogwarts Express. They rejoined the bustling crowd. Vittikel took a few steps, unable to resist retrieving the wand from the bag once more, not to use it, but merely to admire it. The unassuming light brown wood, under the diffuse light of London's overcast sky, exuded a soft hue reminiscent of aged honey. The charred scar at the tip became more pronounced in the light, the black interlaced with subtle silver-gray veins, as if frozen in a moment of lightning strike. He raised the wand before his eyes, examining it closely. Suddenly, he noticed an almost imperceptible change in the wand's color. Not a stark transformation, it remained light brown. Yet, within that brown, there seemed to be an almost invisible golden sheen, akin to the first hint of dawn before the darkest hour, the faintest glimmer of morning light on the horizon. Was it an illusion? Or merely the angle of the light? Or perhaps the beginning of the color change that Ollivander spoke of regarding ginkgo wood? Vittikel gazed for a few seconds before carefully returning the wand to the bag, securing its opening and placing it close to his person. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or whether this wand was indeed unwanted, it was now his. And he, Vittikel Wayne, was about to step into an entirely new and magical world, wand in hand, one that had borne witness to a millennium of time. He lifted his gaze toward the end of Diagon Alley, where the sun struggled to pierce the clouds, casting dappled shadows on the damp cobblestones. Hogwarts awaited, and he was ready to embrace the adventure. Chapter 5. Farewell, Gotham, boarding the flight. 1. The journey from London back to Gotham transpired in an unusual silence. The Wayne family's private jet glided over the North Atlantic, the heavy clouds outside the window occasionally yielding glimpses of the deep blue sea below. Vittikel leaned against the spacious leather seat, his fingers unconsciously stroking the purple velvet bag resting on his lap. Within the bag, the ginkgo wood wand lay quietly, imparting a warm and tranquil presence through the fabric. Albus sat across from him, a leather-bound notebook sprawled across his lap, diligently recording notes with his Montblanc pen. a family heirloom spanning 3 generations. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper resonated sharply in the cabin. Having confirmed the procurement list, Albus spoke without lifting his head, his voice clear despite the low hum of the engine. 3 sets of plain work robes, a pointed hat, a pair of protective gloves, and a winter cloak, all imbued with waterproof and dustproof charms. Textbooks including standard spells for beginners, history of magic, theory of magic, and others. A standard size 2 cauldron made of pewter, a brass scale, a set of crystal vials, a telescope, and, of course, your wand. He turned a page and continued. Additional purchases include 3 dozen quills in 2 colors, 2 rolls of parchment, 6 bottles of ink, black, blue, green, red, gold, and silver. 1 of each, a pair of dragonhide gloves to protect hands during potion making from corrosion, a spyglass, insisted upon by Master Bruce, and, lastly, Albus paused. A nearly imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A selection gift box from Honeydukes, containing chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Proceed with caution, Master Vittiker. Super bubblegum, which causes the chewer to float, and pepper imps, which emit smoke from the ears upon consumption, advisable to try in a well-ventilated area. Vittiker couldn't help but chuckle. During the last half hour of shopping, while Albus was verifying the textbook list with Professor McGonagall, he had stealthily slipped into the most bustling candy store in Diagon Alley, purchasing a large box of essential snacks for Hogwarts newcomers with 5 galleons. The shopkeeper, a cheerful balding wizard, had said while packing, "Every year, new students buy this. But I suggest you place the chocolate frogs on top. They sometimes tend to pop out of their boxes." Albus, Vittiker suddenly spoke, his eyes still fixed on the flowing clouds outside the window. "Do you think I am truly ready?" The sound of the pen ceased. Albus closed the notebook and carefully returned the pen to his suit pocket. He lifted his gaze, his silver-gray eyes appearing particularly gentle under the soft reading light of the cabin. "Ready for what, Master Vittiker?" he inquired, his tone devoid of flippancy, infused instead with sincere curiosity. "Ready to leave home? Ready to learn magic? Or ready to face an entirely unfamiliar world?" "All of the above," Vittiker replied honestly. He turned his face, the blue of his eyes reflecting the sky beyond the window. "I know I want to go to Hogwarts. I know this is my choice. But being away from home for so long, going to a place where my parents and you cannot accompany me." His voice trailed off. Within his 11-year-old frame resided thoughts that transcended his age, yet that did not mean he was devoid of fear. Albus remained silent for a few moments. Then, he stood up and, in the smoothly flying cabin, easily walked over to sit beside Vittiker. The old steward did not speak immediately. He simply retrieved a small silver box from his suit pocket, opened it, revealing neatly arranged handmade cookies. "Try this," Albus said, offering a piece, a new recipe. "I call it transatlantic calming cookies." Vittiker accepted it and took a bite. The cookie was ginger-flavored, imbued with a hint of honey sweetness and an indescribable herbal aroma. Remarkably, as he chewed, he did indeed feel a warm sense of calm spreading from his stomach. "What did you add?" he inquired curiously. "A touch of ginger, a dash of honey, a hint of lavender, and," Albus winked, "a sprinkle of the Pennyworth family's ancestral secret. The key lies in the temperature control during baking." And he pointed to his heart, a bit of blessing prepared for a child about to embark on a journey. Vittiker finished the cookie, feeling considerably better. "It is neither magic nor incantation. Rather, it is Alfred's manner of expressing care through tangible actions and quiet companionship." "Responding to your inquiry, Master Viti," Alfred resumed speaking. His tone as steady as if he were recounting an undeniable truth. "Are you fully prepared? I fear no one can be entirely ready to confront the significant turning points of life at the tender age of 11. But are you sufficiently prepared?" "Indeed, I believe so." He adjusted his posture, hands clasped upon his knees. "You possess curiosity, which propels exploration. You possess wisdom, which aids understanding. You possess courage, not recklessness, but the kind of principled bravery displayed in the face of Mr. Malfoy at Madame Malkin's. Most importantly, you have a family that will support you wherever you go." Alfred paused momentarily before adding, "And you also have this wand." His gaze fell upon the purple bag. Mr. Ollivander stated it had awaited its master for nearly a century. "I believe the choice is mutual. It has chosen you, perhaps precisely because you embody the resilience and depth required to face the unknown." The plane experienced a slight turbulence as it passed through a patch of air. Viti clenched the armrest, but it soon stabilized. "I think you are right," he eventually affirmed, his voice firmer than before, "and I also have this." He retrieved the key to Gringotts Vault 713 from his hoodie pocket, along with the emergency contact badge and miniature communicator bestowed upon him by Bruce, a veritable arsenal of paternal care. Alfred observed the assortment of trinkets, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Indeed," the old steward remarked, "you may very well be the most well-equipped first year in the history of Hogwarts. Now, I suggest you take a moment to rest. We have 2 hours until we reach Gotham, and based on my experience, he paused meaningfully, upon your return home, you will face an inquisition from the family, the intensity of which may rival that of a ministry hearing, particularly from Master Dick and Master Jason, who will undoubtedly have countless queries regarding the shopping experience in the wizarding world. Viti envisioned this scenario, unable to suppress a laugh. He could easily predict. Dick would inquire about the speed of a broomstick, Jason would dissect the wand's potential as a weapon. Tim would demand to peruse the table of contents of all textbooks to establish a database, while Damien would assess the tactical value of the magical combat system. As for Mom and Dad, they would express their concern in their own unique ways. Dad would silently scrutinize the safety of all items, while Mom would bombard him with 1,000 questions regarding school regulations, safety measures, and accommodation conditions. I need to conserve my energy, Viti declared, adjusting his seat back and closing his eyes. Dealing with the Wayne's curiosity would require stamina. Alfred rose, gently draping a light blanket over him. A wise decision, Master Viti. I shall rouse you before we land. The cabin settled back into a tranquil hush, save for the persistent hum of the engines. Viti did not truly fall asleep. Yet he closed his eyes and allowed his thoughts to drift. He pondered the castle of Hogwarts, the sorting hat, the moving staircases, and the talking portraits, as well as the spells and potions he was about to learn. And that wand, made of ginkgo wood, with a unicorn hair core, measuring 10 inches, bearing a charred scar. New Year's Eve, he mentally recited the name. Let us discover together what Hogwarts is like. 2. The welcome ceremony at Wayne Manor proved to be even more boisterous than Viti had anticipated. The plane landed at Gotham's private airport as evening descended. A sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited on the tarmac, with Bruce himself behind the wheel, a rare occurrence. Typically, Alfred would be the chauffeur, while Bruce was either in the Batcave or attending a charitable gala. Dad, Viti exclaimed as he climbed into the back seat, astonished to see the casually dressed man at the helm. Was the shopping successful? Bruce glanced at him through the rearview mirror, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Quite successful. I procured a wand, Viti began to report, but Bruce interrupted him. We shall discuss it at home, Batman replied succinctly. Everyone is waiting. The word everyone sent an ominous shiver down Viti's spine. Indeed, as the car entered the gates of Wayne Manor, winding along the driveway toward the main residence, Viti beheld a rare sight through the car window. The foyer of the mansion was ablaze with light, the massive oak doors wide open, and there stood Dick, clad in a Bloodhaven Police Department jacket, clearly having rushed over from work. Jason leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, a motorcycle helmet dangling from his wrist. Tim cradled 3 tablets, the lenses of his glasses glinting in the light. Damien stood at attention, hand resting on the hilt of a training knife, his expression as serious as a sentry on duty. Even Barbara Gordon was present, seated in her wheelchair, a laptop perched on her lap. And standing before them, all was Lin Wan. Viti's mother had swapped her formal diplomatic attire for a simple deep blue dress, her hair loosely gathered at the back. Yet her posture remained impeccably straight, hands clasped in front of her, her expression one of the calm, focused Viti knew so well. The car came to a halt. Alfred exited first, opening the door for Viti. The 11-year-old wizard took a deep breath. Clutching his purple bag containing the wand and a substantial stack of magically shrunk shopping bags, 5 seconds of absolute silence followed. Then, Dick rushed forward, exclaiming, "Little V, let me see your wand. Is it really a wand? Just like in the movies? Can you make a rabbit appear?" "Calm down, Dick," Jason said, strolling over at a leisurely pace, though his eyes were fixed on the bags, first ensuring their safety. Who knows if those wizards have slipped any tracking spells into the merchandise? Tim had already raised his tablet. "Viti, I need to scan all the items to establish a magical item database. Did Professor McGonagall mention the network protocols of the wizarding world? Their information transmission. What weapons did you acquire?" Damien inquired bluntly. "What are the melee capabilities of the wand? Do you need me to design a wand combat system?" Barbara smiled gently. "Welcome home, Viti. Does Hogwarts have wireless internet? If not, I've prepared a satellite communication booster." All right, Lin Wan's voice interjected, calm yet authoritative. "Let Viti enter the house first. He has flown for 10 hours and needs to rest." Moreover, her gaze fell upon the bag in Viti's arms, her expression softening. "We require a formal showcase of your acquisitions. In the living room, in order, each person will have 3 minutes to pose their questions." This was Lin Wan's way, transforming a chaotic family reunion into a meeting with an agenda. Viti could not help but chuckle. This was his family. "Mom, I'm fine," he said, stepping closer to embrace her, "and I have so much to show you all." Lin Wan embraced him tightly, lingering for a few extra seconds. "We have all missed you," she whispered, then released him, regaining her diplomatic composure. "Now, to the living room. Alfred, could you prepare some refreshments? I suspect tonight will be lengthy." Already in preparation, Mrs. Lynn, Alfred replied with a slight bow, ginger tea and calming biscuits, complemented by some savory snacks to balance the sweetness. Considering the discussion may extend late into the night, I have also arranged coffee and hot chocolate. A perfect arrangement. Lin Wan nodded, then turned to the others. Now, to the living room. In order of age, please take your seats. Dick, you will be the first to ask questions. But inquiries about turning rabbits do not count as formal questions. Dick feigned injury. That is a crucial functional test. 3. The living room of Wayne Manor had not been this crowded in quite some time. Typically reserved for formal receptions, the space was expansive, furnished with opulent yet aloof decor. This evening, Alfred meticulously rearranged the layout. The sofa and armchairs were drawn closer together, forming a graceful semicircle. The coffee table was laden with an array of refreshments, beverages, and a delightful assortment of sweets brought back from Diagon Alley by Weasley. The fireplace crackled with genuine flames, as opposed to decorative electronic ones, adding warmth to the late summer night. Weasley sat in the central armchair, resembling the focal point of a miniature press conference. Sprawled across the rug before him were all the purchased items, textbooks stacked neatly, robes and cloaks hung on a rack, cauldrons, scales, telescopes, and other apparatus arranged with precision, while the most significant wand lay still within its purple velvet pouch, awaiting its grand reveal. At Weasley's right, Lin Wan occupied a sofa, holding a small notebook and a pen, embodying the quintessential note-taking stance for meetings, as they commenced with the fundamental information. Weasley, please succinctly outline the primary items procured today, along with their intended uses. Bruce sat to Weasley's left, sans notebook, yet Weasley noted his father's ears subtly angled towards the discussion. An instinctive habit of Batman when monitoring multiple sources. The others were scattered around the surrounding sofas and armchairs. Dick and Jason shared a couch, subtly vying for more space. Tim perched on a high-backed chair, with 3 tablets unfolded on his lap. Damien opted to stand, leaning against the mantelpiece, affording him a vantage point to survey every corner of the room. Barbara's wheelchair was stationed at the opening of the semicircle, facilitating her access to the computer at any moment. Alfred glided gracefully among them, serving tea and distributing biscuits, his movements as fluid as a dance in a ballroom. Weasley inhaled deeply, commencing his briefing on the Hogwarts admission equipment. First, the school uniform. He indicated towards the rack, showcasing 3 sets of plain black robes, a pointed hat, a pair of protective gloves, and a winter cloak. The cloak was imbued with waterproof and dust-repelling charms. As Madame Malkin mentioned that Hogwarts corridors can be quite drafty in winter. Magical fabric? Tim inquired immediately, his fingers swiftly gliding over the tablet. Material analysis? How are the spells applied? During weaving or post-production? Tim, Lin Wan interjected gently yet firmly, 3 minutes. And please, in order. Tim adjusted his glasses apologetically. Sorry. Please continue. Textbooks, Weasley proceeded, gesturing towards the stack of volumes. Basic spells for beginners, History of Magic, Theory of Magic, Introduction to Transfiguration, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, potions and elixirs, fantastic beasts and where to find them, dark forces, a guide to self-defense. All were required texts for first-year students. He picked up the top book. Basic spells for beginners, flipping it open. Look, the illustrations move. He pointed to an image of a little figure waving a wand, which indeed was mimicking the action. Suddenly, the figure halted, turned towards Weasley, bowed politely, and resumed demonstrating the spell's movements. Wow, Dick murmured in awe. And then there's this, Weasley said, lifting the cauldron. Its tin material glimmering softly in the light, standard size number 2, designated for potion classes. He continued to exhibit each item, inciting a fresh wave of inquiries. Jason wondered if the cauldron could be used to cook other things, like emergency food. Damien assessed whether the scale-less precision could suffice for potion mixing. Theoretically, it could, Weasley replied, but the potions textbook warned that incorrect ratios could lead to explosions. Barbara inquired about the telescope's magnification and whether it came with star chart software. No software, but the textbook astronomy features a movable star chart. Finally, Weasley's hand reached for the purple velvet pouch. The atmosphere in the room subtly shifted. The previous questions had been laced with curiosity and jest, but now a solemnity enveloped them. Weasley loosened the drawstring, carefully retrieving the wand. The ginkgo wood wand exhibited a unique hue under the warm glow of the living room lights. The light brown wood flowed with almost imperceptible golden veins, reminiscent of amber hidden beneath bark. 10 inches in length, it fit perfectly in the young man's grasp, its straight body exuding a tranquil steadfastness. The charred scar at its end was particularly pronounced in the firelight, the black texture shimmering with a faint silvery sheen, akin to solidified lightning. This is show sway, Weasley murmured, resting the wand horizontally across his outstretched palm, made of ginkgo wood, with a unicorn hair core, 10 inches, of medium flexibility but slightly firm. Mr. Ollivander stated it was crafted in the early 20th century, the wood sourced from a 500-year-old ginkgo tree in China, and the core from a 172-year-old silver unicorn. He paused, adding, "It has never chosen a master before. It has waited nearly a century." The living room fell into a silence so profound that the crackling of the firewood became audible. Lin Wan was the first to move. She set down her notebook and pen, leaning forward to scrutinize the wand closely. As a Chinese diplomat, she was undoubtedly aware of the symbolic significance of ginkgo in Chinese culture, longevity, resilience, and the passage of time. Her gaze lingered on the charred scar, her expression complex. "Does it have a name?" she finally asked. "Shou Sui is the name Mr. Ollivander bestowed upon it, for it witnesses the passage of years and guards memories," Weasley explained. Lin Wan nodded gently, refraining from further questions, yet Weasley noticed a hint of moisture at the corner of her eye. She understood her son had chosen a wand with profound connections to China, perhaps providing her with a sense of reassuring connection. Bruce extended his hand, not to take the wand, but to gesture for Weasley to pass it over. Weasley complied. Batman inspected the wand with his characteristic evidentiary scrutiny, first the overall silhouette, then the intricate details, and finally the scar. His fingers did not directly touch the wand, hovering just inches above as if sensing some kind of energy field. Weasley knew his father was employing all his sensory and analytical faculties, striving to comprehend this magical instrument. "How does it feel?" Bruce eventually inquired, returning the wand. "Very stable." Weasley sought the appropriate words, unassuming, yet it possesses a profound sense of presence. "Mr. Ollivander mentioned it wouldn't grant me the most dazzling magic, but it would provide me with foundations and endurance." Bruce nodded, choosing not to elaborate, yet Weasley perceived a minute relaxation in his father's shoulders, an expression of Batman-like satisfaction. Next came the time for open questions, or rather, a chaotic exhibition of familial curiosity. Dick posed the most numerous and varied inquiries. Must the wand be waved? Is it voice-activated? Do wizards really ride broomsticks? How do they maintain balance? Does Hogwarts have physical education classes? Is Quidditch taught? Can you use magic to make my badge fly? That would be a cool way to make an entrance. Weasley endeavored to respond, some questions eluding him. "I don't believe wands can be voice-activated, Dick," while others sparked further discussion. Jason's questions were more practical. "Can the wand be used as a weapon? I mean, in close combat. If a spell fails, can you poke an eye out with it? Is there a black market for wizards? Where do you go if you need to procure non-standard items? What is Hogwarts security like? How high are the walls? Are there patrols? What are the escape routes?" "Jason," Bruce interjected, his voice low, "Hogwarts is a school, not a prison." "Every place is a kind of prison," Jason shrugged. "The distinction is merely whether the walls are visible or invisible." Tim's inquiries were the most systematic. He had already established a database named Magical World Research, categorizing information meticulously. He requested Weasley to describe the layout of Diagon Alley, the operations of Gringotts, the economic structure of the magical society, and the curriculum of the educational system. Most importantly, Tim adjusted his glasses, the screen's light reflecting upon the lenses. What information technology does the magical world employ? How do they transmit information? What is the flight speed of an owl and the limitations of bandwidth? Is there a magical network akin to the internet? If not, can we establish interdimensional communication? I have devised a preliminary plan utilizing the satellites of the Watchtower and the magical frequencies provided by Zatanna. Tim, Lin Wan gently interjected once more, reminding that Viti still needs to pack for tomorrow. Moreover, I believe Hogwarts does not permit students to establish interdimensional communication networks without authorization. Damien's inquiry was quintessentially Damien. What are the combat applications of wands? What is the casting time? What is the speed of spells? What is the coverage area and duration of defensive spells? What are the rules governing wizard duels? Are non-magical weapons permitted? If the opponent employs an unforgivable curse, what are the boundaries of justified retaliation? What training facilities does Hogwarts offer? Is there a practical training ground? How are professors rated in combat proficiency? Damien. Bruce's voice carried a note of warning. Hogwarts is a school, not a battlefield. Everywhere is a battlefield, Father, Damien replied calmly. The only difference is whether the enemy is visible or invisible. Viti looked at his family and was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of love. They each cared for him in their unique ways. Dick's exuberance, Jason's vigilance, Tim's meticulousness, and Damien's seriousness. Each was trying to support and protect him in their respective areas of expertise as he embarked on his new journey. Barbara's question was the most heartfelt. Viti, what about the library at Hogwarts? What's the classification system for books? What are the borrowing rules? If you need materials from Gotham, I can assist in organizing and sending them, should communication allow. What are the dormitory conditions like? Are there private bathrooms? How comfortable are the beds? If you require special pillows or blankets, We can prepare them now. How many classmates will there be? Are there welcome activities? What strategies exist for making friends? Thank you. Barbara, Viti replied sincerely. The library sounds immense. It is said to house thousands of books, some of which might even bite. The dormitories operate on a house system, and I am still uncertain to which house I will be assigned. As for making friends, he recalled Draco Malfoy's pale face and that remark about being Muggle-born. But he chose not to mention it for now. I will do my best, he finally said, and I have invited Athena to accompany me. Damien says she could be my good friend. At that moment, Athena, perched on a specially made branch in the living room, turned her head at the mention, her amber eyes scanning the room, emitting a soft chirp as if to assure him of her commitment to the task. The questioning session lasted nearly 2 hours. Alfred changed the tea thrice, replenished the biscuits twice, and even presented a platter of sandwiches, just in case anyone felt peckish but wished to keep the discussion uninterrupted. The fire in the hearth gradually dwindled, prompting Alfred to add a few logs, reviving the flames. Finally, Linwan glanced at her watch, a simple silver wristwatch. A gift Viti had purchased with his pocket money for her last birthday. All right, she announced, it is getting late. Viti needs to rest. He still has to pack tomorrow and make final preparations. September 1st is fast approaching, and we must ensure everything is ready. She rose, and the others followed suit. Just as everyone prepared to disperse, Bruce spoke up. Wait. All fell silent. Batman stepped to the center of the living room, standing before Viti. He towered over his 11-year-old son, yet in the warm glow of the firelight, his features appeared softened. There is one more question, Bruce said, his voice low but clear. Viti, look at this wand. Viti lowered his gaze to the wand he held. When you grasp it, Bruce inquired slowly, what do you feel? Power? Responsibility? Or something else? This was a quintessential Batman question, not inquiring about functionality or use, but rather the essence and the significance behind one's choices. Viti remained silent for a few seconds. He closed his eyes, allowing his fingers to trace the texture of the ginkgo wood, feeling the roughness of the charred scar in his palm. I sense. He searched for words, for memories. Not my memories, but those of a more ancient nature. The memory of the tree, the memory of the unicorn, the memory of time. And the potential. It is not about what I can do with it, but what it can help me become. He opened his eyes. His blue gaze shimmering in the firelight. Mr. Ollivander said that the ginkgo wand changes color with its master. It will record my growth. Therefore, I believe I feel a commitment to the wand, and also to myself. I will study diligently, use it wisely, and not let the 1,500 years of waiting be in vain. The living room fell silent once more. Then, Linwan approached, crouching down to kiss Viti on the forehead, an action she had not performed in quite some time, as he had grown. She had preferred to express her affection through embraces. A splendid answer, she murmured. Now, go to sleep. Tomorrow, we will help you pack. The day after tomorrow. She paused, her voice trembling ever so slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. The day after tomorrow, we shall take you to the station. On the morning of September 1st, Gotham experienced an unusual bout of sunshine. The rays pierced through the perennial gray clouds that cloaked the city, casting clear shadows upon the meticulously manicured lawns of Wayne Manor. Before the main house, a stretched Lincoln Navigator was already running, with Alfred conducting the final checks, tire pressure, fuel levels, air conditioning systems, and the seemingly small suitcase in the trunk, packed to the brim with magical items. Viti stood on the porch. Clad in ordinary jeans and a hoodie, he would change into his robes upon arrival at the station. He carried Athena's portable birdcage on his shoulder, a purple wand holster hanging from his belt, and in his hand, he held a gift box from the Honeydew Sweet Shop. His family emerged one by one, each dressed in comfortable attire suitable for a long farewell. Yet Viti noticed some subtle details. Bruce's suit jacket concealed the utility belt of Batman, though not the full ensemble. Viti recognized the outline of a grappling gun and the protrusions of several batarangs. His father likely planned to head straight to the Batcave after seeing him off. Or perhaps Gotham required protection even in daylight. Linwan donned a sharp beige trench coat, holding a folder that likely contained final confirmation documents about Hogwarts, along with supplementary materials she had obtained through the Chinese Ministry of Mystical Affairs. She had no meetings today, but the habits of a diplomat kept her prepared to handle paperwork at any moment. Dick had taken the day off, dressed casually in a leather jacket and jeans. Yet Viti noticed the communication watch from the Bloodhaven Police Department on his wrist, ready for action at a moment's notice. Jason appeared the most relaxed in a black t-shirt and cargo pants. But Viti knew he was at least armed with 2 concealed guns, one at his lower back and another at his ankle, and 6 knives, distributed throughout his person. Jason's relaxation was always a facade. Tim carried a compact server box, having stayed up late to optimize the communication plan for Viti, now ready for final adjustments. Damien was dressed formally in khaki pants and a polo shirt, resembling a little gentleman, but Viti noticed the outline of a training knife sheath at his waist, and his stance was entirely one of combat readiness. Barbara's wheelchair had been modified, outfitted with additional computer interfaces and a small satellite antenna. She winked at Viti, always prepared to provide technical support. Once Alfred completed his checks and shut the trunk, he bowed gracefully. "The vehicle is ready, Master Viti. We can depart. The flight to London is set to take off in 4 hours. Considering Gotham's traffic and security check times, I advise we set off immediately." "Then let us depart," Bruce nodded, opening the car door for Viti. Viti climbed into the vehicle as his family followed suit. The elongated SUV offered ample space within, yet the presence of 7 individuals, along with an owl, rendered it somewhat cramped. Nonetheless, no one voiced any complaints, for this could very well be the family's final gathering in the months to come. The vehicle departed from Wayne Manor, traversing the streets of Gotham. Under the sun, Gotham appeared almost normal. The graffiti and crime alley shimmered vividly and absurdly in the sunlight, while the skyscrapers of Diamond District glinted with blinding reflections. And the fountain in City Hall Square was in operation, with several children playing nearby. Vittikel gazed out at the familiar scenery, suddenly realizing that he was truly departing. Not for summer camp, nor to visit his grandmother for the holidays, but for another realm, a place that did not even exist on any map. A gentle hand was placed upon his shoulder. It was Lin Wan. "Nervous?" his mother inquired softly. "A bit," Vittikel admitted, primarily due to the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Hogwarts sounded enchanting, yet it felt utterly foreign. "All new places are strange," Lin Wan remarked, "but strangeness does not equate to fear. Remember when you were 3, and I first took you to Beijing? You couldn't speak a word of Chinese, yet within 3 days, you were playing chess with the elderly in the hutongs." Vittikel chuckled. The memory faint yet vivid in his mind. Those cobblestone streets, the red lanterns, and that white-bearded grandfather who always made him regret his moves. "This time, I won't have you by my side," he said. "But you have this," Lin Wan replied, producing a small silk pouch from her coat pocket. Deep crimson with intricate golden embroidery, containing a talisman and a smidgen of earth from home. Vittikel accepted it, feeling its lightness. Yet it emanated a reassuring warmth as he held it. "It's an old Chinese tradition," Lin Wan explained, "to carry a bit of your homeland when embarking on a long journey, as a reminder of your roots. The talisman is from your grandmother. She visited a temple to pray for you when she heard you were going to a magic school." Vittikel carefully tucked the pouch into the inner pocket of his backpack, close against his body. "Thank you, Mom. And thank you, Grandma." The car entered the private lane of Gotham Airport, heading directly to the Wayne family's helipad. There rested the familiar Gulfstream G650, adorned with the Wayne Enterprises emblem. The boarding process was swift. Alfred had arranged everything in advance, with luggage swiftly loaded and security checks efficiently passed. 20 minutes later, the aircraft was taxiing down the runway, preparing for takeoff. Vittikel sat by the window, watching as Gotham shrank below him. He spotted Wayne Tower, the rooftop where the bat signal illuminated the night, the winding Gotham River, and the distant green silhouette of Wayne Manor. Then the clouds obscured everything. "Goodbye, Gotham," he murmured in his heart. "I shall return once I have mastered magic." 5. London, King's Cross Station. At 1:30, the area housing platform 9 3/4 was bustling with people. Most were ordinary families clad in casual attire, laden with various sizes of luggage, but upon closer inspection, one could discern peculiar details: owls in cages, albeit covered with cloth, oddly shaped packages, the outline of wand boxes, and children animatedly discussing the sorting hat and Quidditch spells in hushed tones. As the Wayne family entered the station, they attracted a few curious glances, partly due to their entourage of 7, along with an owl that was clearly not a pet, escorting a child, which was striking enough, partly due to their aura. Bruce and Lin Wan led the way, one exuding a stoic calm, the other an elegant competence. Dick, Jason, Tim, and Damien flanked them, each adopting various alert postures. Alfred pushed a luggage cart, which bore Vittikel's magical suitcase, with a leisurely gait, as if strolling through his own garden. Barbara maneuvered her wheelchair beside them, data streaming across her computer screen. Vittikel walked in the center, clad in jeans and a hoodie, with Athena perched on his shoulder, a wand pouch hanging from his waist, and a seemingly hefty box of sweets in his hand. Between platforms 9 and 10, Tim scrutinized the station layout on his tablet. Recalling Professor McGonagall's description, the entrance lay between the 2 platforms, requiring a certain speed to traverse what appeared to muggles as a wall, yet was a permeable barrier for wizards. They arrived at the wall between platforms 9 and 10. To the naked eye, it appeared as an ordinary brick wall, flanked by a few rows of seats, with several travelers waiting for their trains, devoid of any magical signs. "Are you sure this is the spot?" Jason squinted, instinctively placing a hand on his lower back, eyeing the wall suspiciously. "Professor McGonagall said to walk through with conviction," Vittikel replied, adjusting Athena on his shoulder. If you believe there is a platform on the other side, you can pass through it. If you hesitate, you'll collide with the wall. A typical psychological barrier, Tim analyzed, possibly combined with visual interference charms and spatial folding techniques. We need to measure the energy fluctuations while passing through the wall. Vittikel Wayne interrupted Tim's scholarly analysis, turning to her son. Are you ready? Vittikel nodded. He had changed into a black robe in the station restroom, now appearing entirely as a Hogwarts freshman, though the edges of his jeans were still visible beneath the robe. Then, Bruce began, his voice deeper than usual. Go ahead. We will watch to ensure you pass safely. Vittikel looked at his family. His father's blue eyes bore the familiar depth of emotion, concern, pride, reluctance, compressed into a simple, unspoken caution to stay safe. His mother's brown eyes were gentle, yet resolute, silently conveying that he could do this. Dick flashed a broad smile and gave a thumbs up. Jason nodded, as if to say he could always return if he felt uncomfortable. Tim adjusted his glasses, signaling all was well. Damien stood tall, akin to bidding farewell to a comrade. Barbara smiled, her fingers lightly tapping the keyboard. And Vittikel knew she was capturing this moment. Alfred stepped forward, bowing slightly. Wishing you success in your studies, Master Vittikel. I shall send cookies weekly, should the owl postal system permit. Vittikel felt a lump in his throat, yet he took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. The Waynes were not adept at sentimental farewells. They expressed their feelings through actions. Thank you, everyone, he said, his voice slightly hoarse but quickly clarifying. I will write home every week. I'll return during the holidays. And he patted the wand pouch. I have my talisman, Athena, and everything you've given me. I will be all right. He turned to face the seemingly ordinary brick wall. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the handle of the luggage cart, which bore his suitcase and candy box, and Athena gently hooted, as if urging him on. Then, he began to walk, not running, not sprinting, but with a steady, assured gait, directly toward the wall. A few travelers glanced curiously at the child pushing a cart toward a wall, wondering what sort of performance art this was supposed to be. Vittikel paid no heed to their stares. He focused on the wall, his mind conjuring images of the scene Professor McGonagall had illustrated, the Hogwarts Express. A deep crimson steam locomotive billowing white smoke, the throngs of students and parents crowding the platform, owls hooting, cats weaving through the legs, toads hopping in cages. The conductor blowing the whistle, steam rising, and the wheels beginning to turn. He quickened his pace. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The wall loomed ahead. Vittikel closed his eyes. He passed through, not with a crash, nor a penetration, but through a peculiar, soft transition, akin to moving through a warm membrane of water. The cacophony of the station's announcements abruptly faded away, replaced by a brand new clamor, the whistle of the steam locomotive, the bustling crowd, the hoots of owls, and a joyful, uniquely magical hum. He opened his eyes. Platform 9 3/4. 6. Vittikel's initial impression was one of crowded enchantment. The platform was more spacious than he had anticipated, yet it was presently thronged with people. A deep crimson steam locomotive was stationed at the edge of the platform, its front adorned with the golden insignia of the Hogwarts Express, while plumes of billowing white smoke erupted from its chimney, wafting beneath the soaring glass dome above. The carriages, traditional in their rich red hue, showcased numerous youthful faces peering from the windows. Students clad in various robes hurried past, some dragging suitcases, others clutching pet carriers, while a few shared last-minute embraces with their families. Owls flapped their wings within their cages, cats gracefully weaved between legs, and a toad leapt from a nearby enclosure, igniting a minor uproar and ensuing chase. Vittikel maneuvered his luggage cart with caution through the throng. He noted that most of the students appeared older than himself, likely upperclassmen. First years were typically accompanied by parents, easily recognizable by the mixture of excitement and anxiety on their faces, while the parents endeavored to maintain composure, their eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. He sought a relatively open spot to pause, glancing back at the partition he had just traversed. From this angle, it resembled an exquisite wrought iron archway, bearing the sign of Platform 9 3/4. Beyond the arch, the view was obscured by a blur of shifting light and shadow, rendering King's Cross Station invisible. Families were oblivious to his presence, just as he was to theirs. A fleeting sense of solitude washed over Vittikel, soon dispelled by Athena gently pecking his ear with her beak. The owl's amber eyes gazed at him, as if to convey, I am here. Thank you, Athena. He smiled and began to observe his surroundings. Not far from him, a particularly striking family with a cluster of 6 or 7 children, all sporting similar red hair and freckles, stood out. The parents appeared kind but evidently flustered. The mother was counting heads, while the father attempted to catch a runaway owl. As the children chattered excitedly about something, Percy is already a prefect. Look at his badge. Fred, George, don't touch that toad. It's on the move again. Ginny, don't cry. You'll be able to come next year. Vittikel recognized this family as the Weasleys. Mentioned in Tim's dossier as an old but moderately affluent pureblood family within the British magical community, renowned for their numerous offspring, all of whom were Gryffindors. He recalled that the dossier stated the Weasley family had a new first year this year, a boy named Ron. On the other side, he spotted a familiar blonde head. Draco Malfoy. The golden-haired boy was clad in a brand-new dark green robe, his hair meticulously styled with pomade. He stood between a pair of similarly golden-haired, haughty-looking parents. Presumably his mother and father. Lucius Malfoy was without his wand today, yet still donned an expensive dark gray robe. His chin raised slightly as he surveyed the platform with a scrutinizing gaze. Narcissa Malfoy elegantly adjusted her son's collar, whispering something softly. Draco seemed to sense Vittikel's gaze and turned his head. Their eyes met, his gray ones locking onto Vittikel's blue. For a brief moment, Vittikel observed Draco's expression stiffen, followed by that familiar attempt to appear superior, albeit somewhat unconvincingly. The blond boy lifted his chin, offering a slight nod to Vittikel, not as a gesture of friendly greeting, but rather as a recognition of his presence. Vittikel returned the gesture with a polite nod, then averted his gaze. He had no desire to incite conflict on the very first day of school, despite recalling their rather unfriendly exchange at Madame Malkin's shop. The conductor began to blow the whistle, the sharp sound slicing through the din of the platform. All students, please board. The train will depart in 5 minutes. Parents wishing to see off their children, please step back behind the yellow line. The farewells grew louder. Mothers embraced their children for one final time. Fathers patted their sons on the shoulder, and siblings waved goodbye. Vittikel observed Mrs. Weasley, the red-haired mother, simultaneously hugging 3 of her sons, tears glistening in her eyes. Mr. Weasley was frantically handing luggage to the children. The Malfoy family's farewell was more formal. Lucius exchanged a few words with Draco, who nodded earnestly. Narcissa kissed her son's forehead, then stepped back, her posture exuding an elegance akin to completing a ritual. Vittikel took a deep breath and pushed his luggage cart toward the nearest carriage door. A wizard clad in a conductor's uniform, sporting a bushy mustache, stood at the entrance, assisting students with their luggage. First year? The conductor inquired, taking Vittikel's suitcase. Yes, sir. Vittikel replied. Your luggage will be delivered to your dormitory, so do not worry. Pets may accompany you into the compartment, but please secure their cages. Last year. An owl frightened an entire carriage of chocolate frogs. The conductor winked. Now, step aboard and find an empty compartment. The snack trolley will come around in about an hour. Grateful, Vittikel ascended the steps and entered the carriage. The interior appeared more spacious than it had from the outside, evidently enhanced by space-expanding magic. The corridor was adorned with a deep red carpet, flanked by a series of compartment doors, some closed, others ajar, emitting sounds of conversation and laughter. The view from the windows showcased a blurred, distorted scene of the platform, resembling a landscape seen through a veil of flowing water. He strolled slowly down the corridor, searching for an empty compartment. The compartments he passed were occupied. One held a group of upper-class women engaged in laughter. Another featured 3 boys excitedly discussing Quidditch teams. In a third, a girl sat alone, engrossed in a hefty book. As he neared the middle of the carriage, Vittikel finally discovered an unoccupied compartment. He opened the door to find 2 rows of deep red velvet seats facing each other, a small table in the center, and an overhead luggage rack. The window was clean and bright, affording a clear view of the final farewells unfolding on the platform. He first placed Athena's perch on the luggage rack. The owl flew up, scrutinized the position with a discerning eye, and then settled down with satisfaction. He then set the box of sweets on the small table before taking a seat by the window. Outside the carriage, the whistle sounded once more urgently this time. On the platform, the departing parents began to retreat, their hands still waving in the air. The children leaned out of the windows, loudly proclaiming their final farewells. Vittikel gazed out the window, suddenly wishing his family could see him. Though he understood this was impossible, platform 9 3/4 was one-way visible. Its magic safeguarding this secret. He still lifted his hand toward the partition, gently waving. Goodbye, he murmured, I will write. The train jolted suddenly, its wheels beginning to turn slowly. Steam billowed forth, and the platform receded behind him. The speed increased, the glass dome rushed past, followed by a dark tunnel, and then the suburban landscape of London emerged. Houses, streets, fields, swiftly retreating outside his window. The Hogwarts Express had officially commenced its journey. 7. After the train departed London, Vittikel remained seated in the compartment for approximately half an hour, gathering his thoughts and observing the changing scenery outside. The English countryside, at the tail end of summer, displayed a rich tapestry of greens and golds. Fields, woods, streams, and villages unfolded under the sun like a living oil painting. Athena preened her feathers on her perch. occasionally emitting soft chirps. Vittikel extracted a chocolate frog from the sweet box, carefully unwrapping it. The frog immediately leaped out, bounding around the compartment. Quick as a flash, he caught it, and after a brief struggle, the frog became still, transforming back into ordinary chocolate. Intriguing, Vittikel mused, examining the chocolate frog in his hand before glancing at the wizard card that accompanied the packaging. On the card is a witch clad in a splendid purple robe, her radiant smile illuminating the text below. Serafina Pickquery, President of the American Magical Congress, serving from 1903 to 1928. Renowned for her efforts in modernizing the International Wizarding Secrecy Act. He carefully tucked the card away, savoring a chocolate, which was quite delightful, and began to ponder how to spend the next few hours. Tim had bestowed upon him an extended note on Hogwarts, a history, but at that moment, he had no inclination to delve into reading. He felt a yearning to venture outside, to mingle with other students, perhaps even forge new friendships. Just then, the sound of a cart's wheels echoed from outside the compartment, accompanied by a woman's cheerful call. Snacks and drinks. Pumpkin juice, butterbeer, chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes. Bertie Bot's every flavor beans. Vittikel recalled that he had neglected to purchase a drink, and the candy box was primarily filled with snacks, lacking any beverages. He rose and opened the door. In the corridor, a beaming which pushed a cart brimming with food and drinks, inquiring at each compartment. A few students gathered around the cart, selecting their desired treats. Vittikel awaited the completion of the purchases by the students in front of him. Just as he was about to step forward when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure by the door of the adjacent compartment. It was a boy, seemingly of similar age, dressed in conspicuously oversized, ill-fitting garments, with round glasses held together by tape. Most striking were his bright green eyes, reminiscent of newly sprouted leaves, sparkling with curiosity and a hint of trepidation behind the lenses. The boy's hair was a tousled black, and there was a subtle, elongated lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Barely visible, yet discernible upon closer inspection. The boy seemed hesitant about purchasing snacks, rummaging through his pockets with an expression of shyness. Suddenly, the boy lifted his gaze, and their eyes met. Green against blue. Vittikel recalled his mother's advice. It is vital to proactively connect with peers in a new environment. Diplomacy begins with a simple greeting. Moreover, this boy appeared rather lonely, standing alone at the compartment door, devoid of companions or family to see him off. Clad only in his tattered glasses and oversized clothing, Vittikel made a decision. He approached the boy, offering a friendly smile. "Hello," he said. "Are you interested in buying some snacks too? Let us go together. I have more sweets than I can consume alone." The boy paused, blinking his green eyes as if contemplating Vittikel's intent. After a few seconds, he nodded, his voice slightly hoarse. "Okay, sure. Thank you." They proceeded to the snack cart together. Vittikel purchased 3 bottles of pumpkin juice and a cauldron cake, while the boy selected a small packet of chocolate frogs. Once their purchases were complete, Vittikel turned to the boy. "My compartment is empty. Would you care to join me? It can be rather dull traveling alone." The boy hesitated again, then nodded. "All right. Thank you." They returned to Vittikel's compartment, where the boy sat across from him, somewhat awkwardly placing his small bag on his lap. Athena, perched on the luggage rack, turned her head, amber eyes scrutinizing the newcomer and emitting a soft coo. "This is Athena," Vittikel introduced, "my owl. She's quite special. My brother trained her. She's beautiful," the boy said sincerely, looking up at Athena. "I have one too. Named Hedwig." He retrieved a bottle of pumpkin juice from his bag and offered it to the boy. "Try this. It tastes a bit like pumpkin pie, but in liquid form." The boy accepted it, cautiously taking a sip, his eyes lighting up. "It's delicious." "And this?" Vittikel pushed the candy box forward. "Chocolate frogs. Bertie Bot's every flavor beans, and bubblegum, though it's best to eat the gum in the corridor. It really will make you float." The boy chuckled, visibly relaxing. He picked up a chocolate frog, this time demonstrating wisdom by promptly grasping the frog after unwrapping it, preventing its escape. "I'm Vittikel Wayne." Vittikel formally introduced himself. "A first year at Hogwarts this year." The boy swallowed the chocolate and wiped his mouth. "Harry Potter." "I'm also a first year." In an instant, a piece of information from Tim's database flashed through Vittikel's mind. Harry James Potter, born July 31st, 1980. Notable events. On October 31st, 1981, miraculously survived the killing curse after his parents were slain by the dark wizard Voldemort, leaving a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. This incident led to the downfall of Voldemort's power, earning him the title of the boy who lived. He holds an iconic status in the magical world, yet his personal circumstances remain largely unknown, believed to be raised by Muggle relatives. Vittikel managed to maintain his composure, betraying no hint of astonishment. He had long known that Harry Potter would be in his year, yet he hadn't anticipated such a serendipitous encounter on the train. Moreover, judging by Harry's attire and demeanor, It was evident that the so-called idol status had not afforded him many tangible benefits. "Pleasure to meet you, Harry," Vittikel said calmly, treating him as he would any ordinary new classmate. "How much do you know about Hogwarts? I mean, aside from the commonly known facts." Harry visibly exhaled in relief. Vittikel could discern that the boy was accustomed to exaggerated reactions of surprise, admiration, curiosity, and even fear upon hearing his name. Vittikel's subdued response seemed to provide him with a sense of comfort. "To be honest, not much," Harry admitted, taking another sip of pumpkin juice. "I only discovered a month ago that I was a wizard. Prior to that, I lived with the Dursleys. They are muggles, my aunt and uncle. They never told me anything about my parents or the magical world." His voice lowered as his green eyes gazed out at the swiftly passing fields, until Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, came to find me and revealed the truth. "That's when I came here." Vittikel nodded, imagining the shock of being informed at 11 years old that he belonged to an entirely different world, that his parents were not ordinary individuals but heroes slain by a dark wizard, and that he himself was a legendary figure in that realm. "I understand that feeling," Vittikel said, opening a packet of cauldron cakes and offering Harry a piece, though it's not entirely the same. "I've known I was special since childhood, able to levitate objects, halt raindrops, and make toys walk on their own. But my dad is a muggle, and so is my mom. They have always strived to help me comprehend it. Yet it wasn't until I received my Hogwarts letter that I truly understood what it all meant." Harry looked up with interest. "Do your parents know about magic? Aren't they afraid?" "My dad's response was to research," Vittikel chuckled. "He stayed up all night creating a database and contacting every mystical expert he knew. My mom's reaction was to investigate through diplomatic channels to reach out to the Chinese magical administration. As for fear, they were more concerned about my safety than magic itself." "They sound wonderful," Harry murmured softly, a tinge of envy in his tone. "The Dursleys despise anything unusual. When my hair grows too fast, they would cut it nearly to the scalp. When I accidentally made the glass disappear, they locked me in the cupboard for a week." Vittikel frowned. "The cupboard?" He noted that Harry referred to it as a cupboard rather than a room. "You lived in a cupboard?" Harry seemed to realize he had revealed too much, shrugging. "I used to. After receiving the letter from Hogwarts, my cousin Dudley was so frightened he had nightmares. So they moved me to Dudley's second bedroom." He spoke of it lightly, yet Vittikel discerned the underlying story: a child raised in a cupboard, enduring mistreatment from relatives, until the invitation from the magical world became his salvation. Vittikel understood that some scars need not be repeatedly touched. He shifted the conversation. "In any case, we are now on our way to Hogwarts," he said optimistically, "a brand new beginning. Moreover, I have gathered some information regarding the school. Would you like to hear about it? It may assist you in better preparing." Harry nodded immediately, his green eyes brimming with anticipation. "Please tell me." Hagrid shared a few details, though not extensively. He mentioned that there are 4 houses, and that one must don a talking hat for sorting, along with Quidditch. For the next 2 hours, Vittikel and Harry engaged in an in-depth discussion about the Hogwarts Freshman Guide. Vittikel relayed the information he acquired from Tim, as well as insights provided by Professor McGonagall. Harry contributed what Hagrid had told him, along with his observations during his shopping excursion in Diagon Alley. The Goblin's Cart was exhilarating, akin to a roller coaster. They deliberated over the 4 houses. Gryffindor embodies bravery. Hufflepuff signifies loyalty. Ravenclaw represents wisdom, and Slytherin is characterized by ambition and lineage. Vittikel recounted the information, noting that the sorting hat considers one's desires. "Which house do you wish to join?" Harry pondered for a moment. Hagrid mentioned that Slytherin produces dark wizards and advised me against going there. However, I am uncertain. Both my parents were Gryffindors, so perhaps I will also be placed in Gryffindor? Yet, I do not feel particularly brave. He uttered the last sentence softly, as if confessing a flaw. Vittikel shook his head. "Bravery is not the absence of fear, Harry. It is the courage to act despite one's fears. Moreover, the sorting hat will perceive your true self, not merely the facade you present." "What about you?" Harry inquired. "Which house do you aspire to join?" Vittikel contemplated for a few seconds. He recalled what he had said to Alfie. He wished to learn magic, to grow stronger, to protect his family. But he did not want to become one who looks down upon others. "I am uncertain," he replied honestly. "Each house has its merits. As long as I am not sorted into a house filled with, snobbish individuals, I should be content." He thought of Draco Malfoy, but refrained from mentioning his name. Harry seemed to have no experience with Malfoy, or perhaps he simply did not remember. They discussed the curriculum. First years are to study charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, history of magic, astronomy, and defense against the dark arts. Vittikel perused the timetable organized by Tim, noting that charms teaches fundamental spells, such as the levitation charm and the Lumos spell. Transfiguration involves changing objects into other forms. Potions requires handling various peculiar ingredients. and herbology entails studying magical plants in the greenhouse. Harry listened intently. It sounds challenging. Then let us begin learning from now. Vittikel encouraged him. We can help one another. My mother is a diplomat, and she taught me study techniques such as note-taking, asking questions, and reviewing. I can teach you. Really? Harry's eyes lit up. Of course. Friends should assist each other. The term friends momentarily caught Harry off guard, before a genuine, relaxed smile illuminated his face, previously obscured by old glasses and unruly hair. All right, he said, friends. They continued discussing life at Hogwarts. The dormitories are house-based, with each person having 4 poster beds and a common room, Vittikel explained. The food is served on long tables in the Great Hall, which is reputed to be delicious, and house elves, a type of magical creature, prepare all the dishes. There is also a library, said to house thousands of books, some of which are even alive. Alive books? Harry exclaimed in surprise. They are not alive in the biological sense. Vittikel remembered Tim's notes specifically mentioning this. It is merely that due to certain magical reactions, they appear to possess their own thoughts. I knew in advance, so I refrained from purchasing them until needed. Harry chuckled. Fortunately, you told me. Otherwise, I might have been frightened by the books. They also discussed Quidditch, the wizarding sport where players ride flying broomsticks to play ball. Harry was particularly intrigued. And Vittikel promised to teach him some basics once he receives his flying class results. My father taught me how to fly planes. The principles of balance should be quite similar. Amidst their conversation, they shared snacks. Harry tried Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, unfortunately biting into a booger-flavored one, which caused his face to contort. Vittikel attempted blowing bubble gum, which truly floated to the compartment ceiling, only to be gently retrieved by Athena with her claws. Time flew by in their delightful conversation. Outside, the English countryside gradually gave way to the more rugged mountainous scenery, the sky beginning to darken, and the clouds thickening, with distant shadows of lakes and forests coming into view. We are nearing our destination, Vittikel remarked, glancing outside. Tim's notes indicated that Hogwarts is located in the Scottish Highlands, surrounded by the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. The train will arrive at dusk, and then we will take a boat across the Black Lake to catch our first glimpse of the castle. A boat? Harry inquired. It is a tradition. First years travel by boat, while upperclassmen ride carriages. It is said that this provides the most spectacular view of the castle. Harry gazed out the window, feeling both nervous and excited. Vittikel began to organize his belongings, tidying up the snack wrappers, checking his wand bag, and ensuring Athena's perch was securely fastened. Just then, a knock sounded at the compartment door. It was not a casual rap like that of the snack trolley witch, but rather a polite and distinct 3 knocks. Vittikel and Harry exchanged glances, and then Vittikel stood up to open the door. A small witch stood at the threshold. She appeared to be of their age. Yet her demeanor was entirely different. Her thick brown hair was neatly styled into a bun, with only a few rebellious curls escaping to frame her face. She wore a fitted black robe, the collar revealing a crisply ironed white shirt underneath. Most striking were her bright brown eyes, which sparkled with intelligence and eagerness. She cradled a stack of books, the topmost being Hogwarts, a history. Apologies for the interruption, the witch began, her voice clear and her speech rapid. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville lost his pet, and we have searched half the train without success. It is likely brown with spots and enjoys damp places. As she spoke, her gaze rapidly scanned the compartment, lingering on Athena for a moment, then on the candy wrappers for another, and finally resting on Harry's face. Her eyes widened suddenly. You are Harry Potter, she exclaimed, then seemed to realize her impoliteness. Her face flushing slightly. I have read about you in A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Arts, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. Of course, those books may not be entirely comprehensive, considering the events occurred only a decade ago. Historical evaluations require time to settle, but, she paused, took a deep breath, and reorganized her thoughts. I am Hermione Granger. I am also a first year. You are? Vittikel Wayne. Vittikel introduced himself, stepping aside to grant her passage. We have not seen a toad, I am afraid. However, you are welcome to come in and sit. Perhaps it will reveal itself, as toads seem to favor damp and warm places. Hermione hesitated briefly, then nodded. All right. I have been searching for so long, and I am a bit weary. Furthermore, I would like to inquire about your opinions on the sorting. I have read all the material I could find, but different sources provide conflicting descriptions of the house traits, and I wish to gather more perspectives. She stepped into the compartment, seating herself beside Harry, placing her books on her lap. Vittikel closed the door and returned to his seat. So, Hermione immediately got to the point, her gaze shifting between Harry and Vittikel. Which house do you hope to be sorted into? Personally, I hope for Gryffindor. I have heard it is the best. But Ravenclaw is also commendable, as it values wisdom and learning. Her speech was rapid fire, with an astonishing density of information. Harry appeared somewhat daunted, Yet Vittikel adapted well. His mother spoke similarly during crucial diplomatic briefings. I have read the summaries, Vittikel politely interjected. But I believe houses exist to cater to individual strengths. Regardless of which house we are sorted into, it shall not impede our friendship or the acquisition of knowledge. Hermione paused, contemplating this notion. It holds merit. Yet, there undeniably exists rivalry among the houses over the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. Moreover, historically, each house has produced individuals of distinct characteristics. Gryffindor has given rise to heroes, Ravenclaw to scholars, Hufflepuff to benevolent healers, and Slytherin. She wrinkled her nose. Slytherin has indeed produced a significant number of dark wizards. While not all are, the ratio is certainly high. Harry anxiously inquired, will our preferences be considered during sorting? If the hat intends to place me in Slytherin, can I refuse? According to records, yes, Hermione affirmed confidently. The hat engages in conversation. You may express your preferences. However, the ultimate decision rests upon the traits it observes. She turned to Harry, adding, nevertheless, both your parents were Gryffindors, so you should likely be placed there as well. Harry appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the compartment door swung open once more, this time without a knock. A pale blonde head peeked in, Draco Malfoy, followed by two burly boys who seemed somewhat dim-witted. Malfoy's gray eyes scanned the compartment, lingering on Harry's face, then on Vittikel, finally resting on Hermione. So the rumors are true, Draco began, his voice imbued with the deliberately feigned languor and superiority familiar to Vittikel, Harry Potter on the Hogwarts Express. I am Draco Malfoy. I trust you have heard of the Malfoy family. Harry shook his head in confusion. Sorry, I have not. Draco's expression momentarily faltered but quickly regained composure. No matter. You will soon find out. I merely wish to offer a piece of advice. Choose your friends wisely. Associating with certain individuals, his gaze swept over Hermione and Vittikel, can affect your reputation, particularly when mingling with those of Muggle heritage. Hermione's face flushed. Vittikel stood up, towering slightly over Draco. Although merely 11, the training from the Wayne household had instilled in him an upright posture, exuding a natural authority. Mr. Malfoy, Vittikel said calmly, devoid of anger but with a clarity that articulated a statement of fact. I recall our discussion at Madame Malkin's regarding the matter of blood purity. I had thought we had reached a consensus to respectfully disagree. Draco's face reddened slightly, the recollection of that debate evidently unsettling him. Yet he endeavored to maintain his haughty demeanor. I am merely stating the facts. Wizarding blood is significant. And you? His gaze fell on Hermione and Vittikel, one with Muggle parents, the other uncertain of his own magical lineage. And Harry, he turned to the green-eyed boy. You possess prestige, wizarding blood, though your mother is of Muggle descent. Your father hails from the ancient Potter line. You ought to associate with those of similar background. The two hulking boys behind him nodded clumsily, like trained dogs. Harry glanced at Draco, then at Vittikel and Hermione, and declared clearly, whom I choose to befriend is my own business, Malfoy. Moreover, I believe both Viti and Hermione are splendid. Draco's demeanor cooled. You will come to regret this, he remarked, then turned to Vittikel. As for you, Wayne, we shall meet at Hogwarts. He pivoted, departing with his two companions trailing awkwardly behind him. The compartment door slammed shut, enveloping them in silence for a few seconds. Hermione was the first to speak, her voice trembling with indignation. How could he say such a thing? What of Muggle heritage? My parents are both dentists. And they are wonderful people. Besides, I have read all the first-year textbooks, and I dare say I understand far more than he does. He is merely a spoiled child. Vittikel replied calmly, resuming his seat, believing the world should revolve around him. Do not let him affect your mood, Hermione. It is not worth it. Harry nodded. Viti is right. And thank you both. For earlier. Thank us for what? Hermione asked, still fuming. Thank you for not treating me differently merely because I am Harry Potter, nor distancing yourselves from me due to Malfoy's words. Harry spoke earnestly, at the Dursleys. I was always the freakish Potter. Here, I am simply Harry. That is quite nice. Hermione's expression softened. She adjusted her non-existent glasses. Very well. Then we are friends. The three of us. Regardless of where the sorting hat places us. Agreed. Vittikel smiled. Now, we ought to change into our robes. The train will be arriving shortly. He gestured towards the window. The sky had grown completely dark, and in the distance, the outline of mountains emerged in the twilight, while between the peaks, a vast, dark lake lay beside a castle, its spires and towers becoming increasingly distinct. Hogwarts, just ahead. Lights flickered in the castle windows, resembling stars in the night sky reflected upon the ground. The crimson train emitted its final puff of steam, decelerating as it glided toward the conclusion of the journey. The adventure was only just beginning. Chapter 6. The Sorting. 1. The Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at a small, quaint platform shrouded in dusk. The platform bore no name, merely illuminated by floating lanterns swaying in the evening breeze, casting warm, wavering shadows. The sign simply read Hogsmeade Station, the lettering worn and faded by the elements over the years. Vittikel followed the throng of passengers disembarking, with Athena clutching tightly to his robe, her amber eyes scanning the dim surroundings with vigilance. Beside him, Harry and Hermione also alighted, the three first years standing together. Beholding the scene before them, hundreds of students clad in black robes surged from the train, coalescing into a moving wave of black on the platform. Older students navigated with familiarity toward the opposite side of the platform, where rows of carriages awaited. Vittikel noticed that the horses in front of the carriages were indeed gaunt. Yet when he inquired, both Harry and Hermione claimed to see none. Meanwhile, the first years were summoned together by a booming voice. First-year students. This way. First-year students. The voice emanated from an unmistakable giant. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, stood at the edge of the platform, resembling a moving mountain. He towered at least twice the height of an average person, with a thick mane of black hair and a beard that nearly obscured half his face. Yet his beetle-black eyes sparkled with kindness in the lantern light. He wore a massive moleskin coat, holding a lantern larger than a human head. Follow me. Watch your step. The ground is uneven. First years, stay close. Vittikel, Harry, and Hermione exchanged glances before joining the throng. Hagrid led the newcomers away from the platform, down a steep, narrow path. The path was flanked by dense woods, whose trees cast ominous shadows in the night, and the distant calls of owls mingled with the rustling sounds of unknown creatures. This path led to the Black Lake. Hagrid's voice echoed ahead. All first years must cross by boat. It is tradition, for to a boat, no crowding. They reached the lakeshore. The Black Lake, under the night sky, was indeed a thick, impenetrable black, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the emerging stars and the castle lights across the shore. Dozens of small boats were tethered along the bank, each capable of seating 4 to 5 individuals. Their hulls painted dark and adorned with a small lantern at the bow. Get in. Hurry, Hagrid urged. Be careful not to fall in. There is a giant squid in the lake, friendly but mischievous. Vittikel, Harry, and Hermione naturally boarded the same boat. The last to climb aboard was a round-faced boy who appeared on the verge of tears, muttering as he entered, "My toad, Trevor, is missing again." Hermione promptly responded, "We looked for your toad on the train. It might still be on board. We can ask the professor later." Neville cast a grateful glance at her before settling at the stern of the boat, gripping the edge tightly, his knuckles turning white. At Hagrid's command of forward, the little vessel smoothly disentangled itself from its moorings and glided toward the heart of the lake. Without oars or a motor, the boat appeared to be propelled by an invisible force, leaving ripples across the surface of the water. Soon, as they rounded a bend, the full majesty of the castle unfolded before them. Vittikel held his breath. Despite having witnessed the memory images displayed by Professor McGonagall, the sensation of seeing Hogwarts Castle with his own eyes was indescribable. The castle loomed atop the cliff by the lakeshore, its countless towers and spires piercing the deep purple night sky, while warm yellow lights spilled from its windows like a cascade of inverted stars. The silhouette of the castle appeared ancient and majestic in the twilight, its stone walls bearing the varied shades of gray and black wrought by a millennium of wind and rain, while vines and moss adorned its surfaces, adding an air of mystery. "Wow," Harry whispered, his green eyes wide with wonder. "According to Hogwarts, a history," Hermione murmured in a recitative tone. "The castle was founded around the year 990 by the 4 founders, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. The architecture incorporates various forms of magic, including spatial expansion, perpetual illumination, and self-repair." "It's alive," Vittikel suddenly interjected, not quoting information but affirming a sensation he felt. "I can sense it breathing." The other 3 turned to him, yet Vittikel offered no further explanation, merely gazing at the approaching castle. To him, Hogwarts was not merely an inanimate structure, but a vast, slumbering magical entity. The walls were its bones, the corridors its veins, the portraits and ghosts its memories, and the flowing magic its lifeblood. This perception was so vivid that he could almost hear the castle's deep, rhythmic pulse. As the boat reached a hidden dock beneath the cliff, Hagrid disembarked first, his colossal frame causing the vessel to rock violently, eliciting startled gasps from several first years. "All ashore. Watch your step, it's slippery." They ascended a flight of stone steps, arriving at a massive oak door. Iron embellishments adorned the door, depicting the intertwined symbols of serpents, eagles, lions, and badgers, representing the 4 houses. The door knocker was fashioned in the shape of a lion's head, its mouth grasping a bronze ring. Hagrid raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, and rapped 3 times on the door. It opened silently. Behind it stood a tall, stern witch, Professor Minerva McGonagall. clad in an emerald green robe. Her hair was tightly coiled at the back of her head, and her expression was one of formal solemnity that Vittikel recognized well. "Thank you, Hagrid." Professor McGonagall nodded to the Keeper of Keys. "I will take over from here." Hagrid grinned, waved his lantern at the first years, and then turned away, his heavy footsteps fading into the distance. McGonagall's gaze swept over the group of anxious newcomers, her sharp eyes clear behind silver-rimmed glasses. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Her voice resonated crisply in the stone corridor. "The start of term feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats, we must first determine which house you will enter. The sorting ceremony is of utmost importance, as your house will be your home during your time at Hogwarts." She paused, allowing her words to sink in. "The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own illustrious history and has produced remarkable wizards. Throughout your time here, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in deductions. At the end of the school year, the house with the most points will win the House Cup." Her gaze lingered on a few particularly nervous first years before continuing. "The sorting ceremony will take place in front of the entire school. I suggest you tidy yourselves up and remain quiet as you wait." She turned and pushed open another door. "Now, form a single file line and follow me." The first years hurriedly arranged themselves into a queue. Vittikel stood midway in the line, with Harry ahead of him, Hermione behind, and a visibly anxious Neville at the rear, fiddling with his collar. The line moved slowly, passing through the door and into the interior of Hogwarts Castle. They entered a vast entrance hall. The hall was dizzyingly tall, with torches blazing on the stone walls, the flames dancing upon the ancient bricks. The ceiling soared to a height nearly beyond sight, with a faint glimpse of a starry dome painted above. Directly ahead was a magnificent marble staircase, branching into 2 paths leading deeper into the castle. However, Professor McGonagall did not lead them upstairs. Instead, she approached a closed high door on the right. Behind it, the hum of hundreds of conversations buzzed like the low drone of a beehive. "Wait here." McGonagall instructed at the door. "Stay silent. When I call your name, you will enter the Great Hall." She slipped through a crack in the door, which closed silently behind her. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the first years caught a glimpse of the scene inside. For long tables filled with students clad in black robes. Thousands of candles floated above, illuminating the entire space. At the far end stood a table for the faculty, with professors seated there. And the ceiling of the hall, that as the sky. One first-year gasped, "A real night sky?" Through the gap in the door, they beheld that the great hall ceiling was not made of stone or wood, but was a profound, star-studded night sky, with clouds drifting lazily by and the moon partially obscured. This was an illusion wrought by magic, yet it felt breathtakingly real. "That's a magically enchanted ceiling," Hermione whispered to Harry and Vittikel. "According to Hogwarts, a history, it replicates the actual weather outside the castle. A spell cast by Rowena Ravenclaw, I believe." Vittikel nodded. Although his focus was not solely on the ceiling, he was sensing the flow of magic throughout the hall, a complex and harmonious pulsation, akin to a grand symphony performed by 1,000 instruments. Each of the 4 house tables radiated a distinct hue of magic. Gryffindor's table glowed with a warm golden red, Hufflepuff's with a steady earthy yellow, Ravenclaw's with a calm silver blue, and Slytherin's with a deep silver green, tinged with an almost imperceptible sharpness. On his wrist, the custom-made detector from Bruce vibrated slightly, the dial indicating a dense energy reading, but with no warning of danger. During the few minutes of waiting, the first years nervously adjusted their robes, hair, and ties. Vittikel noticed Harry repeatedly pushing his shabby round glasses up, Hermione murmuring to herself, likely reciting the names of the house founders, and Neville growing increasingly pale. Finally, the door swung open once more. Professor McGonagall emerged, a long roll of parchment in her hand. "Now, line up and follow me in." They arranged themselves in a single file and stepped into the Great Hall. If the glimpse through the door had been stunning, the actual experience of entering the Hogwarts Great Hall was overwhelming. Hundreds of eyes instantly focused on the first-year line, the hum of conversation halting abruptly, replaced by curious gazes and hushed whispers. The candles floated in midair, their flames flickering gently in an unseen draft, illuminating each face with a warm and gentle glow. The 4 house tables stretched from the entrance to the far end of the hall, where students sat in neat black robes adorned with their house crests. Vittikel maintained his composure, yet his senses were fully alert. He observed several professors seated at the long teacher's table. At the center sat an elderly gentleman with long, silver-white hair and beard, adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles, Albus Dumbledore. His blue eyes sparkled with an aura of wisdom and gentleness behind the lenses. Professor McGonagall approached the teacher's desk and took her place. There was a timid wizard, Professor Quirrell, wearing a large purple turban, and another man, Professor Snape, with greasy hair, a hooked nose, and a sallow complexion, cast a cold, disdainful glance at the newcomers. There were also several other professors whom Voldemort could not yet identify. The line of first-year students halted at the front of the hall, facing the entire faculty and student body. Professor McGonagall brought forth a four-legged stool and positioned it before them, upon which she placed an old, tattered, patched-up wizardess hat. Voldemort couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. The hat was worn and faded, its original color obscured by filth, the edges frayed, and the tip drooping limply. Most unsettling were the suspicious dark stains upon it, which appeared to be remnants of food, ink, or something else entirely. Voldemort did not consider himself averse to dirt. In Gotham, he had encountered far filthier sights: the rats in garbage heaps, the sludge in sewers, and the moldy walls of criminal dens. Yet this hat, to be worn before the entire school, a hat that had presumably not been cleaned for centuries, was quite another matter. He could hear Hermione beside him gasp sharply, while Harry widened his eyes in astonishment. The expressions of the other first-year students varied. Some frowned, others looked bewildered, and a few appeared on the verge of retching. However, before they could react, the folds of the hat suddenly split open like a mouth, and it began to sing. The hat song was surprisingly grand. Not for its melody, its voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper, but for the sense of ancient wisdom embedded within its lyrics and tune. You may think me unappealing, but do not judge by mere appearance. If you can find a hat more clever than I'll gladly eat myself. I will comply. You may polish your top hats to a gleam, and make your felt hats stand tall and supreme, but I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, you see, far superior to any hat that you might decree. My mind may be hollow, but that is not a flaw, for those hats upon your heads brim with thoughts galore. So place me snugly upon your head. I shall never err, that is what I said. I'll peer into your mind and discern your fate, which house you belong to. It's never too late. Perhaps you'll find courage in Gryffindor's heart, or loyalty and fairness in Hufflepuff's part. If you're clever and wise, you might enter Ravenclaw, or maybe Slytherin, where the cunningest draw. So wear me with pride, do not fear the test. You're perfectly safe, for I know you best. For I am the thinking hat of Magic's domain. As the hat concluded its final verse, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. The hat bowed to each of the four long tables. How it managed this was a mystery, before becoming still once more, returning to the guise of an ordinary, filthy old hat. Voldemort maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he wrestled with his thoughts. On one hand, the hat's lyrics were indeed amusing, revealing it to be a magical object imbued with millennia of wisdom. On the other, did he truly wish to don this object before so many eyes? This hat, which had not seen cleanliness for centuries. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, unfurling a parchment. When I call your name, please step forward, don the sorting hat, and take a seat on the stool. The hat will announce your house. She began to read the names. Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl with two golden braids trembled as she stepped forward and placed the hat upon her head. Almost immediately, the hat called out, Hufflepuff. The second table on the right erupted with cheers and applause as Hannah rushed to join them, warmly welcomed by her fellow Hufflepuffs. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. The names continued to be read. Voldemort noted the varying speeds of the sorting. Some had their houses announced the moment the hat touched their heads, while others required several seconds of deliberation. One boy, named Justin Finch-Fletchley, took nearly 2 minutes before the hat declared him a Hufflepuff. When Draco Malfoy was called, he sauntered forward with grace, and the moment the hat brushed his golden hair, it promptly exclaimed, Slytherin. The Slytherin table responded with polite, yet restrained applause. As Malfoy took his seat amidst two boys who appeared to be his lackeys, a smug smile adorning his face. Then came Hermione. Hermione Granger. Taking a deep breath, she advanced, placing the hat upon her head. The hat remained silent for about a minute. Voldemort noticed Hermione's lips moving, as if she were silently debating with it. Finally, the hat proclaimed, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in fervent cheers, particularly from a pair of red-haired twins who stood up to applaud and whistle. Hermione dashed toward the Gryffindor table, her face flushed with excitement. Neville Longbottom was sorted into Gryffindor as well, nearly running to the table with the hat still on his head, having forgotten to remove it, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter. Then came Harry Potter. The entire hall fell silent, the sound of breathing distinctly audible. Hundreds of eyes fixated upon the bespectacled, slender boy. Voldemort noticed Harry swallow nervously before stepping forward and taking a seat on the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon his head. This time, the hat remained silent for an extended period. Voldemort could see the folds of the hat shifting, as though in contemplation. 2 full minutes passed, during which only the crackling of candle flames could be heard. Then, the hat declared, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous applause, their cheers nearly shaking the enchanted ceiling. Voldemort observed the twins leap up, exclaiming, We've got Potter. We've got Potter. Harry removed the hat, and hurried to the Gryffindor table, where he was warmly pulled down beside Ron Weasley, the freckled red-haired boy. The names continued to be called. Finally, Tom Riddle. Voldemort stepped forward, his stride steady. He felt the weight of every gaze upon him, including the intrigued stare of Headmaster Dumbledore at the teacher's table, Professor Snape's icy scrutiny, and Draco Malfoy's provocative glare from the Slytherin table. He seated himself upon the four-legged stool, and Professor McGonagall lifted the sorting hat. Voldemort closed his eyes, bracing himself mentally. As the hat settled on his head, the first sensation was one of weight. The hat felt heavier than it appeared. The second sensation was its odor, a musty amalgamation of dust, sweat, and an indescribably ancient scent that invaded his nostrils. Voldemort struggled to suppress a grimace. Then, a subtle voice resonated directly in his mind. Ah, intriguing. Very intriguing. The voice was aged and wise, imbued with the smoothness of millennia. Yet it exuded a palpable curiosity at this moment. A riddle. A Lin. A name from the Muggle world. Yet I sense an ancient mark within you. Not of wizarding blood, but of something else entirely. The essence of guardianship flows through the veins, accompanied by a glimmer of light amidst the darkness. Vittikel maintained a tranquil mindset, allowing the sorting hat to delve into his thoughts. He sensed a gentle probing, akin to a feather brushing against the surface of his consciousness. Ah, what a complex soul. Brave? Undoubtedly. You are willing to confront peril for the sake of safeguarding others. I beheld those memories, the young you, in the shadows of Gotham, offering healing water to the wounded. Such is the hallmark of Gryffindor. Loyal? Without question. Loyalty to family, to those you deem as kin. Irrespective of blood, you would sacrifice everything for them. Hufflepuff would embrace you. Wise. Extremely so. Wisdom derived not only from tomes, but from observing, analyzing, and comprehending the world. Your father imparted detective skills, your mother diplomatic strategies, and your own innate sharpness. Ravenclaw would open its doors to you. The hat paused, seemingly contemplating deeper. An ambition? Oh, here lies the crux. Not an ambition for power or status, but a yearning for strength. Not for personal gain, but for the purpose of protection. I must grow stronger. Strong enough to shield them all. Strong enough that Batman need not fight alone in Gotham. Strong enough that my mother need not worry from afar. So fervently does this desire burn within me. Vittikel did not refute this. It was the truth. From a tender age, witnessing Bruce return from his nocturnal patrols wounded, observing Linwan conceal her fatigue over video calls, watching Dick, Jason, Tim, and Damien each shoulder their burdens of danger, he resolved he would become formidable enough to safeguard this family he cherished, this family marred by scars. Yet, there exists a contradiction, the hat's voice pondered. You crave power but remain wary of its corrupting influence. You seek to protect yet detest control. You respect tradition but question blind adherence. And, oh, this is intriguing. You harbor a profound disdain for the notion of pure blood, deeming it one of the most foolish prejudices. Vittikel recalled Draco Malfoy, remembered the term Muggle-born. He mused internally. Abilities should not be defined by lineage but by actions and character. Agreed, the hat seemed to smile almost. Having witnessed countless so-called pure-blooded fools and Muggle-born geniuses over the centuries. But I must caution you, child. In Slytherin, the ideology of blood purity runs deep. Should you venture there, challenges await. Vittikel fell silent, awaiting the hat's verdict. Gryffindor may cultivate your courage, yet it might not satiate your systematic thirst for knowledge and strength. Hufflepuff can nurture your loyalty, yet its atmosphere may be too gentle to sharpen the edge you require. Ravenclaw may fulfill your thirst for wisdom, but that intrinsic drive to protect others may not find complete resonance there. The hat hesitated once more, this time for a lengthier interval. Slytherin cultivates the ambitious, the strategists, those unafraid to tread the arduous path. There, you shall learn how to acquire power, how to wield it, how to survive and thrive in a convoluted environment. But you must tread carefully, lest you be consumed by the dark temptations of unscrupulous ends, blind adoration of blood purity, and the cold calculation that regards others merely as tools. Vittikel responded within, I need not become such a person. I can glean strength from Slytherin while upholding my principles. Can you truly? The hat inquired, its tone serious. Can you maintain your essence in that environment, resist assimilation, and avoid becoming cynical or callous? History has seen great wizards emerge from Slytherin, as well as terrifying dark wizards. The path is narrow and perilous. I can, for I am resolute in my identity. I am Vittikel Wayne. I am the son of Batman, the son of a diplomat, a child of Gotham. I shall not forget my roots, my principles, nor the intent to protect others. The hat remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Then, it chuckled softly within Vittikel's mind. Very well, since you were so assured. Since your conviction is so clear. The hat inhaled deeply and, with a voice that resonated throughout the hall, proclaimed, Slytherin. For a brief moment, Silence enveloped the room. Then, applause erupted from the Slytherin table, not with the fervor that greeted Harry and Gryffindor, but with a more restrained applause. Vittikel discerned curiosity and scrutiny etched upon the faces of many Slytherin students. A Muggle-born Wayne, sorted into Slytherin? How rare. Draco Malfoy's expression was particularly noteworthy. First astonishment, then confusion, culminating in a complex blend of displeasure and calculation. He clearly had not anticipated this outcome. Vittikel calmly removed the hat and placed it back on the stool before making his way to the Slytherin table. He chose a relatively vacant spot to sit, flanked by upperclassmen who nodded politely but engaged little in conversation. An intriguing allocation, a seventh-year boy to his left whispered to his companion, "Is Wayne the Wayne from Gotham? The Muggle affluent family?" "It appears so," the companion replied, "yet the hat sorted him." "The hat never airs." Vittikel refrained from participating in the gossip. He glanced toward the staff table, where Headmaster Dumbledore was smiling at him, a glimmer of curiosity shining in his blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles. Professor Snape's expression was inscrutable. Yet his dark eyes lingered on Vittikel for a few seconds before shifting away. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat concerned, but remained silent. He turned his gaze to the Gryffindor table. Harry and Hermione were watching him, Harry's expression a mixture of confusion and concern, while Hermione furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating the logic of this allocation. Vittikel offered them a slight nod, mouthing the words, "It's fine." The sorting ceremony continued, yet the remaining first years were few. After the last boy, named Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, removed the stool and the sorting hat. Albus Dumbledore stood up, adorned in a splendid, deep purple robe embroidered with twinkling stars and moons. He opened his arms, a warm smile gracing his face. "Welcome." His voice rang out, rich and magical, effortlessly traversing the entire hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Welcome to the new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words." "Indeed, nitwits. Crybabies. Riffraff. Twits." He sat down. The entire hall paused, then erupted into scattered, bewildered applause. Vittikel raised an eyebrow. Is this the opening address from the greatest wizard of our time? It sounded like nonsense. Yet he noticed the twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes, as if he had just shared a brilliant jest. There was no time for further contemplation, for in the next moment, food suddenly appeared upon the tables. Not served by house elves, but materializing out of thin air. In an instant, the empty golden platters brimmed with roast chickens, steaks, pork chops, sausages, bacon, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and large jugs of pumpkin juice, butterbeer, and water. Vittikel was momentarily taken aback by the sudden abundance, but quickly regained his composure. He grasped a golden platter, selecting some roast chicken and vegetables. The food appeared exquisite, and the aroma was even more enticing. The chicken's skin was golden and crispy, and the vegetables were as fresh as if plucked straight from the earth. "Try the gravy," suggested a fourth-year girl to his right, her tone friendly, yet maintaining a respectful distance. "Hogwarts gravy is magically crafted to adjust its flavor according to your preference." Vittikel expressed his gratitude, ladling a scoop of gravy over his chicken. Indeed, the moment the gravy touched his palate, the taste transformed from ordinary savory to his favorite. A complex flavor with a hint of sweetness and a touch of herbs, reminiscent of Alfred's special sauce. He commenced his meal whilst observing his surroundings. The ambience at the Slytherin long table was distinctly dissimilar to that of the other houses. The Gryffindor table was lively and boisterous. The Hufflepuff table exuded warmth and camaraderie. And the Ravenclaw table was a blend of academic discourse and dining, whereas the Slytherin table was characterized by elegance, restraint, and an air thick with silent evaluations and social calculations. He could overhear snippets of conversation. A father spoke of the Ministry's initiative to advance the new Magical Creatures Management Act this year. The second daughter of the Greengrass family had enrolled and was sorted into Ravenclaw, much to his disappointment. During the summer in France, he encountered members of the Delacour family, who mentioned that Beauxbatons had a particularly gifted girl this year. The discussions were predominantly centered around family, politics, and status. Vitkarl remained silent, concentrating on his meal. Yet his ears were attuned to gather information. This was a skill he had honed from a young age, observing, learning, and understanding the power dynamics in social settings. Halfway through his meal, a voice from across the table interrupted. "So, Wayne." Vitkarl lifted his gaze. Draco Malfoy sat opposite him, across the long table, his gray eyes fixed intently upon him. Flanking Malfoy were his two hulking henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, who were engrossed in tearing apart chicken legs, indifferent to the conversation. "Malfoy." Vitkarl responded calmly. "The sorting hat placed you in Slytherin," Draco remarked, his tone laced with a feigned languor, which is rather surprising. "After all, your background is, well, not so traditional." He was probing. Vitkarl discerned the subtlety. Malfoy was testing his reaction, eager to observe how this new Muggle-born Slytherin would respond to the insinuation regarding bloodline. Vittikel set down his fork and dabbed his mouth with his napkin, his movements as composed as if he were attending a formal dinner at Wayne Manor. The Sorting Hat recognized qualities befitting Slytherin. He stated simply, "It never errs, does it?" This deftly sidestepped the issue of bloodline, while simultaneously invoking the widely acknowledged principle within Slytherin of reverence for the Hat's wisdom. Malfoy's expression momentarily froze before he regained his composure. Of course, the Hat never errs. I am merely curious as to what it perceived. After all, Slytherin values the purity of blood, the honor of family, and, he paused, those who understand their place. This was a more direct provocation. Several Slytherin students nearby ceased their dining to focus on the exchange, and Vittikel could feel the weight of their gazes. He maintained his smile, though it did not reach his eyes. The Sorting Hat recognized my thirst for power, my pursuit of excellence, and my unwavering determination to tread the arduous path. Vittikel articulated clearly, his voice not loud yet sufficient for those nearby to hear. These are the qualities cherished by Slytherin, irrespective of bloodline. Moreover, if memory serves, the founder of Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin himself, valued pure blood, did he not? No, he valued the most exceptional blood, a subtle yet crucial distinction. The former is exclusionary, while the latter is selective. He desired the most talented, the most ambitious, the students most likely to elevate magic to new heights. Bloodline is merely one potential indicator, not a definitive criterion. His words rendered the surroundings silent for several moments. A few upperclassmen exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Some furrowed their brows, others pondered, and a few bore intrigued smiles. Draco evidently did not anticipate such a theoretical rebuttal. He opened his mouth, as if to retort, but Vittikel interjected. However, we are currently dining, Malfoy. Perhaps academic discussions can be reserved for the classroom? I have heard Professor Snape's potions class is quite rigorous for first years. We all need to conserve our energy. He resumed his meal, his actions as casual as if they had merely been discussing the weather. Draco stared at him for several seconds before huffing and turning back to his plate. Yet, Vittikel could sense that the blond boy's attention lingered upon him. The undertones of appraisal and provocation undiminished. The banquet continued. After the main course, the remnants on the plates vanished, replaced by an array of desserts, ice cream, pudding, pies, cakes, jellies, and fruits, a veritable feast. Vittikel sampled a piece of syrup pie, its sweetness perfectly balanced. He glanced towards the staff table, observing Dumbledore relishing a lemon sorbet, Professor McGonagall sipping tea, and Professor Snape, who had scarcely eaten, merely surveying the hall with his frigid gaze, particularly lingering on the Gryffindor table. As dinner neared its conclusion, Dumbledore rose once more. The hall fell silent. Now that everyone has feasted adequately, I must announce a few important points for the beginning of the term. First-year students take heed. The forbidden forest outside the castle is off-limits to students. Some of our older students ought to remember this as well. His gaze lingered momentarily on the Weasley twins, who feigned innocence with exaggerated blinks. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Quidditch tryouts will be held in the second week. Those wishing to join the house team should sign up with Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all that anyone wishing to avoid unexpected accidents and a painful demise should not enter the corridor on the fourth floor to the right. Some students chuckled, assuming it was a jest, but Dumbledore's serious demeanor indicated his sincerity. Vittikel noted this warning regarding the corridor on the fourth floor, a dangerous area warranting investigation but approached with caution. Now, before you retire for the night, let us sing the school song. Dumbledore proclaimed loudly, waving his wand gently, and golden lyrics materialized in the air. Everyone may choose their preferred melody, Dumbledore announced. Ready, sing. The entire hall erupted into a chaotic chorus. Some sang slowly in the tune of a funeral march, others at a brisk tempo, while the Weasley twins completed the entire song in a mournful dirge, with Dumbledore conducting in his cheerful melody, ultimately applauding their slow and sorrowful rendition. Once the school song concluded, Dumbledore declared, "It is now time for bed. Heads of houses, please lead the first years back to their dormitories." The Slytherin first years were gathered together. The head boy was a tall seventh year named Marcus Flint, rugged in appearance yet exuding the calculated demeanor characteristic of Slytherin. Beside him stood a seventh-year girl. Head girl Gemma Farley, with black hair and eyes, her expression calm and evaluative. "Follow me," Flint instructed in a low voice. "The Slytherin common room is in the basement. Maintain formation and do not lag behind." They departed the hall, descending the marble staircase, not towards the tower dormitories but downwards, into the castle's subterranean depths. The corridor grew increasingly dim, the walls transitioning from smooth marble to rough stone bricks, the flames of the torches flickering in the damp air. Finally, They halted before an empty stone wall. There was no apparent door or entrance. The password is pure blood, Flint announced to the wall, which changed monthly. Be attentive to the notice board. The stone wall silently slid open, revealing an arched entrance bathed in a ghostly green light. Enter, Farley gestured. The first years filed in, with Vittikel stepping in the middle, entering the Slytherin common room. His first impression was one of elegance, darkness, and splendor. The common room was a long, low chamber, its walls and ceiling constructed of rough stone, emanating a damp, cold glow. The room was dominated by a verdant silver hue. Silken drapes of emerald green adorned the walls, intricately embroidered with serpentine patterns. A fireplace crackled with flames of a vibrant green, emitting a soft, playful popping sound. The windows were not true portals to the outside world, but rather magical illusions revealing the depths of the Black Lake, where aquatic plants swayed gracefully and peculiar fish meandered, all illuminated by an eerie green light filtering through the water. The furnishings were opulent, crafted from ebony wood, adorned with elaborate serpentine carvings. The sofa was draped with deep green velvet cushions, upon which several upperclassmen sat, engaged in hushed conversations or absorbed in their reading. The entire atmosphere of the room exuded both luxury and an icy detachment, reminiscent of a meticulously arranged serpent's nest. Flint and Folly stood before the fireplace, facing the new students. Welcome to Slytherin, Folly commenced, her voice crisp and composed. I am Gemma Folly, the head girl of the 7th year. This is Marcus Flint, the head boy of the 6th year and captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Flint nodded, adding, as members of Slytherin House, you are expected to uphold the highest standards, both academically and in conduct. Slytherin has historically won the most house cups, and we intend to continue this tradition this year. Your dormitory is through there. Folly gestured towards 2 archways marked for boys and girls, the boys' dormitory on the left, the girls' on the right. Your belongings have already been delivered to your respective beds. The dormitories accommodate 2 students each, and the list is posted on the door. Tomorrow morning at 7, the head boy will escort you to the Great Hall for breakfast, followed by your classes. The schedule is on your bedside table. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the newcomers. Now, there are certain matters that require clarification. Slytherin values tradition, ambition, and resourcefulness. We encourage competition, but it must be conducted with grace and strategy. Open conflict or foolish provocations are discouraged, as they will reflect poorly on the house and bring embarrassment upon yourselves. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Draco Malfoy before shifting away. Some of you hail from illustrious wizarding families, while others do not. In Slytherin, ability outweighs bloodline, yet you must prove your worth. Otherwise, regardless of your surname, respect will elude you. Now, off to your dormitories, Flint declared. See you tomorrow. The newcomers dispersed. Vittikel approached the archway leading to the boys' dormitory, followed by other boys. Beyond the archway lay a short corridor flanked by ebony doors, each adorned with parchment lists. He swiftly located his name, Vittikel Wayne Theodore Knott. Vittikel recalled Tim's notes mentioning this surname. The Knott family, an ancient pure-blood lineage inclined towards Slytherin, with some members having supported the dark arts. He pushed open the door. The dormitory was smaller than the common room, but equally exquisite. 2 4-poster beds draped with silver-green canopies, 2 desks accompanied by comfortable chairs, a wardrobe divided in half, and a magical window displaying the depths of the Black Lake. In one corner stood a perch where Athena's owl was preening its feathers. His suitcase rested beside his bed, already opened, its contents meticulously arranged, evidently having been attended to by a house elf. A boy occupied one of the beds by the window, engrossed in a thick book. He possessed deep brown hair, a pale complexion, and an expression that was cold and aloof. He glanced up at Vittikel, offering a curt nod in greeting before returning to his reading. Vittikel reciprocated with a nod and moved towards his own bed. He opened his suitcase, inspecting his belongings. All in order. His wand bag rested beside his pillow, a fatherly care package from Bruce hidden within the suitcase's secret compartment. And Athena's owl treats were placed on the shelf. He began to arrange his personal items, placing several books on the desk, hanging the protective charm pouch gifted by Lin Wan at the head of his bed, and setting a family photograph on the bedside table. Throughout this process, his roommate remained silently engrossed in his book, making no attempt to engage in conversation. Vittikel felt no urgency to force dialogue, especially in an environment like Slytherin that prized privacy and boundaries. Once organized, he changed into his pajamas, preparing to wash up for the night. The dormitory boasted an en-suite bathroom, a luxury compared to other houses. Just as he grasped his toiletry bag and headed toward the bathroom, a knock echoed at the door. It was not a courteous tap, but rather a heavier, more provocative rapping. Theodore Knott lifted his gaze from his book, frowning yet remaining still. Vittikel set down his bag and approached the door. Standing outside was Draco Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy had changed into silver-green silk pajamas, finely crafted, yet wore the deliberately superior expression that Vittikel was beginning to recognize. Wayne, Malfoy said, his gray eyes scanning the room, momentarily resting on Theodore, who indifferently averted his gaze. Then returning to Vittikel. How are you acclimating? Is the Slytherin dormitory to your liking compared to your quarters in the Muggle world? Vittikel kept the door half open, offering no invitation for them to enter. Quite comfortable. Thank you for your concern, he replied calmly. That's good to hear, Malfoy said with a feigned smile. After all, not everyone can adapt to such an environment, especially those from, well, different backgrounds. Another insinuation regarding bloodlines. Vittikel felt a surge of impatience. It was the first day of school, following a long journey, the sorting ceremony, and a grand feast. He was weary and merely wished to wash up and retire, rather than entertain the incessant provocations of a spoiled child. Malfoy, he said directly, it's quite late. If you have nothing of importance, I would like to rest. Malfoy's expression hardened. Vittikel's straightforward refusal evidently offended him. In the blonde boy's eyes, a Muggle-born Slytherin ought to demonstrate greater respect, or at least more trepidation, towards him, a pure-blood Malfoy. In fact, I do have something, Malfoy replied, his tone sharpening. I wish to remind you, Wayne. In Slytherin, there exists a hierarchy. Freshmen must understand their place, especially those who have been sorted here by chance or error. Vittikel raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning the Sorting Hat's decision, Malfoy? Just earlier in the Great Hall, you seemed quite respectful of the Hat's infallible judgment. Malfoy's face flushed slightly. I am not questioning the Hat. I merely contend that some individuals may not belong here, even if the Hat temporarily misjudged them. It is my duty to ensure order is maintained. He drew his wand, not in an attacking stance, but as a display, as if to say, look, I possess a wand, I can cast spells, and you, Muggle-born, may not even know the simplest incantations. Crabbe and Goyle clumsily mimicked him, pulling out their wands, but clearly unsure of how to hold them. Vittikel regarded the three wands, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of absurd weariness. Is this what bullying in the magical world looks like? Threatening with wands. In Gotham, children used fists, knives, or stolen guns. Here, 11-year-olds wielded sticks, believing themselves formidable. Put your wands away, Malfoy, he said calmly. This is not a game. Oh, but it is a game, Malfoy replied with a forced smile. And the rules are simple. You learn respect, or I shall teach you respect. He waved his wand, uttering a spell, Tarantaligra. A red beam shot from the tip of his wand, hurtling towards Vittikel. However, the red light veered suddenly, rebounding at an accelerated pace to strike Malfoy himself. Draco Malfoy's eyes widened in shock as his legs began to move uncontrollably, kicking, spinning, and dancing as if caught in a frenzied jig. He collided with Crabbe behind him, and the two fell to the ground together, while Malfoy's legs flailed uncontrollably, striking Goyle's knee, prompting a painful yelp from the burly boy. Stop it! Malfoy exclaimed incoherently, struggling to regain control of his legs, but the spell's effects persisted. Vittikel glanced down at the seemingly ordinary silver brooch pinned to his chest, one of the protective charms AFO had given him while in London. A faint silver glow danced across the surface of the brooch before fading away. A rebounding charm. Automatically triggered, a non-lethal magical defense. Bruce had insisted on one of AFO's prepared items. Theodore Knott rose from his bed and approached the door. Observing the flailing Malfoy and his two flustered lackeys, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his face. Tarantella charm, Knott remarked coolly, a first-year spell, yet it rebounded. Intriguing. Malfoy finally ceased his frantic movements as the spell's effects wore off. Gasping for breath, he sat up, his face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Crabbe and Goyle clumsily helped him to his feet. What did you do? Malfoy yelled at Vittikel. I did nothing, Vittikel replied calmly. Your spell rebounded. I suggest you master the proper wand gestures and pronunciation before casting next time. The accent for Tarantella is on the second syllable, not the third. And keep your wrists steady. Not flailing. This was a precise technical critique, more humiliating than a direct counterattack. Malfoy's face shifted from red to pale. You have something on you, he accused. Magical items. Violating regulations. Protective charms are permitted, Vittikel stated. Hogwarts Rules, Chapter 7, Article 3. Students may carry protective magical items approved by a professor. My items were inspected and approved by Professor McGonagall. This was indeed the truth. Professor McGonagall had verified all items in London, ensuring their safety and compliance. Malfoy clenched his jaw, realizing he not only failed to gain an advantage, but also lost face in front of Knott, whose family, though less illustrious than the Malfoys, held influence within Slytherin. Yet, pride would not allow him to back down. He raised his wand again, this time with greater seriousness. Tarantaligra. A red light shot forth, stronger and more precise than before. But once again, it veered off a foot before Vittikel, rebounding. Malfoy erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha, stop it, ha ha. He doubled over in mirth, tears streaming down his face, his wand slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Crabbe and Goyle stared at him in terror. Then at Vittikel, too afraid to move. Vittikel sighed. He was truly exhausted. He bent down, retrieving a small leather case from the hidden compartment of his trunk, opening it to extract a training bat. Not a real dart. Bruce had forbidden him from carrying edged weapons. This was a training bat, its edges dulled, yet its weight, balance, and throwing feel were indistinguishable from a real dart. Damien had insisted he bring it as a close combat option in case his wand failed. Vittikel stood upright, gazing at the still laughing Malfoy. The blond boy trembled with laughter, nearly unable to stand. Malfoy, Vittikel said. Malfoy struggled to look at him, laughter still bubbling forth. Huh? What? Ha ha. With a flick of his wrist, Vittikel released the bat, sending it arcing through the air. It was not aimed at Malfoy's body, which would cause harm, nor at his face, which would be excessive. The bat grazed Malfoy's ear, precisely severing a meticulously styled lock of golden hair. The hair fell, like a broken golden thread. Malfoy's laughter abruptly ceased. He stared wide-eyed, raising a hand to touch the spot where a strand of hair was missing, the cut neat, and of perfect length, not too much. Not too little, but enough to draw attention. A cold, precise insult. Vittikel caught the bat as it rebounded into his hand. The tail of the dart had a fine chain, modified by Damien, returning it to the leather case. He then drew forth his own wand. Ginkgo wood, a guardian, its warm amber glow shining in the dim light of the common room. He did not point it at anyone. He merely held the wand, standing at the dormitory door, his gaze sweeping over Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and several other first-year Slytherins who had poked their heads out from other dorms, drawn by the commotion. His voice was clear and calm, yet each word resonated like a finely honed blade in the silent corridor. I came to Hogwarts to study magic, not to engage in childish bullying games. He paused, his blue eyes appearing especially icy under the dim light. If you wish to play, you may, but consider the consequences. He raised his wand, not to cast a spell, but as if to exhibit a weapon. Given the meager technological prowess of the wizarding world, can it withstand the wrath of the Wayne family? Silence. Absolute silence. Even the sound of the Black Lake's waters flowing outside the magical window was distinctly audible. Draco Malfoy stood frozen, his face as pale as parchment, the missing lock of golden hair by his left ear casting a shadow of shame in the dim light. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but no sound emerged. Crabbe and Goyle were completely paralyzed, like two clumsy statues. From the gaps between doors of other dormitories, the first years watched this scene with wide eyes. Theodore Nott leaned against the doorframe, a look of genuine interest crossing his face for the first time, not mockery, nor indifference, but an evaluative, contemplative interest. Vittikel sheathed his wand back into his waist pouch, glanced at Malfoy, and finally said, "Now, I wish to rest. I suggest you return as well. We have classes tomorrow, and we will need our energy." He took a step back, preparing to close the door, but just before shutting it, he added in a voice as soft as a whisper, yet audible to all, "By the way, Malfoy, if you truly wish to learn how to fight with magic, perhaps you should start with a clean slate. Your pajamas are covered in dust." He closed the door. Outside, the corridor was enveloped in a deathly silence. Inside, Vittikel turned to find Theodore not watching him, a glimmer of inscrutable light shining in his dark eyes. So Nott finally spoke, his voice still cool but tinged with less aloofness. "You are quite the troublesome individual, Wayne." "I simply do not wish to attract trouble," Vittikel replied, making his way toward the bathroom. In Slytherin, those who avoid trouble often become the most troublesome. Nott returned to his bed, picking up his book once more. But this time he did not immediately read. He stared at the pages, lost in thought. Vittikel entered the bathroom and closed the door. He gazed at his 11-year-old reflection in the mirror, blue eyes, black hair, appearing just like any ordinary child. Yet the gaze reflected back was anything but childlike. It was the gaze of the Wayne family, the Lynn family, the gaze of Gotham. He turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face. The icy sensation jolted him awake. The first day, sorting into Slytherin. A conflict with Malfoy. A display of strength and equipment. As he exited the bathroom, Nott had already turned off the lights, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of the lake outside the magical window. Athena slept on her perch, her head tucked beneath her wings. Vittikel climbed into bed, lying down. The bed was comfortable, the blanket soft, yet it felt foreign. He reached for the wand pouch by his pillow, withdrawing the guardian. The ginkgo wand was nearly invisible in the dim light, but he could feel its warmth and pulse. "First day?" He whispered to the wand, "What do you think?" The wand offered no response, yet its calm, steady presence felt like a silent affirmation. Outside, a massive squid glided by, its tentacles brushing against the magical window, casting flickering shadows. In the distance, the chimes of Hogwarts Castle resounded, heralding the arrival of midnight. Vittikel closed his eyes. Tomorrow, the classes commence. Tomorrow, genuine learning begins. Tomorrow, he shall navigate his path within this realm teeming with magic, secrets, ambition, and peril. And he understood that, regardless of where this journey may lead, he would tread forth bearing the resilience of the Wayne lineage, the wisdom of the Lynn family, the sharpness of Gotham, and the profound testament of this ancient ginkgo wood wand. Sleep gently descended upon him, accompanied by the whispers from the depths of the Black Lake and the castle's millennial-old breath. In his dreams, he beheld the ginkgo leaves spiraling in the wind, golden like fragments of time, descending toward the unfathomable lake's surface, creating ripples, one after another. Chapter 7. The Unwilling Alliance in Potions Class. Vittikel was awakened by a soft yet persistent tinkling sound. It was unlike the crisp tones produced by Alfred's antique silver bell in Wayne Manor, nor did it resemble the sirens or honks commonly heard in Gotham's mornings. It was a rhythmic sound, akin to droplets of water falling upon metal, unceasing until it became impossible to ignore. He opened his eyes, taking a few moments to comprehend his surroundings. This was not the bedroom on the second floor of Wayne Manor overlooking the garden. It was not the suite in Gotham Hotel that Lynn had reserved during her visit. It was not even the overly soft bed in the London hotel. This was Hogwarts, the Slytherin dormitory, the depths of the Black Lake. Outside the enchanted window, luminous jellyfish floated in the murky waters, resembling fireworks in slow motion. A silver fish curiously approached the window, gently pecking at the glass, producing the soft tapping sound that had served as his alarm. Vittikel sat up, rubbing his eyes. Fragments of last night's dream lingered, the rain in Gotham, the glow of the fireplace at Wayne Manor, his father's silent silhouette in the Batcave, his mother urging him to be brave during a video call. And that ginkgo tree, with its golden leaves swirling in the wind, falling toward the unfathomable lake surface. What a clever design for an alarm clock. A dispassionate voice emanated from the other side of the room. Theodore Knott had already risen, seated at the edge of his bed, putting on his socks. The dark-haired boy appeared completely awake, his hair impeccably styled, and his pajamas pressed, as if freshly ironed. Fish pecking the window? Vittikel inquired, his voice still laced with sleep. The silver-scaled fish in the Black Lake. They gather near the dormitory windows at this time every morning, feeding on the luminescent algae growing on the sill. Perhaps some Slytherin from centuries past cast a charm to transform their pecking into a gentle awakening signal. Knott stood up and moved toward the wardrobe. Better than a harsh bell. It aligns more with Slytherin's style. Elegant, resourceful, and understated. Vittikel gazed at the silver fish outside. Indeed, their rhythmic pecking against the glass was punctuated. 3 quick taps followed by 2 slower ones, as if they were tapping out Morse code. He recalled some elementary cryptography lessons Bruce had taught him. But perhaps this was indeed a form of magic? Thank you for the explanation, he remarked. Knott nodded, refraining from further comment as he began to change clothes. Vittikel also left his bed. The dormitory felt colder in the morning than it had at night, the stone walls emanating the dampness of the basement. He approached his suitcase and retrieved the attire for the day, a black robe with a white shirt and dark gray trousers, the tie adorned in Slytherin's silver and green. As he changed, he couldn't help but glance at the family portrait on the bedside table. The picture was taken last summer at Wayne Manor. Bruce stood on the far left, clad in casual attire, wearing a rare expression of relaxation. Lynn was on the far right, dressed in a simple dress, exuding elegance with her smile. In between stood Vittikel, flanked by Dick and Jason. With Dick tousling his hair while Jason made a face, Tim stood beside Jason, adjusting his glasses as he gazed into the camera. Damien was at the front, arms crossed, presenting a serious demeanor as though attending a military briefing. Alfred stood behind Bruce, holding a tea tray, his smile warm. The photo was enchanted, capturing movement. Dick's hand continually ruffled Vittikel's hair. Jason's silly expressions shifted. Tim's glasses perpetually slipped down his nose only to be pushed back. And Damien occasionally shot disapproving glares at his mischief-making brothers. Bruce and Lynn exchanged glances filled with exasperation, tolerance, and love. As Vittikel observed the portrait, a sharp pang of longing surged within him. He missed home, not the faint, abstract kind of longing, but a visceral yearning that almost twisted his stomach. He missed Alfred's morning hot chocolate, the rain outside the library window at Wayne Manor, the beam of the bat signal slicing through Gotham's night sky, the sound of his mother's voice during video calls, his father's silent yet steadfast embrace, and the warm, albeit boisterous, company of his brothers. He even missed the less pleasant aspects. Dick and Jason squabbling over the remote, Tim's dark circles from late-night work, and Damien's serious little face when insisting on training him. This was his first true departure from home. Not a few weeks at summer camp, nor a vacation at his grandmother's, but a residency in another world. A realm that his family could not reach at a moment's notice. The phenomenon of new beginnings. Knott's voice broke through his reverie once more. He addressed completely. adjusting his tie in front of a small mirror on the wall. The mirror was no ordinary glass, but a polished piece of obsidian, distorting the reflection slightly, yet revealing enough detail. What? Vittikel turned his head. The first departure from home, residing in unfamiliar surroundings, missing familiar things. Nott did not meet his gaze, focusing intently on the angle of his tie knot. A normal reaction typically lasts 1 to 2 weeks before being supplanted by the novelty of the new environment. Or it may not. In that case, you might need to seek counseling. Madame Pomfrey provides such services, although most Slytherins would rather drink potion of death than admit they need help. Vittikel blinked. Nott's words were blunt to the point of harshness. Yet strangely, this candor made him feel somewhat better. At least it was not a rare and shameful secret, but a common phenomenon with statistical data and solutions. Thank you, he said sincerely. That is indeed helpful. Nott, finally satisfied with his tie, turned to him, his dark eyes calm and untroubled. No need for thanks. Merely an observation. And he paused. If your homesickness affects your classroom performance, it may impact your grades. As your roommate, I have an obligation to remind you. Concern masked in the guise of pragmatism. Vittikel smiled. I will adjust. For the sake of the house points. Wise. Nott moved toward the door. Breakfast begins at 7:30. The prefect advises newcomers to arrive 15 minutes early at the common room to gather, escorted by upperclassmen to the Great Hall. You have 20 minutes. He exited the dormitory, the door closing gently behind him. Vittikel inhaled deeply, carefully placing the family portrait back on the bedside table. Then he made his way to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. The icy sensation jolted his skin awake, invigorating his mind. He gazed into the mirror at his reflection. Blue eyes, black hair, the face of an 11-year-old. He appeared unchanged from the day before, yet it felt as though a century had passed. All right, Vittikel Wayne, he spoke to his reflection. You chose to come here. You have a mission, to learn magic, to grow strong, to protect your family. No time for sentimentality. He straightened his back, adjusted his robe, ensuring the wand pocket was securely fastened to his belt. Then he approached Athena's perch. The silver-gray owl was already awake, preening its feathers with its beak. Good morning, Athena, Vittikel said, retrieving a small handful of owl treats from the shelf. Today I shall attend my first class. You may fly around the castle, familiarizing yourself with the surroundings. But do not frighten the other pets, nor cause any trouble. Athena emitted a gentle coo, as if to affirm her obedience. She consumed a few grains of food, then unfurled her wings, soaring through the passageway that Vittikel had reserved for her, leading to the vent above the common room. Damien had trained her well, equipping her with the skills to scout and navigate discreetly. Vittikel conducted a final inspection of his satchel, quill, parchment, ink, basic charms, introductory transfiguration guide, and a miniature communicator bestowed by Bruce. Though it might prove unnecessary, its presence offered reassurance. He placed 2 of the calming biscuits prepared by Afu into his pocket, just in case. With that, he exited the dormitory and stepped into the Slytherin common room. The early morning atmosphere in the Slytherin common room was quieter than at night, yet brimming with vitality. The emerald flames of the fireplace blazed brightly, dispelling the damp chill of the basement. Several floating silver lanterns cast a gentle glow. A few students were already present. Upperclassmen sat on sofas engaged in hushed discussions, their thick tomes or parchment scrolls sprawled before them. A handful of second-year students practiced the silencing charm by the fireplace, the tips of their wands occasionally emitting tiny sparks. Vittikel observed that even in relaxation, Slytherin students maintained a certain poise, back straight, gestures restrained, expressions calm. There was none of the raucousness that might be found in Gryffindor's common room, nor the cozy disarray characteristic of Hufflepuff, nor the fervor of Ravenclaw engrossed in academic debates. Everything here was orderly, serene, and calculated. New students, gather here, called Gemma Farley, the 7th-year prefect, standing by the fireplace. She was impeccably dressed, her deep green robes pristine, and her silver-green tie perfectly knotted. In her hands, she held a scroll of parchment, her gaze sweeping over the newly arriving students. Vittikel approached, positioning himself among his fellow first-years. He counted approximately 10 new students in Slytherin this year, evenly split between genders. Draco Malfoy stood at the forefront, his blonde hair meticulously styled, wearing that deliberately haughty expression that Vittikel had begun to recognize. The disgrace of having a lock of hair severed by a bat bogey hex the previous night seemed to have had no effect on his appearance. Either he had magically repaired it or cleverly styled it to conceal the evidence. Malfoy sensed Vittikel's gaze, turning to meet his eyes, a complex array of emotions flashing in his gray irises. Anger, wariness, and an inexplicable feeling that Vittikel had not anticipated. Yet, Malfoy quickly averted his gaze, feigning concentration on the prefect's address. Good morning, Farley began, her voice clear yet not harsh. I am Gemma Farley, the 7th-year prefect. Today marks the commencement of formal classes. There are a few matters to address. She unfurled the parchment. First, the class schedule has been placed in your dormitories. Transfiguration and charms classes are in the morning, while potions will be held in the afternoon. Other subjects will commence tomorrow. Before each class, an upperclassman will guide you to the classrooms until you are familiar with the castle's layout. The staircases at Hogwarts shift, portraits may mislead you, and suits of armor might suddenly speak as you pass. It is quite normal for first years to get lost, but Slytherins should adapt more swiftly. Several new students nodded nervously. Second, classroom performance directly influences house points. Correctly answering questions and excelling in practical tasks will earn points. Speaking out of turn, daydreaming, or failing tasks will result in deductions. Slytherin has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and we intend to uphold that record. Your individual performances will impact the entire house. Her gaze swept across the faces of the new students, as if to memorize each of their features. Third, concerning interactions between houses. Slytherin maintains a competitive relationship with the other houses, particularly Gryffindor. Competition should be graceful, rooted in ability, rather than crude provocation. Remember, winning the House Cup is achieved through earning points, not by causing others to lose them. At this point, her gaze lingered on Malfoy, who straightened his posture slightly, but offered no response. Now, let us proceed to breakfast. Follow me, Farley instructed, turning toward the entrance of the common room. The stone wall slid open, revealing the corridor beyond. The first years formed 2 lines behind her, with Vittikel trailing toward the back of the line. They traversed the dim underground corridors, ascended the stairs, and arrived at the main level of the castle. The morning air at Hogwarts was shrouded in a light mist. Sunlight streaming through the high windows and casting elongated beams upon the ancient stone tiles. The aroma of toasted bread, fried bacon, and some fresh herbs wafted from the kitchen. Vittikel surmised. Upon entering the great hall, breakfast was already in full swing. The 4 long tables were laden with an array of food: toasted bread, fried eggs, sausages, bacon, porridge, cereal, fruit salad, and large jugs of pumpkin juice, orange juice, and milk. Candles floated in midair, and the enchanted ceiling displayed a slate-blue morning sky, with streaks of dawn painting the eastern clouds in hues of pink. The Slytherin table was already populated by several students. Farley gestured for the newcomers to find seats, then made her way to the head of the prefect's table, near the staff's table. Vittikel selected an empty seat in the middle of the long table. To his left sat a brown-haired girl, intently spreading butter on her bread. To his right was a black-haired boy engrossed in reading the Daily Prophet, his brow furrowed. "Good morning," Vittikel greeted politely. The girl looked up and smiled. "Morning. I'm Millicent Bulstrode. You must be Vittikel Wayne, right? Quite the talk of the town last night." Her tone was subtly nuanced, neither admiring nor critical, merely stating a fact. It seemed word spread quickly. Slytherin has little in the way of secrets, Bulstrode shrugged. Especially when events unfold right at the entrance of the common room, with half a year's worth of first years peeking through the door. She took a bite of her bread and continued, "But to be honest, most people find it rather impressive. Not so much for your controversial retort to Malfoy, but for managing to get not to speak. Theodore Nott, your roommate? He usually says no more than 10 words a year, all monosyllabic." Vittikel recalled Nott's somewhat terse but informative exchanges that morning. "He is quite direct," he replied. "That is friendly," Bulstrode laughed, "if he disliked you. You wouldn't hear a single word. He would look at you as if your very presence tainted his air, then completely ignore you." That indeed sounded like something Nott would do. Vittikel decided to categorize the morning's interaction as a positive development. He began to eat breakfast. The food at Hogwarts was indeed delightful. The bread crisp on the outside yet soft within, the butter fresh, and the jam containing real fruit pulp. Halfway through, he felt a gaze upon him. Looking up, he spotted Harry and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, observing him. Harry hesitated and waved, to which Vittikel nodded in acknowledgement. Hermione's expression was more complex. She seemed to contemplate whether to express sympathy for Vittikel being sorted into Slytherin, yet felt that might be impolite. Vittikel smiled at them, mouthing that they would talk later. Harry visibly relaxed. As breakfast progressed, the owls arrived. Hundreds of owls streamed in through the high windows, resembling a cloud composed of feathers. They carried letters, parcels, and newspapers, deftly flying toward their designated recipients. The scene was both spectacular and chaotic, the flapping of wings, the thud of parcels landing, and the sounds of students gasping and expressing gratitude. Vittikel looked up, searching for Athena. He soon spotted her, her silver-gray feathers conspicuously standing out among the flock. Athena flew toward him, clutching a deep green envelope and a smaller parcel wrapped in brown paper with her talons. She landed gracefully on the table before Vittikel, delicately depositing her cargo, then tilted her head, her amber eyes fixed on him, as if awaiting praise. "Good girl," Vittikel said. Retrieving a small portion of owl feed from his pocket to offer her, You've worked hard. Athena contentedly consumed the morsel before alighting upon Vittikel's shoulder. This was a habit cultivated during Damien's training. In non-combat situations, she was permitted to rest upon her owner's shoulder. Vittikel then opened the envelope. It contained a letter from Lin Wan, elegantly penned in Chinese. Dear Vittikel, I hope this letter reaches you before your first class begins. My father and I, she always referred to Bruce as Dad in Chinese, despite their unmarried status, have had a video chat. We are both proud of you. Hogwarts sounds like a magical place, though I harbor reservations about the biting books and moving staircases. Please be sure to exercise caution. My father asked me to tell you. Observe, learn, but remain vigilant. He believes you will excel. Things are going well on my end. I am heading to Geneva next week for a conference. Engaging in informal discussions regarding international magical affairs. Yes, I am officially involved now. The Chinese Ministry of Magical Affairs has bestowed upon me the title of Special Advisor, which means I can now gain a more legitimate understanding of the magical world and provide support whenever you may need it. Enclosed are a few items, an upgraded protective talisman requested by your grandmother, and some date pastries I brought from Beijing, which you adore. I hope the owl transport did not damage them. Remember, regardless of which house you belong to, you are still our Vittikel, brave, wise, and kind. And do write weekly. If you're too busy, at least send a note with the owl. Love you, Mom. Vittikel carefully folded the letter, feeling a warmth in his eyes. He tucked it into the inner pocket of his robe, close to his heart. He then opened the brown paper bag. Inside were several neatly wrapped date pastries, carefully encased in oiled paper, miraculously intact. There was also a small crimson pouch, embroidered with golden runes, the upgraded protective talisman. He picked up a date pastry and took a bite. The familiar taste melted in his mouth, the sweetness of the date paste, the crispness of the outer shell, and a hint of osmanthus fragrance. It was from the old establishment his grandmother frequented. The taste of home. Chinese pastries? Buster inquired, intrigued. They looked delightful. Date pastries. My mother sent them. Vittikel pushed the paper bag toward her. Care for a taste? Buster hesitated, then cautiously took a piece. Thank you. My mother only sends homemade cookies that are hard enough to shatter a table. She took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. Far better than the pastries from the Duke of Honey. Vittikel smiled, taking another piece and rewrapping the remainder, preparing to enjoy them after class. The flow of owl mail gradually diminished, with only a few latecomers hastily flitting by. The students continued their breakfast, discussing lessons and exchanging gossip. Vittikel finished his last bite, downed his pumpkin juice, and glanced at the time, 7:50. The Transfiguration class commenced at 8:30 on the second floor. First years, it's time to prepare for class, declared head of House Farley, standing up. Transfiguration is on the second floor, east corridor. Second-year De Leon Pews will guide you. Pews. A tall, slender second-year boy stood at the far end of the long table. He had light blonde hair and cold gray eyes, resembling a distant cousin of Malfoy. In fact, Vittikel later learned that the Pews family indeed had marital ties with the Malfoy family. Follow me, Pews said succinctly, devoid of any superfluous expression. Don't lag behind. The staircases in Hogwarts can betray you when you least expect it. The first years rose and followed Pews out of the hall. Vittikel found himself in the midst of the group, with Athena the owl perched on his shoulder, determined to accompany him to class. At least to the door of the classroom. They ascended the marble staircase. The castle in the morning was clearer than the night before. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. The portraits adorning the walls were just awakening, some yawning, others adjusting their wigs, and a few already engaging in quarrels. A suit of armor was polishing its chest plate, producing a rhythmic metallic scraping sound. The left staircase will move, Pews said without looking back. Currently, it leads to the third floor, but in 30 seconds. It may turn to the second floor on the opposite side. Time it well. They swiftly traversed that staircase, and indeed, just as they stepped off, it began to slowly rotate, connecting to a different corridor. The portraits can sometimes mislead you, especially those who have indulged in libations, Pews continued. If you see a gentleman in a portrait holding a wine glass and a lady with flushed cheeks, do not inquire about directions. They passed a painting of a rotund monk snoring while cradling a barrel of ale, with a sign beside it reading, Barnabas Drury, 1472 to 1551. Renowned for brewing butterbeer and perpetually inebriated. The armor may suddenly speak as you pass, Pews noted. Do not be alarmed. They are merely bored. This observation was validated by a suit of knight armor stationed at the corner. As Vittikel walked by, a deep voice emanated from the helmet. Good morning, little serpent. Your tie is askew. Vittikel instinctively touched his tie, which indeed was slightly askew. He adjusted it, and the armor nodded in satisfaction before returning to stillness. What did we just witness? A first year whispered. Magic, Pews replied tersely, and some armors truly contain ghosts. They simply lack the motivation to manifest. They finally reached the corridor where the Transfiguration classroom was located. It was a quiet passage, adorned with portraits of past headmasters, all still in slumber. Save for one elderly man donning a nightcap, drooling as he murmured, "The frogs will sing." The classroom door was closed. Pews halted at the entrance. "Here we are. Professor McGonagall is quite strict. Do not be late, do not speak, and refrain from any foolish behavior. She has been known to transform troublemakers into pocket watches, though merely temporarily. No one wishes to experience that." He turned and departed, his pace swift as if fleeing from something. The first years gathered at the door, awaiting class. Vittikel noticed Harry and Hermione approaching from another corridor, accompanied by a group of Gryffindor first years, including the red-headed Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom. "Vittikel," Harry exclaimed upon spotting him, his eyes brightening as he hurried over. "Good morning. How did you fare last night? How's the Slytherin dormitory?" "Damp, but quite pleasant," Vittikel smiled. "There's a fish that taps on the window to wake me, and a magical window that allows me to see the bottom of the Black Lake. What about you?" "The Gryffindor Tower offers a view of the entire school," Harry enthused. "The windows are real, not magically transformed. And the beds are so warm. Although those staircases, Merlin, those staircases nearly made me lose my way 3 times. Hermione approached with a serious expression. "Vittikel, I must say, I am rather disheartened that you were sorted into Slytherin. However, the sorting hat never errs, so perhaps there are qualities there that you require. But should you encounter any trouble, regarding blood status." She lowered her voice, evidently wishing to avoid being overheard by other Slytherin first years. "Thank you for your concern, Hermione," Vittikel replied sincerely, "but so far, all is well." He patted the wand pouch. "I am prepared." Hermione nodded, then suddenly recalled something. "By the way, have you reviewed the Transfiguration lesson? The first 3 chapters of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration? I finished them. But some of the theories are rather perplexing, especially the section on the conservation of mass and magical compensation during transformation." "Hermione," Ron Weasley interjected, yawning. "It's only 8:20 in the morning. Can we not discuss textbooks? I wouldn't have burned a feather in Charms if you had read ahead." Hermione shot back. Vittikel watched them bicker with a smile. This reminded him of his brothers back home, Dick and Jason, who often engaged in similar banter. Although their topics typically revolved around motorcycle brands, or who had taken down more criminals during their night patrols. At that moment, the classroom door creaked open, not by Professor McGonagall's hand, but seemingly of its own accord. It swung ajar, revealing an empty room, at least devoid of anyone at the podium. The classroom was neatly arranged with wooden desks, each accompanied by 2 chairs. Upon the podium rested a mat, atop which sat a tabby cat. The feline bore an unusually grave expression, its eyes framed by dark markings reminiscent of spectacles. It sat upright on the mat, its tail curled around its front paws, its piercing gaze surveying the entering students. Most of the first years paid little heed to the cat. After all, it was merely a cat, and Hogwarts was replete with them. They began to search for seats, chatting and comparing the beauty of their quills. Yet, Vittikel paused. He regarded the cat, not simply looking, but observing. Bruce had taught him the art of observation, details, posture, expression, environment. This cat was too poised. Unlike an ordinary cat that might exude laziness or curiosity, it sat like a person, back straight, head slightly raised. Its gaze was not randomly scanning, but rather evaluating, recording. Furthermore, the sharp, intelligent glint in its eyes was one Vittikel had witnessed on Professor McGonagall's face. More importantly, his detector was vibrating ever so slightly, not as a warning of danger, but as a reading of magical energy. The creature at the podium emitted a strong, rhythmic magical fluctuation, unlike the chaotic energies of ordinary animals. Vittikel understood. "Harry," he whispered to the inquisitive boy, "let's discuss this after class. The teacher is here." Harry blinked in confusion. "Teacher? Where? I only see a cat." "That cat is Professor McGonagall," Vittikel replied calmly. Harry's eyes widened as he turned to the tabby on the podium. The cat seemed to have heard their conversation, giving Vittikel the faintest of nods, a motion so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. "Transfiguration," Vittikel explained. "Advanced wizards can transform into animals. They are called animagi. Professor McGonagall is one of them. Moreover, Appendix 3 of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration states that Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts, is a registered animagus, with the animal form of a tabby cat. I glanced through it just before bed last night." Hermione gasped. "You're right. I read about that in Notable Witches in Modern Magical History. How did I not recognize her? What a blunder." Ron glanced between the cat and Vittikel, his expression akin to witnessing another Hermione. "Merlin, another know-it-all." Vittikel approached an empty desk. "Let us sit down. The professor surely doesn't appreciate us chatting during class." Harry and Hermione quickly found adjacent desks, while Ron reluctantly followed suit. Vittikel selected a seat towards the front, but not directly in the center. ensuring he could clearly observe the demonstrations without drawing too much attention. Just as he settled in, Draco Malfoy entered the classroom. The blond boy's expression stiffened upon spotting Vittikel, and he deliberately chose a seat as far from him as possible, positioning himself between his cronies, Crabbe and Goyle. That lock of hair that had been severed appeared to have been magically reattached or cleverly styled, making it utterly indistinguishable. Other students continued to take their seats, and the classroom gradually quieted down, though whispers still lingered in the air. Then, at precisely 8:30, the tabby cat leaped from the mat. As it descended, its body elongated, transformed, and restructured. Its fur faded away, limbs stretched, and its silhouette shifted. In less than 2 seconds, the cat vanished, replaced by Professor Minerva McGonagall. Clad in emerald green robes, her expression stern. An immediate hush fell over the classroom. Several students, who had been chatting moments before, gaped in shock, their faces pale. Neville Longbottom nearly slipped from his chair. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept across the classroom, pausing momentarily on Vittikel, a fleeting look of appreciation, albeit brief. "Welcome to Transfiguration class," she began, her voice clear and commanding. "I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and your Transfiguration instructor. Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous forms of magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who disrupts my class will be asked to leave and may never return. I have warned you." She paused, allowing her words to sink in. The very air in the classroom seemed to grow still. "Today, we shall commence with the simplest of transformations, turning a matchstick into a needle." With a flick of her wand, a box of matches soared to each student's desk, one for each. Another box of needles followed, placed at the edge of the podium as a reference sample. Observe the needle's characteristics closely: its length, thickness, sharpness of the tip, and the sheen of the metal. Your task is not to create a perfect needle, but to make the matchstick resemble these features as closely as possible. She began to explain the theory, the fundamental principles of the transformation spell, wand movements, incantation pronunciation, and most importantly, the necessity of focused intent. Transfiguration relies not only on spells and gestures, but also on the wizard's clear intention and strong will. You must visualize the desired outcome and maintain that image in your mind until the magic manifests. She demonstrated, picking up a matchstick. She lightly tapped it with her wand and pronounced clearly, "Vera Verdo." The match twisted, elongated, its color shifting from wooden brown to metallic silver gray, the tip narrowing and sharpening. 3 seconds later, a flawless needle lay in her palm. Gasps of awe erupted in the classroom. "Now, give it a try," Professor McGonagall instructed. "Remember, clear intent, steady gestures, accurate pronunciation. Begin." Students eagerly grasped their wands. The classroom filled with a cacophony of uneven Vera Verdo incantations, accompanied by the sounds of snapping matches, wisps of smoke, or dejected sighs at the lack of results. Vittikel did not start immediately. He first scrutinized the needle sample, feeling its weight and texture with his fingers, committing every detail to memory. Approximately 1.5 inches long, uniformly thick, the tip sharp yet not piercing, the metallic surface possessing a subtle matte finish. The eye smooth. Then he picked up the matchstick, a standard wooden match with a red phosphorus tip. He laid it flat on the desk. He withdrew his wand. An aged ginkgo wood wand that gleamed with a warm amber hue under the classroom lights, the charred scar at its end a small reminder. Having endured calamity, it had emerged resilient. He recalled Professor McGonagall's demonstration. The wand movement was a quick tap, not a flourish. The incantation needed to be clear, with emphasis on the first syllable. Most importantly, the intention had to visualize the process of the matchstick transforming into a needle, not merely the end result. He closed his eyes for a moment. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the wooden fibers of the match reconfiguring into metallic crystals, the red phosphorus tip contracting into a needle's eye, the entire form elongating and narrowing, its color shifting from brown to silver. He opened his eyes, gently tapping the matchstick with his wand. Vera Verdo. Magic flowed from the tip of his wand, not as a torrential rush, but as a steady stream. He could feel that flow, gentle yet resolute, akin to the nature of the ginkgo wood itself, unassuming but enduring. The match began to transform. It twisted, like a waking serpent, then gradually elongated. The wooden hue faded, replaced by a silver-gray sheen. The red phosphorus tip shrank into a perfect round hole. The tip narrowed, becoming sharp. The entire process was smooth and coherent, devoid of smoke, strange noises, or abrupt explosions. 5 seconds later, a needle lay on the desk. It was not flawless. The tip was slightly dull, and the eye was a tad crooked. Yet it was undeniably a needle, no longer a matchstick. It gleamed with metallic luster, its weight appropriate, and felt cool in his hand. Vittikel lifted it, examining it closely. Approximately 80 similarity to the sample, quite commendable for a first attempt. He raised his head and discovered Professor McGonagall standing by his desk. When had she approached? He had been entirely oblivious. A commendable first attempt, Mr. Vittikel, Professor McGonagall remarked, picking up the needle to examine it. The transformation was smooth, devoid of any violent coercion. The intent was clear, and the magical control was adept. The eye of the needle was slightly askew, and the tip needed to be sharper, yet overall, it possessed the functional and aesthetic qualities of a needle. She retrieved a small notebook from her robes and recorded her observations with a quill. Slytherin earns 5 points for a clear theoretical understanding and a successful initial practice. A subtle stir rippled through the classroom. Draco Malfoy wore an expression as though he had swallowed a fly. Hermione cast an admiring glance from across the table, while Harry gave a thumbs up. Thank you, Professor, Vittikel nodded. Professor McGonagall proceeded to the next student, continuing her guidance. Vittikel gazed at the needle on his desk, feeling for the first time that the tangible essence of magic was not a mere accident or a chaotic display of power, but rather a controlled manifestation achieved through study, practice, and comprehension. He carefully placed the needle into the pocket of his robes. Then, he surveyed the rest of the classroom. Harry was struggling. His matchstick had only transformed halfway. One end was still wood, while the other had become a needle. Hermione's needle was nearly perfect, though its color remained slightly yellowish. Ron's matchstick was smoking and emitting a burnt odor. Neville's matchstick, well, had morphed into a peculiar amalgamation resembling a needle intertwined with a worm. Draco Malfoy's needle appeared commendable, its tip sharp and the eye neatly aligned. However, Vittikel noted that Malfoy's transformation process was somewhat rough. The matchstick had been forcibly twisted into the shape of a needle rather than transitioning smoothly. The outcome looked satisfactory, but the process likely consumed more magical energy and lacked elegance. Professor McGonagall, evidently, had also observed this. As she paused by Malfoy's desk, she commented, "The result is acceptable, Mr. Malfoy, but the process requires more refined control. Transfiguration is not about coercion, but guidance." Slytherin loses 2 points. Malfoy's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his haughty demeanor. "Yes, Professor." For the next half hour, the students continued to practice. Vittikel succeeded several more times, each attempt showing improvement. By the end of the lesson, he had managed to conjure a needle that was nearly 90% perfect, and the process became increasingly fluid. Before the class concluded, Professor McGonagall summarized today's assignment. Read Chapter 4 of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, focusing on the transformation of material properties. Next week, we will study a more complex transfiguration involving changing a beetle into a button, as it entails the conversion from a living entity to an inanimate object. The bell rang. The students began to gather their belongings and leave. Vittikel returned the needle and matchbox to the lectern before slinging his bag over his shoulder. "Vittikel," Harry hurried over, with Hermione trailing behind. "You were brilliant. You succeeded on your first try and earned 5 points. You were great too, Harry," Vittikel replied sincerely. "I noticed your progress." "And Hermione, your needle is almost perfect." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. "But I still didn't earn as many points as you." "And you recognized Professor McGonagall. I can't believe I didn't notice that peculiar cat. I have a certain observational talent," Vittikel said vaguely, not wishing to elaborate on his Batman-like education. They exited the classroom together. The corridor was already teeming with students coming and going, the air filled with chatter. The next lesson was Charms, shared with Ravenclaw, and Hermione checked the schedule. "We need to hurry. The stairs are about to move." "Vittikel," a cold voice called from behind. Vittikel turned to see Draco Malfoy standing there, flanked by 2 lackeys like sentinels. "Malfoy," Vittikel replied calmly. Harry and Hermione halted, alert. Malfoy's gray eyes scrutinized Vittikel, his expression inscrutable. After a few seconds, he remarked, "The needle turned out well, though the process was too gentle." Was this an awkward compliment or another form of criticism? Vittikel opted to take it at face value. "Thank you. Your needle is quite sharp as well." Malfoy snorted, "Of course. The Malfoys excel at achieving perfection." He paused, then suddenly added, "This afternoon's potions class, Professor Snape, is very strict. Stricter than Professor McGonagall, in fact, and he favors Slytherin. If you don't want to see your house lose points, it would be wise to perform well." Was this advice, a warning, or a veiled threat? "I will do my best," Vittikel responded. Malfoy regarded him for a few seconds before turning to leave, Crabbe and Goyle clumsily following in his wake. "What was that about?" Harry asked, bewildered. "It sounded like he was helping you." "It actually makes sense," Hermione analyzed. "Even with internal conflicts, they must maintain the image of their house externally. If you perform poorly in potions, Slytherin will lose points, affecting the entire house's ranking. So, despite his disdain for you, Malfoy doesn't want to see you fail." Vittikel nodded. This aligned with what Nott had said that morning. In Slytherin, personal grudges should not interfere with collective interests, at least not publicly. "Anyway," Harry said, "we need to head to Charms. See you at lunch?" "See you at lunch," Vittikel smiled. They parted ways. Vittikel made his way to the next classroom, Athena on his shoulder emitting a soft coo, as if commenting on the preceding interaction. The morning's classes continued. The charms lesson was taught by Professor Flitwick, a diminutive wizard standing atop a pile of books, his voice high-pitched yet full of enthusiasm. They were learning the Lumos charm, and Vittikel once again grasped it swiftly, earning 3 points for Slytherin. This time, Malfoy remained silent, intent on practicing his own spell. Lunch was held in the Great Hall, where Vittikel, Harry, and Hermione sat together. Slytherin and Gryffindor typically did not intermingle, but the boundaries were less rigid during their first year. They exchanged insights from class, discussed assignments, and shared snacks sent from home. At 1:30, it was time for potions class. The potions classroom was in the basement, on the same level as the Slytherin common room, but deeper still. The corridor grew darker, and the temperature dropped. The walls transitioned from rough stone bricks to smooth black slate, the torchlight casting a dim sheen across the surface. A complex aroma permeated the air, herbs, chemicals, and a certain sweet decay reminiscent of aged wine mixed with moldy leather. The classroom door was heavy oak, reinforced with iron bars. The sign simply read Potions Classroom, the letters appearing as if branded with a red-hot iron. Upon arrival, Vittikel found other students already waiting at the door. The Slytherin and Gryffindor first years stood mixed together, but naturally divided into 2 groups, an invisible line marking the divide. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood on the Gryffindor side, while Draco Malfoy and his lackeys occupied the front of Slytherin. I heard Professor Snape is terrifying, Neville Longbottom whispered to Harry, his voice trembling. My grandmother says he is the strictest professor at Hogwarts, and he hates dim-witted students. My brother Percy says Snape can make a student cry with just a look. Ron interjected, and he particularly despises Gryffindor. We're doomed. Hermione clutched her textbook. Magical drafts and potions, her lips moving silently as she clearly reviewed the content of Chapter 1. Vittikel took his place in the Slytherin line. He sensed the atmosphere was taut, a stark contrast to the eager anticipation mixed with tension that had characterized Transfiguration and Charms. Here, the air was thick with pure, heavy anxiety. Just then, the classroom door opened silently. It did not swing open, but rather slid inward, as if the mouth of a beast. Behind the door lay a dimly lit space, illuminated solely by a few green glowing lanterns suspended from the ceiling, casting an eerie light. Enter, a voice resonated from within. The tone was deep and smooth, reminiscent of silk, yet concealed within it was the sharpness of a blade. It was a cold, unfeeling voice, with each word meticulously calculated to convey both authority and menace. The students filed in, their silence unnaturally pronounced. The potions classroom was significantly larger and darker than that of Transfiguration. Dozens of stone desks were arranged in neat rows, each adorned with 2 copper cauldrons, a set of glass apparatus, and a small burner emitting blue flames. The walls were lined with shelves brimming with thousands of glass jars, each containing unsettling specimens, animal eyes, twisted roots, liquids of bizarre hues, and even a few creatures that appeared shrunken and still writhing. At the front of the classroom stood a tall podium, behind which loomed a figure, Severus Snape. Even without an introduction, Vittikel recognized him at once. Greasy black hair framed a sallow face, with a hawk-like nose and thin lips. His black eyes resembled 2 fathomless pools of ink. Clad in a black robe, he resembled a gigantic bat, or perhaps, as Vittikel suddenly thought, a villain emerging from the shadows of Gotham, yet more refined, restrained, and perilous. Snape's gaze swept over the entering students, his dark eyes seemingly capable of piercing through facades to reveal the flaws of their souls. When his eyes rested on Harry, they lingered a moment longer, a complex and inscrutable emotion flashing within, disgust, anger, or perhaps pain. Sit down, Snape commanded, his voice still smooth as silk. The students hastily sought their seats. Vittikel chose a desk towards the back, hoping to remain inconspicuous. However, as he settled in, another individual occupied the seat opposite him, Draco Malfoy. The blonde boy's expression mirrored surprise, evidently not part of his plan. Yet all other desks were filled, and standing at the back during Snape's class would be tantamount to a death sentence. Malfoy hesitated for a second before stiffly sitting down, placing his bag between them like a barrier. Vittikel maintained his composure, for the sake of house points. He could at least feign cooperation. Snape descended from the podium slowly, his black robe billowing behind him like the wings of a bat. He paced between the desks, his gaze scrutinizing each student as if taking inventory of flawed merchandise. You are here, he began, his voice resonating distinctly in the hushed classroom, to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. He paused, allowing his words to resonate. Since this does not require the mindless waving of wands, many of you may not believe this constitutes magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the marvel of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant aromas, nor the enchanting liquid that courses through the veins, stirring the heart and clouding the will. His voice possessed a hypnotic cadence, yet it was chillingly cold. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter. He paused by a desk, gazing down at a trembling hand belonging to a Gryffindor first year. Then, he turned towards the class. Why not take note of all this? A flurry of frantic rustling ensued as quills, parchment, and ink were hastily retrieved. Vittikel had already prepared, beginning to jot down Snape's words. Malfoy also acted swiftly. Yet his handwriting was hurried and sloppy, clearly more focused on the professor than on taking notes. Snape continued to pace, elucidating the history, significance, and dangers of potion making. His words brimmed with disdain for the ignorant and reverence for the subject, a curious amalgamation. Then, he halted before Harry Potter. Potter, Snape suddenly said, his tone sharpening. What would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? Harry froze, his face paling. Hermione beside him raised her hand frantically, nearly standing on her chair. Vittikel frowned. This was content from Chapter 1 of Magical Potions and Elixirs, yet Snape's question came too abruptly. Moreover, his tone was not that of a typical classroom inquiry, but rather an interrogation. I don't know, sir, Harry replied quietly. Snape's lips twisted into a semblance of a smile, devoid of warmth. It seems fame cannot account for everything. He continued, his voice colder still. Let us try again. Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you go to find it? Hermione's hand shot up even higher, her entire being trembling. Ron glared furiously at Snape from beside Harry. Harry's voice was barely audible. I don't know, sir. I assume you haven't cracked open a single book since the beginning of term, have you, Potter? Snape turned to the class. Powdered daffodil root and wormwood combined can create a potent sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, possessing strong antidotal properties. All of this is detailed in Chapter 1 of your textbooks. His gaze returned to Harry, the contempt within his black eyes nearly palpable. Clearly, reputation cannot substitute for ability, nor for preparation. Harry's face flushed crimson. Hermione could no longer contain herself. Professor, I know. Daffodil root and wormwood make the elixir of life, and bezoars are found in the goat's stomach. And silence, Snape interjected. Not even glancing at her. I did not ask you, Miss Granger. Hermione's face now burned with indignation. Snape cast one final glance at Harry, his expression akin to that of one assessing a defective product, before turning back to the podium. Due to Potter's ignorance, he announced, Gryffindor loses 5 points for failing to prepare. A muted uproar of protest arose from the Gryffindor side. Snape paid it no heed. Today, he turned to the blackboard. Waving his wand, upon which clear instructions appeared, we shall learn to brew a simple potion for treating boils. The steps are on the blackboard. The materials are in the storeroom. Begin. He waved his wand again, and the storeroom door swung open, revealing shelves neatly stocked with various ingredients. Dried nettles, crushed snake fangs, porcupine quills, and several bottles of bizarrely colored liquids. The students sprang into action. Vittikel glanced at Malfoy, who was also looking at him. An awkward silence enveloped the two. Finally, Malfoy spoke, his voice stiff. I'll get the ingredients. You follow the steps. A typical division. One person responsible for the materials, the other for the steps and timing. Vittikel nodded. All right. Malfoy stood and walked towards the storeroom. Vittikel turned his attention to the blackboard, beginning to analyze the steps. 1. Add 6 parts crushed snake fangs to the cauldron, heating on medium for 10 seconds. 2. Add 4 parts dried nettles, stirring clockwise 3 times. 3. Remove the cauldron from the heat, adding 2 parts porcupine quills. 4. Stir counterclockwise 5 times, then allow to cool. It appeared simple. Yet the essence of potion making lay in precision, measurements, timing, temperature, stirring direction, and number of rotations. Any deviation could result in failure or, worse, an explosion. Vittikel began preparing the tools, adjusting the burner to medium heat, readying the scales, and checking the cauldron for cleanliness. Malfoy returned with the materials, placing them on the desk, a bag of crushed snake fangs, a pouch of dried nettles, and a small bottle of porcupine quills. The actions may not be deemed amicable, yet they exude a commendable professionalism. The materials are all in order, Malfoy remarked succinctly. Thank you. Voldemort commenced measuring the snake fangs. Acutely aware that Malfoy was observing his every move, not to assist, but seemingly to uncover any potential errors. Voldemort maintained precision, 6 portions of snake fangs, each conforming to the standard weight. The balance indicator steadied at the correct position. Have you ever used a balance? Malfoy inquired abruptly. My father taught me some, Voldemort replied, refraining from elaborating on the intricate chemical analysis apparatus Bruce possessed in the Batcave. Malfoy scoffed, yet posed no further questions. Once the snake fangs were weighed, Voldemort poured them into the crucible. The copper crucible was already warming over the cerulean flame. He glanced at the multifunctional watch Bruce had gifted him, which featured a timing function accurate to the second. 10 seconds. He began the countdown. Malfoy leaned against the table, arms crossed, appearing more as a supervisor than a collaborator. However, Voldemort noted the blonde boy's gaze fixated on the crucible and the flames, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Was he counting silently? 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. Time us up, Voldemort announced. Just as Malfoy interjected, it's time to add the nettles. Their eyes met. Malfoy's expression bore a hint of surprise. Seemingly unprepared for Voldemort's precise timing. Most would rely on intuition, yet that could lead to catastrophic errors in potion-making. Voldemort measured 4 portions of dried nettles and added them to the crucible, then picked up the stirring rod, stirring clockwise. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The stirring motion must be steady, with consistent speed, avoiding any splashes. Voldemort executed the task with unwavering steadiness. Malfoy observed, his brow slightly furrowed, as if evaluating, yet found no apparent faults. Step 3. Remove the crucible from the flame. Voldemort grasped the crucible with tongs and placed it on a stone mat. The flame automatically adjusted to a low temperature once the crucible was moved, an exceedingly practical magical furnace. He added 2 portions of porcupine quills, carefully pouring them in. They hissed softly upon contact with the liquid, releasing a small puff of purple smoke. Then, he stirred counterclockwise, 5 circles. Voldemort commenced stirring. 1 circle, 2 circles. And the liquid transitioned from a murky green to a clear pale blue, a correct reaction. 3 circles. For circles, the color continued to lighten, beginning to emit tiny bubbles. 5 circles completed. He set the stirring rod aside, stepping back to observe. The potion cooled gradually, stabilizing in a pale blue hue, adorned with a pearlescent sheen. No foul odor, no anomalous reactions, no sudden boiling or discoloration. Success. Voldemort glanced toward the other desks. Most groups were still struggling. Harry and Ron's crucible emitted a suspicious yellow smoke. Hermione and Neville's potion was too dark, bordering on purple. Another pair of Slytherin first years had even allowed their potion to congeal into a gelatinous mass. He and Malfoy appeared to be the first to finish. Snape prowled the classroom, his black robes billowing. He paused at each desk, scrutinizing the potions with his dark eyes, occasionally commenting, though more often remaining silent, his gaze unsettling. At last, he arrived at Voldemort and Malfoy's table. Snape leaned down to examine the pale blue potion, his expression inscrutable. He lifted a long-handled silver spoon, scooping a small amount of potion to his nose, inhaling, then returning it to the crucible. Color, clear pale blue, correct. Odor, non-irritating, with a hint of mint, correct. Consistency, moderate, no sediment, correct. His black eyes shifted from the potion to Voldemort's face, and then to Malfoy's, who oversaw the steps and timing. I did, Professor, Voldemort replied, who was responsible for the materials and assistance. I was, Malfoy answered, his tone lacking its usual arrogance. Snape regarded them, his gaze flitting between the two, as if assessing some unusual phenomenon. Cooperation, he finally stated, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible interest. He took out a small notebook to record. 10 points to Slytherin. 5 points each for precision and efficiency. With that, he turned and moved to the next desk, his black robe tracing an arc in the air. Voldemort and Malfoy stood in place, gazing at each other's potion before looking at one another. For the house points, Malfoy finally said, his voice stiff. For the house points, Voldemort concurred. Yet oddly, after this purely pragmatic exchange, the atmosphere seemed less tense, as if, as not remarked, in Slytherin. A clear exchange of interests is more reliable and predictable than ambiguous friendships. They began to tidy the workbench. Malfoy dealt with the leftover materials, while Voldemort washed the crucible and tools. The process was silent, yet no longer fraught with hostility. It resembled a truce of mutual non-aggression. Before the class concluded, Snape summarized. Today's potion, proficient groups would receive an O, outstanding. Those meeting basic standards an E, exceeds expectations. Flawed yet salvageable, an A, acceptable. And those failing a P, poor, or D, dreadful. He approached the lectern, waving his wand, causing a parchment to soar into the air, listing the scores of each group. Beside Voldemort and Malfoy's names was a clear O. Whispers erupted in the classroom. This was the only O awarded that day. Hermione and Neville received an E, while Harry and Ron garnered merely an A, with Snape commenting that they barely passed since they at least didn't blow up their crucible. For homework, Snape concluded. Read Chapter 2 of Magical Potions and Elixirs, regarding the preparation of the swelling solution. Write an essay discussing the differing roles of dried nettles in various potions. No less than 12 inches. Class dismissed. The students exhaled with relief, gathering their belongings and fleeing the classroom. Voldemort slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to depart. Wayne. Malfoy's voice halted him. The blond boy stood on the other side of the desk, his expression complex. After a few seconds, he said, "You remembered the steps quite accurately. The timing as well." Was that an acknowledgement? In Malfoy's lexicon, it was perhaps the closest semblance of praise. "The materials were prepared with precision," Voldemort responded. Malfoy nodded, then turned to leave, Crabbe and Goyle following like shadows. Yet at the doorway, he paused, glancing back at Voldemort. His gaze reminiscent of reassessing something previously undervalued. Voldemort exited the classroom into the dim corridor. The potions class had concluded. He had earned an O. Awarded 10 points to Slytherin, and achieved a fragile, pragmatically based truce with Malfoy. He proceeded toward the stairs, intending to return to the common room to complete his homework. Athena on his shoulder let out a soft call, as if to say that today had been rather pleasant. Indeed, it had been. Points were gained in transfiguration, in charms, and in potions. He had recognized Professor McGonagall's animagus form, maintained friendships with Harry and Hermione, and even found a method of collaboration with Malfoy. Though that partnership was as delicate as a spider's web, it existed nonetheless. He stepped onto the moving staircase. Gazing out the window, the evening sky was darkening, the setting sun gilding the castle's stone walls with a golden hue. In the distance, the surface of the Black Lake rippled in the evening breeze, resembling a vast, undulating expanse of dark silk. Tomorrow held more classes: herbology, history of magic, astronomy. More learning, more challenges, more opportunities. "Let us go, Athena," he said. "It's time to write that essay. Professor Snape is utterly relentless." The owl emitted a gentle hoot. As if in sympathy, they vanished around the corner of the corridor, their footsteps gradually fading away. And behind them, the door to the potions classroom slowly closed. In the classroom, Severus Snape stood before the podium, clutching the parchment of scores, his obsidian eyes fixed upon the line designated for Vittikel Wayne Draco Malfoy. His expression was inscrutable. He then turned and glided towards the storeroom, his black robe billowing behind him like a bat merging into the shadows. Chapter 8. Nightmares and Nocturnal Wanderings. Vittik jolted upright in bed, cold sweat soaking the back of his silk pajamas, a chill coursing through him in the dim, greenish glow beneath the depths of the Black Lake. He gasped for breath, his fingers tightly gripping the sheets, knuckles paling. The dream. That dream again. Yet this time, it was not a mere haze of fragmented images or distant echoes. This time, the dream was as vivid as if it were a replay of yesterday, each detail sharp as a blade, slicing through the most vulnerable recesses of his 11-year-old memory. He scanned his surroundings. The Slytherin boys' dormitory was enveloped in the peculiar silence of midnight, punctuated only by the muted sound of the lake's water flowing through the glass window and the steady, deep breaths of his roommate, Theodore Nott. The dark green curtains of the four-poster bed shielded him from sight, concealing the possibility of others witnessing his nightmare. Vittik silently slipped out of bed, his bare feet meeting the icy stone floor. He approached the window, pressing his forehead against the frigid glass, gazing into the depths of the Black Lake where phosphorescent creatures glided. 6 years had passed since that fateful night that altered everything. Yet he had never truly forgotten. As one never forgets how to breathe, the origin of dreams is always beautiful. 5-year-old Vittik sat before the control console in the Batcave, his short legs dangling in the air, unable to touch the ground. Dick was Nightwing then, clad in a tricolored uniform, patiently teaching him how to access Gotham's surveillance network. "Do you see this red dot, little Vid?" Dick pointed at the screen, his voice imbued with mirth as it resonated through the domino mask. "That is your dad. The blue dot is me. The yellow one is Jason." Vittik clapped his hands excitedly. "He's in the East End. Can I talk to him?" "Communications are on silence, little rascal." Dick tousled his black hair. "But once we're done, we can." The alarm blared. Not an ordinary alarm. It was the highest level of emergency signal, accompanied by a flurry of red dots erupting on the screen. Bank heists, chemical leaks, bridge bombs, hostages in hospitals. Gotham was in chaos this night. Dick's expression turned grave. "Stay here, Vid. Alfred will be here to keep you company." "But there are no buts." Dick's voice was resolute, the tone of Nightwing, not that of his older brother. This was an order. He secured his grappling gun and dashed towards the Batmobile, the engine roaring as it vanished into the depths of the tunnel. Vittik sat alone before the vast control console, the glow of the screens shifting across his face. At 5 years old, he already grasped the meaning of those red dots: death, suffering, shattered families. His father and brothers were going to stop them. Alfred descended the staircase, bearing warm milk and cookies. "Master Vittik, perhaps we could watch an episode of Planet Earth? The new one about the deep sea." "Alf, look." Vittik pointed at the screen. Jason's signal flashing. The old butler's gaze sharpened. It was indeed the blue signal point representing Jason Todd, the second Robin, flickering irregularly. stationed near the old steel mill in Crime Alley. That's not a normal movement pattern. It could be signal interference, Alfred noted, yet he began operating the console. I'll contact Master Bruce. Master Bruce's communication has been jammed. Vittikel indicated another screen. All external communications have been disrupted. It's that smiling face symbol. The Joker. Alfred's face turned pale. The old butler's fingers flew across the keyboard, attempting to restore communications, but to no avail. The chaos in Gotham tonight was no coincidence. It was a meticulously orchestrated hunt, and one of the prey was Robin. Vittikel slid from his chair and rushed to the center of the Batcave, where a massive holographic map loomed before him. He was too small to reach the control panel, but he didn't need it. He closed his eyes, just as his mother had taught him to do when he wished to summon cookies from the table. Focus, Vid. Lin Wan's gentle voice echoed in his memory. Magic is not about hands or feet. It is an extension of will. If you wish to see, you shall see. He wished to see Jason. And thus, he saw. Empathy does not form in an instant. Initially, it was merely a collection of fragmented sensory pieces, the scent of rust, blood, the damp, musty air, abandoned factory. The sharp laughter, the Joker, followed by the dull ache of a bludgeon striking, the sharp pain of broken ribs, the disorientation of a severe blow to the head. Vittikel collapsed onto the ground, small hands clutching his chest, gasping for air. Alfred hurts. Alfred rushed to his side. Where does it hurt, child? Not me. Vittikel's eyes widened, his blue irises nearly transparent in the cool light of the Batcave. It's Jason. He is being beaten. With a steel pipe. His third rib on the left is broken, his spleen may be damaged, and there is an open wound on his head. He spoke with an alarming detail. An expertise inconsistent with that of a mere 5-year-old. Alfred understood immediately. Empathy. Your magical gift has established a connection under stress. The old butler scooped him up and placed him on the soft sofa. Master Vittikel, listen to me. You must sever the connection. This mental link could harm you. No. Vittikel clutched Alfred's sleeve, his fingers whitening from the effort. If I sever it, I'll truly be alone. I can feel he is scared. Though Jason would never admit it. More sensory fragments surged in. Vittikel began to tremble. He felt the cold concrete floor pressing against his back, Jason lying on the ground. Felt the sticky warmth of blood trickling into his eyes. Felt the crushing pain as the Joker's boot pressed against his fingers. Ah! He screamed, his right hand curling instinctively as if truly being stomped upon. Alfred attempted to embrace him, but Vittikel broke free. He knelt on the ground, hands braced against the floor, tears streaming down his cheeks, splattering onto the rocky surface of the Batcave. What he witnessed was no longer mere sensory fragments, but a series of disjointed, blurred images that undeniably existed. Jason was bound to a rusted steel frame, his Robin costume tattered, half of his domino mask shattered, revealing a swollen, bruised eye. The Joker wielded a crowbar, humming an off-key tune, striking again and again. Why aren't you crying, little bird? The Joker tilted his head, the paint-smeared mouth stretching to his ears. All the other Robins would cry. The first Robin cried beautifully. Jason spat blood, hitting the Joker square in the face. Go to hell. The crowbar swung down. Vittikel and Jason both emitted muffled groans. Vittikel. Alfred's voice sounded distant yet urgent. Hang in there. I've sent an emergency signal to Master Dick. He is on his way back to Gotham. But it was too late. Vittikel knew it was too late. Through their empathy, he sensed Jason's vital signs waning, his consciousness fading. And the most terrifying aspect was that Jason was giving up. No, no, no. 5-year-old Vittikel Wayne knelt in the Batcave, surrounded by high-tech equipment worth millions, the secret lair of superheroes. Yet all he could do was cry. Tears blurred his vision, and his throat burned from silent screams. He wanted to help, to save Jason, to do anything. Magic surged forth. It was not the gentle levitation of objects, nor the premonition of a sixth sense. It was uncontrolled, primal, a tsunami of mental power that erupted from Vittikel's very core. The lights in the Batcave flickered wildly. Computer screens erupted in static, and the holographic projection twisted into grotesque shapes. The glass display cases, adorned with the original Robin uniform and Batman's trophies, bore a surface marred by spiderweb-like cracks. Yet, Vittikel remained oblivious to this. All his will, every ounce of his spirit, and his magical prowess converged on a singular aim. To connect with Jason, to share in his suffering, to implore him not to surrender, to convey that someone awaited his return home. The connection deepened, transforming from a one-way sensory reception into a reciprocal conduit. Jason's consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind. The pain had dulled, morphing into a distant background noise. He was aware of his impending demise, a bitterly ironic closure, dying in Crime Alley, just as his mother had. Where was Bruce? Likely rescuing more souls, as was always the case. Batman was meant to save Gotham, while Robin was deemed expendable. Then he felt it. Not another person, nor a mere voice, but a presence, warm, anxious, small, pressing against the edges of his consciousness like a fledgling yearning to nestle in its abode. It alleviated half of the pain in a most literal sense. Jason sensed the agonizing ache of his fractured ribs suddenly lessened by a third, the throbbing from his head wound also subsiding. What? Then, he heard a cry, not one that reached his ears, but reverberating directly within his consciousness. A child's wail, helpless and fearful, yet stubbornly refusing to fade away. Vittikel. In an instant, Jason's awareness sharpened. No, this cannot be. Viti cannot be here, witnessing this, feeling this. He was merely 5 years old. He should be watching cartoons and munching on cookies, not empathizing with every bruise his brother suffered in the Batcave. Viti's strength had waned in the physical realm, but within the conscious link, he exerted all his might to convey a thought. Leave. Disconnect. Now, the embrace tightened. That small presence pressed even closer, transmitting not words, but pure intent. Do not leave. Together. Share. You will be hurt. Jason attempted to push him away. Yet in the realm of the mind, Vittikel was as stubborn as a rock. Another blow came, this time aimed at his knee. Jason gritted his teeth, bracing for impact. The pain was not as severe as anticipated, for half of it had been siphoned away. Vittikel screamed within the consciousness link, but in reality, within the Batcave. He merely twitched violently, his small hand clutching his right knee tightly. Master Vittikel. Alfred's voice was tinged with rare panic. Master Dick requires 7 more minutes. 7 minutes. Jason could not endure 7 minutes. The Joker had grown weary of his beating game and produced a rusty yet sufficiently sharp butcher's knife. A precise location was necessary. An exact position. If only Dick could arrive in time. Jason made a decision. Since he could not push Viti away, he would harness this connection. He ceased resisting Vittikel's empathy and instead actively opened his senses, not to the pain, but to the environmental information, the distinctive chemical solvent scent in the air, the old steel mill adjacent to the abandoned chemical plant. The faint sound of a ship's horn in the distance, near Gotham Harbor. The characteristic rhythmic fluctuations in air pressure emanating from the ventilation ducts, indicating a large exhaust system nearby. He packaged this information and transmitted it through the link to Vittikel. The 5-year-old child could not comprehend the meaning of this information, but Alfred did. When Vittikel, sobbing, began to stutter out words about chemical scents, ship horns, and the rhythmic hum of the ventilation system, the old butler's eyes lit up. The third dock of the old harbor, the former Lex Chemical Plant Annex Steel Mill. Alfred's voice was resolute. Master Dick, the coordinates have been sent. I repeat, the coordinates have been sent. Communication was restored, not through technical repair, but due to Vittikel's magical surge inadvertently breaking through the Joker's signal interference. Received. Dick's voice crackled through the communicator, the background filled with the sound of fierce winds. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Hang on, little wing. 2 minutes. The Joker raised the knife. Jason closed his eyes. One last time. He attempted to push Vittikel away. Don't look. Vittikel clung tighter. In the conscious link, he summoned every ounce of courage a 5-year-old could muster and conveyed a singular phrase, one that Jason would never forget. I'm with you. The knife fell, but it did not strike Jason. Nightwing shattered the skylight like a bolt of blue-black lightning, his staff expertly knocking the butcher's knife from the Joker's grasp. The ensuing battle unfolded with such swiftness that Dick Grayson, the first Robin, was now an enraged brother, a burning avenger. The Joker barely had time to produce his laughing gasp before 3 of his ribs were broken, his jaw dislocated, and he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Dick severed the ropes and caught the limp Jason. I'm here, little wing. Hold on. Jason's consciousness began to drift. Yet, before he succumbed to complete darkness, he conveyed one final message to Vittikel through the link. Thank you. Now disconnect. I'm safe. He then purposefully severed the connection. The medical bay of the Batcave had never been so frantic. Jason lay on the operating table, his vital signs faint, nearly a flat line. Bruce finally arrived. His battle armor stained with blood, not his own, but that of those he had saved. Batman gazed at the gravely injured Robin, his fists clenched beneath his gloves. Creaking with tension. He needs surgery, Master Bruce. Alfred had donned sterile garb. Multiple internal bleeding, skull fractures, and shattering trauma to the left knee joint. I cannot guarantee. Then find someone who can. Bruce's voice was hoarse. Find the best surgeon. Call Leslie. Fine, Dad. Bruce lowered his head. Vittikel was wrapped in a blanket. His small face pale as parchment, eyes swollen yet remarkably alert. He had been placed in a corner of the medical bay by Alfred, away from the bloodshed but unable to escape the pervasive aura of death that filled the air. Jason's spirit was beginning to drift away. Vittikel whispered, each word seemingly a monumental effort. I can see it. A soft blue light, drifting away, wanting to fly. Lin Wan arrived 10 minutes later. Having been in Washington for a diplomatic conference, she utilized every available authority to arrive in Gotham aboard a military jet within 17 minutes after receiving Alfred's urgent message. Upon bursting into the Batcave, she had no time to change out of her diplomatic attire. Viti, she embraced her son, feeling the unnatural coldness and trembling of his body. What happened? Empathy, magical surge. He can now perceive signs at the soul level. Alfred explained swiftly. Master Jason's soul is departing his body. Lin Wan's expression turned gravely serious. Releasing Vittikel, she approached the operating table, scrutinizing Jason, not with her eyes, but with some inner perception. After a moment, she turned to Bruce. Viti is right. His magical gift allows him to see what others cannot. Jason's spirit is indeed unstable, teetering on the brink of death. Modern medicine can repair the body, but it cannot retain a soul on the verge of dissolution. You have a way, Bruce stated, not as a question. Lin Wan inhaled deeply. There exists a method within the realm of metaphysics in Hogwarts to solidify the soul. However, it requires a master-level practitioner, and the procedure must be executed immediately. It's too far. We cannot wait for someone from Hogwarts. Then have them come here. Bruce interjected. Use Wayne Enterprises aircraft at the fastest speed. Visas, entry permits. Confidentiality agreements. Lin Wan shook her head. Too slow. Vittikel's voice resonated once more, faint yet clear. Mom, can you stabilize me for a moment? Just like you did last time when I fell from the tree? Lin Wan's gaze snapped to her son. Yes, she could. After acquiring the essence of the Vittikel, she discovered that the Lin family lineage also possessed a latent magical aptitude. Although it paled in comparison to the might of the Vittikel, she had managed to master some fundamental incantations. The soul stabilization technique required at least 3 practitioners to form a formation. However, if the aim was merely to temporarily stabilize and buy some time, I could attempt it, Lin Wan declared, but it would be limited to a maximum of 12 hours. After 12 hours, a true practitioner must take over. Then let us strive for those 12 hours. Bruce had already grasped the communicator. Lucius, initiate the Phoenix Protocol. I require a supersonic aircraft to be prepared within 30 minutes, with a direct route to Beijing and the highest level of diplomatic immunity. Furthermore, reach out to all our resources in Hogwarts to find the finest practitioners available. Those 12 hours became the most protracted duration in the memories of all within the Batcave. Lin Wan crafted a simple soul stabilization formation around Jason, drawing intricate runes on the metallic floor with cinnabar, igniting specially formulated sandalwood incense, and reciting ancient incantations. The Vittikel was urged to rest. Yet he stubbornly remained in the corner, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the faint blue light emanating from Jason. Whenever the glow flickered as if to fade, he would softly utter, "It remains," prompting Lin Wan to adjust the formation. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a plane arrived bearing 3 practitioners. Leading them was an elderly man with flowing white hair, known as Qingxiu, clad in a simple Taoist robe, his eyes clear and innocent like a child's. After a mere glance at Jason, he nodded. He can be saved. However, the process is perilous. One must enter a meditative state to return the soul to its rightful place, requiring at least 7 days. What is required? Bruce inquired. A tranquil, undisturbed space. Master Qingxiu glanced deeper into the Batcave, noting the chilling, damp energy unsuitable for nurturing the soul. We must relocate to the southern room above ground, where the windows open to greenery. Thus, Jason was moved to the guest room of Wayne Manor, which basked in sunlight. Master Qingxiu and his 2 disciples began to set up a genuine soul stabilization grand formation. Instead of cinnabar, they utilized powdered spirit stones to draw the formation. Rather than sandalwood, they ignited incense infused with spiritual energy, and the verses chanted were not mere incantations, but rhythmic scriptures. The Vittikel was asked to leave the room. Yet through the crack of the door, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. The 3 practitioners sat cross-legged at the triangular formation, hands forming seals as a soft golden light enveloped them. That golden radiance extended like threads, weaving into a net that gently enveloped Jason's body. The drifting pale blue specks of light were tenderly drawn back, one by one, pressed back within him. On the 3rd day, Jason's heartbeat stabilized. By the 5th day, normal brainwave patterns emerged. On the 7th morning, Master Qingxiu exited the room, his face weary yet smiling. The soul has returned to its rightful place. However, the physical injuries are severe. He will require 3 months of quiet recuperation. Furthermore, he turned to the Vittikel, who had been waiting outside the door. This little one possesses extraordinary talent, yet the toll taken this time has drained his magical essence. He requires nurturing for at least a year, during which he must abstain from employing any magic, lest he jeopardize his foundation. Lin Wan embraced her son. Will he recover? Yes, but it will take time, Master Qingxiu reassured her, gently ruffling the Vittikel's hair, his gaze profound. Child, you have saved your brother's life. But the price is not insignificant. Remember, power is a double-edged sword. It can protect others, yet also harm oneself. Use it with reverence in the future. The Vittikel nodded. only partially comprehending. Jason's awakening occurred 2 weeks later. The first person he beheld was Dick, with a scruffy beard and deep-set eyes, clearly deprived of restful sleep for an extended period. "Welcome back, little wings," Dick rasped. It took Jason 3 days to articulate a complete sentence, and a week before he could sit up. When he finally managed to inquire about Vittikel, Bruce divulged the truth: empathic resonance, a surge of magic, the soul stabilization technique, and the resultant depletion of Vittikel's magical energy, necessitating at least a year for recovery. Jason fell into a long silence before declaring, "I wish to see him." When the Vittikel was brought into the room, his steps were unsteady, his face still pale. Upon seeing Jason awake, his eyes sparkled, yet he hesitated to approach. Lingering by the door, "Come here," Jason beckoned, his voice still frail. The Vittikel slowly approached the bedside. Jason raised his trembling hand and gently placed it upon the boy's head. "Fool," Jason murmured, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Who told you to shoulder such burdens?" "You told me to go," the Vittikel replied softly. "I didn't leave. You will get hurt." "You are hurt too," the Vittikel raised his head, his blue eyes reflecting a seriousness unbefitting a 5-year-old. "Family must share burdens," as mother said. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jason enveloped the Vittikel in his arms, being careful due to his still fragile ribs. The two brothers embraced quietly for an extended time. During the recuperation period, Master Qingshu occasionally visited. He discovered that Jason possessed an astonishing interest and aptitude for metaphysical arts, thus imparting some fundamental breathing techniques to aid in his recovery. Jason learned swiftly. 3 months later, he could already manipulate faint currents of energy. "This child is destined for the Tao," Master Qingshu confided to Lin Wan, though he has surpassed the ideal age for initiation. "His resolve is unwavering and his comprehension exceptional. Should he wish, he may join my teachings, not to attain immortality, but to strengthen his body, stabilize his soul, and achieve clarity of mind." Lin Wan sought the opinions of Bruce and Jason himself. Bruce agreed, provided it did not interfere with their normal lives and training. Jason, without hesitation, accepted, having tasted the brink of death and understanding the importance of power, both physical and supernatural. Thus, Jason taught, the second Robin, and the Red Hood commenced his magical training. Not the incantations of Hogwarts, but the Eastern metaphysical systems of breath control, talismans, formations, and artifact crafting. Master Qingshu visited Gotham every 6 months to impart lessons. During the rest of the time, Jason learned through videos and encrypted emails. Meanwhile, Vittikel, as Master Qingshu had predicted, remained drained of magic for a full 14 months. During that time, he reverted to being an entirely ordinary child, unable to levitate objects, no longer possessing precognitive abilities, and healing at a normal rate. Yet, he held no regrets, never once. For Jason had survived and emerged stronger, both physically and mentally. "We're even now, little ghost," Jason said on the day Vittikel's magic began to slowly recover. "You saved me once, so from now on, it is my turn to protect you, wherever you are, whatever you face." This was a vow, the vow of Robin, the vow of a brother. The chill of the Black Lake seeped through the glass. Vittikel, pulled from his reverie, realized his cheeks were damp. He raised a hand to wipe away his tears, taking a deep breath. 6 years had passed, yet every detail of that night remained etched in his soul. It was the first time he truly understood the weight of magic, not a game, not merely a gift, but a responsibility, a blade that could either rescue or destroy. It was also that night that unveiled the profound bonds among the children of the Wayne family. Dick risking everything to return, Bruce deploying all resources, Lin Wan breaking conventions to intervene, and after Jason's survival, he spent an entire year, under Master Qingshu's guidance, crafting a gift for him. Vittikel approached the suitcase, opening a hidden compartment to reveal a silk-wrapped package. Inside lay a jade pendant, round and made of white jade, intricately engraved with runes, not mere decoration, but a genuine protective formation. The reverse of the pendant bore 2 characters, which Jason had taken a month to master: Show Sway, named after the New Year's tradition of safeguarding time and welcoming new life. Ginkgo symbolizes longevity and resilience, while Show Sway signifies the protection of time. When Jason hung the pendant around Vittikel's neck, he explained, "Master Qingshu helped inscribe the formation. It can withstand 3 lethal attacks, be they physical or magical. I infused it with my spiritual energy, so only I can sense if it has been triggered." "When did you learn to inscribe formations?" the 11-year-old Vittikel inquired. "This past year," Jason replied. "While you lay bedridden, I was learning how to protect you." Jason's expression was a rare softness. "Thus, cease such foolishness, young one. Sharing in suffering may sound noble, yet if it leads to your own injury, I shall never forgive myself." Vittikel grasped the jade pendant tightly, the smooth stone radiating warmth in his palm. After arriving at Hogwarts, the pendant occasionally vibrated slightly, as if attuning itself to the surrounding magical environment. He withdrew the guardian wand, which emitted a gentle golden glow in the darkness, the ginkgo leaf patterns distinctly visible. As the great master Qingxi once remarked, powerful magical artifacts resonate with one another. Both the pendant and the wand are named guardian, imbued with the essence of protection, intricately connected to him. Is this mere coincidence? Or perhaps the weaving of fate? Vittikel donned not his school robe, but rather simple dark attire. He needed to move, to think, to digest the heavy emotions brought forth by his nightmares. The dormitory felt stifling, and the common room might still harbor others. There are always night owls in Slytherin. He required a more expansive space. Silently, he pushed open the dormitory door and traversed the empty common room, the stone walls closing behind him. The corridor was illuminated solely by the faint glow of torches on the walls, casting flickering long shadows. The night at Hogwarts was just beginning. Vittikel had no specific destination in mind. He merely walked, allowing his footsteps to guide him. The labyrinthine corridors of the Slytherin dungeon were complex. Yet after a week of exploration, he had memorized the basic layout. He avoided areas likely to contain portraits. Some portraits had a penchant for reporting to professors, circumvented the moving staircases, and ultimately discovered a narrow spiral staircase leading upward. At the top of the staircase stood a heavy oak door, unlatched. Vittikel pushed it ajar. Beyond lay a more spacious and lofty corridor on the castle's first floor, adorned with portraits of past headmasters, most of whom were currently dozing within their frames. He moved stealthily, blending with the shadows, not in the complete darkness of Batman, but rather utilizing the visual blind spots, controlling the sound of his footsteps, maintaining a heightened awareness of his surroundings. Jason had taught him this. Sometimes, the best concealment is not invisibility, but rather making oneself overlooked. At the end of the corridor stood the doors to the Great Hall. The doors were slightly ajar, revealing an expanse of darkness within. But the enchanted ceiling continued to display the true night sky, a tapestry of stars, the Milky Way flowing like a stream. The 4 long house tables were neatly arranged, the high-backed chairs at the staff table standing like silent sentinels. Vittikel entered, his footsteps echoing in the vast hall. He approached the Slytherin table, fingers gliding over the cold wooden surface. By day, this place bustled with students, noise, rivalry, and undercurrents of ambition. Yet at night, it was so eerily silent, as if all the ambitions, pride, and machinations had been washed clean by the darkness. He looked up at the hourglass of the house cup. Slytherin was currently in the lead, thanks to the accumulation of points from the first week's classes. His 20 points from flying lessons shimmered among them. Points. At Hogwarts, points serve as a form of power currency. In Slytherin, this was even more pronounced. You have just purchased yourself more influence. Theo's words echoed in his mind. Vittikel continued onward, traversing the Great Hall, entering another corridor through a side door. This corridor was adorned with plaques chronicling the House Cup champions over the years, the last 2 decades nearly monopolized by Slytherin. However, at the beginning of the records, the 4 houses experienced frequent changes, with Gryffindor even having a streak of consecutive victories. Change. Nothing remains eternally fixed, even traditions that seem deeply rooted. He ascended the marble staircase to the 2nd floor. The corridors here were lined with classrooms, most doors tightly shut, yet one door stood slightly ajar, a faint light seeping through. Vittikel approached. The plaque read History of Magic Classroom. He pushed the door open. The classroom was spacious, the podium elevated, and the student desks arranged in a fan shape below. At this moment, the classroom was empty, but the blackboard bore remnants of unerased writing. The Goblin Rebellion 1612. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with hefty tomes. He walked to the window, gazing outside. From this vantage point, he could see the edge of the forbidden forest, the trees casting dark silhouettes in the moonlight. Further afield, Hagrid's hut glowed warmly, smoke curling from the chimney. The Keeper of Keys had yet to retire for the night. Can't sleep, child? Vittikel stiffened, slowly turning. Professor Binns, the History of Magic professor and the only ghostly instructor, was floating out from the blackboard, his translucent form shimmering with a pearlescent glow in the moonlight. He wore old-fashioned spectacles, his expression gentle, yet his eyes hollow, belonging to one who had departed this world. My apologies, Professor, Vittikel replied. I had a nightmare. A nightmare. Professor Binns glided to the podium, though he had no need for a chair. In my living days, I too often experienced nightmares. Nightmares of war. But death healed that fear, albeit it brought forth other issues. Vittikel regarded the professor from centuries past. Do you not rest? Ghosts do not require sleep, Professor Binns replied, floating before him, scrutinizing him closely. You are new. A Slytherin. A child of the Waynes. You know of me? I know the names of all students, Professor Binns stated, though I often mispronounce them in class. A habit from life, difficult to shed in death. Yet one name holds a special place in my memory. Vittiker's heartbeat quickened. Which name? Professor Binns drifted toward the bookshelf. His finger, if one could call that translucent material a finger, gliding over the spines of the books. In the late 17th century, a wizard from the Far East visited Hogwarts. He called himself Lin, bearing peculiar magical artifacts that allowed him to converse with plants and manipulate water into words. He engaged in 3 months of magical discourse with the then headmaster, Everblaston. This is recorded in Volume 3 of Hogwarts, Unchronicles, Lin. His mother's surname. Did that Lin leave anything behind? He left behind a formation. Professor Binns floated back to the podium, drawn on the floor of the North Tower's astronomical chamber with special ink, still visible to this day. It is said to enhance spiritual perception during stargazing. He also left behind a phrase recorded in the headmaster's private diary. Magic knows no bounds. Truth knows no borders. Those who cling to a corner shall ultimately wither. Magic knows no bounds. Truth knows no borders. This sounded entirely like something my mother would say. Thank you for sharing this with me, Professor. Professor Binns nodded, beginning to glide toward the wall, seemingly preparing to pass through. Yet, before fully merging with the stone, he turned back and said, "Nightmares will not kill you, child. But fear will. Face it, understand it, and then let it go. The living should concern themselves with the living world." The ghost vanished. Vittiker stood alone in the history of magic classroom, moonlight streaming through the window, bathing him in its glow. Professor Binns' words echoed in his mind. Confront the nightmare, understand it, release it. Yet some nightmares are not personal fears, they are imprints of memory. Reminders of responsibility. He exited the classroom, continuing his ascent. 3 floors, 4 floors, 5 floors. The staircases grew narrower, and more corridors branched off. He followed his intuition, ultimately arriving before an intricately carved door adorned with stars, moons, and runes. The North Tower's astronomical chamber, the place Professor Binns had mentioned. The door was unlatched. Vittiker pushed it open. The room was circular, the dome a transparent crystal or a similar material, allowing an unobstructed view of the night sky. Indeed, there lay a massive formation, not a Western pentagram or a Nevin, but rather an Eastern bagua, with complex astrological symbols nested at its center. The formation was painted in deep blue ink, remaining clear after centuries, glowing softly in the moonlight. Vittiker approached the center of the formation and sat cross-legged. He did not attempt to activate the formation, nor did he know how, but simply sat there, absorbing the essence of the space. Calm. This was his first impression. Unlike the oppressive tranquility of the Slytherin common room, the serenity here was expansive and embracing, reminiscent of the night sky itself. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Dreams resurfaced once more, yet this time they no longer instilled fear. He beheld Jason being rescued, witnessed Master Qingshu casting formations, observed the jade pendant being engraved, and saw Jason's clumsy yet earnest attempts at learning talismans. Then the scene shifted. He glimpsed others. Lin Wan poring over encrypted documents in the office, her brow furrowed. Bruce analyzing magical world data in the Batcave, the screens displaying profiles of Zatanna, Constantine, and Dr. Fate simultaneously. Dick working late at the Bloodhaven police station. A book titled Fundamentals of Magical Defense Theory laid open on his desk. Tim in the Wayne Enterprises lab, researching how to integrate magical materials into existing technology. Damien in the training room, practicing not only martial arts against a wooden post, but also some rhythmic incantation. They were all preparing for the magical world, for potential dangers. For him. And here he was, at Hogwarts, learning to become a wizard. Yet this was not merely an endeavor to master magic. It was about comprehending a world. A future that might intertwine with Gotham, with the Justice League, and with all those he cherished. He needed strength, not for conquest, not for validation, but for protection. To safeguard his family, to defend those who could not protect themselves, to uphold the fragile balance between two worlds. Just as Batman guards Gotham. Just as Lin Wan protects cultural bridges. Just as Jason watches over him. Vittiker opened his eyes and drew forth his wand. The New Year's Eve celebration revealed a beautiful golden-brown hue under the moonlight, the ginkgo leaf patterns seeming to rotate slowly. He waved it gently, uttering no incantation, allowing magic to flow naturally. The tip of the wand glimmered with a soft white light, not the blinding brilliance of a Lumos spell, but a warm, lunar-like glow. As the aura expanded, it touched the formation on the ground, igniting deep blue lines. Not all of them, just a small portion, corresponding to the pattern of the Big Dipper. Starlight ascended from the formation, merging with the halo at the wand's tip, forming a slowly rotating ring of stars around Vittiker. There was no sound. No violent surge of magic, only a tranquil resonance. In that moment, 11-year-old Vittikel Wayne truly understood the significance of his arrival at Hogwarts. He had not come to escape the shadows of Gotham, nor to merely learn fascinating spells, nor to prove anything. He had come to build bridges between the magical realm and the Muggle world, between Western wizards and Eastern metaphysics, between the mission of the Wayne family and the identity of a wizard. Such bridges require a foundation. The foundation is strength, knowledge, and understanding. As the star ring gradually dissipated and the formation returned to stillness, Vittikel stood up, feeling an unprecedented clarity within. The heaviness brought by nightmares vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. He exited the astronomy room, retracing his steps. Passing by the history of magic classroom, Professor Binns was already gone. As he walked past the great hall, the emerald in the hourglass for the house cup still flickered, stopping before the corridor lined with record boards. He paused to examine the entries from the past year, 1990 to 1991 House Cup champion, Slytherin. The line below remained blank, awaiting this year's entry. Vittikel continued onward, returning to the Slytherin dungeon. The common room was still deserted, the fire extinguished, only the dark ripples of the Black Lake visible. He pushed open the dormitory door. Theodore Knott's curtains were drawn tight, his breathing steady. He removed his outer garments, lay back on the bed, his wand resting beside him. The jade pendant pressed against his chest. Both radiated a gentle warmth, akin to silent companionship. Before closing his eyes, Vittikel made a decision. Tomorrow, he would commence systematic study of dark arts defense, not waiting for class, but rather researching on his own. He aimed to comprehend the dangers of the magical world, to learn how to protect himself and others. Because he had made a promise, to Jason and to himself, there would be no more helpless tears. Outside, in the depths of the Black Lake, a giant squid glided by, its tentacles brushing against the glass, leaving a fleeting shadow. Chapter 9, Silent Dialogues. The moment Vittikel stepped into the dark arts defense classroom, he was nearly knocked back by the overwhelming scent that assailed him. Garlic. An all-encompassing aroma of garlic, not the mild seasoning from the kitchen, but a pungent essence that felt as though an entire garlic field had fermented within the classroom for 3 months. The walls were adorned with garlands woven from garlic cloves. The lectern bore garlic candles, and there were even pots on the windowsill. Were those garlic sprouts? Vittikel instinctively touched his nose, hesitating as to whether he should retreat to confirm he had not mistakenly entered the wrong classroom. However, the throng of first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors behind him pushed him further inside. Merlin's beard. Ron Weasley gasped from behind. Can this scent repel vampires? I reckon it could probably suffocate them instead. Hermione Granger frowned, but resolutely advanced toward the front row. Perhaps it serves some educational purpose. The book stated that garlic does indeed deter certain dark creatures. Vittikel chose a seat by the window, hoping to catch a whiff of fresh air. Yet the window remained shut, thick purple curtains embroidered with peculiar constellations blocking any breeze. He sighed and retrieved Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense. The cover depicting a wizard warily raising his wand. Professor Quirrell entered the classroom, wrapped in his infamous purple turban, which nearly obscured half his face. He walked with an awkward gait, stuttering as he spoke. Good morning, classmates. Please open your textbooks to, Chapter 3, The Fundamentals of Defense Theory. Vittikel flipped open his book while observing the professor. Quirrell's gaze flitted nervously, avoiding eye contact with any student, his fingers anxiously fiddling with his wand. However, as he began to explain defense theory, his stutter seemed to ease somewhat. The core of dark arts defense is willpower, Professor Quirrell explained while pacing around the lectern. Regardless of the dark forces faced, a wizard's heart must remain as steadfast as a rock. Fear will diminish magic, confidence will amplify it. Vittikel listened intently, finding the content quite commendable. Although Quirrell's delivery was somewhat laborious, the theoretical framework was clear, interspersed with notable historical defense cases. He took out his quill and began to take notes, momentarily ignoring the onslaught of garlic fragrance. Today, we will learn the first practical defensive spell, the basic variant of the shield charm. Professor Quirrell raised his wand, stating the incantation, Protego. The wand's movement was a sweeping arc, like this. He demonstrated several times, the tip of the wand tracing silver streaks of light. Vittikel followed suit, realizing that this motion bore a striking resemblance to a certain Eastern swordsmanship stance he had practiced. Both were forms of arcane defense, channeling power outward. Now, pair up and practice. The goal is to produce a visible shield of light. The classroom erupted with the sounds of incantations and the occasional sparks erupting from wand tips. Vittikel glanced around. Harry and Ron were paired up, Hermione with Neville, and Draco Malfoy had already teamed up with Pansy Parkinson. He was about to seek Theodore out, but Theodore had already partnered with another Slytherin boy. Wayne, would you like to team up? Vittikel turned to see a gentle-natured Slytherin boy, Blaise Zabini. Sure, Vittikel nodded. The two moved to a corner of the classroom, standing face to face. Zabini commenced his attempt. Armorus Protectus. A small orb of silver light emerged from the tip of his wand, only to dissipate almost immediately. His concentration faltered. Vittikel observed him closely, inquiring, "What occupied your thoughts as you cast the spell?" Zabini was somewhat taken aback by his directness. "I was pondering the precision of my movements." "Try to refrain from focusing on the actions themselves," Vittikel advised. "Instead, contemplate that which you wish to protect, a person, a place, a memory. Transform that thought into a shield." This concept was rooted in the Eastern metaphysics that Jason had imparted to him, which emphasized that intention drives energy. Magic might adhere to a similar principle. With his eyes closed for a few seconds, Zabini waved his wand anew. "Armorus Protectus." This time, a slender, nearly transparent silver barrier unfurled before him, enduring for 3 seconds before vanishing. "Success!" Zabini exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. "How did you ascertain that?" "Intuition," Vittikel replied vaguely, then attempted it himself. Closing his eyes, images flooded his mind. In a Batcave, Jason had draped a pendant around his neck, admonishing him to abandon reckless behavior. Protection, not for oneself, but for those you cherish. Armorus Protectus. Silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, forming not a mere barrier, but an almost tangible arc-shaped shield. Its surface adorned with delicate, flowing patterns resembling ginkgo leaves. The shield persisted for a full 5 seconds, its brilliance drawing the attention of several nearby students. "Remarkably well done, Mr. Vittikel." Professor Chilo applauded. "Slytherin earns 5 points. It was exceedingly rare for a first year to conjure such a complete shield on their initial attempt." Vittikel retracted his wand, and the shield dissipated. He felt the wand, guardian, in his hand emanate a slight warmth, as if acknowledging the successful spell. Professor Chilo commenced his rounds in the classroom, guiding various groups in their practice. As he approached, Vittikel noticed peculiar dark red stains along the edge of the professor's large hood, which resembled remnants of some potion rather than blood. The scent of garlic around him was particularly pungent, nearly overwhelming. Suddenly, his watch began to vibrate. This was no ordinary vibration. It was sharp and high frequency, accompanied by the miniature LED lights on the watch face flashing red furiously, indicating the highest alarm level. Vittikel glanced down at the seemingly ordinary black sports watch, a gift from Bruce for his 11th birthday, claimed to be the latest health monitoring device from the Wayne Group. Now blaring an alarm. The display did not indicate heart rate or step count, but rather a scrolling line of code, detected unusually high concentration of negative mental fluctuations. Threat level, extremely high. Recommendation, immediate evacuation. He quickly covered the watch face with his hand, but the light still seeped through his fingers, garnering the curious gazes of nearby students. Professor Chilo halted before Vittikel, asking, "Mr. Vittikel, your device." "Apologies, Professor, it's my health monitoring watch." Vittikel managed to maintain his composure, perhaps a battery connection issue. "I'll rectify it immediately." In full view of his peers, he pressed a concealed button on the side of the watch, causing the face to spring open, revealing a miniature battery. He swiftly removed the battery, and the vibrations and flashing ceased. The classroom returned to tranquility, save for the sounds of others practicing spells. "Health monitoring?" Professor Chilo tilted his head, his eyes narrowing beneath the hood. "Muggle technology may be susceptible to magical interference here at Hogwarts. I recommend you check it after class." "Yes, Professor," Vittikel replied, reinserting the battery, but this time the watch remained silent, merely displaying the correct time. As Professor Chilo continued his rounds, Vittikel found himself distracted. The quality of Wayne products was assured. Bruce had personally tested this watch's stability in extreme magical environments. Testers included Zatanna. The likelihood of a false alarm was nearly non-existent. Thus, the prior alert must have been genuine, an unusually high concentration of negative mental fluctuations. Was the source Professor Chilo? Vittikel glanced toward the front of the classroom, where Chilo was stammering through corrections for a Gryffindor studentess movements, appearing utterly harmless. Yet the watch did not lie. At least, the modified Wayne watch did not. For the remainder of the class, Vittikel remained preoccupied with observing Professor Chilo. He noted several details. The professor's body tilted slightly to the left as he walked, as if burdened by his right side. He occasionally paused for lengthy intervals while speaking, his gaze vacant as if listening to unseen voices, most peculiarly during an incident when Neville Longbottom's spell went awry, sending a spark careening towards Chilo. The professor instinctively and fluidly waved his wand to deflect it, the motion too swift for the stuttering Chilo. That defensive maneuver was executed with a familiarity suggesting extensive combat experience. When the class bell rang, Vittikel hastily gathered his belongings, needing to contemplate and untangle these clues. However, just as he exited the classroom, Draco Malfoy intercepted him. "Wayne, about that shield spell." Malfoy's expression was a blend of admiration and reluctance. "How did you achieve that?" "Concentrate your intent," Vittikel replied succinctly. "As the professor said, willpower is essential." "But your shield bore a pattern," Pansy Parkinson interjected, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I saw it. It was leaf-shaped. What is that? A family crest? Merely a natural manifestation of magical energy. Vittikel deflected. I must head to the library. I have assignments to complete. He departed swiftly, leaving the Slytherins exchanging glances, pondering what he might be concealing. Malfoy scrutinized Vittikel's retreating figure. Everyone harbors their secrets. Theodore not remarked as he passed by, his tone flat. In Slytherin, it is unwise to pry into another's secrets, Malfoy, unless you are prepared to exchange an equally valuable secret. Malfoy scoffed, but offered no rebuttal. Vittikel veered toward a lesser-used section of the castle's western wing. The map Tim had provided indicated several abandoned classrooms here, typically undisturbed. He located one, easily unlocking the simple mechanical door with a paperclip. The room was thick with dust, furniture piled in a corner, yet the windows remained intact, allowing afternoon sunlight to stream in and illuminate the dust motes. Vittikel closed the door, pulled up a relatively clean chair, and removed his watch. Engraved on the back of the watch was, "We Lab Custom, Model, Guardian 1 Malawian Kwacha, Magical Threat Detection Protocols Activated." This was a project overseen by Bruce, melding certain magical detection principles provided by Zatanna with Wayne Group's technology. Its functions included monitoring ambient magical concentrations, identifying known dark magic signatures, tracking vital signs, and most critically, detecting negative mental fluctuations. Tim's explanation had been quite technical. Certain dark magics emit unique mental pollutants, such as the despairing aura of Dementors, the controlling fluctuations of the Cruciatus Curse, or the psychic radiation from parasitic dark entities. The watch was capable of detecting these fluctuations and issuing graded alarms. Vittikel pressed a specific combination of buttons, switching the watch to data recording mode. The scrolling screen displayed monitoring records from the past 24 hours, 0630 to 1015, ambient magical concentration, normal range. Negative mental fluctuations, 0 detection. 1016, entered the Dark Arts Defense Classroom. Ambient magical concentration, slight increase. 1020 to 1045, detection of negative mental fluctuations. Intermittent low concentration fluctuations, origin, multiple students in the classroom experiencing anxiety due to academic pressure. Threat level, low. 1046, target A approached within 3 meters. Negative mental fluctuation readings spiked dramatically. 1047, fluctuation peak reached threshold. Threat level assessment, extremely high. Alarm triggered. 1048, battery removed. Recording interrupted. 1055, battery reinstallation. Target A distance, 15 meters. Negative mental fluctuation reading, moderately high concentration sustained. 1130, departed the classroom. Target A distance, 50 meters. Negative mental fluctuation reading, returned to baseline. Vittikel gazed intently at the screen. The data did not lie. Professor Chilo emanated a persistently moderate to high concentration of negative mental fluctuations. As he approached, the fluctuations surged to an alarming level of threat. This was not the emotional fluctuation of an ordinary individual. Even the most anxious person would yield readings only at low or moderately low levels. He flipped to the functional documentation of the watch, which detailed the classifications of negative mental fluctuations. Type 1, natural emotional fluctuations, fear, anger, hatred, etc. Characteristics, transient, limited intensity. Context-related. Type 2, dark magic influence, cursed objects, residual curses, etc. Characteristics, persistent, with specific magical frequency features. Type 3, dark entities parasitically possessing hosts. Characteristics, high-intensity sustained fluctuations, accompanied by mental pollution radiation, potentially detectable as multiple consciousness features. Vittikel's finger lingered on the last line. Multiple consciousness features. He recalled Professor Chilo's sudden pauses, his vacant gaze, and his occasionally fluid yet peculiar manner of speaking. Did it not resemble a body hosting 2 consciousnesses alternating in control? And then there was garlic. Folklore claims that garlic can repel evil, not only vampires, but also malevolent spirits and possessions. Why had Professor Chilo inundated the classroom with garlic? Was it to suppress something? Or to prevent something from being detected? He required more information. But not now, not alone. Vittikel reset the watch, activating silent monitoring mode. It would continue to record data without emitting sound or light alerts. He exited the abandoned classroom, carefully erasing any traces at the door, and returned to the main corridor. With no mandatory classes in the afternoon, he resolved to visit the library, not to seek sensitive information, but to complete his regular assignments. Sometimes, the most covert actions are those that appear entirely normal. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the Slytherin common room, Vittikel completed all his assignments, a history of magic essay, transfiguration exercises, potion recipe memorization, yet he remained wide awake. The discoveries of the day churned in his mind. and the matter of the watch pricked at his consciousness like a thorn. He needed to act. He needed to explore. Ever since his last nocturnal escapade, he found himself enamored with the castle, not merely for its architecture but for the hidden corners, secret passages, and whatever might lie behind the walls. In Gotham, he could only roam the Batcave and Wayne Manor. Here, the entire castle awaited exploration. Furthermore, he needed to verify certain matters. At the stroke of midnight, Vittikel once again stealthily slipped out of the dormitory. This time, he was better prepared, clad in dark athletic wear with soft-soled sneakers, and equipped with a simple map provided by Tim, a modified version of the 19th century Hogwarts blueprints, indicating the locations of known moving staircases. His watch was set to silent monitoring mode. Tonight's objective, to explore the east wing of the castle, particularly the areas above the 3rd floor. Professor Chilo's office was on the 4th floor. He wished to see if he could uncover anything. No need to enter, at least to observe the surroundings. He followed a familiar route, from the Slytherin dungeon to the 1st floor hall, then up the marble staircase. The castle at night was quieter than before. Even the crackling of torches seemed jarring. As he passed the 2nd floor, he heard faint sobs emanating from the Myrtle's lavatory, but did not linger. The 3rd floor housed the defense against the dark arts classroom. Vittikel paused momentarily at the classroom door. It was locked, and no light seeped through the crack. He continued onward, passing several empty classrooms, until he arrived at a corridor adorned with bizarre astronomical instruments. It was here that he discovered the first secret. At the end of the corridor stood an apparently ordinary wall, adorned with a massive tapestry depicting a comical scene of trolls dancing. However, Vittikel noticed that the thread at the bottom right corner of the tapestry exhibited slight wear, not from natural aging, but rather from frequent friction. He lifted one corner of the tapestry, revealing an empty space behind it, a narrow niche, just wide enough for a person to enter sideways. Deep within the niche was a small door, devoid of a handle, but the door's surface bore an almost worn-away inscription, "Seekers knock thrice." Vittikel hesitated for a moment before following the directive, tapping gently 3 times with his knuckles. The door slid open silently, revealing a spiral staircase descending. He descended approximately 2 flights of stairs, arriving at a small room that was not a hidden chamber, but rather an abandoned storage space cluttered with broken furniture and rusted astronomical instruments. Yet, on the other side of the room stood another door, this time an ordinary wooden one. He pushed it open and found himself in a corridor on the 1st floor of the castle. Adjacent to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, a shadowy corner piled with large barrels. This secret passage connected the 3rd floor to the 1st, circumventing the main staircase and corridors. Intriguing, Vittikel murmured, marking this discovery on Tim's map. Over the next 2 hours, he uncovered 3 more similar secret passages. One behind the armor in the 4th floor armor corridor, which opened to the 2nd floor girls' lavatory when a specific armor's elbow joint was pressed. Another behind a mirror on the 5th floor, which required uttering, "I need a shortcut," to transform the mirror into a mercury-like door leading to an empty classroom on the 6th floor. And the most fascinating one on the 7th floor, where a smooth door materialized on a blank wall opposite a tapestry of a troll striking a fool. After Vittikel walked past it 3 times, fervently thinking, "I need a place to hide something." A wish-granting room. He had heard whispers of this legend, but never anticipated it would be so easily triggered. These discoveries filled him with a sense of unwarranted pride. The thrill of exploration overshadowed his caution regarding the darkness, prompting him to attempt more daring routes, traversing known haunted corridors where ghosts indeed drifted by, oblivious to his presence, climbing a nearly vertical maintenance ladder to reach an attic filled with pipes, and even sneaking into the trophy room. However, while attempting to return from the trophy room to the main staircase, he lost his way. The castle's staircases shifted before his eyes, changing direction as if they were alive. He should have descended to the 3rd floor, but after the staircase turned, he found himself standing in a completely unfamiliar corridor. The walls were rough stone, devoid of portraits or torches, with only a few dim oil lamps flickering in the distance. Vittikel halted, retrieving Tim's map. Yet, this area was blank on the map, marked only as an unknown zone, possibly a remnant of the castle's expansion. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to continue his ascent. The castle harbored numerous secrets. Perhaps in some hidden corner, he could uncover a clue that would elucidate everything. The corridor on the 4th floor was adorned with ancient tapestries depicting vague historical scenes. Vittikel paused before one tapestry that illustrated a 3-headed giant dog, standing over something, surrounded by flames. An odd pattern. He reached out to touch the fabric of the tapestry, discovering slight wear at the bottom right corner, as if it had been frequently lifted. He peeled back a corner of the tapestry, revealing a blank stone wall. But one brick appeared slightly lighter in color. Vittikel pressed that brick, which recessed inward with a faint mechanical sound, causing an almost imperceptible seam to widen into a narrow door, a passageway entrance. The passage sloped downward, with rough walls and only a dim light source visible in the distance. Vittikel hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately stepped inside. The corridor was short, leading to a small storage room cluttered with broken armor and rusted weapons. Yet, from the other end of the storage room came faint sounds, akin to muffled conversation. Vittikel held his breath, pressing close to the ajar wooden door. Two voices. A sharp, hoarse voice, imbued with irrefutable malice. Another, stammering, rife with trepidation and obsequiousness. Yet this is insufficient, woefully inadequate. The speed of recovery is excruciatingly slow. Master, I have exerted myself to the utmost since that debacle at the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore has heightened his vigilance with the three-headed dog and other protections. Excuses. What I demand are results. The Philosopher's Stone lies within this very school, almost within my grasp. You must discover a way to circumvent all defenses before anyone becomes aware. But Dumbledore has sent someone to monitor me. I fear he is becoming suspicious. Dumbledore's sharp voice turned ominous, that old madman. Though he was once formidable. I can sense his age. You must be swifter than he, Quirrell. Acquire the Philosopher's Stone, and I shall regain my power. And you shall receive rewards beyond your wildest imaginings. Yes, master. I shall redouble my efforts. The restricted section contains ancient tomes on soul augmentation and the remolding of the corporeal form. Go forth. Peruse every book that may prove useful. Time is of the essence. I can feel it. Dumbledore may be laying a more elaborate trap. The voice dwindled into an indistinct whisper. Voldemort's heart raced as he cautiously retreated, each step taken with utmost care, lest he make a sound. Only when he had returned to the entrance of the secret passage and lowered the tapestry once more did he allow himself to breathe freely. The information he had just gleaned was overwhelming. The Philosopher's Stone was at Hogwarts, meticulously guarded. Quirrell was serving a certain master, attempting to pilfer it, and that master appeared to be in a weakened state, reliant upon the stone for restoration. Voldemort leaned against the cold stone wall, his mind racing. Whom should he inform? Dumbledore? But how could he explain his presence here, eavesdropping at such an hour? Professor McGonagall? First, he must leave. Depart from this place. Seek a safe haven to contemplate. He turned in the direction he had come, but his steps were somewhat frantic. The revelations he had just encountered were too jarring, stripping away his usual composure. As he traversed a dimly lit corridor, he failed to notice the steps beneath him shifting. The staircase moved, not in a slow, predictable manner, but in a sudden, violent rotation. Voldemort grasped the banister to avoid tumbling down, and as he regained his balance, he found himself standing in a completely unfamiliar corridor. The walls were rough-hewn stone, devoid of tapestries or portraits, illuminated only by a few distant oil lamps flickering like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness. On Tim's map, this area was blank, marked as unexplored territory, a remnant of the castle's original structure. This is dire, Voldemort muttered, forcing himself to regain his composure. He surveyed his surroundings. The corridor extended in two directions, both shrouded in shadow. The air was thick with the scent of dust and aged stone, mingled with a faint, cloying odor of decay, reminiscent of withered flowers. He chose to proceed left, as a slight draft suggested it might lead to an exit. His footsteps echoed in the emptiness. He endeavored to tread lightly, but the ancient stone floor betrayed his efforts. The corridor began to slope downward, gradually but persistently. Carvings emerged upon the walls. Not the decorative motifs common to Hogwarts, but grotesque, tortured human forms, casting sinister shadows in the flickering oil lamp light. This place bore no resemblance to a school. It felt more akin to a dungeon or a sepulchre. Voldemort's fingers hovered over his watch, poised to check the readings. Yet the watch remained silent, indicating only the basic ambient magical concentration, which was even lower than in other areas of the castle, as if this were a forgotten corner. He walked for approximately 10 minutes until the corridor branched. One path continued downward, while the other extended horizontally. Voldemort opted for the horizontal route, hoping it would loop back to the main structure. This corridor was narrower, the ceiling low, requiring him to duck slightly to pass through. Faded murals adorned the walls, the paint nearly flaking away, barely revealing outlines of stars and a colossal tree. Voldemort raised his wand and whispered, Lumos. A soft white light flared forth, illuminating the path ahead. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy wooden door, its surface marred by charred marks, as if scorched by flames. The door was ajar, a faint green light seeping through the crack. Voldemort paused, hesitating to approach. Just then, voices emanated from within. The same two voices, now clearer, as though they were not far away. He needed to accelerate his pace. That boy, Potter. Dumbledore is using him as bait. I can feel it. Master. Do you mean that cunning old fox is playing a perilous game? But it matters not. As long as we secure the Philosopher's Stone, nothing else will pose a problem. Now, continue with your work for the night. The restricted section, go there at once. But Filch is patrolling. Use the methods I have taught you to evade him. Hurry. Footsteps approached, nearing the door. Voldemort extinguished his wand's light immediately, retreating swiftly into a recess in the wall, just large enough to conceal a single person. Steeped in shadow, he held his breath, blending entirely into the darkness. The door creaked open, and Professor Quirrell emerged, his turban appearing even more peculiar in the dim light. He glanced around, confirming that no one was present before hastening down the corridor, his footsteps fading into the distance. Voldemort waited an entire 5 minutes before emerging from his hiding place. He did not glance back at the door emitting the green light. Instead, turning to walk in the completely opposite direction, this time almost breaking into a run. Fear and urgency propelled him forward, yet they also muddled his sense of direction. He rounded corner after corner, traversing unfamiliar corridors, utterly disoriented. This part of the castle resembled a labyrinth, each pathway seemingly familiar, yet leading into the unknown. At last, in a corridor adorned with portraits, he collided with someone. A solid collision. Having run too swiftly, he lost his footing and stumbled directly into the other person's embrace. The individual was considerably taller and sturdier, staggered back a step, but managed to maintain their balance. I am so sorry. I sincerely apologize. I did not mean to, Voldemort babbled incoherently, flustered as he stepped back and looked up. He beheld a tall boy clad in Hufflepuff robes, the prefect badge gleaming upon his chest. The boy was strikingly handsome, with deep brown hair and gray eyes, currently regarding him with a gentle, yet slightly astonished smile. A first year? The boy's voice was deep and melodious. Out for a midnight stroll, and unable to find your way. Voldemort's mind went blank in an instant. A prefect. Caught out after hours. In a forbidden area, colliding with a prefect. There could be no worse outcome. He opened his mouth, but could not produce a sound. Standing frozen in place as he met the scrutinizing yet forgiving gaze of the Hufflepuff prefect, Cedric Diggory. The midnight corridor fell into a brief silence, broken only by the distant sound of the wind and the thunderous beating of Voldemort's heart. Chapter 10, The Batcave. Cedric Diggory gazed down at the Slytherin first year who had crashed into his chest. The boy's dark hair appeared somewhat disheveled in the dim corridor light. A few strands sticking to his forehead, his blue eyes wide with fright, resembling a startled fawn. His complexion was pale, and his breathing was rapid, clearly having run a considerable distance. A first year? Cedric released his grip on the boy's shoulder, his voice gentle, yet carrying the authority characteristic of a prefect. Out for a midnight stroll, and unable to find your way. Voldemort's heart continued to race within his chest, partly from the recent exertion and fright, and partly due to the gravity of colliding with a prefect. His mind raced, rapidly discarding several options, telling the truth impossible, fabricating a complex lie, easy to unravel, or remaining silent, even more suspicious. Then he recalled a principle taught by Dick. The simplest lies are often the most effective, as they bear a semblance of truth. He raised his head, allowing the hereditary blue eyes from the Wayne lineage to glisten with just the right amount of moisture, not tears, but the natural dampness born of sleeplessness and anxiety, in a tone imbued with a nasal lilt. Reminiscent of the plaintive manner he adopted when playfully coaxing Jason and the others, he said, I wish to call home. Cedric paused momentarily. Call home? A mobile phone. Vittikel explained softly, his fingers unconsciously twisting the cuff of his sleeve, a gesture mimicking Damien's habit when he was anxious, though Damien himself would never concede to it. My parents mentioned that if I felt homesick, I could use the school phone to reach them. But I searched for quite a while, and there are no phone booths in the castle. Then I thought I'd find a spot with signal to use my mobile. He extracted the modified smartphone from his pocket, its screen illuminating the darkness, yet revealing no signal bars. He adopted a more distressed tone. I merely wished to hear my parents' voices. Today in potions class, I nearly botched the assignment. And Professor Snape glowered at me for what felt like an eternity. I want to tell them that I'm actually managing fairly well, but I was simply too nervous. This detail was truthful. During the afternoon potions lesson, Vittikel indeed faltered while measuring Shrivelfig, distracted by thoughts of Chilo, and was met with Snape's icy gaze for a full 10 seconds. Cedric's expression visibly softened. He crouched down to meet Vittikel's gaze. A thoughtful gesture that stirred a wave of guilt within Vittikel. The head boy's eyes held no reproach, only understanding and compassion. So you sought a place with signal and ended up lost? Cedric inquired gently. Vittikel nodded vigorously, moistening his eyes further. This time, it was genuine. He truly missed home. Thoughts of Linwan, Alfie, Bruce, and the perpetually rain-soaked city of Gotham flooded his mind. I wandered for quite some time. The stairs kept shifting, and the lights grew dimmer. I couldn't find my way back. I was scared, so I started running. His voice trembled slightly, this part entirely authentic. The panic he had felt in those unfamiliar corridors surged anew, making his performance all the more believable. Cedric remained silent for a few seconds before emitting a gentle sigh. He stood up, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, this corridor was quite secluded, with sparse torches casting heavy shadows. For a lost first-year student, it was understandably frightening. First of all, Cedric's voice regained its calmness. Hogwarts does not possess Muggle telephones. The castle's magical barriers interfere with all electronic signals, a precaution for the school's safety. Your parents may not be aware of this. Vittikel lowered his head, as if struck by this revelation. Oh. However, Cedric continued, his tone gentle, feeling homesick is entirely normal. When I was a first year, I spent nearly every night for the first month hiding under the covers, yearning for home. He chuckled. My mother's toffee pudding is the best in the world. Not even Hogwarts house elves can match it. Vittikel raised his eyes to him, genuinely curious this time. Really? You too? Of course, Cedric nodded. Every first year longs for home, regardless of whether they hail from wizarding families or Muggle ones. Hogwarts is vast and unfamiliar. The curriculum can be daunting, sometimes leaving one feeling small and helpless. He reached out to gently pat Vittikel's shoulder. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Will you deduct points from me? Vittikel asked softly, striving to appear both anxious and hopeful, a tactic that always worked with Jason. Cedric pondered seriously for a moment. As head boy, he ought to deduct points for violating curfew, without exception. Yet, gazing at the first year before him, with red-rimmed eyes clearly having endured enough fright, he shook his head. Not tonight. This is your first infraction, and it stems from a relatable desire for home. But this is an exception, understand? Should you venture out again, I will deduct points as per the rules and report it to your head of house. Vittikel nodded immediately, his movements quick as a chick pecking at grain. There won't be in next time. I promise. Good, Cedric smiled. Now, I will escort you back to Slytherin. Stay close to me. I know a route that won't be obstructed by moving staircases. He extended his hand, and Vittikel hesitated for a moment before grasping it. Cedric's palm was warm and dry, slightly smaller than Jason's, yet equally strong. The head boy turned to lead, his steps steady as Vittikel hurried to keep pace. They traversed a corridor adorned with portraits, and Cedric opted not to take the main staircase, instead pushing open an unassuming door that revealed a narrow spiral staircase. This is a passage used by house elves, Cedric explained, his voice echoing softly against the stone steps. Very few students are aware of it. These passages connect various floors of the castle but do not move, and they are usually illuminated. Indeed, every few steps along the staircase, crystals emitting a soft yellow glow were embedded in the walls. Although dim, they provided enough light to discern the steps. Vittikel noticed the arrangement of these crystals was systematic, one for every 7 steps, as if part of a counting system. How do you know about these passages? He couldn't help but ask. Cedric turned back with a smile. I'm a Hufflepuff. Our common room is right beside the kitchens, so we interact more frequently with the house elves. They sometimes share shortcuts, provided you show them sufficient respect. He winked. Remember, always be polite to house elves. They remember every kindness shown to them, as well as every slight. Vittikel nodded. My family has always said that one should be grateful to those who serve. Your family is correct. Cedric's voice held approval. Many wizarding families, especially certain pureblood families, treat house elves as slaves. Yet, Helga Hufflepuff, our founder, taught us that all magical beings deserve respect. They descended to the 3rd floor, where Cedric pushed open another door, revealing a corridor draped in trailing vines. Moonlight streamed through the high windows, casting a dappled pattern of leaves upon the flagstone floor. This is the back corridor of the herbology greenhouse, Cedric remarked. Very few people come here at night, though Professor Sprout sometimes checks on nocturnal blooms. He pointed to a cluster of flowers in the corner that glimmered with a pale blue light. Look, moonlight blossoms. They only bloom during the full moon, lasting for 3 hours. They are at their peak right now. Vittikel paused to observe closely. The blossoms were indeed stunning, their petals translucent as glass, with tiny points of light swirling within, akin to captured stars. He recalled a watercolor painting in Linwan's study of a bamboo grove under moonlight, which evoked a similarly tranquil mystery. They're beautiful, he murmured. Hogwarts is filled with such wonders. Cedric also paused, standing beside him. Sometimes, when you feel homesick or lonely, you can seek out these beauties. The castle is not a prison, Vittikel. It is a home. It simply requires time to become familiar with and to cherish. Vittikel turned to look at him. In the moonlight, Cedric Diggory's profile appeared soft, his gaze serene. Thank you, he said, this time genuinely. Not merely for escorting him back, but for not mocking his homesickness. Cedric smiled, his expression warm as the afternoon sun. I would never. You know, when I was in 2nd year, I once lost a Quidditch match to Gryffindor. I ran back to the dormitory in tears and wrote a 5-page letter home, proclaiming that I never wanted to play Quidditch again. Really? Vittikel's eyes widened. But now you're a seeker for Hufflepuff and quite remarkable at it, I've heard. Because the next day, I received a letter back from my father. Cedric continued to forge ahead, with Voldemort trailing closely behind. He had penned numerous thoughts. But the most significant among them was this: failure is not the end, but rather the commencement of another attempt. Returning home is always an option. Yet one must not abandon the battlefield due to momentary setbacks. He paused, his voice softening. My father understood courage and perseverance better than many wizards. I still keep that letter to this day. Voldemort walked in silence, Cedric's candor stirring the tide of guilt within him once more. Perhaps lying to such a sincere individual wasn't entirely a falsehood, yet it concealed the most crucial aspects. Cedric glanced at Voldemort and queried, "You were a muggle before, right? Your parents are both muggles?" "Yes," Voldemort replied, "but they comprehend magic, albeit in their own way. They assert that both magic and science are pathways to explore the world, albeit through differing routes." An astute observation, Cedric nodded. "My mother often says that muggles use rockets to reach the moon, while we fly on broomsticks through the clouds. Our ultimate aim is to touch the sky, merely with different tools." They traversed a brief corridor, arriving at a secluded corner on the first floor of the castle. Cedric halted before a blank stone wall. "This leads down to the entrance of Slytherin," he stated. "Do you know the password?" "Yes, pure blood," Voldemort responded, then added, "although I find that password somewhat exclusionary." Cedric raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. Yet, the traditions of Slytherin are hard to alter." He hesitated before continuing. "However, Voldemort, as an upperclassman, I wish to offer you a piece of advice. Within Slytherin, you need not fully embrace all their ideologies. Maintain your own judgment, and remember who you are, rather than who others wish you to become." Such words were exceedingly gentle. Voldemort felt a tightness in his throat. "I will remember that." "Good." Cedric released the hold he had on him. "Now, let us return to rest. You have classes tomorrow, and you need your sleep. If you miss home, feel free to write. Owls may be slower than phones, but handwritten letters possess warmth that magic cannot replicate." Voldemort stood before the stone wall, gazing up at this kind upperclassman. Moonlight streamed through a small window above, casting a silvery glow upon Cedric's shoulders. He appeared as a guardian emerged from a fairy tale, embodying integrity, kindness, and strength. "Good night, Diggory," Voldemort whispered softly, "and thank you." "Good night, Voldemort," Cedric replied with a smile. "Sweet dreams. If you dream of home, enjoy it thoroughly." The stone wall slid open once Voldemort uttered the password, and he turned back one last time to see Cedric still standing there, waving him farewell. Then, he stepped into the Slytherin common room as the wall closed behind him. The common room was deserted, the fire extinguished, and only the eerie green shimmer of the Black Lake danced across the ceiling through the glass windows. Voldemort tiptoed across the room and pushed open the door to the boys' dormitory. The curtains of Theodore Knott's four-poster bed were tightly drawn, and the sound of steady, deep breaths emanated from within. Voldemort exhaled in relief but did not immediately climb into bed. Instead, he settled at his desk, illuminating a small lamp, and retrieved parchment and a quill from the drawer. It was time to write home. Not using the encrypted device Tim provided. While secure, it felt cold and impersonal. This evening, he wished to employ a more traditional approach. He extracted the celadone ink prepared by his mother, Lin Wan, a mixture of eastern pine soot and special herbs, which emitted a faint scent of sandalwood while writing. He unfurled the parchment, dipped the quill into the ink, paused for a moment, and began to write. "Dear Father, Alfred, and all my brothers and sisters, I hope this letter reaches you while the rain in Gotham isn't too heavy, or at least the dehumidifying system in the Batcave is functioning properly. The second week at Hogwarts has concluded, and there are some things I wish to share, but sending details via owl might not be entirely secure. So I shall write in a somewhat ambiguous manner that you should be able to decipher. Firstly, Professor Quirrell, my defense against the dark arts instructor, is becoming increasingly peculiar. His classroom is filled with the stench of garlic, potent enough to serve as a weapon. However, this may not be to ward off vampires, but rather to mask something else. Strangely, I often sense that he is not just one person. I'm not implying a split personality, but rather that it seems as though two consciousnesses are speaking from within the same body. At times he stutters, resembling a timid professor. Other times, though rarely, his gaze sharpens abruptly, and his speech flows without hesitation, as if he has transformed into a different individual. Last night, I inadvertently, truly just lost my way, overheard him conversing with a voice that addressed him as master. They were discussing the Philosopher's Stone and the restoration of a body. I suspect Professor Quirrell may be possessed by something. That entity seeks to revive itself using the stone. I understand this sounds utterly insane, akin to one of Gotham's villainous tales. However, my watch goes into a frenzy, alerting me to a high threat level whenever I am near him. The watch was modified by Tim, and I trust its judgment. But do not worry, I am safe. Professor Quirrell, or whatever possesses him, should not have noticed me. Additionally, I have made some acquaintances at school. Hermione Granger, a remarkably intelligent Gryffindor girl who also suspects Quirrell is amiss. And Cedric Diggory, a Hufflepuff upperclassman who guided me back to the dormitory when I was lost. He is quite kind. My wand has changed to a golden brown hue with silver patterns. It is beautiful. The shield charm can summon a shield adorned with ginkgo leaf patterns. And Professor Flitwick mentioned that this is a rare manifestation of magical prowess. Please inform Mother that I am well. There are still mooncakes left, and I am savoring them. Alfred, your cookies received praise from my roommate Theodore, though he merely remarked that they were not unpleasant, which is considered the highest compliment in Slytherin. Dick, do not doze off on night watch. Jason, your teaching methods are effective. Tim, the watch needs an upgrade for its alarm silencing function. Damien, I shall persist in my practice. Barbara, Stephanie, and Cassandra, I miss our afternoon teas. I shall conclude my letter here. As the impatient Athena has been waiting on the windowsill. With love, Voldemort. In the Slytherin dormitory at Hogwarts. P.S. If you respond, please use ordinary parchment and avoid being too explicit. The Hogwarts owls may be monitored. P.S. No need to rush to bring me home. There is much to learn here, and should anything untoward be brewing, I wish to remain and assist. I am a Wayne, remember? He set down the quill, meticulously reviewing the letter. It was sufficiently vague, yet his family should grasp its underlying warning. Quirrell is possessed. The target is the Philosopher's Stone. Danger looms, but has yet to pose a direct threat to him. Voldemort rolled up the parchment, securing it with a deep green ribbon, and then approached the window. Outside, Athena, the owl raised at Wayne Manor, perched on the sill, her amber eyes glimmering in the night. She was still tethered to the empty package from Lin Wan's last delivery of treats. Thank you for your hard work, Athena. Voldemort gently stroked the owl's head, attaching the letter to her other leg. This letter is important. Deliver it to the Batcave. Be cautious on your journey. Athena hooted softly, nuzzling her beak against his fingers, then unfurled her broad wings, gliding silently into the darkness of the Black Lake, soaring southward. Voldemort watched her disappear into the distance, softly murmuring, "Safe travels." He returned to his bed, fatigue washing over him like a tide, before sinking into slumber. He contemplated that perhaps he should visit the library tomorrow to research possession and the Philosopher's Stone through legitimate means. The following morning, in Gotham, Wayne Manor. Athena arrived at Wayne Manor at dawn. As it wearily collided with the open window of Bruce's study, Alfred was meticulously organizing the bookshelf. Athena? The elderly butler gazed in astonishment at the snow owl that had tumbled onto the Persian rug. Shouldn't you be accompanying Master Whitcomb at Hogwarts? The owl let out a faint hoot, raising its leg bound with a letter. Alfred immediately sensed something amiss. Athena was the fastest and most enduring owl in Wayne Manor, typically capable of effortless transatlantic flights from Scotland to Gotham. Yet, at this moment, her feathers were disheveled, and her eyes were filled with fatigue, clearly having flown at full speed with hardly any respite. Poor creature, Alfred murmured as he carefully untied the ribbon and removed the scroll of parchment. You rest first. I shall fetch you some water and jerky. However, Athena insisted on standing, her gaze fixed on the letter until Alfred unfolded the parchment and began to read. Upon encountering the phrases regarding Professor Quirrell, who seemed to host two consciousnesses within himself, and the Philosopher's Stone, Alfred's expression grew grave. I must inform Master Bruce immediately, he whispered, gently placing Athena on a perch by the window, setting down a bowl of fresh water and special owl feed. You've done remarkably well. Now, take a proper rest. Alfred hastened toward the Batcave with the letter in hand. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bruce had just concluded his night patrol and was analyzing the data from the previous night's operations. Tim, napping at another computer, instantly awoke upon hearing footsteps. Alfred, what is the matter? Whitcomb has written, Alfred replied, handing over the parchment. It was delivered by Athena. The poor child is utterly exhausted, having clearly flown back at full speed. The contents of the letter are somewhat unsettling. Bruce accepted the letter and read through it rapidly, his brow furrowed deeper with every line. Tim leaned closer to read along, and when he saw the mention of a body seemingly possessed by two consciousnesses, he gasped. A parasitic relationship, Tim exclaimed. If Whitcomb's description is accurate, split behavior, alternating consciousness, and with that reference to the master, it is highly likely this involves some form of dark magic parasitism. The host retains a portion of their self, yet the parasitic entity wields control. Bruce placed the letter on the console and retrieved previously gathered information on Quirrell. Quirrell, a former Hogwarts student, mild-mannered, applied to study vampires in Albania and returned completely transformed. Albania, Tim typed on the keyboard, pulling up a map of the magical world. The database indicated that dark magical activities had surged in that region in recent years, and he paused, which aligns closely with potential hiding spots for Voldemort post-disappearance. The trio fell silent. Bruce read the letter again, his gaze lingering on the Philosopher's Stone and the restoration of the body. If Voldemort has possessed Quirrell, Alfred said slowly, and his aim is the Philosopher's Stone, then Hogwarts conceals not merely the secrets of the defense against the dark arts professor, but that very being whose name cannot be mentioned. But Whitcomb says he is safe. Tim pointed to the end of the letter, and that he does not wish to return. He mentioned that if something malevolent is brewing, he wants to stay and assist. Bruce closed his eyes. As a father, he yearned to fly to Scotland immediately and extract his son from a school that might harbor the Dark Lord. Yet, as Batman, he understood that Whitcomb had become an essential intelligence node. His observations and relationships could be pivotal in discerning the threats within the magical world. More importantly, Whitcomb had chosen to remain. He has inherited your stubbornness, Master Bruce. Alfred spoke softly, his tone imbued with both concern and pride. Bruce opened his eyes, his expression sharpening. We need to devise a strategy that respects his choice while ensuring his safety. Jason Todd's voice echoed from the stairwell. What safety? What is wrong with Whitcomb? He appeared freshly returned from training, clad in a sweat-drenched tracksuit, towel in hand. Tim briefly explained the situation. Jason's demeanor shifted from relaxed to serious as he approached and took the letter to read it carefully. So that garlic professor is possessed by something that seeks a stone capable of resurrection, and Whitcomb is right there in that school. And we're just sitting here discussing this. Whitcomb claims he is safe and doesn't he want to leave, Tim reiterated. He is 11, Jason countered. An 11-year-old saying he is safe is as untrustworthy as me claiming I want to fight. He hesitated, glancing at the familiar handwriting on the letter. But he is Whitcomb. If he says he can handle it, then he might truly manage part of it. Jason pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned toward the weaponry display in the Batcave. But we need to provide him with some tangible assistance. We can't rely solely on a watch alarm and ginkgo leaf shields. Bruce regarded him. What do you suggest? Self-defense tools, Jason replied, opening a cabinet labeled non-lethal equipment, small, discreet items that the magical world might not recognize. He began selecting miniature smoke bombs, bright flashers, trackers, and then he retrieved a black, flat box from the depths of the cabinet and opened it to reveal a silver-gray object resembling a delicate toy gun. Yet, everyone in the Bat family recognized it. Nightwing's Breath, a miniaturized sonic weapon designed by Dick, capable of emitting non-lethal, high-frequency sound waves sufficient to incapacitate an adult temporarily. Jason, Bruce warned. We cannot give an 11-year-old a gun, even if it is non-lethal. This is not a gun. It's a sonic modulator, Jason replied unflinchingly. Whitcomb is trained. He knows how to use it. And look at what he wrote in the letter. He is aware of the danger, but he chose to stay. At the very least, we should equip him with something he can use in a genuine emergency. Tim interjected. Technically, we could disguise it as, say, a special pen? Or an amulet. Something that doesn't appear to be a weapon. Alfred pondered. Whitcomb mentioned his wand changed color. Perhaps we could provide him with a wand sleeve that integrates some small tools. Bruce remained silent, contemplating the miniature sonic weapon. He recalled the bravery Whitcomb displayed at 5 years old to save Jason, his resolve when deciding to attend Hogwarts, and the line in the letter that proclaimed, I am of the Wayne family. Modify it, Bruce finally instructed. Make it appear entirely innocuous. Integrate it into a practical item, ensuring only Whitcomb knows how to utilize it. He fixed his gaze on Jason, adding explicitly, only to be used when life is directly threatened, and there are no other options. Jason nodded. I'll take care of it. We can add some other things too. Tim, can you make those mini communicators look like buttons? Alfred, prepare some of his favorite snacks. Bruce, perhaps you should write a letter, not as Batman's command, but as a father's concern. 2 days later, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, during breakfast, Whitcomb was discussing his potion essay with Theodore when a familiar snow owl swooped into the hall, gracefully gliding to the Slytherin table and landing before Whitcomb, proudly raising its leg, which bore a small, deep green package. Your owl? Theodore raised an eyebrow. It looks quite special. Her name is Athena. She belongs to my family. Whitcomb replied as he unwrapped the parcel, revealing several small boxes. At the top rested a letter, penned in Alfred's elegant cursive, to Master Whitcomb. He opened the letter and read, Dear Master Whitcomb, Athena has safely returned, having thoroughly rested and indulged in a culinary feast, and is now rejuvenated. Thank you for your correspondence. All is well at home, and I hope you find peace and prosperity at Hogwarts. Enclosed are some home comforts, which I trust will please you. 1. The new wand sleeve, handcrafted by an artisan from Gotham. The exterior is composed of dragon hide, reportedly sourced from Romania, while the interior is lined with silk velvet. The left inner pocket is designed to hold spare potions, and a concealed clasp adorns the right side. Its deep green hue, intertwined with silver threads, harmonizes exquisitely with the hue of your wand after its transformation. 2. The snack box. Inside, You shall find your cherished almond biscotti and matcha mochi. A note from Alfred. Please consume the mochi on the same day, while the biscotti can be preserved for later enjoyment. 3. A selection of books. A compendium of Eastern magical flora, sent by Ms. Lin Wan. Principles of Basic Alchemy, selected by Mr. Tim, and the Evolution of Quidditch Tactics, recommended by Mr. Dick, who asserts that even Slytherins ought to appreciate the spirit of sport. 4. A toolbox, containing a multifunctional writing set, prepared by Master Jason. He remarked, inform that lad to maintain proper posture while writing. The master advises, focus on your studies. Choose your friends wisely, and prioritize safety. Should you require anything, Athena stands ready at your service. Yours faithfully, Alfred Pennyworth. P.S. Ms. Barbara, Ms. Stephanie, and Ms. Cassandra have collectively sent a hand-knit scarf. As the Scottish winters can be quite frigid, do take care to keep warm. Voldemort smiled. In typical Alfred fashion, his care is intricately woven into the details. He first unfurled the wand sleeve, truly exquisite, with subtle patterns embroidered in silver threads upon the deep green dragon hide, resembling intertwining vines, or perhaps a circuit diagram. Testing it, he felt the wand slide in with a comforting friction, fitting perfectly. He then opened the toolbox. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple writing set, a black fountain pen, a metallic pen holder, several replacement ink cartridges, and an eraser. However, Voldemort immediately recognized the Bat family signature style. He picked up the pen, noting its slightly heavier weight. The cap unscrewed counterclockwise with 3 rotations, revealing not a nib, but a miniature interface evidently designed for charging or data transfer. The side of the pen bore almost invisible buttons. Pressing them in varying sequences elicited different functions. Voldemort gently pressed beneath the table, feeling an almost imperceptible vibration at his fingertips, while his watch screen flickered, confirming successful device pairing. The pen holder was, in fact, a sonic wave emitter, cleverly disguised as vintage design. Ensuring no one was watching, Voldemort aimed it at the ground, pressing specific spots on the base in a particular sequence. Sensing the internal components subtly reconfigure, Jason's note was tucked at the very bottom, featuring but a single line. In case of danger, write, and write with force. Voldemort could almost hear Jason's tone as he said this. He carefully stowed everything away, warmth blossoming in his chest. His family had received his warning. They did not coerce him to return, but rather sent tools and trust. Gifts. Pansy Parkinson leaned in from across the table, appearing rather intrigued. Goodies and books from home. Voldemort replied nonchalantly, nudging the snack box forward. Care to try some? Alfred's almond biscotti is a Gotham delicacy. Pansy selected a piece, while Draco discreetly took one as well. Even Theodore reached out for a piece, silently indulging. Quite good, Draco remarked, attempting to maintain his aloof demeanor, though his eyes betrayed his true sentiments. After completing her task, Athena affectionately nudged Voldemort's hand with her head before gracefully departing, evidently to rest in the Ollery. After breakfast, Voldemort cradled the package as he returned to the dormitory. He secured the wand sleeve at his waist, feeling the wand nestled inside, warm and secure. The fountain pen found its place in the inner pocket of his robe, while the pen holder masqueraded as ordinary stationery tucked into his bag. Seated at his desk, he reread Alfred's letter before glancing out the window. The depths of the Black Lake shimmered, shrouded in mystery. Professor Quirrell's inquiries lingered, the secret of the Philosopher's Stone remained, and the specter of Voldemort's threat loomed. Yet, in this moment, Voldemort no longer felt the chill of facing the darkness alone. His wand emanated a gentle warmth within its sleeve, as if attuning to its master's emotions. The golden brown of the ginkgo wood stood out more vividly against the deep green dragon hide, the silver patterns appearing to flow with a life of their own. He was prepared. Regardless of what secrets lay hidden in the depths of the castle, what truths were concealed beneath the stench of garlic, or what schemes the dual-minded professor was plotting. For he was not alone. Far away in Gotham's Batcave, Bruce observed the confirmation signal indicating that Athena had safely arrived at Hogwarts, finally allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, filled with the pungent aroma of garlic, Professor Quirrell, or rather, the face on the back of Professor Quirrell's head, suddenly opened its crimson eyes. How amusing, Voldemort rasped. That owl carries an essence from the non-magical world. Quirrell's own voice trembled in response. Master, my lord? What owl? Of no consequence, Voldemort replied. Continue your work. We must secure the Philosopher's Stone before Dumbledore becomes aware. Yet, in the shadows of his consciousness, Voldemort noted the trajectory of that snowy owl's flight, recalling the gentle gaze of that Slytherin first year as they stroked their owl. Another variable to observe. In this intricate game of chess, every piece could alter the outcome. And Voldemort Riddle remained oblivious to the fact that he had quietly shifted from the periphery of the board to a more central position. Outside, The Scottish Highlands lay under the September breeze, sweeping across the lakes and hills, carrying both a chill and the scent of change. Chapter 11. The Mirror of Erised. By late October, Hogwarts had embraced the richness of autumn, the beech woods outside the castle adorned in hues of gold and crimson, while the surface of the Black Lake rippled in the increasingly brisk winds. Pumpkin decorations began to emerge in the corridors, and the suits of armor gleamed brightly, polished by the house elves in preparation for the upcoming Halloween feast. The library on Wednesday afternoon remained steeped in its customary tranquility, the only sounds being the rustling of pages and the delicate scratching of quills upon parchment. Voldemort approached the long table in their usual corner, near the window, where he and Harry, Hermione, and Ron often gathered, affording a view of the distant Quidditch pitch and the dark green outline of the forbidden forest beyond. Yet, before he reached them, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Harry sat at one end of the table, his brow furrowed, the open history of magic before him untouched. Ron, sitting opposite, sported flushed cheeks, glaring at the parchment as if it were an adversary. And Hermione. Hermione was seated beside Harry, her back rigid, her eyes slightly reddened, her lower lip bitten until it turned white. Her page-turning was heavier than usual, the quill scratching against the parchment with such force that it nearly pierced through. When Voldemort pulled out a chair and sat down, she did not look up to greet him as was customary, but remained engrossed in a pile of hefty reference books. Voldemort placed his books down and cast a questioning glance at Harry. Harry formed a silent "we'll talk later" gesture, his expression troubled. Ron suddenly flung his quill onto the table, the sound loud enough to draw the attention of several nearby students. "I just don't understand why we have to take this so seriously every single time." Sensing Ron's volume, Voldemort cast a silencing charm around himself to avoid drawing further attention. Hermione shot her head up, tears glistening in her eyes. But her voice remained calm and restrained. "Because the assignment requires precision, Weasley. Professor McGonagall expects exact transformations, not just approximations. But you've already completed yours." Ron's voice rose slightly. "Why do you still have to scrutinize mine? I have my own method. Your actions will surely earn you AT, unsatisfactory, in tomorrow's class, and will also cost Gryffindor points." Hermione snapped her book shut, her movements laced with palpable anger. "I merely wish to assist, but I do not require you to dictate my every action." Ron rose abruptly, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. "You always do this, Hermione. Always needing to appear more intelligent than the rest of us. Always answering questions in front of the professors. Always checking everyone's homework." "Ron," Harry whispered urgently, attempting to interject. But the words had already escaped. Hermione's face drained of color, only to be swiftly replaced by a flush of indignation. She hastily gathered her books, her movements so rapid it seemed she might tear them apart. "Fine," her voice trembled. "If my displays of knowledge are so intolerable, then you may handle your assignments on your own." She hoisted a stack of books that nearly towered over her head and strode out of the library, her robes billowing behind her. Madame Pants cast a warning glance from her perch, but Hermione had already vanished between the shelves. Silence enveloped the corner of the room. Ron stood frozen, his face alternating between shades of crimson and pale, as if he had just realized the weight of his words. Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead. Vittikel waited a few moments before softly asking, "What transpired?" Harry hesitated, glancing at Ron, before finally speaking. "In this morning's Transfiguration class, Hermione was the first to complete her transformation. Professor McGonagall awarded Gryffindor 5 points. After class, Ron mentioned that she always does this, always showing off in front of the professors, making everyone else seem foolish." Vittikel turned his gaze to Ron, not in reproach, but with a calm inquiry. Under his scrutiny, Ron awkwardly sank back into his chair, his fingers nervously twisting together. I did say that," Ron admitted, his voice considerably quieter. "But I didn't mean it entirely. She does always raise her hand first, always knows all the answers, and always checks our homework for mistakes." He raked a hand through his fiery red hair. "Sometimes it can be quite stressful." Vittikel remained silent. He understood Ron's feelings. He had witnessed similar dynamics in Slytherin. Some students from pureblood families would deliberately flaunt their superior knowledge to establish their status. Yet Hermione was different. He understood her. Hermione does not intend to show off. Vittikel carefully chose his words, selecting expressions that would not make Ron feel condemned. "I believe it is more likely that she desperately wishes for Gryffindor to win the House Cup." Ron looked up at him, perplexed. "Consider this," Vittikel continued, his tone steady. "Hermione comes from a Muggle background. Before arriving at Hogwarts, she was entirely unaware of the magical world. Now, she finds herself in this new realm with the opportunity to excel, not through bloodlines or family, but through her own diligence and study." He paused, allowing Ron to absorb his words. "Thus, she strives to learn, to answer every question, to assist her classmates with their assignments. Each point earned brings Gryffindor closer to victory in the House Cup. Each person she helps further solidifies her place here. Harry nodded, softly adding, "And Hermione has very few friends. Before she met us, she was often alone. She might feel that demonstrating her worth is the only way to be accepted." Ron's expression shifted. The anger dissipated, replaced by a gradually emerging sense of guilt. He stared at a small ink stain left on the table, a remnant of Hermione's earlier fervent writing. I never considered that," Ron murmured. Vittikel refrained from lecturing further. He simply sat quietly, granting Ron the space to reflect. He understood how to discern people's motivations. Often, beneath the surface behavior lay deeper desires. Hermione craved recognition, belonging, and validation. Meanwhile, Ron yearned for equality, to avoid comparison, and to have his own pace respected. "She was really upset," Harry said, his tone laden with concern. "I've never seen her like that." Her eyes were red. "She was biting her lip," Vittikel added, "a habit she exhibits when she is desperately trying to restrain her emotions." Ron inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. He gazed toward the direction Hermione had departed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. At that moment, Vittikel exchanged a glance with Harry. A subtle, yet unmistakable signal. Harry paused, then understood. He nodded in silent agreement and turned to Ron. "Actually, Hermione has helped me numerous times. Remember that flying lesson?" Neville almost fell. If Hermione hadn't used the levitation charm in time, things could have been far worse. And in potions, she always reminds me of the stirring direction and frequency. Otherwise, I might have blown up several cauldrons by now. Vittikel interjected at the opportune moment. Moreover, she is never hesitant to share her notes. Just last week, she organized a timeline for History of Magic, and my Slytherin roommate, Theodore, borrowed it to copy, claiming it was 10 times clearer than the textbook. She simply, Harry's search for the right words, expresses her care differently. Unlike your offering of sweets or my assistance in carrying things, she helps us learn, helps us avoid losing points, helps us, well, not embarrass ourselves in front of the professors. Ron listened, his head drooping lower. Vittikel could see the tips of his ears turning red, an unmistakable sign of the Weasley family's embarrassment or shame. "I know," Ron finally said, his voice barely audible. "She is a good girl, smart, truly intelligent, and she is our friend. I shouldn't have spoken about her that way." Vittikel and Harry exchanged a knowing glance. The breakthrough had occurred. So Harry tentatively asked. Ron lifted his head, his expression now resolute. "I must apologize to her." "Right now?" "She knows you might seek her out," Vittikel replied. "Given Hermione's nature, she is likely in a place that is not too conspicuous, yet accessible to us." The three shared a glance, almost in unison voicing a location. The study room next to the girls' lavatory on the second floor. It was a favored retreat for Hermione during stressful times, quiet, rarely disturbed, and in proximity to the library. Once, she had mentioned how the view from there brought her tranquility. They gathered their belongings and hurriedly exited the library, ascending the marble staircase to the second floor, passing through corridors adorned with animated portraits, until they reached the relatively secluded study room. The door was ajar. Through the crack, they caught sight of Hermione. She was indeed inside, seated by the window. However, she was not studying, at least, not genuinely so. A book on magical theory lay open before her, but her gaze was fixed outside, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Her hand clutched a handkerchief tightly, her shoulders trembling slightly. Ron halted outside the door, frozen in place. He clearly hadn't anticipated seeing Hermione cry. In his mind, Hermione Granger was the girl who always knew the answers, perpetually composed and rational, forever solving problems with knowledge and logic. Witnessing her in such a state, a wave of guilt washed over Ron's face. Harry gently nudged him. Vittikel silently mouthed, "Now?" Ron took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Hermione turned at the sound, quickly wiping her tears, straightening her back, feigning intense concentration on her book. Yet her swollen eyes and the redness of her nose betrayed her. "Hermione," Ron's voice was somewhat hoarse. Hermione did not look up. She simply turned a page of her book, albeit in the wrong direction. I came to apologize." Ron approached her table, feeling awkward. "What I said earlier was out of line. I should not have spoken of you that way." Hermione's fingers tightened on the pages, causing them to crinkle. "You are indeed correct," Ron continued, his voice growing increasingly earnest. "I need to focus on my homework. Otherwise, I might truly fail, and it would cost Gryffindor points. Moreover, you have assisted me on numerous occasions, in potions class, charms, and history of magic. Without you, I might have found myself in detention several times over." Hermione finally lifted her head. Her eyes were still red, yet her gaze had softened somewhat. "I just feel that sometimes your brilliance makes me feel rather foolish." Ron raked a hand through his hair, a familiar gesture that lightened the atmosphere. "But I was mistaken. This isn't your fault, it's mine." He paused before uttering the crucial words. "You are our friend, Hermione. Intelligence is part of who you are, but you are not showing off." You were sharing. I was just too foolish to realize it. Hermione's lips trembled slightly. She set down her book and looked earnestly at Ron. Do you truly think so? Absolutely, Ron nodded, I swear it. And I apologize for all the unkind things I've said. You are not a know-it-all. You are the most brilliant which we know. This statement finally coaxed a smile from Hermione, although a few more tears fell as she laughed. I am a magnanimous witch, she sniffed, striving to sound like her usual self, so I accept your apology, Weasley. But there is one condition. What condition? Ron asked nervously. You must allow me to help you check your transfiguration essay. Hermione pointed at the parchment he was clutching. I really don't want to see you reprimanded by Professor McGonagall tomorrow. Ron sighed with relief and smiled. Deal. At that moment, Harry and Vicky walked into the study room. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, while Vicky handed Hermione a clean handkerchief, a silk one from Dobby, with a small W embroidered in the corner. Thank you. Hermione accepted it, dabbing her face. Was I embarrassing just now? Not at all, Harry replied, and to be honest, seeing Ron apologize so sincerely is rarer than witnessing Peeves clean up after himself. Ron pretended to hit him, though a smile danced on his lips. The atmosphere returned to its usual lightheartedness. The four of them gathered once more, and Hermione began methodically pointing out the issues in Ron's essay. But this time her tone was purely suggestive rather than critical. Ron listened attentively, occasionally asking questions, no longer resistant as before. Vicky worked on his potions essay nearby, glancing over at them from time to time. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light on the table. He recalled something Dick had once said back in Gotham. Friends may have their frictions, just as gears need to mesh. But as long as the core is sincere, they will always find a way to fit together. Vicky, Hermione's voice interrupted his thoughts. Could you help me with this? It's regarding the effects of lunar phases on potion efficacy. Your notes seem to reference an ancient text I've not encountered. He leaned in, sharing the insights he had gathered from the fundamentals of alchemy Tim had sent him. The discussion transformed from individual assignments into collaborative learning, as knowledge flowed among the four like a stream converging into a river. When the library bell chimed, signaling the imminent dinner hour, they had completed all their assignments and even previewed the lessons for the following day. You know, Ron remarked while packing his bag, studying together like this isn't half bad. Hermione smiled. As long as you refrain from calling me a show-off. I shall never do so again, Ron promised. I swear. The four of them made their way to the Great Hall. The corridors were illuminated by pumpkin lanterns, their flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows upon the carved faces. The air was fragrant with the scent of roasted pumpkin pie and hot apple cider, indicating that the house elves were already preparing for the Halloween feast. At the entrance to the hall, they parted ways towards their respective house tables. Hermione turned to Vicky and said, Thank you. For what? Vicky inquired. For helping Ron see things clearly, Hermione replied softly, and thank you for understanding me. Vicky merely smiled and nodded before turning to walk towards the Slytherin table. He could sense Hermione's gaze lingering on him for a moment before she proceeded to the Gryffindor side. After dinner, Vicky returned to the Slytherin common room. It was livelier than usual, as a group of 7th years discussed the upcoming Quidditch season, while Pansy Parkinson and several girls in the corner tried on Halloween accessories. Draco Malfoy was regaling Crabbe and Goyle with news from his father's letter regarding a recent ministry proposal favoring pureblood families. Vicky found a relatively quiet seat by the window and opened a new book sent by Lin Wan, a comparative study of Eastern and Western magical arrays. However, after a few pages, he realized he could not concentrate. His mind kept circling back to the events of the day, Hermione's tears, Ron's remorse, Harry's mediation. The ordinary yet genuine troubles of friendship, with their conflicts and reconciliations, strangely provided him with a sense of comfort. In Gotham, the Wayne children often faced life-or-death crises, criminal conspiracies, and the survival of their city. Yet here, at Hogwarts, the greatest concerns of 11-year-olds revolved around homework, grades, and misunderstandings among friends. This was normal. So remarkably normal. Yet, he could not shake off the memories of Professor Quirrell's ominous turban and the pungent scent of garlic. The alarm that had once flashed with a high threat level, and the whispers he had heard that night about the Philosopher's Stone and restoring bodies. Normalcy and the extraordinary intertwined within this castle, like the mingling of moonlight and shadows on the surface of the Black Lake. He glanced at his watch, 9:30. There was half an hour until curfew. A thought quietly emerged, an evening stroll, not to investigate any secrets, but simply to walk. Allowing his thoughts to settle in the ancient corridors of the castle, Vicky closed his book, waved goodbye to Theodore. I'm going to the astronomy tower to look at the stars. I hear there's a meteor shower tonight, and then departed the common room. This was not a complete lie. Tim had indeed mentioned that there might be a minor meteor shower suitable for observation that evening. However, he had no intention of actually going to the astronomy tower. He chose a different route this time. opting not to take the main staircase, but instead ascending through a side passage from the Slytherin dungeons that connected to the storage area beneath the castle and near the kitchens. Along the way, he encountered several busy house elves, who bowed respectfully to him before continuing to transport pumpkins and streamers for Halloween decorations. Master Vicky, an older house elf, with a tea towel hanging from its ear, called out to him, "Would you like a late-night snack? The kitchens have just baked some gingerbread men." "No, thank you." Vicky smiled. "You all must be quite busy preparing for the Halloween feast." The house elf's large eyes sparkled with surprise. "Oh, not at all. It is our honor to serve Hogwarts. Moreover, this year's feast will be particularly grand. Professor Dumbledore said he wants to give the students an unforgettable Halloween." It chattered excitedly for a few moments before suddenly covering its mouth, as if remembering something. "Wixie has babbled too much. Wixie must return to work." Vicky watched as it vanished with a pop and continued on his way. The magic of house elves was remarkably unique, distinct from that of wizards, more elemental in nature. Jason had once mentioned during his studies with the Master of Tranquil Void that Eastern metaphysics posits that all things possess chi, and magic is merely a means of guiding and manipulating this force. Thus, could the magic of house elves perhaps be closer to this essence? Lost in such thoughts, he arrived on the 3rd floor of the castle. It was relatively quiet here, with most classrooms locked. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows of the corridor, casting a silvery beam upon the stone floor. He wandered aimlessly through a corridor adorned with portraits of former headmasters, all of whom appeared to be in slumber, and passed by the classroom for charms, where the faint glow of light seeping through the door crevice indicated that Professor Flitwick was still diligently grading assignments. Eventually, he arrived at a seldom-used area on the eastern wing of the 4th floor, which typically lay in disuse, containing only a few rooms filled with antiquated teaching tools and damaged furniture. Just as he was about to turn back, his peripheral vision caught sight of a slightly ajar door. Unlike the other heavy oak doors, this one was crafted from a dark wood, intricately carved, though the patterns had faded with age. A dim light, not quite resembling candlelight or magical illumination, emanated from the gap. It was more akin to moonlight, yet colder and purer. Vittikel halted, curiosity and caution waging a silent battle within him. Bruce's directive echoed in his mind, "Safety first. Halt all active night explorations." Yet, he reassured himself that this was not an exploration, merely an unintentional glimpse. Moreover, the light seemed particularly inviting, devoid of any ominous aura. Ultimately, he approached the door and gently pushed it open. The room was vast and empty. Dust particles floated languidly in the air, forming silver whirlpools in the moonlight streaming through the high windows. There was no furniture within, save for a monumental mirror standing against the far wall. This mirror was extraordinarily grand, reaching up to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported by 2 claw-like feet. An inscription was etched at the top, though obscured by the angle and dust, rendering it difficult to read. Vittikel drew closer. The reflection revealed him clad in his Slytherin robes, his black hair slightly tousled, and his blue eyes appearing profound in the dim light. However, there was more than just his image. He blinked, thinking he was imagining things. The scene in the mirror shifted. His reflection remained still, yet behind it, numerous figures began to materialize. He saw Bruce Wayne, not as Batman, but in casual attire, seated in the study of Wayne Manor, a book in hand, his lips curving into a rare gentle smile. Lin Wan also appeared in the mirror, standing beside Bruce with a hand lightly resting on his shoulder, both gazing at him from beyond the mirror. His mother wore her favorite blue and white porcelain patterned cheapao, her smile warm as the sun in spring. Beside her stood Alfred, carrying a tea tray and pouring tea into a cup. Dick leaned against the window, donned in the Bloodhaven Police Department uniform, animatedly sharing an amusing story, laughter brightening his face. Jason sat in an armchair by the fireplace. An ancient bound book sprawled across his lap, though he wasn't reading. Instead, he was looking at Vittikel, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "Come on, kid. Isn't it time to head home?" Tim was at a console in the corner, facing away from them, yet his shoulders were relaxed, unlike his usual tense demeanor. Damien was surprisingly smiling, albeit just a slight upturn of his lips, as he gently stroked the head of Alfred's cat. But that was not the entirety of it. On the other side of the study in the mirror, a scene from Hogwarts emerged. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat before the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione explaining something, Harry listening intently, while Ron bore a pained expression yet remained engaged. Nearby, Cedric Diggory waved and smiled at Vittikel from the Hufflepuff table. Even Theodore Nott appeared, reading by the window in the Slytherin common room, nodding toward the mirror as he looked up. It was an improbable sight, Gotham and Hogwarts. The Bat family and Hogwarts friends all gathered in one space, harmonious, warm, and complete. Vittikel felt an overwhelming longing surge within him like a tidal wave. He yearned to step into the mirror, to sit by that fireplace, to sip the tea brewed by Alfred, to listen to Dick's tales, to share his recent magical studies with Jason, to discuss the new features of his watch with Tim, to tell Damien, look, I've mastered the guardian charm, to embrace his mother, and to say to Bruce, I'm doing quite well, wouldn't you agree? His foot unconsciously took a step forward. Then he halted. The training instilled by Batman jolted him at that critical moment. A scene that appeared too perfect often concealed a trap. The Joker had lured people with illusions. Poison Ivy had ensnared victims with her beautiful plants, and Scarecrow's fear toxin could reveal one's deepest desires only to obliterate them. Vittikel inhaled deeply, forcing himself to take a step back, scrutinizing the mirror carefully. He gazed at the inscription at the top, written backward but appearing correctly in the mirror. He softly recited, Erised eru oit ube kafru oidon wosi. No, that was incorrect. He frowned, rearranging the letters in his mind. Reading it backward, I show not your face, but your heart's desire. The mirror of Erised. He had heard that name. Perhaps in some myth or legend, a mirror that reflected one's innermost desires. Thus, everything within the mirror was not real. It was an illusion. A representation of what he longed for most deeply, yet could not possess. All those he loved and cared for, gathered together in peace, warmth, without barriers or danger. A sharp pang of sorrow struck Vittikel, not of the body, but of the spirit. The scene was so beautiful, so overwhelmingly splendid that it nearly compelled him to forsake reality, to remain forever immersed in that illusion. But he could not. He looked once more into the mirror. Bruce seemed to sense his gaze, lifting his head to nod at him, his eyes filled with trust and pride. Alfred smiled, as if to say, you are always welcome home. Lin Wan's eyes radiated gentle affection. His siblings were engrossed in their own activities, yet the entire tableau exuded the essence of home. Vittikel closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression had transformed, clarity and determination replacing the previous longing. He took one last deep look at the mirror, etching that vision into his heart, not as a target for obsession but as a motivation to forge ahead. He would bring that scene into reality, not through the illusion of a magical mirror, but through his own efforts and guardianship, protecting the friends of Hogwarts, safeguarding his family in Gotham, and building a bridge between the two worlds. Thus, perhaps one day, the warmth from the mirror might truly manifest in reality, even if only for a fleeting moment. Thank you, he murmured to the mirror, for allowing me to see what I truly desire. Then he turned and left the room without hesitation, gently closing the door behind him. He did not look back. In the corridor, the moonlight remained cold and clear. Vittikel leaned against the wall for a moment, allowing his heartbeat to steady. The impact of the earlier scene exceeded his expectations. Deep within, he had yearned for the wholeness of family and the reunion with friends, longing for all fragmented worlds to unite. Yet desire was perilous. It could lead one to make irrational decisions, to overlook the dangers of reality, and to become ensnared in the solace of illusions. Bruce had once said, desire is the driving force that propels one forward. Yet it is also the chain that drags one into the abyss. The crux lies in whether you control desire or allow desire to control you. Vittikel took a deep breath and retraced his steps. His stride was more resolute than before. By the time he returned to the Slytherin common room, it was nearly curfew. The room was considerably quieter, the fire crackling in the hearth. Theodore was still by the window, reading, and looked up as he entered. How was the meteor shower? I didn't see it, Vittikel replied honestly. The clouds were too thick. But I discovered something far more intriguing. Theodore raised an eyebrow, awaiting further elaboration. A mirror. Vittikel remarked that the armchair beside him served as a mirror reflecting the innermost yearnings of one's heart. Theodore closed his book, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his slate-blue eyes. The Mirror of Eris. I had thought it merely a myth. Have you heard of it? The Nate family's collection contains a tome titled Legendary Magical Artifacts, which makes mention of it, Theodore replied. It is said that the mirror reveals the viewer's most fervent desires. Many have succumbed to its allure, ultimately withering away, unable to reconcile the chasm between reality and illusion. Vittikel nodded. I nearly fell into that trap myself. The visions it presented were too exquisite. But you withdrew. Theodore studied him. Why? Because it was a fabrication. Vittikel stated calmly, true desire should not be fulfilled through illusions, but pursued through action. Becoming entranced by the reflections is akin to using painkillers to momentarily ease an injury, yet failing to allow it to heal properly. Theodore fell silent for a moment before saying, you are quite rational. More so than my father. Vittikel turned his gaze toward him. Theodore seldom spoke of his family. After my mother passed away, my father became obsessed with various magical artifacts that could conjure her specter. His tone was flat, as if recounting another's tale. He expended considerable wealth and energy amassing mirrors, crystal balls, and even implements of dark magic purported to summon the deceased. Yet, what he beheld was forever mere illusion. Never the true her. The deeper his obsession, the further he strayed from reality, unable to escape the clutches of sorrow. And you? Vittikel inquired cautiously. I choose to remember the authentic her, Theodore replied, recalling the sound of her voice when she taught me the star charts, the aroma of cookies baking in the kitchen, the way she furrowed her brow when she was angry. The illusions are too perfect, so perfect that they become distorted. Real memories bear imperfections. And it is precisely this that renders them genuine. The two sat quietly by the hearth for a while. The common room was now occupied only by themselves and a handful of upperclassmen still laboring over assignments. Thank you for sharing this with me, Vittikel finally said. Theodore shook his head. No need for thanks. Just remember your choice should you encounter that mirror again. Many lack your level of rationality. When Vittikel returned to his dormitory, it was already quite late. He changed into his sleepwear, yet did not immediately retire to bed. Sitting at his desk, he retrieved a quill and parchment, intending to write home and recount the evening's experiences. However, the quill hovered over the paper for an extended moment, ultimately remaining unwritten. Some experiences are too personal, too profound to be encapsulated in words. Moreover, he did not wish for his family to worry. Should they learn of the illusions he beheld, or of his intense longing for familial reunion, they might feel guilt or concern. He set down the quill and gazed out the window. Creatures in the depths of the Black Lake emitted a luminous glow, ethereal blue points sinking like stars beneath the surface. Suddenly, his wristwatch vibrated slightly. Vittikel looked down to see a line of text displayed on the screen. Environmental scan. No anomalous threats detected. Mental fluctuation detection. Fluctuation peaks have returned to normal range. Recommendation. Ensure adequate rest. The watch had registered his mental fluctuations when he faced the mirror. Tim's design was truly thorough. Vittikel reclined onto his bed, closing his eyes. The visions within the mirror remained vivid. He carefully tucked these images away in the depths of his heart, not as an escape from reality, but as guiding stars illuminating the path ahead. Desire is not a weakness, he realized. Desire is a direction. The crux lies not in whether one possesses desire, but in how one addresses it, whether to indulge in ephemeral satisfaction or to transform it into actionable force in the realm of reality. He chose the latter. Outside, the winds of October swept across the Scottish Highlands, caressing the castle towers with the last gentle breath before winter. Halloween was approaching, and the castle's decorations were already in place, jack-o'-lanterns silently flickering in the corridors. Meanwhile, in an unused room on the 4th floor of the castle, the mirror of Erised stood quietly, its surface shimmering with a chilling light beneath the moon. The visions within had vanished, leaving behind only the reflection of the empty room. However, had there been a second observer, they might have noticed that for a considerable time after Vittikel's departure, the inscription at the top of the frame emitted an exceedingly faint golden glow, as if acknowledging something, or perhaps recording something. A desire to be seen, to be understood, and then to be transcended. This was a rare conclusion witnessed by the mirror of Erised. Yet tonight, it bore witness to one. Vittikel Wayne turned in his sleep, a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. In his dreams, he beheld not the illusions of the mirror, but rather shards of authentic memories. Lynn guiding him as he learned to wield a brush, Alfred keeping vigil by his bedside during his illness, Dick introducing him to the nightscape of Gotham, and Jason fastening a jade pendant around his neck with a warning to cease his reckless ways. Real memories, genuine warmth, authentic love. These were far more potent than any mirage conjured by the mirror. Outside, the first snowflake silently descended, melting without a sound upon the surface of the Black Lake. Winter at Hogwarts was fast approaching. Chapter 12, Halloween. On the morning of October 31st, Vittikel was awakened not by the usual flapping of owls or the gentle lapping of the Black Lake, but by the excited chatter of students and the sound of footsteps racing down the corridors. He sat up, peering through the gaps in the drapes of his four-poster bed. Noticing that the dormitory was already half empty, Theodore's bed meticulously made. Ah yes, today is Halloween, one of Hogwarts' major festivities. Vittikel descended from his bed and ambled to the window. The waters of the Black Lake shimmered in the morning light. But what caught his attention even more was the spectacle within the castle. Singing jack-o'-lanterns floated in the corridors, orange ribbons glowing softly entwined around the banisters. And even the suits of armor donned whimsical wizard hats. An odd sense of estrangement washed over him. This was his first Halloween at Hogwarts, and the first holiday of his life spent without family by his side. In Gotham, Halloween was always chaotic. The Joker would scatter clown bombs. The Penguin would seize the opportunity for illicit holiday trades, and the Scarecrow would concoct new fear-inducing gases. Batman and the Robins would typically deploy surveillance weeks in advance, with the entire team on standby come the holiday. In Vittikel's memories, no Halloween had ever been completed in its entirety, nearly always. Just as he took his third bite of Alfred's special pumpkin pie, the alarms in the Batcave would blare. One particular Halloween stood out vividly in his mind. He was 6 years old, and Damien had rarely agreed to accompany him for trick-or-treating, though Robin's costume Damien had frightened several children into tears. As they reached the gates of Wayne Manor, Jason roared into the courtyard on his motorcycle, shouting, "The Joker has taken over Gotham's television station," intending to air a Halloween special during primetime. That evening, Vittikel and Damien's candy bags were only half filled. The remainder of the time was spent in front of the Batcave surveillance screens. Reflecting on this, Vittikel couldn't help but chuckle. Gotham's villains indeed possessed a certain ritualistic flair, their obsession with significant holidays bordering on the reverent, though they were invariably thwarted by the ever-prepared Bat family. That chaos and tension had become an unconventional tradition of Wayne family Halloweens. He suddenly realized he somewhat missed that tumult, not the danger itself, but the sensation of fighting alongside his family. He longed for Bruce's calm strategizing during battle briefings, Dick's hellish jokes that lightened the mood between operations, Jason's grumbling as he checked equipment, Tim's rapid keystrokes tracking signals, Damien's reluctant yet first-to-charge demeanor, Barbara's clear voice providing intel through the Oracle system, and Stephanie and Cassandra's seamless collaboration. Certainly, what I miss the most is the Halloween feast prepared by Alfred, along with the peace talisman specially crafted by Lin Wan. Although my mother always insists that it is a matter of traditional culture, Vittikel understands that it is her way of expressing care. He decided to write a letter to his family today. Sitting at his writing desk, Vittikel unfurled a sheet of parchment, dipped a quill into the ink sent by his mother, and began to compose. "Dear Father, Mother, Alfred, and all my beloved siblings, Happy Halloween. Although by the time this letter reaches you the festivities may have passed, wishes are never tardy. The Halloween decorations at Hogwarts are even more extravagant than I had imagined. Floating jack-o'-lanterns sing peculiar songs, the suits of armor don wizard hats and appear quite inebriated, and even the portraits in the corridors have donned festive attire. I miss Halloween in Gotham. Despite the myriad of unexpected surprises, Mr. J's orange bombs, the Penguin's seasonal specialties, Scarecrow's new concoctions, and so forth. At least we faced them together. At this point, I suddenly realized that this might be my first truly complete Halloween. In Gotham, we would invariably be called away by an alarm just as we took our third bite of Alfred's pumpkin pie. This year, I can partake in the festivities from start to finish without having to leave mid-celebration to pursue criminals. It feels somewhat strange, both relaxing and tinged with nostalgia for the bustling camaraderie of our shared battles. Life at school continues as usual. In potions class, we have recently been learning to brew invigorating potions, and Professor Snape has given me a commendable evaluation of my precision, which in his lexicon likely equates to outstanding. In charms class, I have been able to stabilize the brightness of the Lumos spell. Professor Flitwick has indicated that I may begin experimenting with color-changing functionality. Transfiguration remains a bit challenging. While transforming a matchstick into a needle is no issue, reverting it back to a matchstick is consistently imperfect. My roommate, Theodore Knott, is quite an intriguing individual. He is not very talkative, but possesses keen observational skills and a wealth of knowledge. The Knott family's collection of books is reputed to be quite extensive. We get along well, although the pure-blood ideology that sometimes pervades Slytherin can create barriers. He seems to value practical abilities over lineage. I also have friends from another house, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, all of whom are Gryffindors. I find them to be fascinating individuals. Hermione is exceptionally intelligent, capable of memorizing texts before class. Harry excels in Quidditch, having made the house team in his first year, and Ron possesses a plethora of bold ideas. I suspect my older brother might unexpectedly bond well with him. I have also met Cedric Diggory, the head boy of Hufflepuff, who is remarkably principled and kind-hearted. Sometimes I wonder, if Batman needed a liaison in the magical world, Cedric would be an excellent choice. He is both principled and adaptable. Enclosed with this letter are a few small gifts, all ordered from advertisements I saw in the Hogwarts newspaper. For Father, a packet of special tea from the Scottish Highlands, said to have calming properties, though I believe what you truly need is ample sleep. For Mother, a silk scarf embroidered with Hogwarts Castle, which I spotted in an advertisement for a handcraft shop in Hogsmeade, thinking you would appreciate it. For Alfred, a bottle of pumpkin spice specially crafted by house elves, reputed to be the secret ingredient for Halloween treats. For Dick, a color-changing quill, which alters its ink based on temperature. For Jason, a second-hand book on ancient defensive magic, its cover worn but its contents intact, rumored to have come from a long-lost family collection. For Tim, a miniature magical chess set, where the pieces move on their own. I think you would be intrigued by its mechanics. For Damien, a finely crafted dagger, not sharpened, which I believe would be a splendid addition to his collection. For Barbara, Stephanie, and Cassandra, Hogwarts specially crafted handmade candies along with some jewelry and cosmetics that are reportedly quite popular in the magical community. Forgive me for not distinguishing the uses of peach and rose pink for different areas of the face. so you sisters may choose for yourselves. I hope you all enjoy these tokens. I shall spend a tranquil, hopefully, Halloween at Hogwarts. Please do take care in Gotham, although I know you are undoubtedly well prepared. Lastly, today I shall don the Halloween costume sent by Alfred. Yes, I brought it with me, of course I did. Yours lovingly, Vittikel at Hogwarts, Slytherin. P.S. If you reply, please ensure Athena brings extra owl treats. She has become the star of the Ollery, and the other owls envy her special snacks. Upon finishing the letter, Vittikel carefully sealed it and packed the prepared gifts. Just as he stood up, he heard Theodore's voice at the door. Aren't you dressed yet? Vittikel turned to find Theodore standing at the entrance of their dormitory. His roommate was clad in a deep green robe, adorned with a silver brooch that seemed to be the Knott family crest, discreet yet exquisite. I forgot. Vittikel suddenly recalled that the Halloween costume from Alfred lay at the very bottom of his suitcase. He rushed to the wardrobe, retrieving a deep green package tied with a silver ribbon, the label inscribed in Alfred's elegant handwriting. To Master Vittikel, a special Halloween ensemble. I'm coming right away. Please wait a moment. Vittikel exclaimed, clutching the package as he dashed into the dormitory's adjoining washroom. Speaking as he ran, Alfred prepares it every year. Even though I am not at home this time, he still sent it. Theodore said nothing, merely moved to a chair by the window. Picking up the book Vittikel had left on the table, a comparative study of Eastern and Western magical patterns, and casually flipping through its pages. Within the washroom, the sounds of rustling clothing could be heard, along with Vittikel's occasional mumbling. This button. Ah, I found it. The cloak straps are tied like this. 10 minutes later, the washroom door swung open. Theodore looked up, and for once, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Standing at the threshold, Vittikel was clad in an exceedingly adorable bat costume. Not the terrifying style of a vampire cloak, but a genuine, fluffy bat design. A half-body deep gray velveteen suit with a pair of delicate bat wings on the back. Enhanced with technology, they fluttered slightly, topped with 2 round bat ears, and the eye holes revealing Vittikel's bright blue eyes. Most strikingly, the back of the outfit featured a short, furry bat tail that swayed gently with Vittikel's movements. This costume was evidently a masterpiece from Alfred, crafted with meticulous attention to detail. The fabric was soft as if it were genuine bat fur, yet the design wholly embraced a cute aesthetic. Vittikel, wearing it, appeared less like a creature of the night and more like a little batling that had inadvertently wandered into the human realm. What do you think? Vittikel twirled around, the bat wings fluttering gently. Alfred designs a different theme each year. Last year, it was a miniature knight's uniform. The year before that, a mini dragon ensemble. This year, he said, since you are in the magical world, choose something with a magical aura. Theodore set down the book, his expression shifting noticeably. The corners of his mouth curled up ever so slightly, a genuine smile gracing his lips. The girls in our house, he said slowly, will undoubtedly adore you in this. Vittikel's eyes instantly sparkled. Really? Do you think it looks good? Isn't it handsome? He evidently interpreted this remark as a compliment. Theodore gazed at his bright, expectant eyes and added the latter part of his sentence, particularly adorable. Vittikel's expression fell in an instant, akin to a deflated balloon. Adorable, yet again. Ever since I was little, every Halloween costume has been described as cute. He despondently tugged at the bat ears atop his head, lamenting his desire to appear more stylish. Whether he succeeded in that regard was uncertain, yet Theodore rose and approached him, adjusting the misaligned bat wings with a gentle touch, acknowledging their distinctiveness. Such an ensemble was undoubtedly unparalleled within the entirety of Hogwarts. Vittikel sighed, yet soon rallied his spirits. Never mind, if Alfo crafted it, I shall wear it. A sudden thought struck him. He retrieved a miniature camera, modified by Tim, a harmonious blend of Muggle technology and magic, allowing it to function seamlessly in a magical environment. Theodore, could you take a photograph for me? I wish to send it to my family. Vittikel posed, arms outstretched, bat wings fully unfurled, conveying to them that he was well and, indeed, quite handsome. The final 3 words were somewhat gritted. Theodore accepted the camera, familiarizing himself with its operation, then pressed the shutter button aimed at Vittikel. A flash illuminated the scene, and Vittikel beamed a radiant smile, one that belonged to an untroubled 11-year-old child. All set. Theodore returned the camera. Thank you. Vittikel examined the photo, nodding in satisfaction. Shall we make our way to the Great Hall? The Halloween feast is about to commence. Indeed. Theodore replied, but given your current appearance, I suggest we take a less crowded route. Theodore's prediction materialized within 5 minutes. As they exited the Slytherin common room and entered the main corridor leading to the Great Hall, Vittikel instantly became the center of attention. Merlin, look at that adorable little one. Is that a bat? How charming. It's Vittikel Wayne. Several passing Slytherin girls halted, their eyes sparkling as they gathered around. Pansy Parkinson squeezed through the throng, unabashedly reaching out to touch the bat wings behind Vittikel. Is this texture genuine? Has it been technologically enhanced? It moves. Well, Alpha mentioned he utilized some bionic technology. Apparently, it can move on its own without needing to be charged. Vittikel's explanation was abruptly interrupted by another girl. The ears. They're fluffy too. A second-year girl exclaimed, "May I touch them?" "Wait, I've touched them." Fluffiness triumphs. More girls converged around them. Vittikel found himself ensnared in the crowd, surrounded by eager hands seeking to caress his bat ears, wings, and even tail. He glanced pleadingly at Theodore, who merely stood at a distance, arms crossed, wearing an expression that conveyed, "I told you so." Ladies. Vittikel attempted to extricate himself. The feast is about to start. We must head to the Great Hall. Just let us admire it for a bit longer. Where did you purchase this outfit? No, it must be custom-made. Do a spin. Let your tail move. Just as despair began to creep in, a hand emerged from the throng, seizing his wrist. Theodore's voice rang out calmly, "Apologies, ladies. We have urgent matters to attend to." He pulled Vittikel through the crowd with an air of undeniable authority, albeit one that remained courteous. The girls sighed in disappointment, but did not impede Theodore. He possessed a peculiar gravitas within Slytherin, despite being merely of first year. Turning a corner and confirming they had evaded danger, Vittikel exhaled in relief. "Thank you. I thought I might be touched bald." Theodore released his grip. "I had forewarned you." "I know you did." Vittikel adjusted his disheveled bat wings, "but I didn't anticipate it would be this overwhelming." A sudden thought struck him. "You can't keep holding on to me. We need to devise a way to circumvent the crowd." Theodore raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a plan?" "I know a shortcut." Vittikel replied, his eyes brightening. "I discovered it during our last nighttime excursion. If we navigate past the armory corridor, there's a maintenance passage that leads directly to the second floor of the Great Hall, and then we can descend via the side staircase. That route is usually deserted. Lead the way." Vittikel guided Theodore, veering away from the main staircase into a corridor adorned with ancient tapestries. He paused before one tapestry depicting the Troll Wars, reaching out to feel along its edge before pressing a concealed mechanism. The wall silently slid open, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for a single person to traverse. Inside lay a dimly lit corridor, with rough walls and only a few magical lamps casting faint illumination. This was originally a maintenance passage constructed during the castle's building, but it was later abandoned, Vittikel explained as he stepped inside, yet it remains structurally sound and leads directly to the vicinity of the Great Hall. Tim marked it on the map he provided me. Theodore followed closely behind, and as they entered, the passage sealed itself behind them. Within the enclosed space, only the sound of their footsteps and the occasional crackle from the magical lamps could be heard. "You seem quite familiar with the castle," Theodore remarked, his voice echoing slightly in the corridor. "I relish exploration," Vittikel confessed candidly, "and after all, in Gotham, being acquainted with one's surroundings is a fundamental survival skill." The passage wound upwards at a gentle incline. After approximately 3 minutes, Vittikel halted abruptly, crinkling his nose. "Do you smell that?" Theodore too detected a pungent, putrid stench, reminiscent of a concoction of refuse and sewage, growing ever stronger. This odor, Vittikel's expression shifted, is no ordinary foul smell. He had encountered a similar scent in Gotham, in areas frequented by villains with peculiar biochemical interests, such as the sewers favored by Killer Croc. Instantly on high alert, he gestured for Theodore to tread lightly. The two crept along the wall, moving cautiously forward. The passage ahead turned sharply, and the noxious odor emanated from around the corner. Vittikel motioned for Theodore to remain in place while he stealthily peeked around the bend, observing the scene beyond. The passage opened into a larger space that appeared to be an abandoned storage room, and in the center stood a giant. No, not a true giant, but rather a humanoid creature towering over 3 meters, with grayish-green skin and a corpulent physique. Clad in tattered animal hides, it wielded a hefty wooden club. Its back turned to them as it rummaged through a heap of dilapidated furniture. The foul stench emanated from it. A troll. Vittikel instantly recognized the creature he had seen in the Dark Creatures Compendium. Trolls, with their low intelligence yet incredible strength, are notoriously aggressive, and most importantly, they should not be present within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. He quickly withdrew his head and silently mouthed to Theodore, "Troll 1. Theodore's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, responding in kind. "What do we do?" Vittikel's mind raced. The troll was perilous, yet not insurmountable. The dilemma was that they were currently confined within a narrow passage. Should the troll detect them, there would be no room for escape. Moreover, the troll was alarmingly close, making a silent retreat impossible. He made a decision. Vittikel crouched down, swiftly rolling up the pant leg of his left leg. The bat costume was a half-body suit, but to facilitate movement, Alpha had designed discreet openings. A leather holster was strapped to his calf, housing a silver-gray item resembling a pen. It was the Nightwing's breath, an ultrasonic weapon disguised as stationary. Theodore observed his movements, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, yet he remained silent. Vittikel gestured for him to cover him, then cautiously poked his head out again, raising the pin and aiming for the troll's nape, an area rich in nerves, where the ultrasonic blast should temporarily incapacitate it. He took a deep breath and pressed the trigger. A profound silence enveloped the air, pierced only by a barely audible high-frequency hum. The towering behemoth abruptly froze, its massive form rigid, as a wooden staff slipped from its grasp, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Then, like a marionette severed from its strings, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Vittikel waited 5 seconds, ensuring the creature lay motionless, before cautiously approaching. He nudged the giant's leg with his foot, receiving no response. The ultrasonic shockwave had proven effective. Is it dead? Theodore's voice inquired from behind him. Merely unconscious. Vittikel replied, examining the giant's breathing. The ultrasonic impact would temporarily disrupt the nervous system, but was not fatal. It would likely remain in a stupor for half an hour to an hour. He turned to see Theodore fixated on the pen in his hand, his expression a mixture of intrigue and complexity. Where did you acquire that? Theodore asked. A wave of unease washed over Vittikel. Disaster. In the heat of the moment, he had hastily employed equipment from the Bat family's arsenal, failing to consider Theodore's presence. How could he explain how a mere pen could subdue a giant? He quickly racked his brain and resorted to his most instinctive tactic, charm. Theodore, Vittikel said, concealing the pen behind his back, batting his innocent blue eyes that appeared particularly vulnerable within the confines of the bat mask. Could you keep this a secret? Theodore remained silent, merely observing him. If the professors were to find out, they would undoubtedly confiscate it. Vittikel continued, employing the tone that had made both Jason and Dick capitulate. This is a self-defense tool from my family, a simple contraption of Muggle technology infused with a touch of magic. You know, I'm not of pure blood. My family is just a tad overprotective. He clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication, his bat wings fluttering slightly behind him, rendering him akin to a pitiable batling. Theodore scrutinized him for several seconds before sighing and turning towards the fallen giant. Vittikel's heart raced. Was he going to report to the professors? However, Theodore did not depart. Instead, he raised his wand and intoned, Wingardium Leviosa. The hefty staff that had dropped from the giant began to levitate slowly. Theodore manipulated it, spinning it gracefully in midair before allowing it to crash heavily onto the ground beside the giant, producing a loud clang. Subsequently, he cast a simple transfiguration spell on the giant's head, rendering it as if struck by a heavy object, although in reality, there was only a nearly imperceptible red mark on the nape of its neck, an indication of the ultrasonic impact. Having completed these actions, Theodore tucked away his wand and turned to Vittikel. Now, if anyone discovers this, it will appear as though it was knocked out by its own staff, an unfortunate accident in a cramped space. Given the giant's low intelligence, this explanation is plausible. Vittikel was taken aback. Aren't you going to ask what it is? Or inform the professors? Everyone has their secrets, Theodore replied calmly. As long as that secret does not endanger others, I see no necessity to pry. He paused. Furthermore, in that moment, you saved us. If the giant had detected us, given our size and position, a safe escape would have been exceedingly difficult. He approached Vittikel and extended his hand. Let me see that. Vittikel hesitated but eventually handed over the breath of Nightwing. Theodore examined the pen meticulously, his fingers gliding over its intricate surface. An impressive craftsmanship, he remarked. This is not entirely ordinary Muggle technology. It bears traces of magic, and the enchantment is quite sophisticated. He returned the pen to Vittikel. Store it away. Don't let anyone else see it. Thank you. Vittikel replied earnestly as he slipped the pen back into his thigh holster. I truly appreciate it, Theodore. Theodore slightly tilted his head, seemingly unaccustomed to such straightforward gratitude. He turned and walked towards the other end of the passage. We must be on our way. The giant will not remain unconscious for long, and its foul odor may attract attention. Vittikel hurried to keep pace, but a few steps later, he could not help but exclaim, Theodore, you are truly a good person. I knew I could trust you. The way you cast that spell was so impressive. Your control over that levitation charm. Vittikel, Theodore interjected, his voice laced with a barely perceptible hint of exasperation. He regarded his roommate, clad in a fuzzy bat costume, with sparkling eyes, attempting various endearing tactics to ensure his secret remained safe. A thought flitted through his mind. Sometimes, this fellow truly resembled a cunning little fox. Vittikel blinked, puzzled by Theodore's sudden pause, but his blue eyes remained filled with sincerity, perhaps with a hint of lingering charm. What is it, Theodore? Theodore did not voice the metaphor that danced in his mind. He merely shook his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Vittikel's bad ears, which quivered slightly from earlier assurances. Before returning to his face, the bat facade was an evident exterior, soft, harmless, even endearing. Yet Theodore had witnessed the other side beneath that soft exterior, the momentary calmness, decisiveness, and unexpectedly resourceful measures in the face of the giant in the dim corridor. Such qualities were not typical of a mere batling, employing a seemingly adorable and innocent exterior to lower the vigilance of those around, yet harboring shrewdness, adaptability, and even a formidable edge. Was a nature akin to that of a clever little fox? Nothing, Theodore ultimately replied, his tone flat. Just remember not to take it out again. I promise to fulfill my duties. Vittikel immediately straightened, performing an awkward yet earnest gesture of commitment, his bat tail instinctively flicking behind him. Theodore observed this spectacle, the corners of his mouth twitching imperceptibly, a fleeting hint of a smile vanishing almost instantly. He refrained from further commentary, turning instead to continue toward the great hall. In his mind, he checked off his observation. Bat skin, fox heart. This roommate was indeed quite intriguing. The two continued their journey down the passage. 5 minutes later, they reached the end, revealing a concealed door that led to the platform of the second floor of the great hall. From this vantage point, they could gaze down upon the entire scene of the Halloween feast, for long house tables laden with sumptuous food, floating candles casting a warm glow, and the ceiling enchanted to display a starry night sky with the occasional silhouette of a mermaid gliding by. We're here, Vittikel announced, inhaling deeply as the aroma of pumpkin pie, roasted sausages, and hot apple cider wafted up, completely overshadowing the foul stench from the corridor. They descended the side staircase, blending into the increasingly crowded throng. No one noticed their emergence from a secret passage, nor did anyone suspect that mere moments prior, they had incapacitated a creature that ought not to roam the castle grounds. As Vittikel settled at the Slytherin table, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Had Theodore chosen to report to the professors? What if the ultrasonic weapon had malfunctioned? What if the giant had discovered them sooner? Yet none of that had transpired. They were safe, and Theodore had kept his secret. He glanced across the table at Theodore, whose expression had reverted to his usual aloof demeanor as he quietly ladled pumpkin soup into his bowl. But Vittikel knew that beneath that inscrutable facade lay a person he could trust. Hey, Theodore, Vittikel whispered. Theodore lifted his gaze. Happy Halloween. Theodore paused momentarily before nodding gently. Happy Halloween, Vittikel. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the staff table. Professor McGonagall hurried to Dumbledore's side, whispering something urgently. Dumbledore's expression turned serious, but soon his calm demeanor returned. He stood, gently tapping a spoon against his goblet. Esteemed guests, the headmaster's voice resonated warmly yet clearly throughout the hall. I apologize for interrupting your festivities. A minor incident occurred within the castle earlier. A giant creature somehow found its way inside. However, there is no cause for alarm, as it has been subdued and no students were harmed. A chorus of gasps and murmurs filled the hall. Vittikel exchanged a knowing glance with Theodore, and indeed, their discovery was inevitable. The faculty would handle the ensuing matters. Dumbledore continued, Now, please resume your Halloween feast. To make amends for this small interruption, I declare that tonight's dessert supply will be doubled. The students erupted in cheers, the earlier tension dissipating entirely. Only Vittikel noticed that Professor Quirrell appeared pale at the staff table, beads of sweat beading on his forehead, while Professor Snape surveyed the hall with a stern demeanor and piercing gaze. The Halloween banquet reached its zenith following Dumbledore's announcement of the doubled desserts. Just as Vittikel was engrossed in a slice of caramel-drizzled pumpkin pie, a floating jack-o'-lantern glided over the Slytherin table, commencing a tuneless yet cheerful rendition of the ghostly waltz. It spiraled around the long table before finally hovering in front of Vittikel, its hollow eyes flickering with magical flames, fixating intently on him. Suddenly, the jack-o'-lantern altered its lyrics, singing in a comical aria. Oh, look at this little bat, with fluffy ears so soft. Where did you come from? Where's your cloak, little squeaker? Laughter erupted around the table, and Vittikel's face flushed crimson, right to the tips of his fuzzy bat ears, which even quivered in a most fitting manner. He attempted to maintain his composure and replied sternly to the jack-o'-lantern, I do possess a cloak, but it is currently wings, and I do not squeak. The jack-o'-lantern flickered momentarily before continuing its song. He claims he does not squeak, yet his tail sways back and forth. Instinctively, Vittikel glanced behind him at his short, furry tail, which was swaying gently in time with the music. He quickly reached back to still it, but the tail wriggled in his grasp like a mischievous little creature. This action elicited another round of light laughter, even drawing a smirk from the usually reserved Draco Malfoy. Taking advantage of the moment, Pansy Parkinson leaned in, adopting a cooing tone. Oh, don't be shy, little bat. Your tail has a mind of its own. How adorable. She even attempted to reach out and pinch his trembling ears, but Vittikel deftly turned his head away to escape her grasp. Pansy. Vittikel endeavored to infuse his protest with authority, but given his current appearance, it came across more like a blustering cub. Theodore quietly continued to slice his sausage. Yet Vittikel caught a glimpse of his hand trembling slightly with suppressed laughter. He shot Theodore a glare, silently mouthing, "No? Laugh." Theodore responded with an exaggeratedly innocent raised eyebrow, as if to say, "I've done nothing." Ultimately, it was Professor Flitwick, with a gentle flick of his wand, who guided the overly exuberant jack-o'-lantern towards the Hufflepuff table. Freeing the embarrassed Vittikel, he sighed in relief and buried his face in his pie, choosing to momentarily disregard his still warm ears and the tail that seemed to have a will of its own, subtly swaying. Outside, the Scottish Highlands were alive with real bats soaring through the starry night, tracing silver streaks across the moonlit sky. Within the castle, the Halloween feast continued, filled with laughter and merriment, momentarily drowning out all lurking shadows. A little Easter egg cannot be overlooked: the reactions to the adorable bat costume. Dick, Image, Nightwing laughing tears emoji, ha, our little Viti. What an absolute cutie. Alfie, you've won. This year's Halloween costume champion is undoubtedly yours. Those fluffy ears. Those fluttering little wings. I must set this photo as my communicator screensaver. When colleagues at the Broodhaven Police Department ask, I'll proudly declare my brother is the most adorable in the world. Image, Nightwing puffing out chest JPG. Jason, gear all set? When facing a giant, remember to find cover first before aiming? Never mind. At this rate, you probably wouldn't frighten anyone. The outfit is decent, at least it doesn't hinder your movement. Next time you encounter a giant, remember to strike 3 inches above the brow for better effect. P.S. The tail is movable? Can I try it on for research next time? Tim. So cute. Additionally, from the background analysis, the stone corridor you are in deviates slightly from Hogwarts' known structural maps. Dear Viti, did you discover a new area while sneaking out for a nighttime adventure? Damien, childish. However, the camouflage is passable. Even during festivities, vigilance cannot be compromised. Rice says this with eyes wide open. Barbara, little Viti is too adorable. Like a lost baby bat. Our hearts are melting. Stephanie, you must wear this for our next video call. I want to screenshot it to create a meme. Cassandra, image of thumbs up, cute. Easy to move in. Good. Bruce, photo acknowledged. Stay safe. Enjoy yourself. Linwan's reply was a brief voice message sent through a special channel. Her voice tender and laced with laughter. Viti, Mom has seen the photo. You look sprightly and adorable. Is your outfit warm? Remember to eat well and don't catch a chill. I miss you. Alfie, postscript, I am delighted to see that you enjoy this outfit, young master. The lining of the Bat-Heirs is crafted from your favorite fleece material, hoping it brings you some comfort. Happy Halloween, Master Vittikel. Chapter 13, The Restricted Section and the Physical Exam. The revelry of Halloween and the unexpected giant incident stirred ripples in the mundane routine of Hogwarts, quickly settling into tranquility. In the Scottish Highlands of November, the chill began to sharpen, and thin frost often adorned the castle's window panes. The surface of the Black Lake, beneath the overcast sky, appeared a steely gray, with the occasional tentacle of the giant squid piercing the surface, distorting the reflection of the clouds. Vittikel's life returned to a semblance of order. Though beneath the surface, currents of intrigue flowed ceaselessly. His weekly schedule cycled predictably: Monday's potions class with Professor Snape, replete with the lingering scent of garlic from his defense against the dark arts lessons. Vittikel had grown accustomed to carrying a specially crafted handkerchief from Alfie, infused with a refreshing essence. Wednesday's transfiguration and charms classes, where he demonstrated steady progress, and Thursday's flying lessons, during which he had begun to master the basic maneuvers with ease, even secretly practicing some acrobatic tricks learned from Dick and Jason, all while ensuring that Madame Hooch remained blissfully unaware. Yet beneath this seemingly ordinary school life, Vittikel's focus never strayed from the genuine threats at hand. The Guardian 1 Malawian Kwacha watch on his wrist continued to record data. Professor Quirrell's negative mental wave readings remained consistently moderate to high, occasionally spiking at specific times, usually deep into the night. Vittikel had sketched a rudimentary trajectory map, discovering that Quirrell frequently ventured to the right corridor of the castle's 4th floor after curfew, an area marked with a sign prohibiting student entry. The Philosopher's Stone lay there. Voldemort's objective resided there. Vittikel required more information. He needed to understand the precise nature of the Philosopher's Stone, to grasp why Voldemort coveted it so desperately, and to delve deeper into the details of possession and dark magic. The most likely repository for such knowledge was the restricted section of the library. Acquiring access to the restricted section proved smoother than Vittikel had anticipated, of course, built upon the commendable performance he had accumulated over the past 2 months. After the Thursday afternoon potions class concluded, Vittikel did not exit the dungeons alongside the other students. He lingered, waiting until Professor Snape had organized the materials on the podium before cautiously stepping forward. Professor. His voice was soft, imbued with just the right measure of respect. Severus Snape turned, his black robes swirling around him like the silent wings of a bat. His coal-black eyes scrutinized Vittikel, his expression a mask of habitual indifference. "Mr. Wayne, if you are here to request a redo of last week's overstirred potion, the answer is no." "Not at all, Professor," Vittikel replied, shaking his head as he retrieved a scroll of parchment from his satchel. It contained an extensive study on the solubility of moonstone powder at varying temperatures. "I consulted the general section of the library, but some crucial parameters and ancient formulas." He paused, revealing an expression that was both troubled yet brimming with curiosity. "I could only find in more specialized literature." Madame Pants mentioned that approval at the professor level is required to access the restricted section for related texts. He extended the parchment towards Snape. Indeed, it was a meticulously organized set of notes on the properties of moonstone, with neat handwriting, referencing at least 7 books, and including several experimental designs he had devised himself. Suggestions from Tim. If one wishes to persuade a meticulous and scholarly individual, one must speak in terms of data and plans. Snape took the parchment, glancing over it swiftly. His gaze lingered for a moment on the intricately designed experiments before he raised his eyes to Vittikel. "An expanded study. This exceeds the curriculum requirements." "Because I am genuinely interested, Professor," Vittikel replied earnestly. "You mentioned in the first lesson that the essence of potion making lies in understanding the nature of materials rather than merely mechanical recipes. I seek to delve deeper into moonstone, its magical affinity, its reactions in different environments, and why it can substitute for rarer materials in certain ancient formulas." He paused before adding, "Moreover, this knowledge will assist in the future study of more complex potions. For instance, I noted in the syllabus for advanced potion making that a truth serum requires a profound understanding of moonlight-sensitive materials." Snape fell silent for a few seconds. The underground classroom was dimly lit, with only the soft glow of enchanted lights behind the potion cabinets illuminating the space. Vittikel maintained a respectful yet composed demeanor, awaiting the verdict. Every Thursday from 4 to 6, Snape finally spoke, his voice remaining flat and undisturbed. "Madame Pants will permit you to enter the restricted section to consult literature related to potion making. You may not take out more than 2 books at a time, must not remove them from the restricted area, must not damage them, and are prohibited from transcribing any content related to dark magic. Should you violate these conditions," his gaze sharpened, "you will lose all library privileges and face appropriate repercussions. Do you understand?" "Understood, Professor." Vittikel stifled a smile, striving to make his gratitude sound sincere yet not exaggerated. "Thank you very much." Snape returned the parchment to him and turned towards his private storage room, his robes swirling behind him. "Do not waste time, Mr. Wayne. True knowledge does not linger." "Yes, Professor." As he exited the underground classroom, Vittikel allowed himself a smile. The first step had been successful. As for the actual content he wished to investigate, well, books related to ancient alchemy and soul magic could certainly be considered a part of the expanded study of potion making, as many ancient potions involve these domains. At 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon, Vittikel arrived punctually at the entrance of the restricted section of the library. Madame Pants, the stern and diligent librarian, scrutinized Professor Snape's note with a piercing gaze, then appraised Vittikel before reluctantly loosening the rope barring the entrance to the restricted area. 2 hours. 2 books. You must not leave my line of sight. You are prohibited from touching any books sealed with chains. Madame Pants listed a dozen regulations in one breath. Vittikel nodded obediently, acknowledging each stipulation. The restricted section was larger than he had anticipated, the shelves towering to the ceiling, requiring a moving ladder to retrieve books from the higher shelves. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment, leather bindings, and some peculiar spice. The light was dim, with only a few old enchanted lamps casting long shadows across the spines of the books. Following his plan, he first retrieved a copy of the Compendium of Rare Magical Minerals, aligning with the research topic he had reported to Snape. Then, he began to move slowly between the shelves, his gaze skimming over the unsettling titles, The Unforgivable Curses, Theory and Practice, Decoding Advanced Dark Magic, a study of blood magic rituals, and the fallacy of soul splitting and immortality. In the section dedicated to ancient alchemy and legendary artifacts, he found his target. The Deathly Hallows, Myth, History, and Magical Reality, a hefty tome with a cover embossed in faded gold leaf depicting the symbols of the 3 Hallows. Vittikel carefully took it down. The edges of the pages had yellowed and frayed, yet it was remarkably well preserved. He settled into a corner against the wall, opening the Compendium of Rare Magical Minerals as a facade, while he began to peruse the book about the Deathly Hallows. The first half recounted the famous fairy tale, how the 3 brothers acquired 3 gifts from death, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. However, the latter half delved into the magical realities behind these legends. The legacy of the Elder Wand was steeped in blood, the true powers of the Resurrection Stone were dubious. And the invisibility cloak had appeared throughout history, but the genuine Hallows-level cloak might exist in only one instance. Vittikel flipped through the pages swiftly until he reached the detailed chapter on the Resurrection Stone. The Resurrection Stone, he read silently, was a creation said to summon the souls of the dead back to the earthly realm. Yet, according to the most reliable existing accounts, see private notes of Godric Gryffindor, the Resurrection Stone did not truly resurrect the dead. It merely summoned projections of memories and emotions, a manifestation of the living's impressions of the deceased. These projections retained fragments of the deceased's knowledge and personality traits, but did not constitute a complete return of the soul and could not be sustained long-term. He continued reading, his heart rate quickening. Notably, in certain extreme sects of medieval alchemy, there existed theories intertwining the principles of the Resurrection Stone with that of the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel, in his early work The 7 Steps of Alchemy, had suggested that if one could combine the summoning of souls with the remaking of the body, one might achieve a certain form of return. Vittikel inhaled deeply and turned to the next page. There lay a hand-drawn illustration depicting a complex magical circle. At its center, a glowing stone, surrounded by annotations in Latin and ancient runes. The text next to the Philosopher's Stone elucidated that, as the pinnacle achievement of alchemy, its ability to produce the elixir of life was widely recognized. However, Flamel had hinted in a secret manuscript from his later years that the Philosopher's Stone might possess another undisclosed ability, under specific conditions. It could serve as an anchor for souls, providing temporary refuge for disembodied spirits, and, in the presence of a suitable vessel, assist in the remaking of the body. It must be emphasized that this process was exceedingly perilous and unstable, involving the darkest realms of soul magic. Historically, at least 3 recorded attempts had ended in catastrophic consequences. The aspirants either descended into complete madness, created twisted beings that were neither alive nor dead, or triggered widespread magical backlash. A chill crept up Vittikel's spine. He recalled the conversation he had overheard that night, the need for the Philosopher's Stone to restore the body. If Voldemort's fragment of a soul were to inhabit Quirrell's body, and if the Philosopher's Stone indeed possessed the capability to assist in the remaking of the body, even if only theoretically, then the Dark Lord's intentions became crystal clear. He not only aimed to regain power, but also sought to reclaim a complete body of his own. What unsettled Vittikel even more were the subsequent contents of the book. In the chapter discussing the potential abuses of the Philosopher's Stone, the author wrote, "Such powers, which delve into the essence of life and soul, could yield unimaginable consequences if wielded by individuals devoid of moral restraint. Should one possess the ability to reshape their corporeal form, they could perpetually exchange vessels, achieving a different manifestation of immortality." Images of Gotham surged uncontrollably into Voldemort's mind. If such a force were to fall into the hands of the deranged villains of Gotham, he murmured, his fingers instinctively tightening around the pages of the book, it would spell disaster. The magnitude of the calamity that could ensue was unfathomable. He leaned against the frigid stone wall, closing his eyes in an attempt to quell these dreadful imaginings. Then, a wry smile crossed his lips at the thought that the fabled Resurrection Stone resided within Hogwarts, while a dark wizard intent on utilizing it for resurrection was also present in this very institution. It was astonishing that Albus Dumbledore, the defensive cornerstone of the school, permitted such an entity to swagger into the castle under the guise of a professor, teaching for 2 months no less. Voldemort's lips twitched. It appeared that Dumbledore conducted his hiring process with little regard for a comprehensive vetting of professors. At the very least, it was evident that there was no inquiry regarding possession by the Dark Lord. A notion gradually crystallized in his mind. If Quirrell's issues could potentially be detected through a physical examination revealing certain physiological anomalies, such as an additional face on the back of his head, why not propose that the school arrange a thorough health check for all staff members? The Waynes were not lacking in financial resources. They could easily grant a generous donation aimed at improving the medical benefits for Hogwarts faculty. This would not only aid in uncovering Quirrell's peculiarities, but also avoid appearing overly conspicuous, benefiting other professors, such as Severus Snape, who perpetually appeared pallid and seemingly unwell. A perfect solution. He carefully returned the Deathly Hallows, myths, history, and magical reality to the shelf and retrieved the fundamentals of soul magic, quickly flipping through the chapters on parasitic possession and multiple consciousnesses, confirming his suspicions. The characteristics of multiple consciousnesses monitored by his watch were likely indicative of the coexistence of Voldemort's lingering soul and Quirrell's own consciousness. At 6 o'clock sharp, Madame Pants appeared punctually, like a dragon guarding treasure. "Time's up, Mr. Wayne." After returning the 2 books and politely expressing his gratitude, Voldemort exited the restricted section. Upon stepping out of the library, the dusky twilight of a Scottish winter had settled in, and warm torches illuminated the castle corridors. He inhaled the crisp air deeply, feeling an unprecedented clarity of thought. He possessed a theoretical foundation, monitoring data, and an action plan. All that remained was the right opportunity. The opportunity presented itself sooner than Voldemort had anticipated. On Monday morning, after he and Theodore had just completed herbology class, learning how to fertilize Mimbulus Mimbletonia that day, they were intercepted by Professor Snape at the greenhouse door. The potion's master wore an even more somber expression than usual, his dark robes almost dripping with ink in the humid air of the greenhouse. Wayne, not. Follow me. Snape's voice was smooth yet frigid. The headmaster wishes to see you. Voldemort exchanged a glance with Theodore. They had long anticipated possible follow-up inquiries regarding the Halloween troll incident, though they had not expected it to directly involve Dumbledore. As they trailed behind Snape through the castle, Voldemort's mind raced. He needed to synchronize their accounts with Theodore, yet Snape was leading the way, offering little opportunity for communication. At the turn of the marble staircase, taking advantage of Snape's few steps ahead, Voldemort swiftly turned his head, making a pleading gesture to Theodore with clasped hands. His eyes blinking imploringly, mouthing the words, "Please." Theodore regarded him expressionlessly, his gray eyes betraying no emotion. Just as Voldemort feared refusal, Theodore imperceptibly nodded, his lips moving in an almost invisible manner. Understood. Voldemort exhaled in relief. With Theodore's cooperation, the situation would be considerably more manageable. The headmaster's office was located on the 8th floor of the castle, its entrance marked by a grand statue of a gargoyle. Snape uttered the password, "lemon drops," and the statue rotated open, revealing a spiraling staircase. The interior of the office was not as Voldemort had envisioned. It was not a solemn chamber filled with heavy furniture, but rather a circular space brimming with wondrous objects, slender-legged tables adorned with various silver instruments that emitted wisps of smoke, walls lined with portraits of former headmasters, most of whom appeared to be napping or pretending to nap, and a deep crimson phoenix perched on a gilded branch, regarding the newcomers with wise eyes. In one corner even lay a miniature, automatically rotating model of the solar system. Albus Dumbledore sat behind an expansive desk, his blue eyes twinkling beneath crescent-shaped spectacles in the candlelight. Dressed in a deep blue robe embroidered with stars, a plate of colorful sweets lay before him. "Ah, Severus. And our two young heroes." Dumbledore's voice was gentle as he gestured for them to sit. "Would you care for some cockroach clusters? Or perhaps some butterbeer-flavored fudge?" Voldemort and Theodore seated themselves in the chairs before the desk. Voldemort cast a glance at the plate of sweets, noticing a few suspiciously shaped cockroaches among them. He politely shook his head. "No, thank you, headmaster." Theodore echoed his refusal. Snape stood nearby, a shadowy presence. "Now then," Dumbledore interlaced his fingers atop the desk, his gaze shifting between the two, "we must discuss the unfortunate incident of the troll that lost its way on Halloween night. Mr. Filch discovered it during his routine patrol the following morning in a rather secluded corridor. It appeared to have been struck on the head by its own club, rendering it unconscious. Madame Pomfrey confirmed that aside from a mild concussion, it was no worse for wear and has since been returned to its rightful place." He paused, his blue eyes piercing through the crescent lenses as they regarded them intently. "Interestingly, we detected traces of a faint magical residue from the levitation charm near the entrance of that corridor. According to the portraits within the castle, approximately at 9:40 that evening, 2 first-year Slytherins ventured into the vicinity of that corridor." Voldemort straightened in his chair and spoke in the calmest tone he could muster. "Yes, headmaster. That evening, it was I and not." He began his rehearsed account. "After the Halloween feast, the hall and the main staircase were overcrowded. Our Slytherin dungeon is downstairs, and taking the main route would have been quite congested. I recalled a less-traveled path, a maintenance corridor I had stumbled upon while heading to class, and thought it would expedite our return." Dumbledore nodded, indicating for him to continue. "Halfway through, I wrinkled my nose, as if I could still scent it. I detected a strong stench. It was reminiscent of refuse and something decaying. I immediately sensed something was amiss, as that corridor is usually very clean. I pulled not behind a pillar." Theodore interjected at the appropriate moment, his voice steady. "We waited for about a minute before we heard heavy footsteps. Then the troll appeared, lumbering towards us from the other end of the corridor, dragging a large club. It did not notice us," Voldemort continued, as it had its back turned, rummaging through a pile of old furniture. "But we knew we couldn't remain hidden indefinitely. If it turned around, we would be in grave danger. So we decided to take the initiative." He glanced at Theodore, who nodded and took over the narration. Wayne was responsible for drawing its attention. He threw a stone to the opposite side of the troll. As the troll turned to look, I cast the levitation charm on its club. Knott's execution of the levitation charm was flawless, Voldemort thought, a hint of admiration in his tone as he added. He had that club floating right behind the troll's head. Then, I used a simple push charm, not very strong, but sufficient to unbalance the club, causing it to fall. Theodore, the stick struck the giant on the back of its head with precision. It swayed momentarily before collapsing. Once we confirmed its unconscious state, we promptly exited the passage through the nearest exit and made our way directly to the common room. The entire narrative flowed seamlessly, with reasonable details and even an explanation of the magical principles involved. Most crucially, they adeptly circumvented all the actual circumstances, the ultrasonic gun, the true cause of the giant's stupor, and the equipment on Vittikel's leg. Dumbledore listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. His expression was inscrutable, neither questioning nor fully accepting. After the two had finished their account, he paused for a moment in silence before breaking into a smile. A most splendid act of self-defense. The headmaster remarked, plucking a yellow sweet from the candy dish and popping it into his mouth. Your teamwork was impeccable, maintaining composure under pressure, and quite creative. Slytherin earns 20 points for your calmness and wisdom. Vittikel felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had succeeded. However, Dumbledore shifted his tone. I must remind you that when encountering such perilous creatures, the safest course of action is to promptly inform a professor rather than attempting to handle it yourselves. You were fortunate this time, but it may not be so in the future. We understand, Headmaster. Vittikel nodded obediently. In the heat of the moment, we had no time to seek out a professor. We will certainly be more vigilant in the future. Excellent. Dumbledore smiled again, this time with a more benevolent warmth. As a reward, and in celebration of your unscathed Halloween, would you care for some sweets? These new flavors from Duke Honeybee are quite delightful. Vittikel blinked. He recognized this as an opportunity to express goodwill and foster camaraderie. After a moment's reflection, he reached into the small pocket inside his robe, which had an expandable space, and retrieved a petite box tied with a light green ribbon. Actually, Headmaster, he said somewhat sheepishly, I brought some treats from my family. They're almond crisps made by Alfred, our butler. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could give them a try? They pair wonderfully with tea. He placed the small box on the table. Theodore shot him a glance, his eyes reflecting subtle surprise at the fact that he had brought snacks. Dumbledore's eyes lit up, akin to a child discovering a novel toy. Pennyworth's craftsmanship? Oh, I've heard Professor McGonagall mention them. She said the cookies she tasted during her visit before the term began were enough to impress even the house elves at Hogwarts. He untied the ribbon and opened the box, revealing neatly arranged golden yellow crisps, exuding the aroma of almonds and butter. Dumbledore picked one up, took a small bite, and savored it. Delicious, he marveled, perfectly crisp, with the almond fragrance fully unleashed and a hint of orange peel, a subtle citrus aftertaste. Please convey my sincerest compliments to Mr. Pennyworth. Vittikel smiled. I shall, Headmaster. Alfred will be delighted to hear you enjoyed them. The atmosphere became light and jovial. Dumbledore consumed another cookie and insisted that Snape try one as well, but Snape, with a stoic expression, declined. Vittikel sensed that the moment was ripe. He feigned casualness as he surveyed the office, his gaze sweeping over the marvelous instruments. Finally, settling back on Dumbledore. In a conversational tone, he remarked, Headmaster, the professors at Hogwarts truly work tirelessly to teach so many students while managing various school affairs, especially Professor Snape. He glanced at the sullen potions master, sincerity in his eyes. You must be burning the midnight oil regularly, yes? Your complexion suggests, well, from a traditional medical standpoint, you may need to pay more attention to rest and well-being. Snape's gaze instantly turned dangerous, like a viper disturbed. Vittikel pretended not to notice. Continuing to address Dumbledore, I was actually pondering that the Wayne Group has always upheld a tradition of supporting education and healthcare. My father often states that healthy teachers foster healthy students. Perhaps Hogwarts could consider arranging comprehensive health checkups for all staff? He offered a slightly bashful yet characteristic smile of the Wayne family, suggesting that this would ensure the professor's well-being while providing peace of mind for the students. He paused to add, moreover, early detection and treatment of certain ailments or conditions can lead to significantly better outcomes. For instance, Professor Quirrell always appears to have a headache. And Professor Snape's pallor. There's also Professor McGonagall, who sometimes seems to rub her shoulders. Regular checkups could be beneficial. A brief silence enveloped the office. Dumbledore regarded Vittikel, a complex glimmer flickering in his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses, surprise, admiration, contemplation, and a barely perceptible hint of amusement. He slowly reached for another almond crisp, taking a bite as if to savor both the cookie and the suggestion. Meanwhile, Professor Snape's complexion had shifted from pale to a shade bordering on ashen. The black robe stirred as if caught in a wind. The potion's master stepped forward, his voice resonating like a chilling echo from the depths of an ice cellar. Mr. Wayne, each word dripped with venom. Do you think your self-assured eyes, which presume to see all, have not cultivated a penchant for meddling? Vittikel recoiled slightly but bravely. Or rather, as Snape might see it, audaciously returned his gaze. I only care about the professor's health, Professor Snape. Traditional medicine suggests. I care not for what traditional medicine suggests. Snape interrupted, his voice rising sharply, venom splattering. A mere 11-year-old giant, having fortuitously felled a larger beast, dares to presume to comment on the health of professors in the presence of the headmaster, even intending to use your muggle father's wealth to fund Hogwarts. He turned to Theodore, and you not. I had assumed the Knott family retained at least a modicum of decorum and prudence. Rather than following this creature from Gotham into folly. Theodore endured the venomous onslaught, expressionless, even offering a slight nod. My apologies, Professor. Out. Snape pointed toward the door, each syllable cutting through the air like a whip. Before I turn you both into potion ingredients, leave the headmaster's office. Vittikel immediately stood, not forgetting to politely nod to Dumbledore. Headmaster, we shall take our leave. Please enjoy the cookies at your leisure. He then turned to Snape, offering a harmless, almost obsequious smile. Professor Snape, do take care of yourself. Drink plenty of hot water. With that, he grasped Theodore's arm, exiting the headmaster's office with a pace that was quick yet courteous. The spiral staircase behind them spun shut, severing all sound from the room. After descending 2 flights, Vittikel leaned against the wall, exhaling a long breath. Merlin, he muttered, Professor Snape is far more fearsome when enraged than a clown's smile. Theodore adjusted his tie, responding nonchalantly. You should have anticipated this outcome when you provoked him. I did not provoke him, Vittikel defended. I was making a sincere suggestion. And look, Headmaster Dumbledore did not object. He even had 2 cookies. Theodore glanced at him, but remained silent. Yet Vittikel could read the clear subtext in those gray eyes. Cunning little fox. The 2 descended the stairs in silence. When they reached the 4th floor, Vittikel suddenly halted, deep in thought. Do you think Headmaster Dumbledore will consider that suggestion? Theodore paused as well. Which part? The checkup or the funding? The health checkup. Theodore pondered for a few seconds. It's possible, but not in the manner you proposed. Dumbledore would not accept overt funding from the Wayne Group. It would raise eyebrows at the Ministry of Magic. However, arranging a staff health checkup, yes, he might indeed do that. And he would execute it more discreetly and naturally than you suggested. Vittikel smiled. That will suffice. As soon as Dumbledore began to pay attention to the well-being of the professors, it became increasingly difficult to conceal the peculiarities surrounding Quirrell. Garlic could mask odors, yet it could not disguise all physiological indicators. Were Madame Pomfrey to conduct a thorough examination, let us go. Theodore interjected. The next class is History of Magic. Despite Professor Bin's drabness, at least he won't spew venom. They continued their way to the classroom. Outside the corridor windows, the November sky loomed overcast. Yet the interior of the castle radiated warmth and brightness. Vittikel glanced at the watch on his wrist, feeling its steady, unwavering pulse of monitoring. The seeds had been sown. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for them to take root and flourish. After Vittikel and Theodore departed, the headmaster's office fell into a momentary silence. Snape remained rooted in place, his body taut beneath his black robe, his expression as grim as ever. Dumbledore leisurely finished his second almond biscuit, took a sip of tea, and then spoke. Severus, relax. The child harbors no malice. No malice? Snape's voice was icy, probing. Albus, with his muggle mindset. He seeks to interfere with the affairs of Hogwarts. His health examination is aimed squarely at Quirinus. Dumbledore did not deny this. Leaning back in his chair, fingers interlaced over his abdomen, his eyes peered through his crescent-shaped glasses at the ceiling, where an orrery slowly rotated, casting a miniature galaxy. Vittikel Wayne, the headmaster said slowly, is a most intriguing child. Possessing keen insight and intelligence, he has inherited a mentality of resolving issues through wealth. He paused, yet one cannot dismiss the validity of his suggestions. Snape scoffed. The health of the faculty is indeed a matter of concern, Dumbledore continued, particularly as Quirrell's condition appears increasingly unstable. Minerva has also observed that he has become thinner and more pallid than before. He turned to Snape. Have you made any new observations regarding him? Snape fell silent for a moment before responding in a low tone. The aura of dark magic surrounding him intensifies. The garlic can no longer mask it. Furthermore, he has been frequently venturing to the 4th floor Forbidden Zone after curfew. I tracked him twice, but each time I approached, I sensed some kind of warning. As if something were watching. Voldemort's vigilance, Dumbledore murmured. Even in such a weakened state, he retains sufficient cunning. He sighed. Poor Quirinus. I should have noticed sooner. I should not have allowed him to go to Albania. It is too late to say such things now. Snape's voice was rigid. The crucial matter is to prevent him from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. If the Dark Lord regains his power, he will not succeed. Dumbledore's voice remained calm. Yet it was imbued with undeniable resolve. The protections surrounding the stone are exceedingly robust. Moreover, we have some unexpected allies. His gaze drifted toward the office door, as if he could see through the wood to the 2 Slytherin first years who had just departed. A health examination, Dumbledore mused. A faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth could indeed be arranged. Madame Pomfrey has long wished to conduct a comprehensive health update for all staff in anticipation of a potential flu outbreak. A perfectly reasonable excuse, wouldn't you agree? Snape frowned. Are you going to acquiesce to that little imp's wishes? Why not? Dumbledore winked. It is a splendid idea. Furthermore, should any abnormalities come to light during the examination, we would have a plausible excuse to intervene without alarming anyone. He stood, moving to the window, gazing out at the somber sky beyond the castle. Winter had arrived in the Scottish Highlands, the distant mountains cloaked in a delicate layer of snow. The canopy of the forbidden forest undulating like black waves in the wind. The game has become increasingly intricate, Severus, the headmaster murmured. New pieces have appeared on the board, some we did not anticipate, yet they may alter the course of events. Snape joined him at the window, standing shoulder to shoulder. He is too young. He should not be embroiled in this. But he already is, Dumbledore replied, and he has chosen to remain, to observe, to offer assistance in his own manner, just as you once did. For a fleeting moment, Snape's expression stiffened before darkening further. He said nothing, merely turned and strode toward the door, his black robes billowing behind him. I shall prepare for this afternoon's lesson. The door swung open and then shut, restoring tranquility to the office, punctuated only by the faint humming of the silver instruments and the occasional sound of Fawkes the Phoenix preening his feathers. Dumbledore returned to his desk, his gaze settling on the small, pale green box. He picked up another almond biscuit but did not immediately consume it. Instead, he held it in his hand, contemplating. The child from Gotham, he murmured, the one chosen by the ginkgo wand, with those eyes that see through deception. He took a bite of the biscuit, chewing thoughtfully, his expression deepening. The threads of fate are invariably more complex than we can imagine. Outside, the first snowflakes began to fall, gracefully and silently, landing upon the ancient stone walls of Hogwarts. Winter had truly arrived, and within this season, many things would soon encounter a turning point. Chapter 14, The Quidditch Match. On the evening of the first Friday in November, in a corner of the library, Vittikel, Hermione, and Harry were gathered, cramming for the impending history of magic exam. The air was thick with parchment, ink, and a palpable sense of anxiety. Although Professor Bin's lectures were tedious, his examination questions were notoriously tricky. So, the root cause of the Goblin Rebellion isn't the exchange rates at Gringotts, but the systematic oppression of goblin forging techniques by wizards? Ron rubbed his temples, looking tortured. Merlin, who cares why goblins were unhappy 1,000 years ago? Those who do care will score high on this 15-point essay, Hermione replied, her quill flying across the parchment. And if you read Chapter 3 closely, you'll find that goblins possess a far superior understanding of metal magic. Her words were interrupted by Harry, who set down his copy of History of Magic, hesitating as he glanced at Vittikel and then at his parchment, as if summoning great resolve. Vittikel, are you free tomorrow? Vittikel lifted his head from a notebook on medieval alchemical symbolism. Tomorrow? Saturday. I plan to go to Hogsmeade to send a letter, then head to the library. Why? Tomorrow is my first Quidditch match, Harry said, his voice tinged with barely concealed nervousness and excitement, against Slytherin. If you, wouldn't mind, would you like to come watch? The air fell silent for a few seconds. Hermione and Ron looked up, a bit astonished at Harry inviting a Slytherin to watch the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match. It sounded akin to inviting a fox to tour the henhouse. But Vittikel's eyes immediately sparkled. Really? You're playing? Seeking, right? I heard about it. Professor McGonagall made an exception because you're a once-in-a-century talent. Harry's face flushed slightly. It's not that exaggerated. I just fly reasonably well. So will you come? Absolutely. Vittikel replied without hesitation. I will definitely cheer for you. He paused, blinking. Though I might stand out a bit in my Slytherin robes sitting among the Gryffindor supporters, I could wear a neutral-colored scarf. Ron had a somewhat complex expression, but Hermione laughed first. You can sit next to us. The stands aren't strictly divided by house, just by sections. She adjusted her glasses, her gaze sharp. Besides, you need someone who understands tactics to explain things to you. Ron will just yell, catch it. Hey, Ron protested. Vittikel chuckled in agreement. He observed the unmistakable relaxation that washed over Harry's features, understanding within himself the significance of this invitation. It was not merely an opportunity to share a pivotal moment. It was a profound expression of trust. Within the confines of Slytherin, Quidditch represented a serious contest, a battle for the honor of the house. By extending this invitation, Harry had positioned him as a friend rather than a rival. I will bring the binoculars, said Vittikel. And some snacks. A new batch of gingerbread men has just arrived from AFO, ideal for sharing while we watch the game. Fantastic, Ron exclaimed, instantly won over. Your house elf is simply magical. The weather on Saturday was nothing short of perfection for Quidditch. The sky was a crisp, pale blue, the sunlight bright yet gentle. and the breeze just enough to flutter the flags without hindering flight. The Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was situated on the western side of the castle, flanked by 3 towering goal hoops at either end. The tiered seating was filled to capacity with students from the 4 houses, their banners and scarves blending into a vibrant sea of colors. True to their agreement, Vittikel sat with Hermione and Ron in a peripheral spot of the Gryffindor stands, close enough to Slytherin without drawing undue attention. He donned a deep green robe, complemented by a Hufflepuff yellow and black scarf, a gift from Cedric, deemed a neutral choice, and held a modified pair of binoculars crafted by Tim, equipped with recording and slow-motion features. "Look, there's the Slytherin team." Ron pointed towards the entrance, his tone laced with complexity. "Their gear is obviously far superior to ours in Gryffindor. It's simply unjust." Vittikel adjusted the focus of his binoculars. Indeed, the Slytherin team was outfitted entirely with relatively new brooms, gleaming in the sunlight. Their captain, Marcus Flint, was animatedly speaking, his face wearing the usual expression of arrogance. "But brooms are not everything," Hermione interjected objectively. "Skill, teamwork, and strategy hold greater importance. Besides, Harry possesses natural talent." As the Gryffindor team made their entrance, the cheer from the crowd was markedly louder, especially when Harry appeared. The first-year seeker, clad in a striking red uniform, had his hair tousled by the wind, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the light. He looked as though he might be sick from nerves, yet his grip on the broomstick was steady. "Go, Harry!" Ron shouted, leaping to his feet. Vittikel joined in the wave, then raised the binoculars to survey the entire layout of the pitch. His gaze swept over the stands, pausing at the Teacher S section. Elevated at the center of the pitch, the teacher's box provided the best view. Professor McGonagall sat rigidly, her expression grave. Professor Flitwick bounced with excitement. Professor Sprout wore a gentle smile, and Hagrid's enormous figure was particularly conspicuous as he waved a Gryffindor flag, akin to a small banner. 2 individuals caught Vittikel's attention. One was Professor Quirrell, enveloped in his signature purple turban, seated at the edge of the teacher's box. He appeared restless, nervously fidgeting with his wand, his gaze flitting towards the sky only to dart away again. The other was Professor Snape, situated not far from Quirrell. His dark robes remained utterly still in the wind, his countenance darker than usual, his sharp eyes scanning the pitch, particularly focusing on Harry. A sudden insight struck Vittikel. He turned to Hermione and Ron, saying, "I see Professor Snape in the teacher's box. I will go and greet him, perhaps obtain some insight." "Obtain insight?" Ron replied, perplexed. "About what?" "About why a potions professor would be so fixated on a first-year seeker," Vittikel murmured, gesturing subtly in Snape's direction. "He has been watching Harry intently since the match began. His focus is too intense. It suggests more than mere interest in the game." Hermione frowned. "You mean, I'm going to check it out," Vittikel asserted, rising. "You two keep an eye on the match, and also on Quirrell. If anything seems amiss." He made a gesture to indicate vigilance, then descended the steps of the stands, moving toward the teacher's box. The teacher's area was elevated above the regular stands, with a dedicated passageway. As Vittikel approached, he was halted by a diminutive house elf clad in a headscarf, responsible for maintaining order in the teacher's section. "Students are not permitted in the teacher's area," the elf squeaked. "I merely wish to converse with Professor Snape regarding the alternative applications of Moonstone in restorative potions," Vittikel replied, maintaining his composure as he presented a topic that sounded highly academic and urgent. The house elf hesitated, its large eyes filled with confusion. At that moment, Snape's cold voice cut through. "Let him pass, Bickley. I am intrigued to hear what kind of urgent academic matter necessitates discussion during a Quidditch match." The house elf, Bickley, promptly bowed and stepped aside. Vittikel ascended to the teacher's box, seating himself in the vacant space beside Snape. This position was astutely chosen, allowing him to converse with Snape while catching glimpses of Quirrell from the corner of his eye. "Professor," Vittikel greeted politely. Snape did not acknowledge him, his gaze still fixed upon the pitch. The match had commenced, the quaffle soaring through the air, the bludgers thumping against the batters, and Seeker Harry spiraling high above, searching for the elusive golden snitch. "Your urgent academic matter, Mr. Wayne," Snape's voice dripped with evident sarcasm. "I hope it is worthy enough to interrupt a pivotal match for the House Cup. It concerns the catalytic synergistic effects of Moonstone and Pearl Powder," Vittikel articulated smoothly, referencing a topic he had indeed studied. "In Advanced Potion Ingredients Reaction Charts, I read that Moonstone ground to powder under moonlight, when mixed with Eastern Deep Sea Pearl Powder, significantly enhances the duration of restorative potions. However, the text does not elucidate the underlying principles. I ponder if it relates to the dual resonance of the tranquil properties of both materials." Finally, Snape turned his head, his pitch-black, unfathomable eyes scrutinizing him. Within that gaze lay examination, a hint of imperceptible interest, and an abundance of impatience. Footnote on page 317 of Advanced Potion Ingredients Reaction Charts, Snape said icily. References Lefebvre's experimental records from 1892. If you truly have studied, you should know that the complete edition of that book resides in the restricted section. While the version you consulted last week was merely an abridged copy, a chill ran through Vittikel. Snape was aware of which book he had borrowed. Yet, he maintained an exterior of calmness. Indeed, Professor. Thus, I can only hypothesize. My assumption is that Moonstone stores passive tranquility, while Pearl Powder embodies active soothing. Together they could form. He began to elaborate on his theory in detail, citing at least 5 different references and mentioning several smaller control experiment concepts. His words were half-truths. The theory was genuine, his thirst for knowledge authentic, yet the urgency was entirely a pretext. Snape listened, occasionally offering brief rebuttals or corrections to a detail or two. Vittikel noted that even during their dialogue, a portion of the potion's professor's attention remained fixed on the pitch. His gaze would occasionally drift towards Harry, his lips silently moving. At that moment, Vittikel's watch vibrated subtly beneath his sleeve. He feigned a shift in posture. Glancing down at the dial, high-intensity dark magic fluctuations detected. Direction, 3 meters to the right. Threat level, high. 3 meters to the right. That was Quirrell's position. Vittikel's heart raced. Maintaining a neutral expression, he continued his discussion with Snape. Thus, if we could conduct 3 gradient experiments within the lunar cycle, perhaps we could validate the theory of moonlight energy accumulation. Yet, his peripheral vision was already locked onto Quirrell. The potion's professor's posture was peculiar. He leaned forward, gripping the railing tightly with both hands, his head bowed low, the purple turban completely concealing his face. His shoulders trembled slightly, and his lips moved rapidly as if uttering some lengthy and intricate incantation. Meanwhile, on the Quidditch pitch, Harry's Nimbus 2000 began to behave erratically. Initially, it was just a gentle bump, akin to encountering a sudden gust of wind. But soon, Harry Potter's broomstick started to thrash violently, oscillating up and down, spinning as if a frenzied winged steed were desperately attempting to unseat its rider. Harry gripped the broom tightly, his body swaying perilously, on the verge of plummeting to the ground. Gasps erupted from the stands. The Gryffindors rose, shouting Harry, while jeers and whistles of glee emanated from the Slytherin section. What is wrong with his broom? Ron screamed from a distance. Hermione had already produced her binoculars, her face pale. Someone is casting a jinx on the broom. I read about this in Quidditch through the ages. It's the most despicable form of cheating. Vittikel forced himself to remain calm. He continued speaking to Snape. Of course, the experiment requires strict light control. Perhaps it could be conducted in a windowless dungeon classroom. Yet his gaze swept rapidly across the pitch, landing on Quirrell and Snape. Snape's lips began to move as well, very subtly, almost imperceptibly, but Vittikel, being close, could discern that he was reciting a counter-curse. He was attempting to neutralize the jinx on Harry's broom. Harry's broom steadied slightly, but still jolted dangerously. Snape's brow furrowed, his incantation quickening, his eyes sharp as daggers. Fixed intently on Harry, Vittikel grasped the situation. Quirrell was casting the jinx, while Snape was countering it. The two were engaged in a silent duel. The watch vibrated once more. Dark magic fluctuations intensified. Recommendation: intervene at the source. But how to intervene? Directly attacking Quirrell in front of everyone? Impossible. Vittikel's mind raced. He needed to create an accident, one that would compel Quirrell to cease his incantation without raising suspicion. The opportunity arose. On the pitch, Harry executed a daring dive, barely evading the bludger's assault. The audience gasped, many rising to lean forward in anticipation. Amidst the chaos, Vittikel also stood, seemingly seeking a clearer view. He inadvertently stepped on the trailing end of his overly long scarf, losing his balance and tumbling forward with an oops. This fall, meticulously calculated, was not a straight descent but rather a clever spin, as if tripped by an unseen force. His body rotated halfway through the air and then, quite fortuitously, landed squarely upon Professor Quirrell's back. More precisely, it struck the back of Quirrell's head. Thud! A dull sound echoed. Quirrell, engrossed in his incantation, was utterly unprepared for this sudden impact. His head collided violently with the railing in front of him, and from beneath the purple turban came a suppressed cry, not Quirrell's voice, but a sharp, inhuman hiss, drowned out by the commotion and the audience's uproar. Quirrell's body slumped, unconscious. Almost simultaneously, Harry's Nimbus 2000 regained its stability. The young seeker, shaken yet resolute, managed to regain control of his broom, gasping for breath. "Professor Quirrell!" exclaimed Professor McGonagall, rushing to check on him. Vittikel also found himself on the ground, clutching his arm, a look of pain and panic on his face. "Yes, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. I tripped over my scarf." Madame Pomfrey hurried over from the medical bench, swiftly assessing Quirrell's condition. Concussion, possibly a neck sprain, she diagnosed. He needs to be taken to the hospital wing immediately. Beasley, lend me a hand. The house elf and another professor assisted the unconscious Quirrell, hurriedly making their way from the stands. Snape stood nearby, his black robes billowing. His gaze lingered on Vittikel for several seconds, an expression of complex suspicion, scrutiny, and an inscrutable depth passing over his features. Then he turned back to the pitch, his lips moving silently once more, as if confirming something. Vittikel rose from the ground, brushing off the dust with a guilty expression directed at Professor McGonagall. I truly apologize. Professor, it was not intentional. Accidents happen, Mr. Vittikel, Professor McGonagall replied, stern yet fair, but do mind your footing next time. How is your arm? It's nothing. Just a scrape. Vittikel flexed his arm. May I continue watching the match? Professor McGonagall nodded. Vittikel returned to his seat, his heart still racing, yet maintaining a facade of calm. He gazed at the pitch. Harry seemed to have recovered from the shock, resuming his search for the golden snitch. The match continued. Eventually, the game culminated in Harry's thrilling victory. Less than 3 minutes after his broom had stabilized, he spotted the golden snitch and executed a magnificent dive to capture it. Gryffindor triumphed, and the crowd erupted in jubilation. However, Harry did not linger amidst the celebrating throng. He, Ron, Hermione, and Vittikel had arranged to meet in an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle. What on earth happened? As soon as the door closed, Harry inquired eagerly. His hair tousled by sweat and wind, his glasses askew. My broom went completely out of control. Someone was jinxing it, wasn't he it? Hermione nodded gravely. I saw it. From the teacher's box, someone was casting spells. At first, I thought it was Snape. His lips were moving, and he had a fierce look. But then Vittikel fell and crashed into Quirrell, and your broom was fine again, Ron interjected, glancing at Vittikel with newfound admiration in his eyes. You did it on purpose. Didn't you? You realized Quirrell was up to no good? Vittikel leaned against the wall, organizing his thoughts. I was indeed sitting next to Professor Snape. He was casting spells, but they were counter curses, attempting to negate the jinx. Being close, I could discern the structural differences in the incantations. The source of the jinx. He gestured towards his watch, was indicated by my monitoring device. Quirrell's position. He articulated his observations and analysis coherently. Snape's counter-curse briefly stabilized the broom, proving he was combating the jinx. The watch detected high-intensity dark magic fluctuations towards Quirrell, and after I accidentally knocked Quirrell out, the jinx ceased immediately. So Snape was helping Harry? Ron asked incredulously. That greasy old bat. Language, Ron. Hermione frowned, though her expression was contemplative. Vittikel's analysis made sense. If Snape was the one casting the jinx, then why did it stop after Vittikel knocked Quirrell out? Unless there was another perpetrator. It must be Quirrell, Harry murmured. But why? What have I done to offend him? Vittikel and Hermione exchanged glances. Hermione took a deep breath. Harry, there is something we haven't told you. About the Philosopher's Stone. For the next 10 minutes, Hermione and Vittikel, primarily Vittikel, as his information was more comprehensive, explained to Harry and Ron the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, its concealment within Hogwarts, and the entire scheme of Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort possessing Quirrell, wanting to steal it to regain his body. Harry listened in astonishment, while Ron's complexion paled further. So that person, the one whose name we cannot speak, is now at the school? Harry's voice was dry. In Professor Quirrell's head? Most likely, Vittikel affirmed. That's why Quirrell always wears a turban, and why there is such a strong smell of garlic in the classroom. It's possibly to suppress or mask something. And why he would target you. He looked at Harry, because you are the boy who lived, one of the individuals Voldemort most desires to eliminate. Perhaps he fears that you might impede his acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. The 4 of them fell into silence. In the abandoned classroom, the only sounds were the whisper of the wind outside and the distant murmur of students. We must take action, Harry finally declared, his gaze resolute. We cannot allow him to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. If he regains power, we have already made some efforts, Vittikel replied calmly. I have suggested to Professor Dumbledore the necessity of health examinations for the faculty. He should understand the implication. Moreover, the protective measures surrounding the Philosopher's Stone are undoubtedly comprehensive. There must be multiple layers of defense. Dumbledore is no fool. He would not place something of such significance in a location so easily accessible to theft. Hermione nodded in agreement. Vittikel is correct. Dumbledore must have his own strategy. As students, any rash actions on our part could disrupt his plans or place us in peril. Yet, we cannot remain entirely idle, Ron interjected, his voice trembling slightly, but his resolve unwavering. Harry nearly toppled from his broom. If it weren't for Vittikel and Snape. We need to observe and gather intelligence without overstepping our bounds, Vittikel summarized. We must remain vigilant to Quirrell's movements and watch for any anomalies within the castle. If we uncover definitive evidence or face an emergency, we shall decide whether to act directly. He then turned to Harry. saying, "You have just triumphed in the match. You should celebrate. Maintain an appearance of normalcy. Do not alert the snake." Harry took a deep breath and nodded. He looked at Vittikel, his eyes brimming with gratitude and newfound understanding. "You have known all this for quite some time. Haven't you?" "Since when?" "Since around Halloween," Vittikel admitted. "Some things I observed, while others were merely conjecture. However, I could not speak too soon. On one hand, the evidence was insufficient, and on the other—" He paused, acknowledging that knowing too much can sometimes be perilous. This sentiment thickened the atmosphere once more. Yet, Vittikel broke the silence with a smile. "But now, the four of us are aware. This signifies that we are not alone in this struggle. My father imparted a creed to me. Always have backup, never fight alone." Vittikel spoke somewhat ambiguously, but the essence was clear. We are now a team. Intelligence will be shared, and we will cover for one another. When the time comes, we shall act decisively to ensure Quirrell does not obtain the Philosopher's Stone. The four reached a consensus. They exited the abandoned classroom, parting as ordinary students. Harry and Ron returned to Gryffindor Tower to celebrate their victory. Hermione headed to the library. "I still have a paper to write," while Vittikel set off in another direction. He intended to visit the hospital wing, under the guise of offering an apology and checking in. The Hogwarts hospital wing was located on the second floor of the castle. A spacious and bright room lined with neatly arranged white beds, the air imbued with the scent of disinfectants and a hint of soothing herbs. Madame Pomfrey, the kind yet stern nurse, stood at the apothecary cabinet, organizing bottles and jars. "Madame Pomfrey," Vittikel said politely, knocking on the door. The matron turned, her expression softening upon seeing him. "Mr. Wayne, here to see Professor Quirrell? He has not yet awakened, but he is not in serious danger. Merely a mild concussion and neck strain. He will recover with a day or two of rest." "May I see him? I wish to apologize in person," Vittikel said, displaying an appropriate expression of remorse. "It was not my intention, but I did, after all, knock him down." Madame Pomfrey scrutinized him for a few moments before nodding. "Go ahead. He is in the bed at the far end. But do not disturb him. He needs his rest." "Thank you." Vittikel proceeded deeper into the hospital wing. Quirrell lay in a bed by the window, covered with a white blanket, his purple turban removed and placed on the bedside table. With the turban absent, Vittikel could observe Quirrell's features more clearly. An ordinary, somewhat haggard young wizard. His brow slightly furrowed, even in unconsciousness, his lips dry and peeling. Yet, he knew the issue lay beneath the surface. Vittikel feigned straightening the blanket, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Quirrell's forehead. The wristwatch against his skin detected negative mental fluctuation reading, medium-high. Multiple consciousness characteristics, confirmed. Vital signs, stable but exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. He required a sample, fluid or tissue, for analysis of the anomalies. Bruce and Tim's equipment might detect elements that magical instruments could overlook. Vittikel retrieved from his pocket an object resembling an ordinary ballpoint pen. In truth, it was a miniature sampler designed by Lucius Fox, CEO of Wayne Enterprises. Originally intended for the discrete collection of biological samples in hostile environments. The pen's tip contained not ink, but ultra-fine nanoprobes capable of extracting minute tissue liquids without leaving conspicuous traces. He inadvertently dropped the pen onto the bed and bent down to retrieve it. In doing so, the pen's tip lightly grazed Quirrell's exposed wrist, where the skin was thin and the veins shallow, making sampling effortless. The motion was swift and delicate, akin to an accidental touch. A tiny indicator light on the pen flickered briefly, sampling complete. Stored in low-temperature capsule. Vittikel picked up the pen and returned it to his pocket. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. He lingered by the bedside a moment longer. Gazing at the unconscious Quirrell, his emotions tangled. This unfortunate professor, chosen by the Dark Lord as a host, his consciousness suppressed, his body manipulated, and perhaps already partially consumed. Yet here he stood, contemplating not how to rescue this victim, but how to gather evidence and avert a greater catastrophe. Sometimes, choices are not about right or wrong, but about weight and consequence. He whispered, "I am sorry, Professor. I hope one day you find release." Then he turned and departed, thanking Madame Pomfrey once more as he exited the hospital wing. In the corridor, the Scottish winter sun cast warm, elongated patches of light on the stone floor through the stained glass windows. Vittikel gripped the sampler in his pocket, feeling the coolness of its metallic exterior. The sample was secured. Next, it would be delivered to the Batcave, where Bruce and Tim could analyze it. Perhaps they would uncover something, perhaps they would not. But at the very least, it was a step forward. He made his way along the corridor toward Slytherin, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly on the ancient stone slabs. The castle was sinking into the tranquility of evening. Distant sounds of the hall preparing for dinner mingling with the faint chatter of students. In the dead of night, Slytherin dormitory. Theodore had already succumbed to slumber. the even rhythm of his breathing audible from within the curtains. Vittikel sat at his desk, illuminating only a low-lit magical lamp, the warm yellow glow barely brightening the surface. He retrieved the disguised ballpoint pen from the depths of the drawer, examining it under the light. The silver-gray casing glimmered with a cold sheen. The indicator light at the cap flashing at specific intervals, a signal of stable sample preservation. He traced his finger over the nearly invisible engravings on the pen. We Labs. Biosampler 7, for field use only. Vittikel unfurled a sheet of special parchment. This was the invisibility paper that Lin Wan had procured from the realm of Chinese metaphysics. It appeared blank, but required specific potions or spells to reveal its contents. He dipped into a celadon-colored ink and began to write. The letters lingered on the surface for several moments before gradually fading until they vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. Recipient: Batcave Biological Analysis Laboratory. Attention: Tim Drake. Sender: VKW. Marking: Biological sample, highest security level, potential magical contamination. Tim, accompanied by Athena, has returned with a Type 7 sampler, containing minute biological tissue samples, epidermal fluid, and a trace amount of blood. Source: Professor Quirinus Quirrell, Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Collection time: this evening. At the school hospital, with the subject currently in a state of unconsciousness. Cause: mild concussion, resulting from an accidental collision initiated by the subject. Details to follow in a subsequent report. Analysis requests: 1. Fundamental biological information analysis. Confirm human origin of the sample. Examine for any anomalous cellular structures, magical markings, or foreign genetic material. 2. Residual energy detection. Utilizing the magical resonator provided by Zatanna, scan the sample for traces of dark magical energy or soul fragments. 3. Toxin screening. The subject has had prolonged exposure to garlic, potentially as a suppressant. Check for the presence of specific magical compounds or resistance indicators within the sample. 4. Database comparison. Should any non-human or anomalous magical characteristics be identified, cross-reference with the Justice League's Supernatural Incident Archives and the Batcave's Magical Threat Database. Caution: the sample may possess magical activity or contamination risks. It is advised to open it within the protective barriers set by Zatanna. The entire analysis process must be meticulously documented. Any anomalies should result in the immediate isolation of the sample and notification to Bruce. Should any clear evidence of dark magic parasitism be discovered, we shall need to discuss our next steps. A professor at Hogwarts may have fallen under the control of a fragment of Voldemort's soul, rendering this matter exceedingly dangerous. The sample will accompany Athena on her departure. In her small box at her feet, she carries the Scottish shortbread I sent for Alfred, who expressed a desire to sample local flavors. With the sampler concealed within a hidden compartment. Same place, same method of transfer. Thank you for your efforts. Please also scan the sample for any peculiar magical pathogens. I would prefer not to be afflicted during our next handshake. Vittikel. Moreover, inform Jason that the sonic modulator techniques he taught today proved quite useful, albeit indirectly. Tell Dick that Quidditch is far more exhilarating than it appears on television. Convey to Damien that I continue my practice. Inform Barbara, Stephanie, and Cassandra that I miss our afternoon teas together. Let Father know that I will remain vigilant and refrain from solitary actions until the sample analysis results are available. Tell Mother that the scarf is wonderfully warm. Remind Alfred that the shortbread pairs well with the tea he brews. He set down the quill, allowing the ink to dry completely before carefully rolling the parchment and securing it with a deep green ribbon. The manner of the knot formed a specific signal of the Bat family, indicating the content's significance and the need for expedited handling. He then opened another small box, revealing several exquisitely wrapped pieces of Scottish butter shortbread. With great care, he unwrapped one, exposing a magically reduced compartment the size of a postage stamp. He placed the miniature sampler inside, closed the compartment, and restored the packaging, executing the task with a proficiency uncharacteristic of an 11-year-old. Finally, he retrieved a small vial of transparent potion from his suitcase, dripping it onto the rolled parchment. The surface shimmered, revealing entirely different content. A set of neatly pinned class notes regarding the distribution of Highland herbs, complete with hand-drawn illustrations. This served as a second layer of disguise. By the time all tasks were completed, the sky outside the dormitory had taken on a deep blue hue. Athena stood quietly on the windowsill, her amber eyes glimmering like warm gems in the dim light. Vittikel secured the disguised parchment and the snack box to the owl's leg, gently stroking her soft feathers. You shall bear this burden once more, Athena. Fly directly back to the Batcave without delay. This snack is of utmost importance. The snowy owl let out a low hoot, nudging his fingers with her beak, then unfurled her broad wings, silently gliding into the deepest darkness before dawn, heading towards Gotham. Vittikel remained by the window until Athena's silhouette vanished from sight. A chill wind, laden with the unique dampness of the Black Lake, surged in, causing him to shiver as he closed the window. Turning back towards the dormitory, he noted the curtains of Theodore's bed still tightly drawn. He crept back to his own bed, lying down and staring at the canopy above. The sample had been dispatched. The information had been conveyed. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting. Waiting for the analysis results from the Batcave, waiting for Dumbledore's next move, waiting for Quirrell's response upon awakening, waiting for Voldemort's forthcoming plans, and waiting to discern what position he might find within the impending storm, and how much he could safeguard that which was worthy of protection. The sky outside gradually brightened, the first rays of morning light piercing through the clouds, gilding the ancient towers of Hogwarts with a delicate golden edge. Chapter 15. Some memories are even avoided by ghosts. 1. Vittikel sat in the corner of the Slytherin common room, gripping a specially crafted parchment sent from Gotham, filled with encrypted script. Athena perched on his shoulder, her amber eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Though it was deep into the night, a few Slytherin students lingered, quietly discussing family matters or academic issues. Before him lay 3 letters spread across a small table. The first was from Bruce, succinct in its wording. Yet the concern woven between the lines seemed poised to pierce the parchment. Sample analysis complete. The concentration of dark magic in Quirrell's occipital region has reached lethal levels. See attachment A for data. A typical wizard exposed to such concentration would experience neural collapse within 3 seconds, organ failure within 5, and death within 10. The reason for Quirrell's survival may stem from 1. A unique magical constitution, 2. The application of a protective curse, or 3. Adaptive mutation of the host in a parasitic relationship. The third hypothesis is favored. Notably, the sample also revealed residual signatures of the killing curse, exceedingly ancient, with slight deviations from the conventional energy characteristics of the Avada Kedavra curse, resembling some form of prototype curse. Jason exhibited anomalous reactions upon contact with the sample. The dark energy within actively avoided his touch, as if restrained. He has commenced targeted training. Current safety rating for Hogwarts. C. A clear threat exists, but the source has been localized. Your safety priority, highest. You must return for the Christmas holiday. We will employ unconventional means of intervention if necessary. Attachment. Damien has devised 7 tactical plans addressing dark magic parasitism, which have been securely transmitted to your wrist terminal. Vittikel ran his fingers over the seemingly ordinary watch on his wrist, which housed a security communication system of the highest caliber. Damien's tactical plans likely included strategies for setting traps within Hogwarts, incapacitating Quirrell and Voldemort with minimal disturbance, and, when necessary, rendering the castle's portraits and suits of armor blind for 3 minutes. The last directive had been crossed out in red ink by Bruce, accompanied by the annotation excessive. The second letter was from Lin Wan, written in elegant Chinese script, though the strokes appeared more forceful than usual. Dear Viti, domestic experts have confirmed the analysis results. The Ministry of Mystical Affairs in China has classified this matter as a Level 2 international magical security incident. I have received authorization to engage diplomatically with the British Ministry of Magic if necessary. However, your father believes direct intervention may provoke unwanted attention. He advises cautious observation. While at school, please take care to 1. Minimize solitary interactions with Professor Quirrell for any reason. 2. Carry all protective items. The new talisman I sent must be worn at all times. 3. Send safety signals via Athena at least twice weekly. A simple message of well-being will suffice, but it must be sent. Grandmother has gone to Yonghe Palace to pray for you, and has secured a new peace talisman, enclosed with this letter. The snacks are from Daxiankin, knowing your cravings. Mother is quite worried, yet also proud. You are stronger than we could have imagined. See you at Christmas. The flight has been arranged for the afternoon of December 23rd at King's Cross Station, where Alfie will meet you. Love, Mom. The third letter is a collective note from the entire family, evidently Dick's idea. Little Vic, B1T let us write to you alone to say things like danger or run away. So we composed this together. Here are the key points. Dick, Quidditch is awesome. But don't fall off your broom while trying to catch the golden snitch. If you need flying lessons, I'll teach you over the holidays, though I can't do magic. Aerial acrobatics are my specialty. Jason, if that bald-headed git, Quirrell, dares to touch you, let me know. I have a feeling I can take care of the dark stuff on him. Not a metaphor. Literally. Tim, a real-time Hogwarts magical energy fluctuation monitoring model has been established via the sensors in your watch. If there are any abnormal peaks, the watchtower will receive an alert. Additionally, I've improved the communicator. It can now transmit 30 seconds of encrypted audio. Try pressing the third button on the side of the watch. Damien, tactical plans have been sent. I recommend prioritizing practice of the silent stunning spell and the shield charm. If you encounter a battle, remember, the back of the enemy's head is a weak point. Physical means may be used if necessary. Alfie, P.S. The little cookies have been baked. The new pajamas have been ironed, and the room has been tidied up. We look forward to your return, Master V. P.S. Mr. Bruce asked me to add, stay safe. We love you. He said it. I recorded it. Dick. Victoric read through all the letters, his eyes welling up. Yet the corners of his mouth lifted. He carefully folded the letters and tucked them into the inner pocket where his new talisman from Linwan, a bizarre amalgamation embroidered with intricate Taoist symbols and bat motifs, and the safety charm his grandmother obtained from the Yonghe Temple in Beijing were already stored. He pressed the third button on the side of his watch, as Tim instructed. The dial illuminated with a faint blue glow, and 30 seconds of audio began to play. First came Dick's voice, with the background sound of police sirens from Broodhaven. Little Vic, how's the weather there? Oh, this is a recording. Anyway, all is well. When you return, I'll take you to that new pizza place. Jason's voice followed. Amidst the unique clamor of the East End and the distant echo of gunfire, stay safe, and don't let anyone bully you into tears. If anyone dares to touch you, just speak up. Then came Tim's voice, punctuated by the clatter of keyboard strokes. The database has been updated, adding 137 new dark magic defense strategies. Please be very cautious. Finally, Damien's voice emerged, accompanied by the sound of clashing swords. Don't die at school. That would be foolish. A long silence ensued, and just as Victoric thought it had concluded, Bruce's voice emerged, deep and succinct, yet clear. Wait for you to come home. The audio concluded. Victoric sat in the dimly lit common room, the emerald green flames dancing across his face. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His family understood. They had analyzed the fragment of Voldemort within Quirrell's mind, discovering traces of the killing curse, and even noted that Jason could counter that dark power. They were concerned, yet not overly panicked. They were prepared, yet not rash in their actions. This was the quintessential Wayne family style, confronting threats with intelligence, strategy, and absolute execution. He opened his eyes and gazed at the ginkgo wood wand in his hand. The wand's color had shifted once more. From the light brown it had been when he first acquired it, it had deepened to a rich amber hue, with the flowing golden veins within the wood now more pronounced, resembling tree sap solidifying in the sunlight. The carbonized scar at the tip remained clear, yet the edges of the scar had begun to sprout the faintest, nearly imperceptible new wood grain. Ollivander had once said that ginkgo wood wands would record their master's growth. But the healing of the scar's edges with the emergence of new wood was something even the venerable wand maker had never witnessed. New Year's Eve. Victoric softly called the wand's name. The wand warmed slightly in his grasp, not in a burning manner, but with a living warmth, a pulsing sensation. He could feel the memories flowing within the wand, not just those of trees and unicorns, but his own memories as well. Every moment of the past few months at Hogwarts had been silently recorded, preserved, and transformed into a part of its ancient wooden essence. You are growing too, Victoric murmured. Athena perched on his shoulder, gently pecking at his ear, as if to say, I am here as well. He smiled and rose to his feet. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and only 2 or 3 seventh-year students remained in the common room, busily working on their assignments. He should return to his dormitory. Classes awaited him tomorrow, and according to his family's advice, he ought to reduce his nocturnal escapades. However, Victoric Wayne had never been one to be entirely obedient, especially when he had a promise to fulfill. Over the past few months, aside from attending classes and completing family tasks, such as gathering intelligence and analyzing Quirrell's movements, as well as testing various protective spells, Victoric had embarked on a secret endeavor, informal lessons with ghosts during his night escapades. This began on a deep night in the 3rd week of school. That night, he had stealthily slipped from the Slytherin dormitory to test the stealth gear Bruce had provided, magically enhanced bat boots that dulled footfalls and thermal signals, exploring the castle. In a secluded corridor on the 5th floor, he encountered the Grey Lady. It was not a chance encounter. Later, the Grey Lady revealed that she had been observing him for several days. Your magical fluctuations are quite intriguing, she remarked. As the elegant and melancholic ghost floated at the end of the corridor, her silver, translucent robe shimmering with a pearlescent sheen in the moonlight. Ancient yet fresh, contradictory yet harmonious. Like an ancient melody played on new instruments. Victoric did not flee. The training from the Wayne family allowed him to remain calm in the presence of supernatural beings. He bowed slightly. I am Victoric Wayne, a first-year student. And you are? The Grey Lady, the ghost replied, her voice reminiscent of the distant chime of wind bells. The ghost of Ravenclaw House, and the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. That night, they conversed for a long time. The Grey Lady, whose true name was Helena Ravenclaw, did not teach him spells, but rather the art of understanding. She spoke of ancient magical theories long forgotten by modern wizards. That magic is not merely the waving of a wand and uttering syllables. but a dialogue between will and reality, a resonance between the soul and the universe. Every spell has its root form, and the modern simplified versions have lost their original power and intricacy. With a graceful flick, she demonstrated the levitation charm in an abandoned classroom. Though ghosts cannot cast spells in the traditional sense, she was able to trace the flow of magical energy with points of light, its origin being the ancient term nivern, literally translated as to let the light spirit bear. When you utter the modern incantation, you are merely requesting magic to occur. But if you understand what that light spirit is, if you can construct its essence in your consciousness, she encouraged Victoric to try, not to recite a spell, but to imagine, to envision the air not as emptiness, but as countless tiny, conscious sprites, to imagine that they are willing to assist you in lifting a feather, to imagine that you are not commanding but inviting. Victoric attempted this. The first time, the feather remained motionless. The 10th time, it quivered slightly. By the 50th attempt, in that deep night, with moonlight streaming through the broken window into the dust-filled classroom, the feather slowly ascended, without a wand waving. Without an incantation spoken, only Victoric's focused gaze and outstretched palm. Well done. Helena's voice held a rare warmth. You are learning to listen to the voice of magic itself, rather than blindly repeating the shortcuts left by those who came before. Since that moment, 2 to 3 times a week, Victoric would sneak out of the dormitory at night to meet Helena. Their lessons had no fixed location, sometimes in abandoned classrooms, sometimes in the castle towers, and once even in a forgotten cellar deep underground, covered in ancient ruins. Helena imparted knowledge that transcended the confines of a first-year curriculum, the resonance of magic with the soul, the ways in which intense emotions can amplify or distort the effects of spells, and the profound connection between love and sacrifice in creating the most formidable protective enchantments. Memory, she taught, is not merely a collection of images in the mind, but a tangible entity imbued with quality, capable of storing magical energy. She elucidated methods to safeguard one's memories from prying eyes and to discern the subtle traces indicative of tampered recollections. This was not a superficial understanding akin to turning stone to gold, but rather a transformation and sublimation of the essence of matter. Why can philosophers' stones create elixirs of immortality? Because they comprehend the very code of life itself and possess the ability to rewrite it. Furthermore, she delved into the philosophical implications of true wisdom. While Ravenclaw House venerates intellect, Helena's definition of wisdom diverged from conventional notions. Wisdom is not merely the accumulation of knowledge. On a drizzly evening, as they stood upon the terrace of Ravenclaw Tower, Helena gazed into the dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest, understanding that it encompasses the awareness of one's own ignorance. It is the maintenance of curiosity, skepticism, and humility. My mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, was a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yet her greatest insight, upon her deathbed, was the realization that in her relentless pursuit of knowledge, she had overlooked the truly significant, the human heart. Voldemort always listened in silence. He could sense the deep-seated, millennia-old pain hidden within Helena's words, the subtle tremor in her voice whenever her mother was mentioned, the unmistakable guilt that flickered in her eyes when she glanced towards the direction of the Ravenclaw common room. Yet he never inquired. The upbringing from the Gaunt family had instilled in him the understanding that some wounds must be approached only when the afflicted are ready. Until this evening. This night marked his final nocturnal excursion before the Christmas holiday, after which he would pack his belongings and return to Gotham. He had arranged to meet Helena outside the room of requirement on the 7th floor. She was privy to the room's secret, although she never ventured inside. Some memories are best avoided, even by ghosts. Voldemort donned his specially crafted stealth boots, checked all protective items, and cast a final glance at the sleeping Theodore Knott, his roommate, with whom he had maintained a cordial relationship over the past few months. However, Voldemort noted that Knott occasionally awakened just as he returned from his midnight escapades, casually remarking that his soles bore the unique moss from the 3rd-floor corridor before rolling over to continue his slumber. This was a silent, Slytherin-style form of care. I do not ask where you go, but should you leave traces, I shall remind you. Thank you, Voldemort whispered, though Knott was already asleep. He slipped out of the dormitory, traversing the quiet common room, the fire reduced to a flickering glow as the stone walls slid open and closed. The corridor was alive only with the crackling of torches, the portraits mostly slumbering, occasionally punctuated by snoring or murmurs of dreams. He adeptly avoided the patrolling Filch and Mrs. Norris, the cat caretaker, who were sensitive to magical fluctuations, yet Voldemort had learned to temporarily diminish his magical presence using the techniques Helena had taught him, blending into his surroundings like a chameleon. This was not invisibility, but rather a means of rendering himself unremarkable within the magical perception, thus evading attention. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Helena was already there. The ghostly lady floated opposite the tapestry, depicting the giant beating the foolish Barnabas, her silver robe flowing in the moonlight. She stared at the blank wall, her gaze distant, as if perceiving scenes from a millennium past. "Good evening, my lady," Voldemort said softly. Helena turned, a melancholic smile gracing her face. "Good evening, Voldemort. You seem troubled tonight. Is it because you are returning home?" "Partly," he replied, stepping closer to her and also gazing at the wall. He knew that by concentrating his thoughts and walking past this wall thrice, the room of requirement would manifest, fulfilling the user's needs. But he had never attempted it before. "More so, I received a letter from my family regarding that matter at school." Helena's expression grew serious. "The matter regarding Professor Quirrell's head, you know?" Voldemort exclaimed in surprise. "Ghosts can perceive layers of existence that the living cannot," Helena murmured. "We see the colors of souls. Feel the pulse of life. Professor Quirrell's soul is weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. And the darkness at the back of his head is not a soul. It is a parasite, a remnant that refuses to embrace death, clinging forcibly to the living." Her voice bore a note of revulsion, not from fear of dark magic, but from disdain for that which contravenes the natural order. "My family analyzed the sample." Voldemort decided to trust Helena after months of companionship. He knew this ghostly lady, despite her melancholia, was of good character. They discovered traces of a killing curse within that darkness, an ancient version. Helena pondered. The killing curse? Or some form of innate ability? Fascinating. However, we shall not delve into that perilous topic tonight. You must begin preparing for your revision tomorrow, as the long holiday approaches. We should review the material we have covered over these past months. For the next 2 hours, Helena taught in her uniquely spectral manner. Though she could not demonstrate spells, she illustrated the structures of magical theory, sketching intricate runic arrays and energy flow models in the air with silver light, depicting the nodes connecting the soul and magic. Voldemort focused intently on his studies. Under Helena's tutelage, his understanding of magic leaped forward. This was not the standard curriculum of Hogwarts. It was deeper knowledge concerning the very essence of magic. Thus, although he performed adequately in class, deliberately controlled, not wishing to attract undue attention, his actual proficiency had long surpassed that of a first-year student, especially in defensive magic, which Helena emphasized. "Because you live in a world where you must protect yourself and others," she had once explained, "I can see fragments of your memories depicting Gotham's knights. Those cloaked and masked figures, the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Magic can serve as a weapon, but the best magic is that which renders weapons unnecessary." That night, they practiced an ancient version of the shield charm. The modern shield charm provides a general defense, and Helena illustrated a model of a spherical shield in the air with her light points. However, it is resource-intensive, of short duration, and limited against certain specific curses. The ancient Ravenclaw school developed a more refined variant, the mirror shield. Its principle is not to withstand attacks but to deflect, disperse, absorb, and convert a portion of the energy into the shield's own sustaining force. She meticulously explained the pathways of energy flow, the focal points of will, and the most critical aspect: one must comprehend the nature of the attack. Every spell, every magical energy, bears its intent. Intent of fear, intent of anger, intent of murder. The mirror shield can not only deflect energy but also read intent and adjust accordingly. It will fully deflect a killing curse, while it might only slightly block a jinx. Voldemort attempted it 3 times. The first time, the shield barely took shape before collapsing. The second time, the shield stabilized but could only defend against ordinary spells. On the third attempt, he closed his eyes, reflecting on Helena's words, understand the nature of the attack. What did he recall? Not a specific spell, but a sensation, the ferocity of Jason in a fight in the East End, the precision of Damien in training, even the cold, inhuman pressure Batman exerted upon criminals. The intent of the attack, the will to harm, the resolve to end. He opened his eyes, his wand tracing a complex arc, not a simple flourish of the shield charm, but 7 consecutive, nuanced movements, harmonizing with a comprehensive construct of defense in his mind. A translucent, faintly iridescent spherical shield unfurled around him. The surface of the shield was not static but gently rotated, like a living liquid crystal. Excellent. Helena's voice held genuine admiration. Though still rough, the structure is correct. With a few more months of practice, you will reach the average level of ancient Ravenclaw apprentices. They only mastered this in their 3rd year. Voldemort maintained the shield for 30 seconds before gradually dissipating it. He sensed a significant drain on his magical energy, yet it was less than he had anticipated. As the shield vanished, a portion of the energy flowed back into his body, akin to the retreat of the tide. The mirror shield, as Helena explained, returns in used energy to the caster upon its dissolution, which is one of the reasons for its efficiency compared to modern versions. However, caution is warranted. If the shield endures an attack of substantial force, the returned energy may carry remnants of the attacker's intent, necessitating careful handling. By the time the lesson concluded, it was already 1 in the morning. The moon hung low in the western sky, and the castle was enveloped in profound silence. Voldemort stowed his wand and turned his gaze toward Helena. The ghostly lady was particularly reticent tonight, often lost in thought during the lesson, her eyes drifting toward the direction of the Ravenclaw Tower. He could sense the immense, millennia-old pain lingering within her, like a deep well, calm on the surface, yet swirling with an inexhaustible sorrow at its depths. Through months of interaction, Voldemort had come to know Helena's story. She was the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Out of jealousy for her mother's wisdom and renown, she had stolen Ravenclaw's diadem, a magical artifact that enhances the wearer's intelligence, and fled to the forests of Albania. When Rowena lay gravely ill and wished to see her daughter one last time, she sent the Bloody Baron to seek her out, but Helena refused to return. In the ensuing struggle, the Baron accidentally killed her, and subsequently, out of remorse, took his own life. Both became ghosts of Hogwarts. The Bloody Baron, forever bound by chains and bloodstains, became the specter of Slytherin. Helena became the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw, eternally burdened by guilt and sorrow. Understanding the tale is one thing, yet feeling the weight of 1,000 years of guilt is another. Voldemort could sense that his talents rendered him particularly sensitive to profound emotions. Helena's pain was not a dramatic wail, but rather a quiet, permeating regret that seeped into every fiber of her existence. If only I had returned. If only I had apologized. If only I... Madam, Voldemort suddenly interjected, his voice resonating clearly in the hushed corridor. I have a question. Helena snapped back from her reverie. What is it, child? Have you ever gazed into the mirror of Erised? Voldemort pondered his words. The air became thick with tension. Helena's silver ghostly form appeared even more translucent. She fixed her gaze upon Voldemort, her semi-transparent eyes reflecting shock, pain, and a hint of an emotion he had not anticipated, near fear. The mirror of Erised, she finally repeated, her voice as soft as a whisper. The mirror that reveals one's innermost desires. Yes, I am aware. I looked into it when I was young. Voldemort waited. Helena drifted to the window, gazing out at the night enveloping Hogwarts. The moonlight bathed her in a silvery glow, rendering her akin to a statue of exquisite beauty. That was many, many years ago. She murmured, her voice imbued with distant echoes. I was a young witch, just entering Hogwarts. My relationship with my mother had already begun to fray. She was the great Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of the house, a genius revered by all, and I was merely Helena, the daughter who would forever live in her shadow. She paused, as if sifting through memories from 1,000 years past. One day, while exploring the castle, Hogwarts was far more desolate then, with many undiscovered rooms. I stumbled upon an abandoned classroom and beheld that mirror. It was grand, with an ornate golden frame, inscribed at the top with the words, Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidon wosi. Voldemort recalled that inscription he had read about the mirror. Erised was the goddess of discord in Greek mythology, and the inscription, when read backward, meant, what I show you is not your face, but the desires of your heart. I gazed into the mirror, Helena continued, her voice growing softer. Can you guess what I saw? Voldemort shook his head. I saw myself, she replied. A bitter smile gracing her lips, but not as I truly am. It was the idealized version of myself, clothed in robes more splendid than my mother's, adorned with a diadem of Ravenclaw that was not her own, but one more beautiful and radiant. I stood in the great hall of Hogwarts, with all the students and professors gazing upon me, their eyes filled with adoration. My mother stood in the corner, smiling and applauding, acknowledging that I was greater than she. She turned to Voldemort. Shallow, I assenti it? A girl's vain fantasy, yearning for fame, longing to surpass her mother, craving the adoration of all. That was my deepest desire at that time, to escape my mother's shadow and become a more luminous presence than she. Voldemort remained silent, yet he understood. Only later did I realize, Helena floated back to him, that the mirror reveals desires, not necessarily what one truly needs. I yearned for fame and recognition. But what I truly required was reconciliation with my mother, acceptance of my imperfections, and the understanding that love is far more significant than wisdom. She fell silent. The corridor was filled only with the flowing moonlight. Voldemort took a deep breath and made a decision. Madam, he said, his voice clear and resolute. Do you wish to gaze into the mirror once more? Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, froze completely. Her ghostly form solidified in the moonlight, her silver robes no longer billowing, her semi-transparent face an empty mask of shock. It was a profound astonishment that reached deep into her soul, if a ghost indeed has a soul. Voldemort waited, his heart racing. He knew he was risking the reopening of an ancient wound, intruding upon a past that was not his to touch. Yet, through their months of acquaintance. Helena had imparted to him not only magic, but also something far more precious: understanding, patience, and a concern for the humanity behind knowledge. He could not simply depart Hogwarts for the Christmas holidays, leaving this melancholic ghost to wander in a millennia of guilt. "You," Helena finally spoke, her voice trembling. "What did you say?" "I know where the mirror of Erised is," Voldemort replied, striving to maintain a steady tone. "I stumbled upon it shortly after the term commenced. In an abandoned classroom. I have visited it several times. The mirror is still there." He paused, adding, "I can feel your pain, madam. That deep regret. I think, perhaps now, looking into the mirror, you might see something different." Helena floated closer, her silver eyes locking onto Voldemort's blue ones. The gaze of the ghost possessed a penetrating quality, as if it could see into the depths of one's soul. "Why do you do this?" she asked softly. "Why care about the pain of a ghost that should have perished a millennium ago?" Voldemort contemplated for a moment before answering honestly. "Because you have taught me things beyond magic. You have shown me how to understand the world, how to listen to magic, and how to pursue knowledge without losing one's humanity. You are not merely a ghost or the daughter of Ravenclaw to me. You are my teacher." He paused, recalling words spoken by Lin Wan. "My mother said that when others help you, teach you, and illuminate your path as you grow, you owe them a responsibility, not a debt, but a duty of care." Helena's expression shifted. The mask of millennia-old melancholy cracked, revealing genuine, vibrant emotions beneath: surprise, gratitude, and a flicker of warmth long forgotten. "Your mother is a wise woman," she finally said, her voice softened considerably, "even though she is not a witch. She is the best diplomat," Voldemort smiled, "and the most wonderful mother." An extended silence ensued. The moonlight slowly traversed the corridor floor, resembling a stream of silver water. "Take me there," Helena suddenly asserted, her voice firm. "Take me to see the mirror." Voldemort nodded, asking no further questions. He turned and walked deeper into the corridor, with Helena gliding silently behind him, her silver robe shimmering like a faint glow in the darkness. They traversed the hallway of the 7th floor and descended a spiral staircase, arriving at a secluded corner on the 6th floor. This area rarely saw students, as the end of the corridor led to a dead end, marked only by a few bricked-up windows and a row of vacant suits of armor. Yet, Voldemort was privy to a secret. He approached what appeared to be an unremarkable stone wall and pressed his hand against a specific brick, not through the summons of the Room of Requirement, but via a physical mechanism, a technique taught by Abeforth. "Ancient structures always possess hidden passages, my child. Look for variations in brick color, signs of wear, or temperature discrepancies." The brick receded inward, and the stone wall silently slid open, revealing a concealed corridor behind it. This was a discovery Voldemort had made during his nocturnal explorations. Utilizing the investigative skills imparted by Bruce, noting that the length of this corridor diverged from the castle's external measurements, leading him to deduce the existence of a hidden space. "Astute," Helena remarked as she drifted into the hidden passage. "Even I was unaware of this route. Hogwarts harbors many secrets," Voldemort responded, following her inside. "My father often said that any structure existing for over a century will possess its own mysteries. A castle that has stood for over a millennium? Secrets entwined within secrets." The hidden corridor was brief, culminating at a heavy oak door, unlatched yet thick with dust upon the handle. Voldemort pushed the door open. The room was suffused with the scent of stale air and dust. Moonlight streamed through a tall window, illuminating the swirling motes in a shaft of light. The chamber was expansive, cluttered with detritus, broken desks, sagging bookshelves, discarded armor, and a heap of obscured objects draped in canvas. At the farthest end of the room stood the mirror of Erised, towering to the ceiling. Its ornate golden frame glimmered with a shadowy sheen in the moonlight. The mirror's surface was not ordinary glass, but rather a profound material, seemingly absorbing light. The inscription at the top was clearly legible, the ancient letters faintly glowing in the darkness. Voldemort stepped aside. Helena glided forward, pausing a few feet before the mirror. The ghostly lady gazed at her reflection. Initially, the mirror only revealed her own spectral image, silver and translucent, with a melancholic visage and flowing robe. Yet gradually, the image within the mirror began to transform. Herein lies a significant assumption. The ghost could see what others saw in the mirror. Voldemort held his breath. This time, the reflection did not depict himself but the silhouette of the ghost. What would a ghost see in the mirror of Erised? The desires of the living, the longings of the deceased. What distinction exists between them? The Helena in the mirror began to take on substance. The silver specter gradually acquired color. Her translucence solidified into corporeality, her robe shifting from ephemeral light to delicate fabric. She appeared no longer as a ghost, but as a living witch, young, perhaps in her 30s, with deep brown hair, warm eyes, flushed cheeks, and a smile gracing her lips. Yet the transformation did not cease there. The Helena in the mirror was not alone. Beside her stood another witch, taller, older, exuding an air of authority yet with kind eyes, crowned with a shimmering diadem. Rowena Ravenclaw. The two witches stood side by side in the mirror. Their backdrop, not the cluttered room, but a sunlit garden. The garden boasted flowering trees, stone benches, and a small fountain. Rowena's hand rested gently on Helena's shoulder, while Helena clasped her mother's hand. Both wore smiles, not mere gestures of politeness, but rather relaxed, intimate, and filled with love. Then the scene in the mirror shifted. They sat in a cozy sitting room, a fire crackling in the hearth. A book splayed open on the table as they engaged in lively discussion, their gestures animated, expressions focused. Another transformation, they were in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, dining with the other three founders, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff, sharing laughter and camaraderie. The scene altered again, Helena adorned with the Ravenclaw diadem, not in ostentation, but as her mother placed it upon her head, pride gleaming in Rowena's eyes. Rowena spoke a phrase, and Helena embraced her with a smile. Scenes flashed by in rapid succession, a condensed epitome of a lifetime. The mother and daughter studying magic together, traveling, teaching students, aging together. Yet the Helena in the mirror remained forever at the age of 30. Finally, Rowena lay in bed, elderly yet serene, Helena holding her hand. Rowena uttered something, and Helena nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks, but these were tears of release. Rowena closed her eyes, smiling, peacefully departing from this world. The image in the mirror froze at that final moment. Helena holding her deceased mother's hand, tears on her face, yet her eyes radiating tranquility, love, and completeness. In reality, Helena, the Grey Lady, stood motionless before the mirror. Voldemort noticed her shoulders trembling. The silver specter began to ripple, akin to ripples on a water's surface. She raised her hand, seemingly attempting to touch the mirror's surface, but her fingers passed through the glass, only brushing against emptiness. Then, Helena Ravenclaw began to weep, not with gentle sobs or whimpers, but with a profound cry that surged from the depths of her soul. A millennium of guilt, a millennium of regret, a millennium of what-ifs and wishes flooded forth in that singular moment. She sank to her knees, hands covering her face, silver tears trickling through her fingers, dissipating like motes of light upon hitting the ground. Mother, she choked out repeatedly. I'm sorry, I should have returned. I should have listened to you, I should have. Voldemort stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. Comforting a weeping ghost? A gentle pat on her shoulder? Yet his hand would pass through her form. After a moment's contemplation, he approached Helena, not attempting to touch her, but speaking softly. She has forgiven you, Voldemort said, gazing at the serene image within the mirror. In the mirror, she holds your hand, smiling as she departs. There is no resentment, only love. Helena lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching the mirror. The reflection had stabilized at that final moment, the clasped hands of mother and daughter, a tranquil farewell. Is that real? She inquired. Her voice fractured, or merely my longing? The mirror reveals the deepest, most fervent desires of the heart, Voldemort replied. What you yearn for most profoundly is reconciliation with your mother, her peaceful departure, and being by her side as she bids farewell. This desire is so palpable, so pure. I believe that in some world you did not choose, it indeed occurred. He paused, adding, moreover, desire itself possesses power. You long for forgiveness, for a chance to make amends, a yearning that has endured for a millennium, unchanging. It attests to who you are, not a rebellious daughter who stole a diadem, but a soul deeply in love with her mother, suffering for her transgressions across the ages. Helena slowly rose to her feet, still gazing into the mirror. Her tears gradually subsided, yet traces remained on her face. Thank you, Voldemort, she finally uttered, her voice still trembling but infused with a hint of peace. Thank you for bringing me here. Thank you for letting me see this. No need for thanks, my lady, Voldemort replied softly. This is what you deserve. They lingered before the mirror for an extended period. Helena fixated on the image within, as though imprinting every detail into her eternal ghostly memory. Voldemort remained quietly beside her, occasionally glancing at the mirror. What he always beheld was the reunion of family, and today was no exception. Within the mirror, the Wayne family celebrated Christmas in Gotham. Bruce and Lynn standing side by side by the Christmas tree, an event that had never transpired in reality, with all the brothers present, joyfully unwrapping gifts. Abe Forth carried hot chocolate. Athena hung decorations on the tree, and even the computers in the Batcave were adorned with twinkling lights. So quintessential, so heartwarming, it was precisely what he yearned for. At last, Helena turned away, no longer looking at the mirror. Her expression remained melancholic. A habit formed over millennia does not alter overnight, yet the oppressive, suffocating pain had diminished. Her gaze had become clearer, akin to the sky after a torrential downpour. We should return, she said. The dawn is approaching. Vittikel nodded. They exited the room, and the oak door closed behind them, concealing the stone walls of the corridor as they slipped back into place. On their way back to the Slytherin dormitory, both were enveloped in silence. Yet it was no longer stifling. As they neared the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Helena halted. Vittikel, she spoke, her tone grave. You will return home for the Christmas holidays. Reunite with your family, bask in the warmth. But remember, Hogwarts harbors lurking dangers. Quirrell and the entity dwelling in the back of his mind will not rest merely because of the festive season. I know, Vittikel nodded, I will be cautious. My family is aware, and they will protect me. Helena bestowed upon him a genuine, warm smile, albeit fleeting. Very well. Now, there is one more matter. She glided closer, her silver fingers lightly tapping Vittikel's forehead in a symbolic gesture. What I have taught you these past months is merely the surface of Ravenclaw's wisdom. True wisdom demands a lifetime of pursuit. However, you have made a commendable start. You understand the art of listening, the significance of inquiry, and most importantly, the essence of compassion. Her demeanor grew solemn. Thus, I offer you a warning, which is also a gift. Vittikel straightened. Please, speak, my lady. The warning is this: beware the allure of knowledge. Ravenclaw seeks wisdom, yet many have fallen throughout history due to an irresistible temptation for forbidden knowledge. Your desire to protect your family and to grow stronger is commendable. However, do not sacrifice your essence for the sake of power. Do not become like Quirrell, allowing darkness to take root in your pursuit of dark magic. I shall never, Vittikel declared resolutely. I believe in you. Helena nodded. Now the gift. She touched his forehead once more, this time lingering. Vittikel felt a warm, cool energy flow into his mind. Not memories, nor knowledge, but a manner of understanding. A new perspective through which to view the world. This is the blessing of insight from Ravenclaw, Helena explained. Not a spell, but an awakening of a gift. You will find it easier to see through illusions, to grasp the essence of complex theories, and to discern hidden connections. Yet, it is also a burden. For you will perceive truths that others cannot, including those that are unsettling. She withdrew her hand. Use this gift to safeguard yourself and those you cherish. But remember, the greatest wisdom is sometimes knowing when to close your eyes. Vittikel bowed deeply. Thank you, my lady, for everything. No, thank you, child. Helena's voice was gentle. You have given this phantom the most precious gift in a millennium. A glimpse of reconciliation with my mother, a possibility for closure. She began to drift away, her form gradually fading into the dim corridor. Merry Christmas, Vittikel Wayne. Please extend my regards to your mother. She has raised a good son. Then she vanished, leaving only a fleeting silver glimmer in the air. Vittikel stood still, feeling the residual warmth on his forehead, as well as the newfound clarity in his mind. He could sense more. The flow of magic within the walls, the dreams of distant portraits, and even the faint pulse of life in some shadowy chamber below. Quirrell? Voldemort? He shook his head, dispelling the disquieting sensation. Now was not the time for exploration. He slipped back into the Slytherin common room, where the stone wall slid open and then closed behind him. The fire had nearly extinguished, leaving only a few glowing embers in the ashes. The common room was devoid of occupants. Upon returning to his dormitory, Theodore Nott was either still asleep or feigning slumber. Vittikel changed into his nightclothes, lay down on his bed, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would return home, back to Gotham, to celebrate Christmas. He felt an unprecedented sense of anticipation, mingled with a tinge of unease. Quirrell and Voldemort were still within the castle, danger still lurked. Yet his family was aware, and they were preparing. Helena had bestowed upon him a new insight. He possessed the Guardian Wand, Athena, and the full resources and support of the Wayne family. Most importantly, he had a home to return to. In the moment just before sinking into slumber, Vittikel grasped the wand pouch by his pillow and murmured, Guardian, let us begin preparations for our return home tomorrow. Do you miss Gotham as well, even though it lacks the silver-scaled fish that peck at the windows? The wand within the pouch warmed slightly, as though it were smiling. Outside, at the bottom of the Black Lake, schools of silver-scaled fish began to gather, preparing to awaken the new day with their rhythmic pecking. Chapter 16, Where My Heart Finds Peace, There Lies My Home. 1. On the eve of the Christmas holidays, Hogwarts Castle fell into an unusual state of semi-slumber. The corridors were devoid of two-thirds of the students, the portraits yawned more frequently, and the suits of armor moved with a distinct languor. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall began to release gentle snowflakes. These were not real snow, but warm, dry, magical flakes that would accumulate into a fluffy white layer on the ground without melting. The house elves busied themselves decorating the castle. Christmas wreaths adorned every archway. Holly and mistletoe hung above the corridors, and a magnificent Christmas tree sparkled in the Great Hall, bedecked with animated elf figurines and genuine, never-extinguishing candles. The Slytherin common room was also festooned, albeit in a more restrained style than the other houses. Deep green holly wreaths adorned with silver ribbons complemented the gifts stacked neatly by the fireplace, most of which were ceremoniously exchanged among students' families. Outside the enchanted windows, the view of the Black Lake revealed house elves even placing tiny Christmas hats on the fish that swam by, under the magnifying charm. One could see the silver-scaled fish bewilderedly shaking their heads, attempting to rid themselves of the little red hats. Vittikel sat in a corner of the common room, conducting a final inspection of his suitcase. The guardian wand was nestled in a specially crafted velvet inner pocket, adhering to Helena's advice. Never allow the wand to stray far, especially while traveling. Athena stood at the edge of the suitcase, her amber eyes fixed on him as he organized his belongings, occasionally emitting gentle coos. As if urging him on, he left his textbooks behind, taking only a copy of Standard Spellbook for Beginners and Hermione's recommended Hogwarts, a history expanded notes. Potion ingredients, cauldrons, and scales were left in the dormitory, with Theodore not promising to look after them. In exchange, Vittikel pledged to bring back at least 3 types of Muggle candies from the Muggle world, specifically those with flamboyant packaging and peculiar flavors. He had already sent out his Christmas gifts. To Harry, a set of commemorative badges from the Quidditch team, a complete set gathered with Tim's assistance. To Hermione, a Muggle-published introduction to logic, specifically chosen in a non-moving version to avoid startling her. To Neville, a glowing magical cactus seedling legally acquired from the herbology greenhouse. And to Ron, a large box of honeydew sweets, despite sensing that Ron seemed somewhat wary of him. Still, Vittikel felt that politeness was paramount. As for his Slytherin classmates, Draco Malfoy had intercepted him in an awkward manner 3 days before the break, blocking his path at the door of the potions classroom. Wayne, Malfoy said, his gaze fixed on Vittikel's tie rather than his face. My father mentioned that the Wayne enterprise is expanding successfully in London. It was not a greeting, but a message. Vittikel understood the underlying implication. The Malfoy family had taken note of the Wayne family's wealth and influence. It was a tentative overture, yet not one of reconciliation, but rather a reevaluation. Thank you, Vittikel replied calmly. My father places great importance on the British market. A brief silence ensued. Then Malfoy extracted a slender, exquisitely wrapped box from his robes and thrust it into Vittikel's hands. A Christmas gift, purely ceremonial. Without waiting for Vittikel's response, he turned and strode away, his silver-green robes disappearing around the corridor's bend. Vittikel opened the box to reveal a silver quill, intricately engraved with serpentine patterns. The nib was fashioned from an enigmatic black metal, glimmering with a somber sheen in the light. The accompanying card bore a single phrase, to the intelligent one who comprehends the true value of Slytherin. DM. After a moment's contemplation, he reciprocated with a limited edition Muggle book on the heraldry of medieval European nobility, inspired by Dick's suggestion, to counter such lineage-obsessed minor nobility. One must triumph with a more scholarly approach. He inscribed the front page, to the visionary who understands how ancient traditions can coexist with the new era. V.W. Millie Snape, the girl who shared date-filled pastries at breakfast, gifted him a batch of homemade cookies. My mother has finally mastered the oven temperature. These won't crash through the table anymore. Vittikel returned the favor with a box of Chinese pastries, accompanied by a baking temperature conversion chart penned by Alfie. Theodore Knott's gift was the most practical, a small black leather pouch containing 3 vials of potions, labeled Blue Universal Antidote, Green Revitalization Potion, Red Hemostatic Elixir. A roll of specially treated bandages steeped in healing potion, not claimed, was 20 times more effective than those used by Madame Pomfrey. A hand-drawn map of Hogwarts marked the least-known secret passages and Filch patrol blind spots, along with a note, don't die in Gotham. The silver-scaled fish tapping at the dormitory window was loud, but one grew accustomed to it. Vittikel's gift to Knott was particularly unique. A USB drive containing a global market analysis report on rare magical materials, meticulously compiled by Tim, along with 3 packets of whimsically packaged, bizarre-flavored Muggle candies, bubblegum toothpaste, chili chocolate, and a mysterious flavored rainbow candy. What is this? Knott frowned as he accepted the USB drive. A Muggle data storage device, Vittikel explained, which requires a computer for access. I can teach you after the holidays. As for the candies, you may try them at your discretion. Knott opened the chili chocolate, took a bite, and his expression froze for 3 seconds before he calmly swallowed. Interesting. Muggles do have a penchant for self-torturing flavors. Such was Slytherin friendship, neither fervent nor overt. Yet beneath the guise of practical gifts and acerbic remarks lay a certain acknowledgement and concern. On the final day before the school break, Vittikel, along with Harry and Hermione, convened in the library for their farewells. Ron and I are staying at school, Harry said, his expression relaxed. The Dursleys don't want me back, and Hogwarts has become my home. Hermione, however, was returning home. My parents want to hear all about the magical world. She paused, glancing at Vittikel. Malfoy hasn't troubled you lately, has he? He wouldn't dare, Vittikel replied, and I've learned a few new spells from a ghostly lady, an ancient version. He chose not to mention Helena's name. That was his secret. A ghost who teaches magic? Hermione's eyes sparkled. I believe I've seen her. They say she has lingered at Hogwarts for many years, though the records are rather vague. Have you spoken with her? She sometimes wanders the corridors at night. Vittikel cautiously noted, and we've discussed magical theory on several occasions. She is quite knowledgeable. Hermione appeared eager to inquire further, but Harry interjected. Regardless, you must be cautious. Professor Quirrell has been acting stranger. Just yesterday in defense against the dark arts class, when he sneezed, his scarf loosened. And I swear I saw something moving on the back of his head. The three children exchanged wary glances. They all sensed the impending danger. Yet what could first-year students do? I've already written to my family. Vittikel lowered his voice. They are prepared. Harry nodded. Hagrid mentioned that Professor Dumbledore is keeping an eye on things. It should be fine. Yet they all knew that it should be fine often meant the opposite in the magical world. As they bid farewell, Hermione suddenly enveloped Vittikel in a brief, yet fervent hug. Merry Christmas, she said. Remember to write. Or use an owl. Once a week, Vittikel promised. Athena knows the way to London. Harry extended his hand, which evolved into an embrace. Thank you for the Quidditch badge, Harry said. I will collect them all. Once you become the finest seeker in Gryffindor, Vittikel smiled. I shall gift you the entire signed set. Upon leaving the library, Vittikel encountered Neville Longbottom at the entrance. The round-faced boy clutched a seemingly fragile magical plant, flushing upon seeing Vittikel. Wayne, I wanted to thank you, Neville stammered. The cactus bloomed last night. It has silver flowers and sings, albeit a bit off-key. That's the characteristic of a moonlight cactus, Vittikel recalled from herbology class. It blooms during the full moon, and its song is said to soothe anxiety. I hope it aids you. Neville nodded vigorously. It did. I didn't have nightmares yesterday. He trailed off, his face growing even redder. Vittikel feigned ignorance. Merry Christmas, Neville. Please send my regards to Leafa, if it hasn't run away again. Neville chuckled. It's sleeping in my pocket now. This time I used a simple locator spell my grandmother taught me. As he watched Neville hurriedly depart with his plant, Vittikel felt a peculiar warmth. This was the connection he had forged at Hogwarts. Not deep, but genuine. Harry's innocent bravery, Hermione's tenacious intellect, Neville's clumsy kindness, even Malfoy's awkward pride, and Nott's chilly exterior concealing warmth. They had all become part of his new world. On a crisp morning, the Hogwarts Express billowed white steam as it halted at Hogsmeade Station. The departing students were far fewer than those returning, rendering the platform somewhat desolate. Hagrid remained stationed there, resembling a moving mountain clad in a moleskin coat. Wayne. Hagrid's booming voice erupted upon spotting Vittikel. Heading home? Yes, Hagrid, Vittikel replied, dragging his suitcase over. Merry Christmas. You too, Merry Christmas. Hagrid beamed, revealing his uneven teeth. Here. A little gift for you. He produced a paper bag from his coat pocket, containing several massive cookies that appeared akin to rocks. I baked these myself, Hagrid declared proudly. With a bit of honey and dragon eggshell powder, good for the bones. You might not need them, but just in case. Vittikel accepted the cookies, feeling as though he was holding bricks in his hands. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll savor them. Have a safe journey. Hagrid clapped him on the back with such force that Vittikel nearly stumbled. Send my regards to your Muggle family, even if they don't understand magic. Raising a child like you must mean they're good people. Vittikel boarded the train and found an empty compartment. This time, Athena did not enter her cage, but stood on the luggage rack like a regal sentinel. The train slowly started, departing the platform. Vittikel waved from the window as Hagrid's large figure diminished against the snowy landscape, eventually obscured by the mountains. Then, excitement surged through him like a tidal wave. He was going home. Back to Gotham. Back to Wayne Manor. Back to Bruce, Lynn, Dick, Jason, Tim, Damien, and Alfie. Back to that place where the bat signal cut through the night sky, where Alfie's gingerbread and hot chocolate awaited, where his brothers bickered, where his mother looked on with tenderness, and where his father stood in silent guardianship. As the train traversed the snowy Scottish Highlands, Vittikel could hardly contain himself. He meticulously inspected his suitcase 3 times and adjusted his robes 5 times, ultimately deciding to switch to a more conventional outfit of long trousers and a coat just before arriving in London. He fed Athena her owl treats twice, even though she was not hungry, but clearly relished the attention. He attempted to read, yet the words in Hogwarts, a history, danced before his eyes. He endeavored to practice a silent spell, but his magical energy fluctuated erratically due to his excitement. Finally, he relinquished his efforts, merely gazing out at the fleeting landscapes, allowing his anticipation to swell within his chest, growing, expanding, and magnifying. During the journey, a snack trolley which passed by, and he purchased an assortment of treats not for himself, but to bring home for his family to sample. A chocolate frog for Dick, who delighted in animated objects. Bertie bought every flavor beans for Jason, curious to see what peculiar flavors he might encounter, bubblegum for Tim, to analyze the principles of buoyancy, and pepper imps for Damien, to observe whether the smoke would elicit a cough, although the likelihood seemed slim. Additionally, there was a gift for Alfred, a box of exquisite wizarding tea, labeled to change flavors according to the drinker's mood. For his mother, he selected a bottle of magical perfume that, when sprayed, would form tiny, twinkling constellations. The gift for his father proved to be the most challenging. What would Bruce Wayne desire? Ultimately, he settled on a small device capable of detecting malicious gazes and imminent danger, while Bruce might possess a more advanced version. This was a magical item with a different principle. As the train traversed the plains of central England, the snow gradually diminished, giving way to the gray fields of winter and bare trees. He changed out of his robes into jeans, a sweater, and a down jacket. And after becoming accustomed to the flowing ease of robes, the modern attire felt somewhat constricting. Yet, he relished this sensation, finding a ritualistic comfort in returning to a familiar identity. Athena flew to the window, her amber eyes surveying the world outside. He knew she was executing the reconnaissance tasks Damien had trained her for, observing the terrain, recording the route, and assessing safety risks. The owl's head turned slightly with the train's movement, akin to a biological scanner. "Relax, Athena," he murmured softly. "Today is merely a return home." Athena turned her head, emitting a gentle hoot, as if to say, remaining ever vigilant is the first rule of survival. Undoubtedly, a notion instilled by Damien. The train finally arrived at King's Cross Station at 2 in the afternoon. He grasped his suitcase and bag of snacks, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Following the flow of passengers, he disembarked and stepped onto the platform. Then he saw them. At the junction of Platform 9 and the Muggle platform, beside the arch invisible to ordinary eyes, stood the Wayne family. That scene would later crystallize in his memory as a warm image, almost surreal. The first to capture his attention was Bruce Wayne, not Batman, but Gotham's charming Bruce. He wore a perfectly tailored dark gray coat, sans tie, the collar of his shirt casually undone, adorned with that languidly captivating smile that only appeared in public. He stood relaxed, yet his blue eyes precisely locked onto Vittikel among the crowd, softening in an instant. Beside Bruce was Lin Wan, clad in a cream-colored wool coat, her hair elegantly pinned up, holding her phone, seemingly concluding a work call. But upon spotting Vittikel, all traces of her diplomatic facade melted away, revealing the pure, radiant joy of a mother. Next were his brothers, a striking sight that had already drawn the attention of several nearby travelers. Dick Grayson donned a bright blue pilot's jacket and jeans, his smile so brilliant it could illuminate London's overcast skies. He was animatedly debating something with Jason, gesturing extravagantly, drawing the gaze of a passing little girl. Jason Todd, clad entirely in black leather, jacket, t-shirt, jeans, and boots, leaned against a pillar with his arms crossed, wearing his usual expression of impatience. Yet Vittikel noticed his eyes scanning the crowd with an instinctive vigilance. Tim Drake was engrossed in his tablet, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the screen's light, but every few seconds he would glance up at the platform exit, fingers rapidly tapping the screen, perhaps retrieving station surveillance footage to ensure safety, or simply anxiously refreshing the time. Damian Wayne stood erect, dressed in a custom-tailored suit that was a size too small, his expression serious as if attending a state funeral. Yet, in his hands, he held a rather adorable object, a gift box wrapped in golden paper, tied with an extravagant green bow, a comical contrast to his Robin persona. Meanwhile, Alfred stood half a step behind everyone, like a maestro overseeing an orchestra. Dressed in a classic black three-piece suit, his silver hair meticulously arranged, he held nothing. For all the luggage had been managed by a member of the Wayne family's security detail, merely smiling calmly and watching in Vittikel's direction. Together, they formed an undeniable aura of presence. Later, Vittikel learned from Tim that during the 20 minutes of waiting, 3 people had approached them to inquire if they were models, and one asked if they were filming a movie, all of which Dick had dismissed with a cheerful family reunion and a sparkling smile. Yet, when Vittikel emerged through the archway, all external attention faded into insignificance. He saw them. They saw him. Time paused for a heartbeat. Then he dropped his suitcase, which stood firmly due to a stabilizing charm, and sprinted forward. Dad, Mom, Dick, Jason, Tim, Little D, Alfred. He shot across the final few meters like a fired cannonball. Lin Wan opened her arms wide. Bruce slightly crouched down, and Dick had already stepped forward. Vittikel had no choice but to collide into Dick's embrace, for he was the quickest to react. Got you. Dick laughed heartily, lifting Vittikel into the air and spinning him around, then placing him on his back. Look who's back. Our little wizard. Dick, Put me down, Vittikel protested, unable to suppress his laughter. Not a chance. This is punishment for not riding for over 3 days. Dick carried him toward the family, and Vittikel clung to the collar of Dick's jacket as they swayed. Bruce approached, placing a hand on Dick's shoulder. Enough of that, Dick. Let him down. But Bruce was also smiling, that genuine smile that crinkled his eyes. He reached out, and Vittikel slid off Dick's back, tumbling straight into Bruce's arms. Dad. Vittikel's voice was muffled within Bruce's coat. Bruce's arms tightened around him, delivering a brief yet firm embrace. A Batman-style hug that compressed all emotions into a single gesture. Welcome home, Viti. Then came Linwan. The faint scent of her perfume mingled with the ever-present aroma of paper and tea that she carried. Her embrace lingered longer, softer, as her fingers ran through his hair. Darling, you've grown taller. And thinner. Is the school food inadequate? It's good, Mom. I just had a growth spurt. Vittikel emerged from her embrace, his eyes slightly misty. Jason stepped forward, giving his shoulder a light punch. No missing limbs. Pass. Thanks for your concern, Jason, Vittikel grinned. Tim adjusted his glasses. The train was 4 minutes late. Also, there are 2 suspicious individuals in the southwest corner of the station, already handled by plainclothes security. Tim, it's family time, not a mission briefing. Dick ruffled Tim's hair. Damien finally stepped forward, seriously handing the golden gift box to Vittikel. Welcome home. Athena performed excellently. She completed all reconnaissance tasks with an A rating. The only deduction being for sneaking 3 pastries from the house elves in Hogwarts' kitchen. Vittikel accepted the box, unable to suppress a chuckle. Thank you, little D. Athena is right there. He turned to see Athena standing atop the suitcase he had discarded, her amber eyes surveying the Wayne family, as though a general inspecting her troops. Upon spotting Damien, she emitted a respectful chirp and inclined her head slightly. She remembers you, Vittikel remarked. Of course, Damien replied. I trained her. Alfred finally stepped forward, gracefully bowing slightly. Master Vittikel, it brings me great joy to see you return safely. Was your journey arduous? I have prepared hot chocolate and gingerbread in the car. Perfectly suited for consumption. Alfred, Vittikel exclaimed as he embraced the elderly butler. Alfred's body stiffened momentarily. The Pennyworth household's tradition discouraged excessive displays of emotion, yet he soon relaxed, gently patting Vittikel's back. All right, we've drawn a crowd, Bruce interjected, placing a hand on Vittikel's shoulder and gesturing towards the exit where their vehicle awaited. Indeed, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered, the heartwarming scene of a family reunion amidst the dreary winter platform of London radiating like a beacon. Some raised their phones to capture the moment, but a member of the Wayne security team, later revealed to be arranged by Lucius Fox, politely yet firmly intervened. They made their way towards the station exit, Vittikel at the center, encircled by family. Dick assisted him with the suitcase. Jason walked to his left, Tim to his right, while Damien forged ahead, leading the way, albeit unnecessarily. Bruce and Lynn followed closely behind, a hand lightly resting on his shoulder. You all came, Vittikel said, still somewhat incredulous. What about Gotham? I mean tonight. He referred to their nightly patrols. Batman, Nightwing, Red Hood, Red Robin, and Robin. All of Gotham's vigilantes were presently at London's King's Cross Station. It seemed an opportune moment for Gotham's villains. Dick erupted into hearty laughter. Jason's lips curled into a nearly wicked smile. Tim adjusted his glasses. About that. Bruce's lips twitched in a distinctly Batman-like expression, indicating his disapproval, yet acknowledging that it was too late to change things. Jason handled it in advance. Dick laughed so hard he could barely breathe, in his own way. Vittikel turned to Jason. Handled it? Jason shrugged. Most of the inmates at Arkham will need to recuperate for the next 2 weeks. Fractures take time to heal. Vittikel's eyes widened. You incapacitated them all? No fatalities, Jason replied, his tone as flat as discussing the weather, just rendered them temporarily immobile. The Penguin will be in a wheelchair for a month. Two-Face dislocated his jaw. The Riddler's riddle devices have been dismantled, and Poison Ivy, well, her plants require recultivation. He paused, adding, the Joker received special treatment. He is now in Arkham's deepest medical room, encased in plaster. His mouth stuffed with a device to prevent him from biting his tongue, while the theme song from My Little Pony plays on repeat. Tim's idea. Tim nodded. Psychological warfare. Studies show prolonged exposure to excessively sweet children's programming can lead to temporary cognitive disarray and reduced aggression. Vittikel glanced at Bruce. Batman would likely disapprove of such preemptive violence. Although Jason's actions weren't overly excessive, Bruce sighed. I did not authorize it. But Red Hood executed it without my knowledge. By the time we found out, Arkham had quieted down. His tone was complex when he mentioned the silence, disapproving yet begrudgingly acknowledging its effectiveness, irritated yet with a hint of hidden relief. After all, this meant Gotham would be relatively tranquil during Christmas. So, Dick summarized, his arm draped over Vittikel's shoulder, Tonight we can dine in peace without receiving emergency calls. This is historic, chaotic, violent, tender, and protective. They loved one another in their unique ways, safeguarding Gotham while cherishing this rare occasion of a family reunion during the Christmas holiday. Thank you, big brother Jason, Vittiker whispered. Jason glanced at him. No need. I wanted to take care of them anyway. But Vittiker caught a fleeting warmth in Jason's eyes. The Red Hood might never master the direct warmth of Dick's expressions. Yet his actions spoke volumes. To ensure the family could safely welcome their brother home, he had preemptively sent Gotham's villains to the hospital. The Wayne family's convoy halted in the designated area outside King's Cross Station. 3 black, bulletproof SUVs, understated yet custom-made for those in the know. Security personnel stood nearby, appearing casual while meticulously controlling the area. The private jet is at Heathrow, Bruce stated, opening the door of the first vehicle for Lynn. We'll head directly there. Lynn, your flight should have landed. Lynn nodded. I had my secretary transfer the documents to my tablet. For the next 2 weeks, unless World War III breaks out, I will not be answering work calls. She entered the vehicle and extended her hand. Viti, come sit with your mother. As Vittiker was about to comply, Dick grabbed him. Wait. Little V should ride with me. I have a surprise prepared. Your surprise is the car karaoke, isn't it? Tim remarked, deadpan. That was a birthday gift for someone else. Dick protested, his cheeks flushing. Jason had already approached the second vehicle. I want to ride alone. I need quiet. You all are too noisy. Damien headed for the third vehicle. I shall ride with Pennyworth. We need to discuss the training program for Vittiker. Ultimately, Vittiker rode in the first vehicle with Lynn and Bruce. Dick and Tim occupied the second. Jason rode solo in the third, and Damien and Alfred shared the fourth. The convoy departed King's Cross Station, merging into the afternoon traffic of London. Inside the car, Vittiker found himself seated in a familiar position between Bruce and Lynn, a spot he often occupied as a child. Alfred had prepared hot chocolate and gingerbread, stored in the car's small refrigerator, now resting on the fold-out table before him. Have some warm drink, Lynn suggested, pouring him a cup of hot chocolate. London's winter is damp and chilly. It's easy to catch a cold. Vittiker accepted the cup. The familiar flavor, Alfred's special blend, was richer than Hogwarts pumpkin juice, infused with hints of cinnamon and orange zest. He took a hearty sip, warmth radiating from his stomach throughout his body. How is school? Bruce inquired, his tone softer than usual, genuinely interested rather than the usual pleasantries found in his letters. Vittiker pondered before replying honestly. It's magical, but also complex. Magic is real, textbooks move, staircases shift on their own, and portraits converse. Yet, the interpersonal dynamics resemble Gotham to some extent, just with wands and spells replacing guns and fists. He recounted this sorting ceremony, his altercation with Malfoy, his friendships with Harry and Hermione, the atmosphere in Slytherin, classroom learning, nocturnal explorations, and Helena's teachings. Lynn listened intently, occasionally inquiring about specifics. How is the charms teacher? Is he patient? Is it true that the Slytherin dormitory is beneath the Black Lake? How do they resolve the humidity issue? Bruce's inquiries were more Batman-esque. Which teachers are trustworthy? And which should be approached with caution? You mentioned the differences between the ancient and modern versions of the defensive spells. What are the specifics? Energy consumption? Defensive range? Duration? Vittiker endeavored to respond. When discussing Professor Quirrell, his tone grew serious. He is peculiar, Vittiker remarked, stuttering, anxious, and he has a strange garlic odor. But Harry said there is something beneath his headscarf, and I can feel darkness in his class. That cold, sticky darkness. Bruce and Lynn exchanged glances. Sample analysis has confirmed it, Bruce murmured, but hearing you describe it firsthand is even more unsettling. During the Christmas season, we shall devise a detailed plan. Does Dumbledore know? Harry expressed his belief that Dumbledore was indeed paying attention, to which Viti responded, yet I remain uncertain to what extent. Linwan clasped Viti's hand gently. My dear, if the school truly becomes unsafe next semester, we might consider alternative options. Perhaps transferring to another magical institution in the United States, or... No, Mom. Viti asserted with determination, I want to stay at Hogwarts. I have the New Year's Eve vigil, Athena, and everything you have taught me. Moreover, he paused. I have a responsibility. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Theodore, they are my friends. I cannot abandon them. Bruce remained silent for a few moments before nodding. Wise. Fleeing will not resolve the issue. However, we shall enhance your protection. He retrieved a small box from his coat pocket and opened it. Inside lay a seemingly ordinary silver chain, adorned with a petite black stone shaped like a bat. This is a fusion of Watchtower technology and Zatanna's magic, Bruce explained. Zatanna and Constantine have cast protective spells that can deflect most dark curses. He fastened the necklace around Viti's neck. The bat pendant rested against his chest, cool at first, but quickly warming to his skin. Thank you, Dad, Viti said, his fingers brushing the pendant. And this, Linwan added, producing a silk pouch of deep blue. embroidered with golden runes, is a gift from a friend at the Chinese Ministry of Magic. Inside is not an amulet, but a distress signal. Tear open the pouch. And no matter where you are, nearby Chinese wizards will receive a call for help and rush to your aid. Viti accepted the pouch, carefully stowing it away. Thank you, Mom. Now, Bruce said, his tone lightening. Let's talk about joyous matters. What do you wish to do during the Christmas holiday? Viti's eyes sparkled. Everything. I want to eat all of Alfred's dishes, visit Gotham Square to see the Christmas tree, go to the movies with Dick, grab hot dogs in the East End with Jason, play games with Tim, and train with Damien. Training is fine, but can we do it a bit less? Sounds quite fulfilling, Bruce remarked. Perhaps we could attend a Christmas carol? Dick mentioned their essay performance at the town hall. As they discussed their holiday plans, the car glided towards the private terminal at Heathrow Airport. Viti leaned back in his seat, listening to his parents' voices, feeling the warmth within the car, and watching the streets of London whiz by outside. He was going home. Truly home. 6. The Wayne family's private jet was a modified Boeing BBJ, more akin to a flying luxury suite than an aircraft. The main cabin featured a spacious lounge area, a dining space, a small office, and even a mini gym. The rear cabin housed a bedroom and bathroom, intended for rest during long flights. When Viti boarded the plane, Dick was already adjusting the karaoke system. Hey Viti, pick a song. I've updated the playlist with the latest hits and classic Christmas tunes. Dick waved a microphone enthusiastically. Tim sat in the office area, 3 screens aglow, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. I'm connecting to Watchtower's surveillance to ensure our flight path is secure. Additionally, Gotham's real-time status appears unusually quiet. Jason's work is thorough. Jason had settled into a corner sofa, donning noise-canceling headphones, eyes closed in repose. Yet Viti noticed his fingers gently tapping on his knee. Bruce and Linwan boarded last. Bruce removed his coat and handed it to the flight attendant while Linwan began inspecting the cabin's facilities, an ambassador's habit, to ensure a safe and comfortable environment. Everyone's in position, Bruce announced. We'll take off in 20 minutes. The estimated flight time is 8 hours, arriving in Gotham at 8 p.m. local time. Alfred has prepared dinner for us to enjoy on board. The plane slowly taxied, took off, and ascended. The lights of London shrank below, transforming into a twinkling sea of stars before being obscured by clouds. Viti sat by the window, gazing at the deep blue sky and the cotton candy clouds below. Athena stood beside him on her specially designed perch, also watching the scenery outside, as if documenting their flight's trajectory. Dinner consisted of a 7-course feast prepared by Alfred, an extraordinary feat considering they were airborne. Roast chicken, steak, salads, soups, various sides, and a Christmas special of mincemeat pie and Christmas pudding, in addition to the usual beverages. There was hot mulled wine for the adults and a special non-alcoholic spiced apple cider for the children. To Viti returning home, Dick raised his glass. Cheers. Everyone responded. Even Damien lifted his cup. During the meal, Viti answered countless questions. Do wands really choose wizards? How do they know who is suitable? What does the history of magic class cover? Is the Glorious Revolution of England included? Did wizards participate in the war? What are the rules for dueling? Is it allowed to use items from the environment, like throwing a book at someone and then casting a spell while they're distracted? Where is the entrance to the Slytherin common room? What is the password? How is security? Have you made friends? That boy named Theodore sounds clever. Do you get along well with him? Viti endeavored to respond, occasionally contemplating how to explain magical concepts in a manner comprehensible to muggles. As a side note, Bruce had installed anti-magic surveillance devices at Wayne Manor and on the wands when he learned that Hogwarts could monitor every little wizardess wand, allowing Viti to use magic off campus. When he demonstrated a simple Lumos spell, the entire family fell silent. Wow, Dick whispered, real magic. Energy readings stable. Wavelengths within the visible spectrum, yet the energy source remains unknown, Tim stated, pulling out a portable scanner. How long will it last? What is being consumed? Tim. Linwan gently reminded, it's family time now. But Viti didn't mind. He relished witnessing his family's reactions to magic. This was his family. They would embrace all aspects of him, including his magic, the fact that he was a wizard, and the darkness and danger he might face. After dinner, Linwan and Bruce retreated to a small bedroom on the other side to rest, while Dick and Tim played games. Dick was teaching Tim how to play a simulation game, but Tim kept critiquing the plot holes. Jason resumed his position with headphones, pretending to nap, while Damien read a book on medieval European assassination techniques. Oh, that seemed to be his Christmas gift? Viti wandered to the small lounge area at the front of the plane, where Alfred was preparing tea. Do you need anything, Master Viti? Alfred inquired, elegantly pouring hot water into a teapot. Just sitting for a moment, Viti replied, taking a seat opposite. Alfred, how is everything at home? All is well, Alfred smiled, though he glanced towards Dick and Tim. Those certain individuals, attempting to surprise Viti by transforming the gym into a Quidditch experience center, unfortunately broke 2 chandelier lights in the process. Thankfully, I managed to intervene in time before any damage was done to the Venetian glass lamp left by Master Thomas. Viti chuckled. Sounds like something Dick would do. Master Jason commenced cleanup in Gotham a week in advance. Alfred continued, his tone calm, though his methods were rigorous. The outcome did lead to a 73% decrease in crime during the Christmas season. However, Master Bruce has not been particularly pleased. Master Bruce. Alfred paused. The teapot hovering in the air, he has rarely sustained injuries these past few months unless absolutely necessary. Viti felt a tightening in his throat. He lowered his gaze to the swirling tea leaves in his cup. I'm fine, Alfred, he said softly. I'm learning, growing, making friends. Though sometimes, I do miss home. Missing home is natural. Alfred poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards him. Home is an anchor, guiding us to know where to return as we explore the world. You have traveled to distant realms, Master Viti, to a world that eludes our full comprehension. Yet, no matter how far you venture, Wayne Manor shall forever remain here, your chamber ever prepared, gingerbread perpetually baking in the oven, and hot chocolate eternally warming in the pot. Viti turned his gaze upwards, meeting Alfred's gentle silver-gray eyes. Thank you, Alfred, for everything. It is my duty, Alfred replied with a slight nod, and now, perhaps, you should rest for a while. A long journey can be exhausting, even for the young. Viti nodded in agreement. He finished his tea and returned to the main cabin. Dick and Tim were still engrossed in their game, though the volume had been muted. Jason seemed truly asleep, his breathing steady. Outside, the sky had grown completely dark, adorned only by stars and the distant lights of the ground below. The plane glided smoothly, the engines hum a low, continuous lullaby. Viti closed his eyes, his hand brushing against the bat necklace resting on his chest, along with the pouch gifted by Lin Wan, while his other hand clutched the bag containing his wand. The aircraft soared steadily over the North Atlantic, heading homeward towards Gotham's shimmering lights, towards the awaiting Christmas tree and the promise of reunion, steadfastly navigating its course. In slumber, Viti smiled. Chapter 17, New Year's Eve. 1. On the twilight of December 31st, Gotham experienced an unusual reprieve from its typical gloom. The winter sun cast a warm golden-red hue over Wayne Manor, the snow glistening in the slanting light, resembling a scattering of crushed diamonds. Every window of the main house glowed with light, wisps of smoke curling from the chimney, mingling with the aromas of roasting turkey, spiced mulled wine, and freshly baked gingerbread, creating a comforting haze in the crisp air. Viti stood by the window of his room, observing the bustling scene below. Alfred was directing the staff as they arranged the firework launchers on the lawn, while Dick and Jason debated the most spectacular fireworks for the evening's display. Tim was fine-tuning a complex remote ignition device, and Damien was training Athena to carry miniature fireworks for an aerial display. This plan, however, had been gently yet firmly vetoed by Lin Wan. Damien, dear, she had said, holding a stack of decorative ribbons, having the owl carry explosives on Christmas Eve, even if they are miniature and safe, does not align with the spirit of the holiday. Athena can be responsible for delivering the New Year's cards. Damien wore an expression of displeasure, as if his tactical plans had been thwarted by a bureaucrat, yet he refrained from countering Lin Wan, one of the few in the household capable of commanding his obedience. Viti turned away with a smile, glancing around his room. After months at Hogwarts, he had almost forgotten how quintessentially Wayne his quarters were. The spacious expanse, the soaring ceilings, a wall lined with bookshelves, a large writing desk by the window, a sumptuous 4-poster bed, and the fireplace that connected to a secret passage. Though Wayne Manor lacked the flow network, Bruce had modified it to connect to the Batcave's emergency exit. The room had been redecorated, infused with the festive elements Lin Wan had suggested, a wall adorned with an ink wash painting of ginkgo leaves, a cloisonné vase on the shelf filled with holly branches, and a pair of jade-carved bats on the nightstand, showcasing Lin Wan's delightful sense of humor. Most strikingly, the Christmas tree was not the towering 10-foot giant in the living room, but a petite spruce nestled in the corner of the room, adorned with ornaments that Viti had collected since childhood, a clown ornament from Dick, a star crafted from bullet casings by Jason, a miniature circuit board decoration made by Tim, a wooden bat dart carved by Damien, and unique ornaments that Lin Wan brought back from various countries each year. Beneath the tree lay a trove of gifts. A number had already been unwrapped on Christmas Day, but many more awaited for tonight's New Year's celebration. Viti approached his writing desk and opened the drawer. Inside lay neatly arranged the fruits of his first semester at Hogwarts, class notes, correspondence with Harry and Hermione, gifts from Slytherin classmates, and a copy of a manuscript from Helena Ravenclaw. This manuscript contained fragments of an ancient Ravenclaw curriculum, reconstructed from ghostly memories, written in the archaic language of runes. Viti was still deciphering it, but he had already grasped portions concerning the resonance of magic and will, the energy maps of spell origins, and the relationship between soul frequency and spellcasting efficiency. This manuscript was among his most treasured acquisitions, not merely for the knowledge it contained, but for the trust it represented. A millennium-old ghost entrusted the essence of her mother's teachings to an 11-year-old boy from another world. On the desk lay several greeting cards he intended to send out for New Year's wishes. The one for Harry was already penned, accompanied by a photograph of Gotham's bat signal at night. Please, it's as cool as the Muggle's guardian light and Hogwarts' enchanted ceiling. The card for Hermione contained a brief essay on the potential fusion of Muggle technology and magic, referencing Tim's research. Neville received a packet of special fertilizer from Gotham Botanical Gardens, while he was still deliberating on what to write to Malfoy. Ultimately, he chose to keep it concise. To Draco Malfoy, may the new year bring new perspectives and true glory. Wayne also included a commemorative coin from Wayne Enterprises' London branch, not a galleon, but exquisitely crafted. There was one more letter, addressed to Theodore Nott. This was the most challenging to compose. Viti picked up his quill and inscribed on the fine parchment. Nott. Gotham is blanketed in snow, yet the manor remains warm. Alfred has baked gingerbread. Dick attempted to create dramatic flair by igniting dessert, which was promptly halted. Jason complains that everything is too cozy but has consumed 3 slices of cake. Tim is calculating the optimal launch angles for the fireworks. Damien is training Athena to deliver cards, at least not explosives. Mother is decorating the living room. And Father watches us all with that look that says, though I may not speak, I care. This is the Wayne family's new year. Chaotic, noisy, filled with various absurdities. Yet everyone is here, laughing, alive. I do not know what the Nott family's new year is like, but I believe that wherever one may be, regardless of tradition, the essence of the new year is likely this: to remember the good of the past, to let go of the bad, and to have faith that the future can be brighter. Thank you for the potion and the map. Thank you for waking just in time to remind me of the moss on my shoe soles during my late-night escapades. Thank you for assisting me with that cauldron incident in potions class, though you claimed it was merely due to your aversion to unpleasant odors. As a roommate, you have been adequate. One might even say commendable. Wishing you a new year filled with the discovery of things that genuinely make you smile, whether they be newfound knowledge, a clean-cut victory in a duel, or something else entirely. Additionally, I have included some delightful New Year's gifts, and I hope you enjoy them. Happy New Year. Viti Wayne. P.S. If you require a quiet place to study, I can take you to a secret room at Hogwarts after the holidays, piled high with discarded items. But it boasts a nice desk in the corner, a beautiful view outside, and most importantly, no disturbances. He folded the letter, sealing it with deep green wax, stamping it with the Wayne family bat insignia. He then retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift from the drawer, which appeared to contain sponge padding. Athena flew over, landing on the edge of the desk, tilting her head to observe the letter. There's a flight mission tonight, Viti told the owl, but later. Let us enjoy dinner first. Athena let out a soft hoot, stretching her wings before soaring to her specially made perch, which now held a tiny Christmas stocking filled with owl treats and a plush toy mouse, a gift from Dick, which Athena coldly ignored. From downstairs came Dick's boisterous shout. Little V, the girls have arrived. Hurry down. Viti took one last look at the sunset outside, inhaled deeply, and turned to leave his room. The New Year's Eve festivities had begun, too. The living room of Wayne Manor had transformed into a veritable ocean of festivity. A magnificent Christmas tree stood proudly beside the fireplace, adorned with twinkling colored lights and crystal ornaments. The star perched atop was a slightly crooked creation, crafted by Bruce during his childhood alongside Thomas Wayne, yet it was solemnly placed there each year. The fireplace crackled with the warmth of real logs, filling the air with the aromatic scent of burning pine, the sweet fragrance of cinnamon, and the tantalizing aroma of roasted delicacies. However, what truly infused the space with vitality was the arrival of the girls. Barbara Gordon sat in her wheelchair by the fireplace, clad in a red sweater, her golden hair shimmering like molten honey in the firelight. She was engaged in a discussion with Tim, her fingers dancing swiftly over the laptop. Yet a relaxed smile graced her face. Tonight was a time for family, and even Barbara had momentarily set aside her prophetic duties. Stephanie Brown, once a disruptor and now a member of the Bat family, was embroiled in a debate with Dick over movie choices. Dressed in a vibrant purple hoodie, her golden ponytail swayed animatedly as she spoke, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Home Alone is a New Year's classic. It's a must-watch. We could watch Die Hard. Dick insisted, that's a Christmas movie too. John McClane celebrates Christmas in Nakatomi Plaza. Die Hard is an action film, not a family movie, chimed in Lynn, who had just entered with a tray of hot spiced apple cider. There are far too many explosions and gunfights. We want something cozy tonight, Dick. Dick feigned exaggerated sorrow. Even Aunt Lynn is against me. Stephanie flashed a victorious gesture. Cassandra Cain sat quietly on a corner sofa. clad in a dark gray turtleneck and black trousers. She refrained from joining the debate, merely observing everyone in the room, her black eyes recording all like a camera. Yet, when she noticed Vittikel descending the stairs, a nearly imperceptible smile graced her lips. Cassandra's expressions were always so subtle, but those who knew her could decipher their meanings. "Welcome home, brother," she articulated with slightly awkward words. Vittikel responded with genuine delight. "Thank you, Cassandra. It's wonderful to see you." Cassandra nodded and gestured towards the kitchen, indicating that Alfred needed assistance. Vittikel understood and made his way toward the kitchen. As he passed the dining table, he noticed Jason and Damien engaged in a silent standoff. A plate of gingerbread men between them, clearly competing over the last one adorned with a Batman mask. "I saw it first," Jason muttered. "I require it for tactical analysis." Damien replied impassively. "Analysis of a gingerbread man? What is there to analyze?" "The correlation between the evenness of the icing application and the baking temperature," Damien retorted. "You're so boring. And you are childish." Vittikel stifled a laugh as he slipped into the kitchen. Inside, Alfred was orchestrating the final preparations for the feast. "Master Grayson," Alfred said without turning, his hands drizzling chocolate sauce over dessert, "if you were to consume that chocolate-dipped strawberry now, your dessert at dinner would unexpectedly transform into a sugar-free version." Dick halted mid-motion. "Alfred, do you possess eyes in the back of your head?" "I have data on Master Grayson's behavioral patterns," Alfred replied calmly. "Now, please either leave or assist in setting the table. Genuine assistance, not merely tasting." With a sigh, Dick complied and began to set the table. Vittikel approached Alfred's side. "What can I do, Alfred?" Alfred glanced at him, a gentle light flickering in his silver-gray eyes. "Master Vittikel, you may assist Ms. Lynn in arranging the centerpiece for the dining table." She mentioned needing the aesthetic insight of youth. Vittikel recognized this as Alfred's tactful way of encouraging him to engage in family activities rather than kitchen chores. He nodded and proceeded to the dining room. Lynn was busy adorning the long dining table. The 20-foot mahogany table was draped in a deep green tablecloth, with silver cutlery and crystal goblets sparkling under the candlelight. Each place setting bore a name card, a tradition in the Wayne household, as even family gatherings adhered to meticulous seating arrangements. Vittikel spotted his name card situated between Bruce and Lynn, with Dick and Barbara across from him, and Tim and Stephanie beside him, while Jason and Damien were placed at the far end of the table, likely to prevent them from continuing their gingerbread war during the meal. At the center of the table, Lynn was arranging an intricate display: holly branches, pine cones, cinnamon sticks, orange slices, and tiny, non-melting magical snowflakes. In the middle stood a set of silver candlesticks with lit candles, their flames steady and warm. "Mom, do you need help?" Vittikel inquired. Lynn looked up with a smile, just in time. "Do you think these magical snowflakes look better here, or should I wrap them around the candlesticks?" Vittikel observed closely. Lynn's arrangement was already beautiful, yet he had an idea. Perhaps the snowflakes could gently float, but not chaotically, like a soft breeze passing over the table, following a fixed trajectory. Lynn's eyes brightened. "Can you do that? With magic?" "Bruce installed anti-magic detection devices in the manor a while ago. I suspect if you practice at home, you wouldn't be discovered. I'll give it a try." Vittikel drew out his wand. He closed his eyes, recalling Helena's teachings on understanding the essence of magic. Snowflakes are not merely snowflakes. They are a solid manifestation of magical energy. Floating is not merely floating. It is the directed flow of an energy field. He did not need to control each flake forcefully. He merely needed to establish a simple energy circulation system. With a gentle flick of his wand, a silver halo emanated from the tip, enveloping the centerpiece of the table. Those still magical snowflakes began to quiver lightly, then slowly ascended, hovering a few inches above the table, beginning to drift along an elliptical path, as if carried by an invisible breeze. As the snowflakes passed by the candlesticks, the candlelight refracted through the icy crystals, creating tiny rainbows. When they floated by the holly branches, the red berries appeared even more vibrant against the white backdrop. The entire display came to life. "Perfect," Lynn murmured, her hand resting on Vittikel's shoulder. "You're truly skilled at this, darling." Vittikel felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks. "It's the wand that's good. The guardian wand is gentle, suited for fine control." "It's not solely the wand." Bruce's voice came from the doorway, leaning against the doorframe, dressed in a deep blue sweater and casual pants. Holding a glass of red wine, he bore a rare expression of complete relaxation. "It's that you've learned to listen to magic, rather than merely commanding it." Vittikel turned. "Dad." Bruce stepped inside, observing the floating snowflakes. "Zatanna once remarked that most young wizards treat magic like a switch. Utter a spell, and things happen. Yet, true masters of magic engage in a dialogue with it. You possess a gift in this regard." Such praise was a high honor, especially coming from Bruce. Vittikel felt a warm glow within him. "Dinner is ready." Alfred's voice echoed from the kitchen. Please take your seats. The Wayne family's New Year's Eve dinner was a 3-hour-long feast. From appetizers, baked brie with honey walnuts, smoked salmon rolls, to soup, Alfred's special pumpkin soup, infused with subtle spices, followed by the main course, roasted turkey, honey-glazed ham, roasted vegetables, creamy mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, and Yorkshire pudding, culminating in desserts, Christmas pudding, mince pie, chocolate mousse, and a gingerbread house. Each dish was a masterpiece meticulously prepared by Alfred. The conversation at the table buzzed with lively chaos. Dick recounted amusing anecdotes from the New Year's Eve at the Broodhaven Police Department. Then our captain discovered that the suspicious package was actually a thank-you cake sent by a citizen, because it looked too much like a bomb. Stephanie erupted in laughter. Did you guys eat that cake? We did. It was quite delicious. Though it was a bit awkward with thank you, police uncle written in icing. Jason rarely shared a story from the East End, Old Jack's hot dog stand. Are you familiar with it? On New Year's Eve, he adds complimentary turkey bits and cranberry sauce to the hot dogs. It may sound peculiar, yet it is surprisingly delectable. Last year, 2 henchmen of Two-Face attempted to extort holiday protection fees, only to be chased 3 blocks by the vendors united, armed with scalding griddles. Tim adjusted his glasses. I have analyzed the crime statistics from the East End over the past 5 years. Interestingly, when spontaneous community defense emerges in unorganized neighborhoods, the crime rate diminishes by over 40%, though property loss increases by 15%, primarily due to vendors' tools and street decorations being repurposed as makeshift weapons. Damien nodded gravely, an effective tactic. If civilians can organize, they become a formidable defensive force. Father, we should consider promoting basic self-defense training in Gotham. Damien, Bruce gently interjected. We shall not discuss tactics tonight. Lin Wan then shared a tradition from the Foreign Ministry regarding New Year's Eve. At this time each year, embassies from various nations in the United States exchange New Year's gifts. The Chinese embassy typically presents tea and silk, while the most intriguing gift received was a volcanic stone massage wand from the Icelandic embassy, accompanied by a note suggesting it could help dissolve diplomatic stalemates. Barbara added with a smile. The Oracle network on New Year's Eve is usually rather quiet. Even the villains take a break for the holidays. Thus, I can comfortably remain here without the constant readiness to answer emergency calls. Cassandra participated in the conversation through sign language. With Vittikel and Bruce taking turns translating, Cassandra expressed her appreciation for tonight's mashed potatoes, describing their texture as smooth as the movements of a martial arts master. Alfred interjected with family anecdotes at an opportune moment. When Thomas Wayne and Martha were alive, the New Year's Eve banquet at Wayne Manor hosted 50 guests. Mrs. Martha insisted on personally preparing a dish, typically her family recipe apple pie. Mr. Thomas would always finish an entire slice and declare it the best pie he had ever tasted. The flickering candlelight on the dining table, the drifting snowflakes gracefully circling, and the intertwining of laughter and conversation created an atmosphere of almost overflowing happiness for Vittikel, who sat between her parents, absorbing it all. After dinner, everyone moved to the home theater, a room equipped with the latest projection and sound systems, yet adorned like an old-fashioned cinema, with red velvet seats and vintage posters. It was movie voting time. Dick stood before the screen, holding the remote control, presenting the options. A. Home Alone, a heartwarming family comedy. B. Die Hard, an action-packed Christmas classic. C. It's a Wonderful Life, a traditional inspirational film. D. Elf, proposed by Stephanie, as she claimed it was silly and perfect for New Year's Eve. Elf. Stephanie raised her hand. Home Alone, Lin once smiled. Die Hard. Both Jason and Damien said simultaneously, exchanging surprised glances as if astonished by their consensus. It's a Wonderful Life, Bruce stated gently, though the majority ruled. Barbara raised her hand. I vote for Home Alone. It's a classic, heartwarming, and Kevin McAllister's trap designs are incredibly creative and truly entertaining. Tim adjusted his glasses. Home Alone has the highest family viewership rate for New Year's Eve in the past 30 years, accounting for 37.2%. All right. Dick interrupted. Home Alone is in the lead. It's settled. The movie commenced. The lights dimmed, and the opening music played. Everyone nestled into the comfortable seats. Blankets draped over their laps, holding mugs of hot chocolate or mulled wine. Vittikel sat between Bruce and Lin Wan, with Alfred's hand-knit wool blanket covering her knees. In the film, young Kevin McAllister set traps using various household items to thwart 2 clumsy burglars. With each successful trap, laughter erupted in the room, with Dick laughing the loudest, while Stephanie imitated Kevin's iconic facepalm gesture. Even Jason couldn't suppress a smile. As the film concluded, Kevin reunited with his family, and Christmas music filled the air. The lights in the room gradually brightened. Fireworks time, Dick exclaimed, jumping up, and everyone rushed to put on their coats. Gotham's New Year's fireworks, Wayne Manor style, were about to commence. The back lawn of Wayne Manor transformed into a temporary fireworks launch site. The launch pads, arranged meticulously by Tim, were connected to his designed wireless ignition system. The fireworks boxes were categorized by color and effect, labeled with names like Golden Waterfall, Silver Whirlwind, Red Heart, Blue Starry Sea, Rainbow Spiral, and more. Safety first, Bruce stated, holding a fire extinguisher in hand. Tim double-checked the ignition sequence. Tim was already operating a tablet. Sequence confirmed. Phase 1, Welcome Sequence, Warm Colors. Phase 2, New Year Countdown Sequence, Silver Blue Tones. Phase 3, Celebration Sequence, Full Color Mix. Phase 4, Finale, Simultaneous Launch of Golden Waterfall and Silver Whirlwind, lasting 30 seconds. All launch angles were calculated, with landing zones within the estate, ensuring a safe distance. Dick distributed protective glasses, 1 pair for each person. Stephanie, do not attempt to catch the fireworks with your hands. I want tea. Stephanie replied, donning the glasses. The orange lenses giving her the appearance of a character from a science fiction film. Jason and Damien debated over who would ignite the first firework, opting for traditional manual ignition instead of Tim's system. I have experience, Jason declared. In the East End, we use manual fireworks for New Year's. The fuses are short and exhilarating. I have received demolition training, Damien countered, precisely calculating fuse burn time to ensure optimal explosion height. Bruce sighed, used Tim's system. Unified control. Both displayed expressions of mild displeasure, but complied. Vittikel stood amidst her family, gazing up at the dark night sky. Gotham's light pollution obscured the stars, yet tonight, the sky was clear enough to reveal a few of the brightest ones. In the distance, the lights of Gotham resembled an inverted river of stars, while further away, the official New Year's fireworks had begun to sporadically burst, with the municipal display set for midnight. Ready? Tim asked, his finger hovering over the tablet's launch button. Wait. Dick interrupted. First, a family photo. Alfred. Alfred had already set up the tripod and camera. Everyone gathered together, with the fireworks launch site as the backdrop. The illuminated Wayne Manor, standing majestically behind them. Stand in position, Alfred directed, Master Bruce and Ms. Lynn in the center, Master Vittikel in front, and everyone else. Please refrain from making strange faces. Master Damien, I'm talking about you. Damien endeavored to adjust his expression, yet remained as serious as if posing for an ID photo. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the flash went off, Dick suddenly lifted Vittikel onto his shoulders. Jason flashed a rock sign at the last second. Stephanie jumped up, pulling a silly face. Tim adjusted his glasses, reflecting the light. Cassandra smiled, a genuine smile. Barbara waved, and Damien, still serious, subtly placed his hand on Vittikel's little leg. Bruce and Lin Wan stood side by side. Bruce's arm gently around Lin Wan's shoulder, her head slightly tilted towards her son's. Perfect, Alfred reviewed the photo, capturing a flawless family portrait of the Waynes. Now, Dick shouted fireworks. Tim pressed the button. The first firework soared into the sky, accompanied by a sharp whistle, blossoming into a massive golden chrysanthemum in the night sky, its petals slowly descending like burning rain. Wow, Stephanie exclaimed, gazing upward, her mouth forming an A shape. The second and third fireworks followed suit, bursting into red hearts, blue star rings, green spirals, and purple waterfalls. The night sky transformed into a canvas, the fireworks serving as vibrant pigments, each stroke brief but resplendent. Vittikel stood amid her family, entranced by the spectacle above. In the fleeting moment of each fireworks explosion, he could sense a surge of magical resonance, not from enchanted pyrotechnics, but rather from mundane chemical compositions. Yet, the intention behind creating that ephemeral beauty resonated curiously with the essence of magic. The New Year's Eve wand nestled in his pocket radiated a gentle warmth, as if it too were savoring this splendid spectacle of light. As the fireworks sequence transitioned into its second phase, the countdown, Tim had programmed a special display that would form numbers in the sky. 10. Dick exclaimed, prompting everyone to join in the countdown. A silver firework erupted, crafting a vivid numeral 10 that lingered for 3 seconds before fading away. 9. A golden 9 followed. 8. A blue 8 lit up the night. Each count was accompanied by its corresponding firework, echoing through the manor as the family cheered, while in the distance, Gotham's own fireworks intensified, as if the entire city were partaking in this New Year's countdown. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. As the numeral 1 burst forth in the night sky, Tim initiated the third phase, the full-color celebration sequence. A dozen fireworks ascended simultaneously, bursting at varying heights, intertwining reds, golds, blues, greens, and purples into a luminous forest of light. The grand finale unveiled a golden waterfall and a silver whirlwind, illuminating the sky for a full 30 seconds, rendering the night as bright as day. As the last firework faded, darkness reclaimed the sky, leaving only a faint scent of gunpowder and wisps of smoke. An ephemeral silence enveloped the scene. Then, Dick was the first to shout, "Happy New Year, 2026. Embraces, handshakes, and shoulder pats were exchanged. Dick hugged everyone, including a reluctant Jason and Damien, while Stephanie broke into an impromptu celebratory dance. Tim and Barbara discussed optimizations for the firework programming, and Cassandra expressed beauty through sign language. Resembling a silent explosion of art, Bruce and Lynn stood together, observing the children. Lynn's eyes sparkled in the night, while Bruce's arm remained draped over her shoulder. At that moment, he glanced at Vittikel and nodded. It was a simple gesture, yet Vittikel understood. "You are home. We are all here. In this new year, we shall continue to protect one another." In the distance, Gotham's official New Year's fireworks display reached its zenith, painting the sky in flowing hues of color. The faint toll of bells emanated from the town hall, a subtle yet tangible herald of the new year. "All right," Alfred's voice rang out, gentle yet clear. "It's chilly outside. Please return to the living room. I have prepared some New Year's treats, hot apple pie and vanilla ice cream, along with refreshing mint tea." The crowd cheered as they made their way back to the main house. Vittikel lingered at the back, casting a glance at the night sky. The year 2025 had concluded. The year 2026 had begun. His first semester at Hogwarts had come to an end. The new year would bring new challenges, fresh lessons, and opportunities for growth. Yet, in this moment, all he desired was to bask in the warmth of home. Before stepping into the cozy living room, he softly instructed Athena, perched on his shoulder. "Go ahead, deliver the letters. You know the address." With a cry, Athena unfurled her wings, soaring into the night, clutching New Year's cards, including one for Theodore Knott. Vittikel watched the owl vanish into Gotham's darkness before turning back towards the light, warmth, and laughter of family. At the same time, in Hogwarts Castle, the Gryffindor common room was aglow with a roaring fire, radiating spring-like warmth. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley sat on the carpet, surrounded by a game of wizard's chess and scattered snack wrappers. "Knight," Ron declared as he moved his piece triumphantly. Harry frowned at the board. "Wait. Your knight can't move like that. Can two. This is the Hogwarts Special Edition Wizard's Chess. Knights can move in an L shape and jump an extra space. It's a rule modified by Fred and George. That's cheating. It's creativity." The two boys bickered, their faces alight with laughter. This was their first New Year's Eve at Hogwarts. Though most students had gone home, those remaining clearly found their own means of entertainment. Now, only half an hour remained until midnight. "I brought some meat pies my mum made," Ron announced, pulling out a few wrapped in oiled paper from his bag. While they had cooled somewhat, they were still delightful. Harry took one, savoring a bite. Mrs. Weasley's cooking always brimmed with the taste of home, slightly rustic, yet sincere and warm. He recalled the meager holiday meals at the Dursleys and gratefully took another hearty bite. "Hey, look at this," Ron exclaimed, producing an old mirror Percy had left at home. "I borrowed it. It's supposed to detect ill-intentioned people." The mirror lay silently in Ron's hand, showing no response. "Looks like the common room is filled with good folks," Ron shrugged. "Or maybe it's broken." Harry chuckled, gazing outside at the clear Hogwarts night sky, each star twinkling brightly. In the distance, the Forbidden Forest loomed darkly. Yet tonight it seemed less foreboding, perhaps due to the warmth and laughter within the castle. He thought of Vittikel. The boy sorted into Slytherin who didn't quite feel like a Slytherin. He must be in Gotham, celebrating the new year with his family. Harry felt a twinge of envy, but not jealousy. Vittikel deserved that warmth. Hogwarts was his own home. Countdown begins. Fred Weasley shouted, 10, 9, 8. The remaining students joined in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the common room. Harry and Ron stood up, joining the chorus. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. The colorful firecrackers erupted on cue, showering the room with rainbow confetti and twinkling stars. The twins managed to conjure several bottles of butterbeer from somewhere, borrowed from the kitchen. The house elf said it was fine, and everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Cheers to Hogwarts. A Hufflepuff student shouted. Cheers to Quidditch. A Gryffindor Quidditch player responded. Cheers to canceled exams. Someone called, eliciting laughter and cries of impossible. In reply, Harry lifted his butterbeer, softly murmuring, to friendship. Ron caught the sentiment, clinking his cup against Harry's, to friendship, and to good food. They laughed. In the glow of the fire, amidst the laughter of friends, under the shelter of Hogwarts, Harry Potter welcomed his first true, warm New Year. In London, at the Granger household, Hermione Granger sat curled up on the living room sofa, cradling a mug of hot cocoa. Her parents, Wendell and Monica Granger, sat across from her, listening intently. And then, Monica inquired, her eyes wide. You really made a feather levitate? Without your hands? Hermione nodded, her face alight with a blend of pride and academic fervor. That was the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. The wand movement must be precise, the incantation clear, But most importantly, you must truly believe that the feather will rise. Wendell, a dentist, adjusted his glasses. From a physics perspective, that entirely violates the law of conservation of mass and the principles of gravity. Unless magic generates a temporary anti-gravity field? Dad, Hermione exclaimed, half laughing. You can't explain magic with physics. They're entirely different systems. Professor McGonagall says trying to fully explain magic with Muggle science is akin to using a cookbook to explain a symphony. They're simply not the same. Monica chuckled. You sound just like a true witch now, dear. We're so proud of you. Hermione's cheeks flushed with delight as she basked in the approval of her parents. Upon returning home for the Christmas holiday, she recounted the intricacies of her first semester at Hogwarts in meticulous detail, of course omitting the perilous segments. She spoke of her classes, charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, astronomy, history of magic, and that rather chaotic subject, defense against the dark arts. She showcased her textbooks and introduced her friends. Harry was a genuine hero, though he remained blissfully unaware, Hermione remarked, while Ron, albeit somewhat indolent, was fiercely loyal. And then there was Victor, extraordinary in his own right, hailing from a Muggle family yet adapting to the magical realm with greater ease than most pure-blood wizards. He possessed an intellect not merely reliant on rote memorization, but rather an authentic understanding of the essence of knowledge. That boy sorted into Slytherin? Wendell recalled his daughter mentioning him in her letter. Indeed. Yet, the sorting hat never airs, so perhaps Slytherin harbors virtues unbeknownst to us, Hermione mused, albeit with a hint of skepticism in her tone. The clock on the wall ticked towards 11:55. The television broadcasted the live New Year's Eve fireworks from the London Eye, with the host announcing the countdown festivities. It's almost midnight, Monica said. Shall we step out onto the balcony to witness the fireworks? Though they could not see the London Eye, a partial view was still afforded. They ascended to the small balcony of their apartment. The winter night in London was brisk yet invigorating. In the distance, towards the Thames, the sky had already been painted in vibrant hues of light. Hermione bundled herself tightly in her sweater, gazing at the city in which she had grown up. Just months prior, she had been entirely oblivious to the existence of the magical world. Now, she was a witch, casting spells, wielding a wand, and studying in a millennia-old castle. The world had expanded, becoming more intricate, yet it had also transformed into something wondrous. The voice from the television echoed. 10, 9, 8. Hermione joined her parents in the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. In the direction of the London Eye, magnificent fireworks erupted skyward, bursting into resplendent patterns. The entire skyline of London was illuminated, the fireworks blossoming like flowers in the night sky, mirrored in the Thames, creating a dazzling double spectacle. Happy New Year. Mom and Dad. Hermione embraced her parents. Happy New Year. Our daughter, Wendell and Monica replied simultaneously, enveloping her in a warm embrace. As Hermione gazed at the fireworks, memories of her friends at Hogwarts flooded her mind. Harry and Ron were at school, Victor in Gotham, and Neville likely with his family. The new term would commence shortly, bringing with it new classes, challenges, and adventures. The fireworks continued to sparkle in the London night sky, ephemeral yet magnificent, much like magic itself. Hermione smiled, knowing that her magical journey was only just beginning.